Chapter 1. Cain Malfoy. In the enchanting southwest of England, within the opulent and magnificent halls of a castle. The morning light streamed through intricately carved window panes, illuminating the spacious and bright chamber. Suddenly, a cacophony of high-pitched complaints shattered the tranquility of the dawn. Oh, Merlin's foul socks. Cain, you've once again used that wretched magic to torment me, and I shall tell father. The 11-year-old Draco Malfoy sat on the edge of his bed, frowning and bleary-eyed, his tousled golden hair framing a pale face flushed with indignation. Standing beside the bed was Cain Malfoy, clad in a black satin nightgown, his posture tall and dignified. The door behind him stood ajar, allowing light from the corridor to spill into the room. That he regarded his younger brother, still lounging in bed, and with a resigned smirk, urged, "Go ahead and tell him, let's see whom he believes. You look nothing like a noble, you appear more like a petulant little troll." Draco, feeling the sting of the remark, pouted in discontent, yet reluctantly began to dress. His gaze fell upon an open envelope at the bedside, containing Hogwarts school supply list. He picked it up and began to recite aloud. Textbooks, standard spells, beginner's level by Miranda Goshawk, history of magic by Bathilda Bagshot. Uniform, 3 plain black robes, 1 plain black pointed hat for daytime, wear 1 pair of protective gloves made of dragon hide or similar material. Suddenly, Draco let out a mournful wail as if struck by a grievous blow. What nonsense is this regulation? The school doesn't allow us to bring our own broomsticks. I'd already arranged for father to buy me a Nimbus 2000 now. That's all ruined. His voice brimmed with frustration and resentment, his hands flailing in the air as if trying to grasp the elusive dream of a broomstick that had already taken flight. However, moments later, Draco's eyes sparkled with excitement as he pointed to a line on the list and exclaimed, "Hey Cain, it says here we can bring a pet to school. What do you think about me bringing a dragon?" His face radiated hope and enthusiasm, as if he could already envision himself parading a magnificent dragon around the campus. Cain, observing his brother's fanciful notions, could not help but chuckle softly. Shaking his head, he was acutely aware of the Ministry of Magic's prohibition against privately owning dragons. Such matters were not to be trifled with. Thus, he adopted a serious demeanor and spoke in a tone laced with warning. If you wish to be expelled from school and subsequently confined in that dreadful place called Azkaban, by all means, give it a try. I've heard that even the strongest souls can be driven to madness after just a few weeks there. Draco shuddered at the horrifying tales of Azkaban that flooded his mind and quickly waved his hands. Perhaps that's best left untried. But, Cain, what pet do you intend to take to school? His gaze shifted from the list to his brother, scrutinizing the striking resemblance they bore, though Cain appeared notably more robust. Cain crossed his arms and tilted his head slightly, exuding an air of confidence and determination that belied his years. As for me, I plan to raise a phoenix or a Chelan. For now, however, I have no intentions of acquiring a pet in this world. Dragons were predominantly fire-breathing creatures, resembling the Western dragons of his past memories, lacking the mystique and majesty of their Eastern counterparts. Thus, he felt little inclination towards them. In truth, Cain was not a native of this world. He was once a solitary soul, devoid of parents, who inexplicably found himself transported to the remarkable realm of Harry Potter. Upon his arrival, he was cradled in the arms of Lucius Malfoy, initially believing he had assumed Draco's identity. However, with Draco's birth, he soon realized he had become Draco's twin brother. Upon grasping his identity, Cain was momentarily bewildered, fully aware of the family's fate as depicted in the original narrative. His father, Lucius Malfoy, had once delivered Voldemort's Horcrux diary to Hogwarts, inadvertently aiding Harry in destroying it, yet incurring Voldemort's wrath. His mother, Narcissa Malfoy, had lied to Voldemort for Draco's sake, securing a glimmer of hope for Harry and his brother. Draco was not spared for being manipulated by Voldemort, assigned to undertake the perilous task of killing Dumbledore. Now, Voldemort was likely about to possess Professor Quirrell, plotting to steal the Philosopher's Stone in a bid for resurgence. Cain no longer trusted those who had escaped punishment under the pretense of being controlled by the Imperius curse. In his view, most of the truly loyal followers had been imprisoned in Azkaban. Thus, this time, he had not chosen Lucius and his ilk, perhaps out of concern for betrayal. Yet in this life, Cain was resolute in not allowing his family to repeat the same tragic fate. "Master, please proceed to your meal. Dobby will soon have everything in order for young Master Draco." In an instant, a diminutive house elf with large, vibrant green eyes appeared before them, clad in a slightly worn, sky-blue worker's outfit that hung loosely on its slender frame. Draco regarded Dobby with a slight grimace, a scoff escaping his lips, his face a mask of disdain. "It is of utmost importance for a young wizard of your stature to dine punctually. This is Dobby's duty." Dobby straightened its tiny chest, its expression serious and earnest as it fixed its gaze upon Cain, as if warning him that should he fail to leave at once, it would resort to some extreme measure. Very well, Dobby, I shall take my leave. Please ensure Draco is tidied up properly. Cain replied gently, fully aware that Dobby, now receiving a monthly wage, was particularly diligent in his tasks. Thus, his advice was somewhat unnecessary, yet it was a habit he could not shake. Although in the original narrative, Dobby had betrayed the Malfoy family, Cain understood the elf's true desires, but a creature yearning for freedom deserved to be granted it. Reflecting on this, Cain couldn't help but marvel at the brilliance of the labor contract. Earlier, he had signed a fair magical labor contract with Dobby, which required him to pay the elf 1 galleon per week, while Dobby was obliged to serve the Malfoy family diligently for life, without ever harming their interests. This wage amounted to a mere 5.1 of the minimum wage in the Muggle world. It was noteworthy that the Muggle minimum wage, when converted to galleons, would yield 19 galleons, 10 sickles, and 6 nuts for a 40-hour work week. To employ a house elf proficient in household chores, cooking, and even serving as a mode of transportation at such a price was indeed a remarkable bargain. Chapter 2. A Journey to Diagon Alley. It is utterly perplexing, for there is no need to pay any wages. My brother is perpetually inclined to make these inexplicable and preposterous decisions. After Cain's departure, Draco gazed disdainfully at Dobby, who stood before him, obsequious and almost servile, cursing under his breath. Dobby would never, ever allow anyone to malign Master Cain. In an instant, Dobby resembled a powder keg ignited, his usual submissive demeanor vanishing, radiating an aura of furious magical energy. Draco found himself levitating uncontrollably, his feet lifting from the ground, his face a mask of terror and panic. Dobby, I shall inform my father. Draco screamed in fright, instinctively invoking his father as a means to intimidate Dobby. Upon hearing this, Dobby felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, instantly regaining his composure and hastily retracting his unleashed magic, with a face full of remorse. Dobby immediately apologized, saying, I am sorry, Master Draco. It is simply that Dobby cannot endure anyone speaking ill of Master Cain. Master Cain is an extraordinarily great wizard, and in Dobby's eyes, he is the most deserving of respect. At this moment, Draco, though still mumbling something, sounded as faint as a mosquito buzzing, his expression revealing lingering trepidation. He silently vowed that this seemingly inconspicuous house elf, when provoked, was far more terrifying than the dim-witted, brawny trolls. Despite Draco's deep-seated disdain and contempt for Dobby, he could not deny the elf's astonishing efficiency. Soon enough, Draco had composed himself and appeared at the dining table on the first floor, looking neat and tidy. Why are you so slow to rise? The whole family is waiting for you to have breakfast. Lucius, the head of the household with his own head of light golden hair, could not help but reprimand Draco for his tardiness, his tone laced with dissatisfaction and authority. Come now, Lucius. We still need to purchase supplies for the children's return to school. Narcissa gently interjected, smoothing things over for Draco. Lucius, ever respectful of his wife, fell silent, though inwardly he pondered why there was such a vast disparity between his second son and the eldest in this regard. Draco sat there, still shaken, his complexion growing paler, hardly daring to breathe. Subsequently, the family silently enjoyed their breakfast. Once breakfast concluded, Dobby snapped his fingers sharply, and in an instant, they found themselves at the northern side of Diagon Alley. My dear, let us first select the books you will need for school, while you two head to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions to acquire your uniforms. Measuring for robes can be quite time-consuming, so you should go ahead and avoid delays. No sooner had they arrived than Narcissa guided Draco and came to the entrance of Madame Malkin's, offering her concerned and meticulous instructions to the two children. Speaking of which, their family seldom frequented Madame Malkin's robe shop, typically opting for the ready-made clothing store instead. At Narcissa's persistent urging, the two entered the establishment. The shop was adorned with exquisite and elegant decor, with shelves brimming with a splendid array of robes and other garments. A prominently displayed parchment proclaimed a seasonal discount starting at 50% off, heralding the current promotional offer. As their eyes wandered through the garments, a portly witch clad in purple hurriedly emerged. Indeed, beautiful lady, we are the new students from Hogwarts, Cain replied with a warm smile and a gentle tone, complimented by his strikingly handsome features, which instantly brightened Madame Malkin's mood. Oh, you little rascal certainly knows how to charm. Your words are as sweet as honey. At this rate, there will surely be a multitude of young ladies vying to send you love letters at school, Madame Malkin teased with a chuckle. Standing beside Cain, Draco couldn't help but agree with her observation, secretly contemplating that Cain's appearance indeed made him quite appealing to the fair sex. though he considered himself not lacking in charm either. "Come now, children, let me take your measurements," Madame Malkin said, leading the two golden-haired youngsters to the back of the shop. There, several footstools were arranged, clearly intended for the petite young wizards to facilitate the fitting process. Although Cain often engaged in physical training, the height difference between him and Draco was not particularly pronounced. He was merely more robust in build compared to Draco. Initially, due to the subtlety of his training's effects on his height, Draco had teased Cain mercilessly. However, under Cain's unique approach to education, Draco eventually learned to keep his comments to himself. "Draco, you go first. I will wait for my turn," Cain said, adhering to his ingrained habit of selflessness. Although at that moment he was a quintessential English boy, deep within he upheld the traditional virtues of his Chinese heritage. Of course, he silently vowed that his act of deference was purely out of courtesy, and not due to any aversion to the measuring process that would prompt him to allow Draco to go ahead. Upon hearing Cain's suggestion, Draco did not protest. He was already accustomed to this dynamic. At home, whenever Cain was reluctant to engage in a task, he would often delegate it to Draco, knowing that refusal would lead to one of Cain's peculiar forms of educational discipline. Obeying the instruction, Draco stepped onto a footstool while Madame Malkin handed him a robe. As he gazed at the garment, likely tried on by numerous others before, his brow furrowed slightly, and a hint of disdain crossed his features. Yet, upon catching sight of Cain standing nearby, slightly shorter yet with a serious demeanor, he begrudgingly donned the robe. "Spread your arms a bit, child, relax. And do not be overly tense." Madame Malkin, while speaking, deftly held a pin to meticulously craft a suitable size for Draco before stepping aside. Draco stiffly raised his arms, his posture appearing somewhat awkward and unnatural. Shortly thereafter, Madame Malkin waved her wand, and a measuring tape seemingly sprang to life, seamlessly adhering to Draco's arm, and then spiraling down to measure other parts of his physique. Meanwhile, a quill hovered in the air, swiftly recording the measurements on parchment. "Hello? Is anyone there?" Chapter 3. The first encounter with Harry, a friend? With a creak, the door opened, and a polite inquiry floated in from the entrance. Cain looked up and instantly recognized the visitor. It was Harry Potter, the legendary figure regarded as the savior in the wizarding world. "Are you here to purchase Hogwarts uniforms, dear?" Madame Malkin eagerly approached Harry before he could speak, her face adorned with a professional smile. "We have quite an assortment in stock. In fact, there are two young gentlemen trying on outfits in the back." Newly immersed in the magical realm, Harry's eyes sparkled with curiosity and wonder as he leaned forward, peering about. Sure enough, deep within the shop, a pale and slender young man stood upon a stool, a measuring tape dancing around him like a lively serpent, accurately gauging his dimensions. Another young man, bearing a striking resemblance to the one on the stool, was unmistakably his brother. At that moment, the young man fixed a steady gaze upon Harry, his eyes seemingly capable of penetrating Harry's very soul. A flicker of doubt crossed Harry's mind. Could he have recognized me? Madame Malkin nimbly guided Harry to a nearby stool, gently draping a robe over his shoulders, while the pen in her hand danced up and down, swiftly determining the appropriate length for his stature. "Madam, may I be measured as well?" Cain ventured, pursing his lips slightly and taking a deep breath, striving to suppress an inexplicable emotion within. He believed that synchronizing their measurements might create a more natural and harmonious atmosphere. "Hey," Draco broke the brief silence, tilting his chin slightly, an innate pride gleaming in his eyes. "Are you going to Hogwarts too?" "Yes," Harry replied, his voice trembling slightly, tinged with the nervousness of a newcomer, his hands subconsciously gripping the hem of his robe, fingers whitening from the pressure. I can't fathom why first-year students shouldn't have their own broomsticks." Draco scoffed, a look of indignation on his face. "I'll make sure my father buys me one, then I'll find a way to sneak it into school. Those old fossils will never catch on." As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Harry, seemingly believing he had finally found a peer with whom to share this rebellious plan, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes, as if to say that they would surely resonate with one another. Upon hearing those words, an image of Dudley, grotesquely overweight, instantaneously surfaced in Harry's mind. The memory of Dudley's brazen demeanor whenever he demanded a new bicycle from his father remained vivid in Harry's recollection. Just the thought of Dudley's corpulent form awkwardly mounting a bicycle, its wheels perilously wobbling under his weight, provoked a quiet chuckle within Harry. Each push of the pedal sent the entire vehicle into a comical tremor, as if it were on the verge of disintegration. "Do you possess your own flying broomstick?" Draco persisted, undeterred, his lofty gaze subtly betraying a hint of arrogance, as if owning such a broomstick were a matter of immense pride. "No, Harry de Blade. Lowering his gaze in embarrassment, his cheeks tinged with a faint flush, he struggled to conjure a clear image of a flying broomstick, feeling a profound sense of disparity when compared to those children who had been immersed in the wizarding world since childhood. A chasm that stirred a gentle wave of disappointment within him. Enough, Draco, Cain interjected, his voice deep and commanding, exuding an undeniable authority. He understood Draco all too well. This boy always sought to assert his superiority before others, as if such displays could validate his uniqueness. Draco appeared as though doused with cold water, his bravado extinguished in an instant. He shrank back, pouting with visible reluctance, yet he dared not utter another word. He was acutely aware that further disobedience would not be taken lightly by Cain, whose seemingly frail physique concealed a remarkable strength. Draco had witnessed Cain shatter a hard wall with his bare hands, a scene that haunted him like a nightmare, imprinting a deep-seated respect for Cain's warnings. At that moment, Harry's gaze drifted toward the boy who had been silently observing him since he entered the shop. "Hello, Harry Potter. I am Cain, and this is my brother Draco," Cain said, a friendly smile gracing his lips as he extended his hand toward Harry with an air of grace and composure. "It is a pleasure to meet you." "What? You are Harry Potter, the Harry Potter who defeated the Dark Lord?" Draco's eyes widened in astonishment, his face a canvas of disbelief. For the past 11 years, the name Harry Potter had been nothing short of a legend to him, an elusive figure. Yet now, this legendary character stood before him, appearing as an ordinary boy, a reality he found hard to grasp. Mrs. Moggins, overhearing their conversation, found her gaze drawn irresistibly to Harry's forehead. Upon noticing the iconic scar, she could not help but marvel internally. What harrowing tales lay behind that mark? How did you recognize me?" Harry, feeling somewhat bashful, scratched his head, a faint blush creeping across his cheeks. From the very first glance that Cain cast upon him, he had an inkling of something profound. Yet, the reasons behind his notoriety in this magical realm, the true identity of that enigmatic figure, and the circumstances surrounding his triumph over him remained shrouded in a fog of uncertainty within his mind. "That scar upon your forehead is the finest testament," Cain remarked, lifting his chin slightly, his gaze piercing as it met Harry's, his voice gentle yet imbued with an undeniable conviction. "Is it due to the scar upon my forehead?" Harry instinctively raised his hand, gently caressing his brow, as if seeking to unearth the hidden truths buried within the depths of time. "Could you perhaps reveal to me what truly transpired?" "Those bygone events will be recounted to you by others in due course," Cain replied with a knowing smile, a glimmer of mystery dancing in his eyes. "So, Harry Potter, may we have the honor of becoming your friends?" His hand remained extended in earnest sincerity. Cain was undeniably eager to forge a friendship with his savior. On one hand, out of respect for him, and on the other, he sought the support of Dumbledore. As the foremost force in the current age, Cain found himself unable to match the old man in strength. To realize his ambitions, he needed Dumbledore's backing or, at the very least, his acquiescence. Fortunately, Harry did not disappoint him. "Of course. Hello, Cain, you're my first friend in the magical world." A radiant smile illuminated Harry's face as he unhesitatingly extended his hand, firmly grasping Cain's. As if at that moment, an invisible yet remarkably solid bond had been forged between them. Meanwhile, Draco, standing nearby, felt a slight warmth rise to his cheeks, his eyes betraying a mix of complex emotions. He opened his mouth, seemingly wishing to say something, yet words caught in his throat, leaving him silently standing there, voiceless. "Hello, my name is Harry Potter. May we also be friends?" Harry turned to Draco, his face beaming with sincerity and kindness. In his memory, Draco was the first to initiate a conversation with him, a small act of goodwill that he had always cherished. Draco's face flushed crimson, the color spreading rapidly from his cheeks to the base of his ears, even tinting his fair neck with a faint blush. He awkwardly averted Harry's gaze and stammered, "Hello, Draco. It's a pleasure to meet you." Chapter 4, a slight disruption. All right, children, release your hands. It's time to take your measurements." Madame Malkin interjected, observing the cheerful handshake between Harry and Cain. Her eyes were filled with urgency, and her speech quickened involuntarily. With the school year approaching, she anticipated a surge of young wizards arriving at the shop, leaving her with little time to spare. As anticipated, just as they were about to commence the measurements, the door swung open, and a group of chattering little wizards entered. Madame Malkin sighed in resignation and hurried out to greet them. Fortunately, with the aid of a magical measuring tape, which seemed to possess a semblance of sentience, it effortlessly darted around the children, accurately recording various measurements. "I remarked, Harry, Draco has already adeptly tried on the robes. He leapt off the bench and strode towards Harry, slightly tilting his head with a hint of curiosity and anticipation on his face. Are you pondering whether you will be sorted into Slytherin? You must understand, if I were to be placed in Hufflepuff, I would undoubtedly withdraw from school. This is no jest. As Draco spoke, he toyed with the hem of his robes, his eyes betraying a touch of arrogance and disdain. From a young age, Draco had grown up hearing tales of Harry. Among the myriad of theories regarding the reasons for Harry's survival, one widely circulated notion suggested that Harry was, in fact, a formidable dark wizard. After all, he had managed to remain unscathed after years away from the magical realm, a fact that many found hard to dismiss. Lucius Malfoy, that cunning and duplicitous man, was a staunch supporter of this belief. In his eyes, if the boy from the Potter family were indeed the powerful, pure-blood advocate, as rumored, then Lucius would once again have the opportunity to serve him and restore the family's former glory. Of course, under the influence of Cain, some of Lucius' views had shifted. Draco, deeply influenced by his father's beliefs, naturally envisioned Harry as a mysterious and powerful dark wizard. Yet, standing before him now, Harry appeared so utterly ordinary, which inevitably left Draco feeling somewhat disenchanted. Sorry, Harry murmured, lowering his gaze, a faint blush creeping onto his cheeks as confusion and embarrassment flickered in his eyes. I'm not quite sure what Slytherin is. I only know about Hogwarts. He silently chastised himself for his ignorance, feeling like a fool in front of these children who had grown up within the magical world. This sensation gnawed at him uncomfortably. Cain stood nearby, observing the interaction between Harry and Draco, when suddenly a thought struck him. If his own words and actions influenced Harry's choice of house, what kind of chain reaction might ensue? How would this impact the trajectory of this timeline? Hogwarts comprises 4 houses: Slytherin, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff. Clearing his throat slightly, Cain spoke earnestly. Each house embodies unique significances and will largely shape an individual's future. Slytherin symbolizes power and glory. There, you have the opportunity to attain all that you desire. Gryffindor, on the other hand, represents fearless courage and the spirit of thrilling adventure. Gryffindor? Before Cain could finish his thought, Draco scoffed derisively, a clear expression of disdain on his face as he rudely interrupted. It's filled with nothing but a bunch of reckless, headstrong lions. Draco crossed his arms, his gaze filled with disdain for Gryffindor, speaking as if he possessed an intimate understanding of the house and held it in contempt. Harry stood quietly to the side, listening to their conversation without uttering a word. His mind was a chaotic whirl, as if countless voices were clamoring within, inundating him with an overwhelming influx of information regarding the houses, leaving him somewhat disoriented. He was acutely aware that the choice of house would be pivotal for his future, yet the more he pondered this, the more perplexed he became, incessantly questioning himself. Which house truly suits me? Draco, have you measured for your robes? Mum, Dad, I've met Harry Potter. The Harry Potter who defeated the Dark Lord. And we've even become friends. Hearing their voices, Draco excitedly introduced Harry to his parents. Upon hearing Draco's words, Lucius appeared somewhat taken aback, his eyes widening as he scrutinized the boy before him with keen interest. He too was curious about how this diminutive lad had managed to vanquish the seemingly invincible Dark Lord. It seemed that Draco sensed his father's prolonged gaze and tugged at Lucius's sleeve, at which point Lucius realized his own rudeness. I am Lucius Malfoy, and this is my wife, Narcissa. It is a pleasure to meet you, Potter. If you encounter any issues at school, feel free to approach Draco or Cain. I trust they will be of assistance. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to have them seek me out. Lucius's courteous words left Harry somewhat flabbergasted, unaware that Lucius's interest in him was more akin to an investment in the future Dark Lord. Thank you, sir, Harry replied, expressing his gratitude to the seemingly polite Lucius. Soon, Madame Malkin arrived with their completed robes. Your garments are ready. Harry, are your robes finished? We should go procure your textbooks. After speaking, Hagrid appeared momentarily dazed, exclaiming, What a family. My friends have come to fetch me, so I must take my leave. It was a pleasure meeting you all. Harry bid farewell to his newly acquainted friends. See you at Hogwarts. Cain waved at Harry. Though he suspected his influence on Harry would be minimal, yet it amused him to entertain the thought. The idea of the savior assigned by Old B transitioning from Gryffindor to Slytherin was rather amusing. Meanwhile, as Harry exited the shop, Hagrid seized him by the arm and inquired, Harry, what are you doing with the Malfoys? Harry found himself puzzled by the question. To him, they had seemed quite friendly. Though Draco might be a tad spoiled, much like Dudley. I think they're quite nice, and I've even become friends with them. Friends? You've actually befriended a Malfoy? Are you aware that they are all dark wizards? What? Harry's head felt as though it might explode. The seemingly noble and elegant family was, in fact, dark wizards? In his mind, dark wizards were grotesque creatures, disfigured with pockmarked faces, lacking noses and eyebrows. The very epitome of repulsiveness. The refined Malfoy family is hardly associated with dark wizards. Yet, they have shown kindness towards me, informing me about the four houses at school, including Slytherin and Gryffindor. By the way, Hagrid, which house do you belong to? Harry continued to defend the Malfoy family. I'm a Gryffindor. Furthermore, our school's headmaster, the illustrious Albus Dumbledore, is also from Gryffindor, while those emerging from Slytherin are often dark wizards. Now, let me take you to purchase your textbooks. Time is of the essence. Hagrid knew that he could not continue this discussion, for it would inevitably lead to that man, the one whose name instills fear. Chapter 5. Choosing the Wand. Meanwhile, in another part of Diagon Alley, the Malfoy family, having procured their textbooks, arrived at Ollivander's wand shop. In a realm of magic, a wand is undoubtedly one of the most crucial items for a wizard. A quality wand can exponentially amplify a wizard's internal magic, and many intricate spells can only be cast with the aid of a wand. The exterior of Ollivander's appeared both small and dilapidated. A solitary wand lay on a faded purple cushion in the window, exuding a sense of forlornness. The gilded sign above the door had become tarnished and peeling, yet one could still discern the inscription, Ollivander, making fine wands since 382 BC. This worn appearance of the shop seems incongruous with its esteemed reputation in the magical world. Yet it serves to confirm its status as an establishment that has endured the ravages of time. As the Malfoy family stepped through the door, a clear bell chimed. Before them lay a somewhat cramped room filled with boxes of various sizes. Good afternoon, Mr. Malfoy. A silver-haired elder swiftly descended from a sliding staircase, revealing himself as Ollivander. In Cain's eyes, the so-called sacred 28 pure-blood families seemed somewhat disingenuous regarding their purity. Take Ollivander, for instance. His mother was a muggle. Compared to those extreme, pure-blood families, the Malfoy family possesses its own unique attributes, as they do not advocate for consanguineous marriages. The Gaunt family, for instance, has suffered from generations of inbreeding, resulting in members who are not only unattractive, but also possess irritable temperaments. In reality, although the Malfoy family does not engage in close-kin marriages, they marry women from other pure-blood families. Strictly speaking, Harry and the Weasleys share varying degrees of familial ties with the Malfoy lineage. The Malfoy family's titles and lands were initially conferred by Muggles, and they maintain intricate business dealings with the Muggle world. The Weasley family, due to their close associations with Muggles, is regarded as traitors to pure-blood ideals by the more extreme purists. Thus, the notion of pure-blood status holds little weight in Cain's perspective. Even Voldemort, the figure revered as a leader by pure-blood advocates, is merely a half-blood. Ultimately, in this realm of magic, power is the true determinant of everything. Good morning, Master Lucius. Your ingenious concealment of the wand within your cane is truly remarkable. Good morning, Mr. Ollivander. I have come to select wands for my two children. Lucius inclined slightly, offering a respectful greeting to the elderly man on the ladder. Despite the current decline of the Ollivander family, Lucius was acutely aware that the legacy of pure-blood families is not something that can dissipate overnight. I recall vividly the day Mr. Lucius visited to choose his wand. It feels as though it transpired just yesterday. It was an 18-inch wand crafted from elm, with a core of dragon heartstring, capable of unleashing formidable dark magic. As Ollivander spoke, his gaze shifted to Cain and Draco, revealing a hint of scrutiny. Is these two children who are in need of wands, correct? Which of you would like to measure first? Cain nodded with satisfaction at Draco's proactive stance, silently reflecting that his teachings had evidently borne fruit. Young Master Draco, may I inquire which hand you prefer to use? The left or the right? Ollivander asked with a gentle and patient tone, observing the fair-haired boy before him. After posing a series of detailed questions, Ollivander turned and approached the towering stacks of boxes, retrieving wand after wand to present to Draco for him to test. After a careful selection process, Draco's wand was finally determined. Unsurprisingly, it was a wand made of hawthorn, with a unicorn hair core, measuring 10 inches in length, possessing moderate flexibility, and capable of wielding magical power with stability. When it was Cain's turn, everyone was eager to see what wand he would receive, and Cain himself felt a particular anticipation. Young Master Cain, Ollivander began to inquire about his dominant hand. But Cain promptly replied without hesitation, left hand. What clever child! Ollivander nodded slightly, a glimmer of approval in his eyes, and proceeded to meticulously measure Cain's physical dimensions with skillful precision. Once completed, he turned toward the rows of enigmatic wand boxes, as if searching for something extraordinary. This one, 13 inches long, crafted from you with a dragon heartstring core, can unleash extraordinarily potent dark magic, a wand coveted by many a dark wizard, he proclaimed, handing the wand to Cain. Oh, my Merlin, this wand seems to be tailor-made for you. Ollivander's eyes widened in astonishment and delight. In his lengthy career of wand-making, instances of such perfect matches occurring on the first attempt were rare, and he harbored a premonition that the future accomplishments of this wand might rival those of the most esteemed wizards. However, at this moment, Cain's brow furrowed slightly, his eyes betraying a flicker of confusion and dissatisfaction. For reasons unbeknownst to him, deep within his heart, there lingered a sensation that, despite its formidable appearance, this wand was not the one most harmoniously attuned to his soul. Mr. Ollivander, Cain's gaze remained resolute and sincere as he fixed his eyes upon the master wand-maker. Might I be permitted to select a wand for myself? His tone was steady, yet it carried an unmistakable undercurrent of determination that brooked no refusal. In that moment, amidst the myriad of wands within the shop, Cain distinctly felt a mysterious force softly beckoning him from a corner, a voice seemingly traversing through layers of wand boxes, piercing directly into his heart, rendering it impossible to ignore. Sir, it is the wand that chooses the wizard, not the other way around. Ollivander's expression swiftly shifted to one of displeasure, his words tinged with agitation. It was well known that the belief in the wand selection of the wizard had been a cherished tenet of his family for generations. The audacity of a young wizard wishing to choose his own wand was simply unfathomable. One must remember, a wand is a companion to a wizard, not a mere toy for a child. Chapter 6. The Wand Surrenders. Sir, I do not dispute your perspective. I merely sense that a wand is calling out to me. Cain, perceiving Ollivander's displeasure, hastily clarified, though he had methods to procure the wand even at the risk of offending the wand-maker. He was no fool and preferred not to complicate matters further. Calling you? Ollivander's face, previously flushed with anger, now drained of color, transformed into one of astonishment as his eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on Cain as if he had heard some fantastical tale. Are you certain? This revelation was a profound challenge to his long-held beliefs. Yet, in that instant, a spark of recognition ignited in his eyes, and he murmured to himself, it must be that one. Undoubtedly, that wand was a legacy left by his distant ancestor, the material of which he was entirely ignorant. Ollivander had, on countless occasions, attempted to wield it to cast spells, only to find that it yielded no magical effect whatsoever, akin to a stone cast into the depths of the sea. Were it not for the solemn mention in his ancestral teachings that it was indeed a wand, he would have long since dismissed it as an ordinary stick of peculiar material, relegating it to a dusty corner. Now, filled with a mixture of exhilaration and trepidation, he knelt with hands on the ground, his knees bent, as he crawled through the mountainous piles of wand boxes in search of the one he sought. Long bereft of a compatible wizard, this wand had been buried beneath layers of other boxes, silently gathering dust. Before long, Ollivander unearthed the box, which appeared unremarkable, save for the thick layer of dust that indicated its long-sealed history. With utmost care, he blew the dust off the lid, treating it as though it were a rare treasure. Yet, despite his caution, a cloud of dust dispersed, settling upon his already slightly unkempt and untidy beard, giving it the appearance of being coated in a layer of grayish-white powder. Sir, do give this one a try. Ollivander solemnly presented the box to Cain, his eyes brimming with anticipation and trepidation. In that very instant when Ollivander revealed the box, Cain felt a profound certainty. It was the one. He could vividly sense the wand's exuberant energy, a palpable thrill as if it yearned to burst forth from its confines. Simultaneously, an overwhelming and unfathomable surge of magical power crashed against his senses like relentless waves of an unseen ocean. As he accepted the wand offered by Ollivander, the magic around Cain surged, a radiant white light enveloping him. This pure luminescence appeared as though it had descended from the heavens, embodying angelic grace. Yet almost immediately, a dark spot manifested near Cain's wand. A resounding rumble echoed through the shop, as shelves laden with wands began to tremble, the vibrations intensifying over time. Even the wands possessed by Lucius and his companions responded to an unseen force, quaking with an energy that resonated with the potent magic permeating the air. Ollivander watched in astonishment, his seasoned eyes, having witnessed countless extraordinary wand phenomena, now filled with shock and bewilderment. As a connoisseur of wands, he could deeply perceive the palpable fear emanating from the surrounding wands. No, it was not merely fear. Beneath that profound dread lay a more intricate sentiment: submission. These sentient wands, in the presence of the object in Cain's hand, instinctively bowed in deference. Lucius, witnessing this bizarre spectacle, felt a tightening in his chest. An instinctive urge to protect his son surged within him, compelling him to rush forward and seize the wand from Cain, casting it far away. "Father, don't move." Cain sensed his father's intention and urgently called out, his voice steady and resolute. At that moment, the wand in his grasp felt alive, relentlessly channeling a torrent of magic into his being. This overwhelming surge of magical energy was akin to an unfathomable ocean breaching its dam, pouring forth with astonishing might. Although Cain was already exceptional among his peers, with a magical reservoir and control beyond the norm, he began to struggle against the seemingly endless onslaught of power. Sweat beads formed on his brow, his jaw clenched tightly, and his complexion paled slightly. The onlookers in the shop were equally astonished by the unfolding scene. Lucius and his wife were particularly anxious, fearing for Cain's safety. Lucius, having invested great hopes in Cain as the future heir of Malfoy Manor, believed that Cain would elevate the Malfoy legacy to unprecedented heights. If anything were to happen to Cain, all those aspirations would be dashed. After all, he knew Draco's limitations. Merely ensuring that Draco did not lead the family to ruin would be a considerable feat unbeknownst to Draco, who was blissfully oblivious to his father's unspoken thoughts. He gazed at Cain with unrestrained excitement. In comparison to the scene of wielding his own wand, Cain's display was undeniably magnificent, truly befitting a natural-born dark wizard. The wand seemed to sense its master's discomfort and unease, promptly ceasing its output of magical energy, thus sparing Cain any further tribulation. At that moment, onlookers beheld Cain's left side enveloped in a sacred white light, while his right half was shrouded in an enigmatic black glow. The two forces intertwined and collided in a dissonance that was at once peculiar and harmonious, revealing a uniquely captivating beauty that was both strange and striking. As the radiance surrounding Cain gradually diminished, the once restless wands within the shop began to settle, returning to a state of quietude. Witnessing Mr. Ollivander's lavish praise, Lucius's previously taut expression softened, a hint of satisfaction gracing his lips. The exceptional prowess of his son filled him with immense pride, leading him to believe that Cain would undoubtedly bear the mantle of the Malfoy family's future, guiding their lineage to unprecedented heights of glory. Once his excitement had subsided and he had calmed the wand still faintly trembling in his grasp, Cain took a moment to meticulously examine the mysterious wand he now held. Its surface was smooth and warm to the touch, exuding a faint, ethereal glow, light and fluid in his hand, devoid of any hindrance. Yet, the texture was distinctly unlike that of ordinary wands, emanating an indescribable uniqueness. Having acquired this wand, Cain felt emboldened, even contemplating striking Dumbledore and trampling Voldemort. Of course, he was acutely aware of the vast chasm that separated him from those two formidable figures. Nonetheless, he felt entirely capable of asserting his dominance over the students of the school and even some ineffectual professors. "Mr. Ollivander, may I inquire as to the materials from which this wand is crafted?" Cain asked, his face a mask of curiosity. Ollivander shook his head slightly, revealing a hint of helplessness and confusion. "To be candid, sir, I have no inkling regarding the materials used in this wand creation. It was acquired by my ancestors through happenstance, and had it not been for their unwavering belief that it was indeed a wand, I might have dismissed it as an ordinary stick long ago. However, there is no doubt that it is an extraordinarily powerful wand." "Very well, then. How much does our wand cost in galleons?" "Sir, it amounts to a total of 14 galleons, Ollivander replied, momentarily pausing before adding, "By the way, consider the wand you previously tested as a gift for me." In this manner, he seized the opportunity to extend a gesture of goodwill towards Cain, thereby fostering a closer relationship with the Malfoy family. Ollivander, well versed in the intricacies of human relationships, understood that in the world of magic, connections are equally significant. Sometimes, a precisely timed gift can yield potential benefits that far surpass the immediate gains. Lucius and the others were certainly aware of the deeper implications behind Ollivander's actions. However, even if they saw through the gesture, the generosity displayed still took the Malfoy family by surprise, quietly enhancing their fondness for Ollivander and his establishment. Subsequently, Ollivander watched the family depart, murmuring to himself, "It seems that the Malfoy family is about to unveil a figure unmatched by any Dark Lord." Chapter 7. The Duel. With the school term still far off, Cain resumed his daily training in the martial arts of the Muggle world. It is essential to understand that a wizard's prowess is entirely manifested through their magical power, mental fortitude, and command over spells. However, during the witch hunts of the Middle Ages, wizards found themselves so overwhelmed that they resorted to hiding from muggles. This was entirely due to the fact that, in terms of physical prowess and numbers, wizards held no advantage over muggles. The over-reliance on wands rendered most adult wizards incapable of performing magic without them. In the absence of their wands, the majority could not even cast a shield charm, leaving them vulnerable in conflicts, where they might perish before they could utter a spell in defense. Nearly Headless Nick serves as a quintessential example. Upon capture, his wand was seized, rendering him unable to use magic, and he ultimately suffered 45 grievous wounds from a blade, his head barely clinging to his body by a thin layer of skin and tendons, a gruesome sight that would send chills down anyone's spine. Thus, it can be said that the most significant weakness in a wizard's development lies within their physicality, and Cain has consistently endeavored to rectify his shortcomings. Frankly, although house elves primarily possess domestic magic, their magical strength surpasses that of most wizards. For instance, at Hogwarts, wizards are forbidden from operating, while house elves can do so freely and with greater efficiency. In fact, during the climactic battle at Hogwarts, house elves played a crucial role as under creatures' command. Bearing the locket of Regulus Black, they subdued a formidable number of Death Eaters. Cain landed steadily on the streets of the Muggle world, first skillfully casting the disillusionment charm to conceal himself in the eyes of Muggles, effectively severing any external scrutiny. Turning to his side, he regarded Dobby with a solemn expression. Instructing, Dobby, ensure you come for me at the appointed time. Remember to shield our surroundings from Muggles. Dobby nodded fervently, his eyes shimmering with unwavering loyalty. And upon receiving Cain's directives, he vanished in an instant. At that moment, Cloning was revealing his robust upper body, his bronzed skin glistening under the lights. Taut muscles rippling with every punch thrown, veins protruding like serpents. He was wholly engrossed in unleashing a tempestuous onslaught upon the punching bag before him, which quivered violently under his powerful blows, sounding as if it might burst under the strain at any moment. "Mr. Cloning, I have arrived punctually," Cain announced as he stepped into the training hall, his gaze fixed on the figure relentlessly assaulting the bag. "What new lessons do you wish to impart to me today?" At the sound of his voice, Cloning ceased his tempestuous motions, reaching for the handkerchief draped over his shoulder to casually wipe the beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. He turned around, his gaze imbued with a mix of scrutiny and anticipation, assessing the slight figure of the boy before him. "You have nearly mastered the first 4 moves. Now, we shall proceed to the final technique." Cronin's voice was deep and resonant, yet distinctly audible amidst the clamor of the training hall. "Cronin? Are you asserting that this young lad has grasped the first 4 moves of your storm combo?" A man with dark hair had approached, his face etched with evident skepticism and surprise. He casually draped his robust arm over Cronin's shoulder, a smirk playing on his lips. "Don't you dare bully the kid. Don't just throw him around." Cronin's lips curled slightly, a barely perceptible smile gracing his features as he replied. "Oh, is that so?" He paused, a glint of mischief flickering in his eyes. "How about this, Mr. Snow? If you doubt my disciple's abilities, why not spar with him? It would serve as a fine opportunity to witness whether he has indeed grasped the essence of my techniques." The man referred to as Snow appeared taken aback for a moment, instinctively scratching his messy black hair, his gaze falling once more upon Cain. Observing the boy, who barely reached his chest, he scoffed and declined without hesitation. "What a joke. While I may not be your equal, competing against him, that would be outright bullying." As if sensing his argument lacked conviction, he added, "With his small stature, even if he were to strike me with all his might, I doubt I would feel a thing." "Oh." Cronin raised an eyebrow, the amusement in his eyes intensifying. "Since you hold such little faith in my disciple, why not wager on it? If you win, I shall cover your training expenses. However, should you lose, you must reimburse me for my fees at the hall. What say you?" Upon hearing this, a clear hesitation crossed Snow's face. The cost of training was not trifling. Though his income was decent, this expenditure would certainly sting. "Very well." Snow straightened his posture, a confident grin dawning as he envisioned the ease of victory. "I refuse to believe that I cannot best you, let alone your young apprentice." He cast a taunting glance at Cain, adding, "But is your disciple brave enough to face me?" "I have no reservations," Cain replied boldly, his eyes shimmering with determination and confidence as he met the gaze of the equally sturdy black-haired man. "Are you certain?" Snow's eyes widened as he scrutinized Cain once more, seemingly searching for a hint of fear or hesitation on his face. "I must warn you, I will not hold back." "Absolutely." Cain's tone was resolute, his expression serious and focused, unperturbed by Snow's imposing presence. Rest assured, I shall not show any mercy either. Snow found himself in a state of bemusement. He considered himself a naturally gifted contender. An unexpected opportunity during high school had led him to martial arts training, where a discerning coach had recognized his potential and set him on this path. With his remarkable talent and relentless effort, he clinched the championship of that combat tournament after merely 75 years of training, earning a modest reputation in the world of martial arts. Now, observing the diminutive boy before him, who appeared even smaller than he had been when he first began training, he was struck by the audacity of the lad's boastful claim that he would show no mercy. This elicited within him a mix of amusement and irritation. To Snow, it was evident from the boy's attire that he hailed from a prestigious lineage, likely coddled by elders and raised in indulgence. Having never truly faced genuine adversity or hardship, perhaps he was merely displaying a momentary bravado. Chapter 8. I am going to school. Snow mused inwardly. Never mind, when the time comes to engage. I shall temper my strength and ensure that this little fellow does not get hurt. Just as their duel was being finalized, cloning, as if performing a magic trick, produced a sheet of paper from seemingly nowhere. Here you go, Snow. Come and sign this, so you can't back out later, cloning said, waving the paper with a mischievous glint in his eyes. In a bid to ensure the wager was secure, he had even prepared a formal agreement, demonstrating his meticulous consideration. Upon witnessing this, Snow's lips twitched slightly. He muttered a few words, but refrained from further comment. He stepped forward to take the pen, and under cloning's nearly suppressed grin, they swiftly completed the agreement before each assumed their stances, readying themselves for combat. Now I shall make my move. Cain slightly bent his knees, spreading his feet apart and lowering his center of gravity, his gaze sharpening like that of a hawk. Then, like an arrow released from its bow, he launched into a rapid attack. Snow barely had time to react before Cain's seemingly frail fist, propelled by a roaring wind, struck his abdomen with the force of cannonball. The anticipated softness was absent. Instead, he was met with an excruciating pain that felt as though it could tear his very soul apart. Alarmed, Snow realized the gravity of the situation. Fortunately, years of experience in the fighting arena kicked in, preventing him from collapsing to the ground under the sudden onslaught of pain. Yet, this piercing agony rendered him temporarily incapable of retaliation, and he instantly understood that this was the first move of cloning's signature technique, the storm combo, specifically the wind-breaking fist. Just as Snow regained his composure, he found himself bereft of breathing space as Cain soared into the air, his form tracing a swift arc before delivering a fierce flying kick aimed directly at Snow's chest. Originally intended for the head, Cain had deliberately adjusted his target for this ordinary match. Drawing upon his extensive experience from previous encounters with cloning, Snow instinctively raised his arm to block in the critical moment. With a resounding thud, Cain's kick landed squarely on his arm. Although his arm barely managed to shield him from the brutal strike, Snow felt the seeds of retreat beginning to sprout within him. Feeling the waves of excruciating pain radiating from his arm, he couldn't help but curse inwardly. Where did this little brat come from? Pretending to be a harmless pig while devouring the tiger? With just those 2 strikes, the force was several times stronger than that of adults who had trained for years. Stop. I concede. Cronin, where on earth did you find such a freak? Snow gasped for breath as he shouted for a halt, glaring resentfully at Cronin, who stood nearby. Upon hearing this, Cain swiftly regained his composure and landed gracefully. He understood that his opponent had initially underestimated him, which led to an early disadvantage, leaving little room for retaliation thereafter. TCH, rest assured, I am a man of my word. I will settle up with you shortly. Snow rubbed his still throbbing arm and looked at Cain. Although his expression bore signs of distress, it was also tinged with newfound admiration. By the way, kid, E.M. Snow, I must admit, after those 2 exchanges, I am truly impressed. What's your name? I am Cain. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Mr. Snow. Cain smiled politely as he extended his hand. Snow gazed at the refined, seemingly harmless blonde youth before him, struggling to reconcile this image with the fierce individual who had just bested him so decisively. You are truly a prodigy in combat. I have toiled for years to reach my current level, yet here you are, so young and remarkably skilled, Snow exclaimed earnestly, reflecting on his previous belief that he possessed exceptional talent, only to discover that there were indeed others far beyond him. Indeed, one should consider the lineage of their mentor. Cronin interjected, his tone brimming with pride. He recalled the first time he encountered Cain. The child appeared to be of primary school age, small in stature and innocent in demeanor. His first words were a request for combat training, accompanied by promises of generous compensation. Initially, Cronin dismissed it as mere childish folly, often mocking Cain, but the boy's persistence and the offers he presented compelled Cronin to reluctantly agree to give it a try. To his astonishment, once the training commenced, he discovered that Cain was a natural-born fighter. Regardless of the techniques, Cain mastered them with astonishing speed, grasping concepts effortlessly and integrating them seamlessly. However, there remained one perplexing aspect about Cain that Cronin could never quite comprehend. Combat training involved not only learning how to strike, but also how to endure blows. After each session, Cain emerged battered and bruised, evoking sympathy in all who beheld him. Yet, astonishingly, upon their next meeting, he appeared as if none of those injuries had ever existed. Though everyone harbors their own secrets, Cronin refrained from prying. As time passed, their interactions grew increasingly frequent. Ultimately, Cronin was completely won over by Cain's talent and dedication, formally accepting him as a disciple and imparting all his meticulously crafted techniques without reservation. Cain, in turn, held deep respect for his devoted mentor, and their bond flourished harmoniously. Thus, it was that Snow, having just met Cain, wore a woeful expression as he clutched the betting agreement, dejectedly making his way to the training hall's front desk to settle his dues with Cronin. Cronin was in high spirits and eagerly pulled Cain along, eager to impart his final technique. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed. No more, I concede. Snow's voice rang out once again, his already battered spirit shattered into pieces. He could hardly fathom what kind of strength Cain possessed. Every punch felt like a grown man swinging a hammer. I yield, Junior Brother Snow, Cain said, retracting his fists with a smile. It turned out that Snow had come to prepare for a competition, seeking Cronin's guidance on techniques, according to the rules of precedence. Cain, having entered earlier, had become Snow's senior. I can't afford to spar with you anymore. I never gained anything. Snow waved his hand, looking at Cain with a face full of resignation. I suppose I won't be able to come often anymore, Cain murmured, a hint of reluctance crossing his features. It's all right. I'm just heading to school. What? Snow's eyes widened in disbelief. Just moments ago, he had been worried that Cain was facing some formidable challenge, but upon seeing Cain's still developing frame, he couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, the boy was of school age. I'm going to school. I'll probably only have time to come out during breaks. Cain's voice was calm and steady. All right. Snow opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. After much deliberation, he managed to utter a few well-wishing phrases. I wish you all the best at school. May you find a charming girl soon, and avoid conflicts with your classmates. With that, he gently placed his hand on Dobby's shoulder. The rigorous training of recent days had not been in vain. Cain now could easily contend with adult wizards unarmed, as effortlessly as one would slaughter fowl. Yet deep within, he harbored an even bolder dream, to defeat a giant barehanded and to slay a dragon with a sword. However, for the time being, this remained an unattainable fantasy. For he was, after all, merely a mortal flesh and blood. Recently, this lad had taken on a younger disciple and had become somewhat conceited, disregarding the most fundamental principles of respect and hierarchy. He questioned, filled with perplexity, Cain, why do you train with those muggles? We are immensely noble wizards. Is there any problem that magic cannot solve? For instance, like this. Cain's gaze sharpened. Without another word, he suddenly grasped Draco by the collar, effortlessly lifting him off the ground with a slight pull. In an instant, years of fear dominated by Cain surged within Draco, extinguishing his arrogance entirely. I was wrong. I won't dare again, Cain, Draco stammered, his face pale and voice trembling with pleas. He knew very well that even if he invoked his father, Lucius, it would hardly afford him any advantage. Focus on strengthening your body. You and T want to be unable to defeat even a girl when the time comes. That would be utterly humiliating, Cain coldly remarked, turning to leave, leaving Draco standing there, filled with shame and frustration. How could I possibly be outmatched by a girl? Cain must be angry, deliberately saying such things to provoke me. After consulting ancient texts, Cain discovered that this wand was meticulously crafted from ancient alchemical magic, a craft that has long been lost to time. However, he could not ascertain the materials used in its creation, as if they did not belong to this world at all. The power of the Shatter wand is truly astonishing. Whenever Cain casts any spell, its effects are amplified twofold, meaning the actual power unleashed is thrice that of the original. Furthermore, Cain was delighted to find that the wand possesses 5 layers of mysterious seals, containing even more formidable magical forces. This implies that should he successfully lift these seals in the future, the wand's power will undoubtedly ascend to new heights. With flames roaring, Cain wielded the Shatter wand, and with a gentle flick, a torrent of flames erupted from its tip, reaching a height of a whole floor. creating a striking contrast with the diminutive figure of Cain beside it, rendering the scene remarkably spectacular. Sensing the immense surge of magical power bestowed by the wand, Cain nodded in satisfaction before carefully stowing it away securely at his waist. Although his other wand provided a notable enhancement when casting dark magic, Cain thoughtfully decided to publicly declare that he possessed only one wand. This way, when his opponents exhaust their efforts to disarm him, they would never suspect that he could stealthily draw another wand, catching them utterly off guard. Next, Cain entered the potion chamber, a room he had meticulously designed himself. Filled with a myriad of rare and costly materials, rows of containers, each holding vibrant liquids, emitted a mysterious and alluring aroma. Cain reached for a bottle of yellow-green liquid, twisting off the cap, and a potent, acrid scent instantly filled the air. He frowned slightly, but resolutely poured the liquid into a large bathtub beside him, which contained an unknown substance. As the two mixtures combined, a miraculous occurrence transpired. The sharp odor vanished without a trace, replaced by a delicate and refreshing floral fragrance wafting from the tub. Without hesitation, Cain swiftly stripped off his garments and gently reclined into the bathtub. The moment his body made contact with the liquid, a strong numbing sensation rapidly coursed through him, causing him to shudder slightly. Yet simultaneously, a peculiar and powerful force began to stimulate every cell in his body, seemingly awakening their long-dormant potential and urging them to unleash unprecedented strength. As time flowed gently onward, this force surged with increasing intensity, violently impacting his muscles and bones. Cain felt as though his very blood had been ignited, boiling and churning within him, causing extreme discomfort. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and endured the agony, relying on his indomitable will to persist through it all. At long last, after what felt like an interminable hour, Cain sensed an extraordinary lightness enveloping his body, as if he could effortlessly ascend into the air at any moment. He understood that the liquid in the bathtub could no longer offer him any further assistance. Emerging from the tub, Cain exuded a fragrant aroma of blossoms. This potion, known as the Strengthening Elixir, was a collaborative endeavor between himself and Snape. Chapter 10. The Business Blueprint. True to its name, the remarkable growth and increasing robustness of Cain's physique over the years was solely attributable to this elixir. In the realm of reality, a child, no matter how diligently they might exercise, could never hope to overpower an adult without external aid, as the disparity in strength and stature is far too pronounced. Cain had consistently employed this potion to enhance his body, and reassuringly, this enhancement bore no adverse effects on his growth or health. Rather, it endowed him with extraordinary strength beyond that of the average individual. Should such a miraculous elixir infiltrate the Muggle market, it would undoubtedly incite a tumultuous uproar, attracting throngs of those eager to augment their physical capabilities, leading to a fervent scramble for its possession. It could very well give rise to a societal trend wherein those who abstain from using the elixir would find their physical prowess and strength woefully inferior to that of its users. At that point, the majority would go to great lengths to acquire the strengthening elixir. Of course, all of this remained mere conjecture. Setting aside the possibility of the potion entering the Muggle market, its exorbitant cost alone would deter the vast majority. To achieve significant results, one must commit to long-term usage. Moreover, the dosage required for a single application demands a sum in the thousands of galleons, a considerable amount indeed. Thus, Cain chose not to further develop this potion for market distribution, opting instead to reserve it solely for his own use. Nevertheless, over the years, Cain had not idly squandered his time. He had adeptly harnessed his intellect and actively engaged in the commercial realm, yielding fruitful outcomes. For instance, through the development of a unique shampoo formula, his Malfoy shampoo had successfully captured an impressive 80% of the market share, while the remaining 20% was firmly held by Potter's shampoo, which enjoyed an exceptionally high level of customer loyalty. Potter's product claimed miraculous effects, asserting that no matter how unruly one's hair might be, just 2 drops could transform it into a perfectly manageable state. It was this very product that had bestowed upon the young Harry an enviable fortune. Therefore, during their last encounter, although Cain maintained a composed demeanor while forging a friendship with Harry, he felt a twinge of insecurity within. After all, his own Malfoy shampoo had triumphed in the market, seizing a substantial share, which had led to a significant decline in the business of Potter's shampoo, drastically reducing the family's income, all of which was inextricably linked to his actions. The Malfoy shampoo cleverly capitalized on the shortcomings of the competitor's product. Although the shampoo from the Potter family ensures silky hair, it unfortunately falls short in the fragrance department. In contrast, Malfoy shampoo not only possesses the essential functions of cleansing, oil removal, dandruff control, and deep nourishment, but it also offers customers the delightful option of dyeing their hair according to personal preferences, along with a variety of enchanting scents to choose from. It can be said that it surpasses the Potter shampoo in every aspect. Consequently, Malfoy shampoo swiftly captured a significant portion of the market and became the preferred choice for numerous consumers in a remarkably short period. Upon a successful development of this Malfoy shampoo, Cain eagerly sent the entire product line along with detailed formulas to his godfather, Snape. Of course, his intention was not merely to improve his godfather's hair condition. More importantly, he sought the insights of this master potion maker to determine if there were areas in the formula that could be further optimized. True to his reputation as a top expert in the field of potions, Snape provided a comprehensive set of improvement suggestions the very next day. One pivotal recommendation was to replace an expensive ingredient in the formula with the silk tree flower. This plant thrives in warm, humid, and sunlit environments, exuding a subtle fragrance that calms the mind and spirit, often utilized in potions designed to treat symptoms of neurosis and insomnia. Cain adhered to his godfather's advice and made the changes, only to discover with delight that the improved shampoo possessed a remarkable soothing effect, undeniably enhancing the product's competitiveness. Ultimately, this single shampoo provided Cain with substantial capital, and coupled with his ventures into various industries, such as broomsticks, potions, and loans, there was no doubt that he could effortlessly create a new noble family at this point. Master, the Malfoy Lord is seeking you. Dobby appeared before Cain, cautiously observing the young master. He increasingly sensed that the young master before him had grown more formidable and awe-inspiring. Lucius Malfoy was busier now than he had been in the original narrative. In that story, he merely navigated the Ministry of Magic and managed various relationships daily. However, now his schedule was nearly filled with a multitude of meetings and affairs. During the last visit to Diagon Alley with Draco and Cain, he had struggled to carve out a moment from his hectic duties. This was precisely why he had sternly reprimanded Draco for sleeping in last time. After completing their shopping, Lucius hurried off to attend to other urgent matters, his itinerary tightly packed. Similarly, Narcissa had become increasingly occupied due to the growing complexity of family business affairs. She had to immerse herself in managing numerous matters. As a result, Draco found himself in the most leisurely position. With his parents preoccupied with business and his brother focused on self-improvement, the Malfoy manor often echoed with his solitude. Each day, Draco either tinkered with the innovative magical gadgets crafted by Cain or joyfully soared through the skies on his broomstick, relishing in the sheer delight of it all. Cain, with eagerness, began to speak, clutching a parchment that meticulously outlined his preliminary concepts and plans for a loan business. Please, enlighten Father on how this loan operation should be specifically executed. Cain slightly tilted his head, a hint of sentiment flickering in his gaze. The population of the wizarding world was sparse, and its economic development lagged significantly behind that of the Muggle world. Financial practices, such as loans, which had matured in Muggle society, were nearly non-existent here. The goblins of Gringotts, who valued gold above all, were solely intent on seizing the treasures within 1's vault and would naturally dismiss the notion of loan services. As for other financial institutions, Cain had come across one named Gallo Loans, yet its exorbitant interest rate of 23,945 rendered it far from a legitimate lending operation. Moreover, this company would not even be established until 3 years hence. Wizards possessed their own high-end products, such as flying broomsticks, indicating that the market was indeed a vast expanse of untapped potential. Our initial step must be to forge partnerships across various sectors. Cain squinted slightly, as if envisioning a grand blueprint of the future. Furthermore, the breeding of magical creatures represented a critical domain. The costs associated with raising magical beasts were steep, encompassing everything from the procurement of younglings to the continuous supply of feed, not to mention the construction and maintenance of breeding facilities, all requiring substantial financial investment. Breeders often found themselves ensnared in cycles of cash flow difficulties, and our loan services could serve as a lifeline, assisting them in expanding their operations or weathering challenging periods. This would not only yield us stable interest income, but also secure our position within the vital chain of the magical creature industry. Additionally, collaboration with Gringotts was paramount. Though the goblins were cunning and distrustful, it was undeniable that they constituted the financial backbone of the wizarding realm, holding vast wealth and resources. We could endeavor to negotiate with them, skillfully leveraging their extensive channels and vast clientele to robustly promote our loan services. For instance, We could offer loan services to clients who held assets within Gringotts, yet urgently required additional funds for circulation. This approach would neither infringe upon the Goblins' core interests nor hinder our swift business expansion through their platform. Moreover, by sharing information with Gringotts, we could accurately assess the repayment capabilities of borrowers, effectively mitigating loan risks. Of course, the most crucial element lay in obtaining legal permission from a Ministry of Magic to conduct our loan operations, while striving for as many policy advantages and support as possible. For those who maliciously defaulted on loans and refused repayment, we could, if necessary, enlist the Ministry's aid to detain them in Azkaban. Only through such measures could we ensure that our loan business operated on a stable trajectory, minimizing the risk of losses to the greatest extent possible. Cain paused, his gaze resolutely fixed upon Lucius, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly with a confident smile. Father, I am certain that these matters will be mere trifles for you. With your esteemed reputation and influence in the magical community, you will undoubtedly handle them with utmost proficiency. Lucius nodded repeatedly, his eyes filled with admiration and respect for Cain. He inwardly lamented that his son possessed an extraordinary intellect, yet the intricate matters of planning were undeniably exhausting, even more so than the mental strain he experienced during his time as a Death Eater under Voldemort. Chapter 11. The First Encounter with Hermione Granger. At long last, the time for the Hogwarts school year had arrived. After the Malfoy couple escorted Cain and Draco to King's Cross Station, they hastily departed due to an unexpected business emergency. In accordance with the magical world's confidentiality regulations, young wizards were required to board the train to school from Platform 9 at King's Cross Station in London. For those from Muggle families, the first-time visitors appeared utterly bewildered, standing in the station in a state of confusion. "Excuse me, do you know where Platform 9 is?" A melodious voice rang out, imbued with an innate confidence and determination. Cain looked up to see a girl with lively brown eyes and a thick, tousled mane of brown hair standing before him. He instantly recognized her as Hermione Granger, one of the pivotal characters in the Harry Potter magical saga. Contrary to the book's descriptions of her plain appearance and unsightly front teeth, the Hermione before him resembled the portrayal in the films, her delicate face adorned with bright, expressive eyes, though her hair appeared somewhat disheveled, which did not detract from her unique charm. Cain had not anticipated encountering her at this juncture. "You must be a new student heading to Hogwarts." A mischievous thought suddenly sprouted in Cain's mind, prompting him to playfully tease the girl. "How do you know? Are you also from Hogwarts?" Hermione inquired, her curiosity piqued as she regarded Cain with a puzzled expression. "Indeed, I am from Hogwarts. My name is Cain, and I am in the second year, a grade above you. This is my brother, Draco." Cain replied with a straight face, revealing no hint of deception. Upon hearing that he was an upperclassman, Hermione felt a sense of relief, believing she had found a reliable companion, her heart swelling with joy. "It's a pleasure to meet you both," she exclaimed. "Could you tell me where Platform 9 is? I've asked several conductors, but they all think I'm mad, saying there are only platforms 9 and 10. "Cain, I bet her family is definitely Muggle," Draco whispered to Cain, leaning in conspiratorially. "Miss Granger, as witches and wizards, we cannot conduct ourselves as ordinary people do," Cain remarked as he gestured towards the wall concealing Platform 9. He then turned to Draco. "Draco, why don't you demonstrate for her?" Though Draco was somewhat reluctant, he nonetheless pushed his luggage and swiftly approached the seemingly ordinary wall, vanishing through it in the blink of an eye. "Wait!" Before she could utter another word, Hermione witnessed him pass through the wall. She stared in astonishment at the boy named Cain, realizing this is magic. "All right, Miss Granger, it's your turn now." After Draco demonstrated to the other party, Cain encouraged them to give it a try as well. Despite a tinge of fear, Hermione, driven by trust, gritted her teeth and propelled her luggage towards the wall. As she rushed forward, Hermione felt as if she had discovered a new realm. The area was densely populated, yet she sensed a distinct difference among these people, not in comparison to herself, but in relation to the world beyond the wall. She could distinctly feel that these individuals were of her kind. "How does it feel?" Cain's voice echoed in Hermione's ear. "It's exhilarating. At first, I thought I'd crash and end up with a head full of bruises," Hermione exclaimed, her face radiating excitement and joy. "Hey, Cain, I'm off to find Crabbe." Draco greeted Cain as he eagerly set off to locate his companion. "All right, I'll catch up with you later. Aren't you going to find your classmates?" Cain inquired, somewhat surprised, but then realized that his previous introduction as a second-year student, coupled with Draco's search for Crabbe, had led Hermione to believe they were indeed upperclassmen. The ever-curious Miss Granger, however, appeared oblivious to the fact that Cain was, like her, a newcomer. "Well, I prefer to stay in quiet places," Hermione replied, secretly delighted by Cain's question, convinced she had correctly surmised that he, too, had no friends at school, which was why he lingered in this serene corner. At that moment, Cain sat by the window, gazing out at the swiftly passing scenery, lost in thought about how to lift the enchantment on his wand, completely unaware that Hermione had envisioned him as a lonely, melancholic boy. "Cain, could you tell me about any interesting happenings or teachers at the school?" Hermione presumed that he shared her desire to engage more and learn about the school. "Interesting things? Not really. Professor Snape." Hermione softly repeated the name, seemingly intent on remembering it. Cain found her earnest expression rather endearing and silently hoped she wouldn't be upset by his forthcoming words. "By the way, which house are you in? I've asked around, and I hope to be sorted into Gryffindor. Everyone says it's the best. I've heard that Dumbledore himself graduated from there." It was evident that Hermione had a deeper understanding of Hogwarts than Ron Weasley, who came from a wizarding family. Initially, when Hermione first learned of the existence of wizards and the schools dedicated to nurturing young witches and wizards, she thought it was a prank. It wasn't until Professor McGonagall's arrival that she truly felt the reality of magic. Her parents were quite open-minded and supported her decision to attend Hogwarts. "I am in Slytherin," Cain replied calmly, a hint of cunning flickering in his eyes. Chapter 12. The Child's Dilemma. Although Cain had yet to experience the sorting ceremony, he was acutely aware that, given his background, his entry into Slytherin was a foregone conclusion. Thus, he did not perceive his words to Hermione as deceitful. But I have heard that most graduates from Slytherin become dark wizards," Hermione exclaimed, her face reflecting astonishment. She had initially presumed that Cain would belong to Gryffindor, for this boy before her starkly contrasted with the malevolent image she held of dark wizards. After all, which dark wizard would kindly direct others on their way to school? Such notions were merely unfounded rumors. Every house harbors both virtuous wizards and those who stray from the righteous path. Indeed, many officials within the Ministry of Magic hail from Slytherin. Cain calmly elucidated. This truth was evident. Slytherin students often possess a fervent desire for power, marked by ambition and shrewdness, traits that afford them a distinct advantage in the pursuit of high office. Of course, it is undeniable that the number of Death Eaters within Slytherin is indeed considerable. Nevertheless, I still prefer Gryffindor, for the greatest wizard of our time hails from that house. Yet, I remain uncertain as to which house I shall be assigned, she replied. Hermione nodded slightly, acknowledging the validity of Cain's assertions, yet deep within her heart, she clung to her own beliefs, for the narratives within books are seldom erroneous. Cain chose not to contest her views. In his perspective, while that great wizard may have had flaws, such as adeptly manipulating the emotions of others, his remarkable achievements warranted the title of the greatest wizard of the present age. Hermione's character traits indeed aligned more closely with Gryffindor. In the original tale, she nearly found herself sorted into Ravenclaw, partly due to her extraordinary intelligence, which Ravenclaw values above all, allowing her brilliance to flourish there. Furthermore, she inherently possessed boldness and courage, qualities equally esteemed by Gryffindor. The sorting hat had taken a full 4 minutes before reluctantly placing her in Gryffindor. In Cain's eyes, Hermione's thirst for knowledge stemmed largely from her competitive spirit. Her insatiable desire to excel compelled her to devour book after book. Well, let me share a secret. If you earnestly wish to be sorted into a particular house, during the sorting ceremony, if you concentrate wholly on your desired house, the hat will take your wishes into account, Cain confided, feeling a twinge of guilt for having deceived the young girl once, or rather twice. Thus, he decided to impart some genuine information to her. Really? Thank you so much. I will certainly do that. Hermione's eyes sparkled with delight, surprised that Cain possessed such knowledge. Her admiration for him grew. It appeared that Slytherin was not entirely composed of the malevolent wizards as rumored. Hermione mused inwardly. Excuse me, have you seen my toad? His name is Lev. A timid little boy with a round face peered into the carriage, tears still glistening on his cheeks, clearly having cried not long ago. We haven't seen it. Both Cain and Hermione responded in unison, shaking their heads. Upon seeing their response, the boy's eyes reddened once more, as if he were on the verge of bursting into tears. Hermione, with her kind heart, could not bear to see him distressed and immediately stood up, exclaiming, "Let us help you search for it." She fixed her hopeful gaze on Cain, clearly wishing for his assistance as well. Cain inwardly groaned. His mind was preoccupied with thoughts of how to lift the enchantment from his wand, and he had no desire to move. Yet, faced with Hermione's earnest expression, he felt compelled to comply and reluctantly got to his feet. "Do you have a picture of your pet?" Cain inquired, knowing that as a wizard, it was only natural to use magic to locate lost items. Yes. The round-faced boy quickly pulled a crumpled photograph from his pocket. a snapshot taken before he came to school, depicting him holding a toad. Cain was surprised that the boy carried a photo with him, but he focused on vividly picturing the toad in his mind, then drew out his wand and exclaimed, "Lev, come forth." With the incantation, a slimy toad flew from the opposite end of the carriage, heading straight for Cain's wand. "Lev," before the little boy could express his joy, a throng of individuals followed closely behind the toad. Cain squinted to see a striking head of golden hair and another of fiery red. It was none other than Draco and Ron Weasley. Harry was also by their side. Cain couldn't help but wonder how they had all come together. "Return my toad." Draco Malfoy stormed into the carriage, shouting, but his expression fell as soon as he recognized the people inside. Crabbe and Goyle trailed closely behind Draco, while Harry and Ron hurriedly arrived, stunned by the scene before them. Harry wore a perplexed look, unable to understand the conflict brewing between Draco and Cain, who appeared to be brothers. Ron, too, was filled with curiosity, deducing from Cain's resemblance to Draco that he must be part of the Malfoy family. Calmly, Cain addressed the once furious Draco. "What is the matter?" Draco stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. It turned out that just moments ago, while Ron and Harry were enjoying snacks in the carriage, they had heard that Draco was seen approaching with his cronies to greet them. Draco, eager to see Harry, had intended to say hello, as he had always harbored curiosity and fondness for him. However, having learned from Hagrid that Draco's father was once a servant of Voldemort, Harry found himself at a loss on how to face this newly acquainted friend. Furthermore, Ron's inherent animosity towards the Malfoy family escalated the tension between Draco and the two of them, leading to an imminent verbal conflict. At that moment, the toad was fortuitously in Ron's possession, and Draco mistakenly assumed it belonged to Ron. In an attempt to assert his dominance, he made a menacing remark about using the toad for potion making. This provoked a fierce confrontation between the two groups. Simultaneously, as Cain cast a spell, the toad flew forth in response to the incantation. Draco pursued the direction of the toad's flight, with Ron and Harry trailing behind, culminating in the current scene. Upon grasping the situation's intricacies, Cain couldn't help but reflect on the delicate relationship between Draco and Harry. Despite Draco's prior acquaintance with Harry, it was ultimately due to Ron that a rift had formed between them. It seemed that Draco and Harry were destined to be adversaries. "You cannot use my Trevor as an ingredient." After realizing the circumstances, Neville grew anxious. Although Trevor often eluded him, he certainly did not wish for the toad to be transformed into potion. "I am a head boy of Gryffindor. What are you all causing such a ruckus for? Are you not aware that silence must be maintained within the compartment?" At that moment, a haughty voice resonated, and the group turned to see Percy Weasley approaching. Percy, the third child of the Weasley family, had just assumed the role of head boy for Gryffindor this year. As a result, he was bestowed with a brand new robe and an owl, while his previous pet, Pigwidgeon, had been given to his brother Ron. Eager to prove himself in his new position, Percy was keen to uphold the order of the house and relish the authority and prestige that came with it. It was the two of them who stole Neville's toad. Ron interjected, pointing at Draco and Cain, his face a mask of anger and indignation. Chapter 13. Disarming Percy. Upon hearing that someone was bullying a fellow student, Percy felt a surge of delight, perceiving it as an opportunity to showcase his authority. He raised his chin, speaking arrogantly, "You two. After the sorting ceremony, I shall inform your head of house and ensure you are penalized." At that moment, Percy, without grasping the full context, recklessly wielded his power as head boy. Draco's face paled at these words. He never anticipated that even before officially enrolling, he would be tarnishing his house's reputation. The consequences would be unimaginable if his father were to learn of this. However, when he noticed that Cain was also implicated in the punishment, he felt a slight sense of balance, thinking at least he would have a companion in this predicament, and involuntarily glanced toward Cain. Yet, Cain was thoroughly incensed by Percy's indiscriminate actions. He widened his eyes, questioning the latter. "As head boy, do you so casually wrongfully accuse the innocent?" In Cain's view, while he may not consider himself a paragon of virtue, he was certainly not a pushover to be bullied, nor someone who could be falsely accused without recourse. "What? Are you contesting my authority?" Percy cast a disdainful glance at Cain, a hint of a mocking smirk gracing his lips. Arrogant and rude little brat. You must belong to the Malfoy family, right?" Indeed, those of Malfoy lineage are all of this ilk, utterly insufferable. Cain, incensed by the deep-seated prejudice against his family, felt his ire intensify, and he showed no mercy. With a sharp gaze fixed on the trembling rat nestled in Ron's pocket, he coldly remarked, "Oh, is that so? At least our family does not dress our children in discarded robes, wield outdated wands, or harbor pets abandoned by others, especially one that has lived for over a decade." As he spoke, Cain's eyes remained fixed on the rodent in Ron's pocket. Peter Pettigrew, lying there, was taken aback by the sudden attention, inwardly lamenting, "How did this suddenly become about me?" Meanwhile, Harry, standing nearby, absorbed Cain's words and was reminded of his own past hardships, a pang of sorrow swelling within him. He pondered how, had he not come to Hogwarts, he might still be clad in Dudley's oversized, ill-fitting garments, enduring the ridicule and bullying of his peers at a Muggle school. Or, had his parents not left him an inheritance, he might not even have been able to afford a decent second-hand outfit, forced instead to navigate life in tattered rags. However, Cain remained oblivious to the fact that Harry, who considered him his first friend in a magical world, was quietly heartbroken. Even if he were aware, he could only lash out in retaliation. For it seemed that poverty was the sole vulnerability of the Weasley family, leaving Cain to silently apologize to Harry. Ron's face flushed crimson. He understood that Cain's words were directed at him. The humiliation of being publicly ridiculed made him wish for a crevice in the ground to swallow him whole. Yet Percy appeared oblivious to his brother's discomfort, clad in a pristine new robe, believing he had distanced himself entirely from his former days of embarrassment and poverty, feeling no connection to the hardships of yesteryears. Truly a shallow Malfoy, flaunting nothing but wealth. Percy glared at Cain with a mix of jealousy and rage. Such words pierced Percy like a blade, reopening the wounds he wished to keep hidden, as memories of the indignities suffered due to poverty surged forth, igniting his fury. "You sharp-tongued little brat, just wait and see how I teach you a lesson." Unable to contain his anger any longer, Percy drew his wand in a sudden, forceful motion, pointing it at Cain, the tip gleaming ominously as if poised to unleash a lethal curse. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. Drawing a wand openly on the train was a blatant violation of school rules. Moreover, it was shocking for a prefect to act in such a manner towards a first-year student. A collective apprehension filled the crowd, as they silently hoped for Cain's escape from this predicament. Even Hermione, who had previously believed that Cain was merely a second-year student, could not help but feel a surge of concern for him at this moment. She doubted Cain's ability to withstand the onslaught of Percy, the head boy. Anxiously, Hermione contemplated stepping forward to explain on Cain's behalf, seeking to diffuse the impending crisis. However, just then, Cain reacted swiftly. Disarm. A flash of light erupted, and Percy's wand was suddenly wrenched from his grasp, clattering to the ground. Percy stood in shock, staring at his empty hand and then at the wand that lay on the floor, disbelief etched across his face. He could scarcely fathom that he, a proud head boy of Gryffindor, had been so easily disarmed by a mere first-year student. It was an utter humiliation. To be disarmed by a newcomer was an affront to his dignity. Beside Hermione, Cain held his wand aloft, aimed defiantly at the once mighty Percy. He continued to taunt the disarmed head boy, relishing in the moment, for there was nothing Cain despised more than arrogance. At that moment, Percy felt as though the very air around him had solidified, the stares of his peers piercing him like daggers. He longed to vanish from that space, to find a crack in the earth to hide within. Overwhelmed by humiliation, he could endure it no longer. He forced himself to stifle his rage, bent down to retrieve his wand, and spat a bitter threat. "Just wait until we're back at school." He then turned and fled the compartment, his retreating figure a testament to his inner turmoil and disgrace. "Oh, splendid, Cain. You've defeated the head boy of Gryffindor before even starting school," Draco exclaimed, his face alight with pride as he danced about, eager to boast of Cain's gallant feat to his two loyal companions, Crabbe and Goyle. They could hardly believe that this boy, seemingly of their own age, possessed such formidable magical prowess, effortlessly besting the head boy, particularly Ron, who was acutely aware of the chasm that lay between himself and Percy. At home, Percy basked in their mother's praise for his exceptional magical abilities, and in Ron's eyes, Percy had always been an almost invincible figure. Yet today, Cain, this first-year student, had shattered Ron's perception, leaving them both in awe and apprehension. Meanwhile, the astute Hermione had picked up on several key phrases, not yet enrolled. "Cain, did you not claim to be a second year? Why then does Draco say you have yet to enroll?" Her brow furrowed in suspicion as she turned to Cain, demanding an explanation. "Cain, did you not assert that you were a second year? Why does Draco insist that you have not yet enrolled?" Hermione's eyes brimmed with anger and disappointment. She felt betrayed, having placed her trust in Cain, only to discover that he had deceived her from the outset. Internally, Cain lamented his decision to fabricate this tale merely to tease Hermione, now regretting his actions as she had called him out on his lie, a misstep that had backfired spectacularly. At this moment, Draco realized that he had misspoken and inwardly lamented his choice of words. "You won't harm my leaf, will you?" Amidst the awkward atmosphere, Neville, who had been largely overlooked by the others, cautiously interjected. His gaze was fixed on Draco, filled with apprehension and fear, evidently still worried that his toad would be taken for potion making. Rest assured, we shall not touch your leaf. Take it and be on your way. Do not lose it again, Cain said, casting a grateful glance at Neville, secretly relieved that his timely words had alleviated his own predicament. Thank you. You are truly a kind soul, Cain. Leaf, and I will certainly express our gratitude, Neville replied with a sigh of relief, carefully cradling the toad before turning to exit the compartment. And what about you two? The matter is resolved. Is there anything else? Cain asked Ron and Harry, who stood rooted to the spot, striving to maintain a calm tone. No, nothing, Ron replied, a hint of nervousness causing him to swallow hard. He stole a sidelong glance at Cain, his eyes betraying a profound fear. He was uncertain what the boy, who had just sent his brother fleeing in disgrace, might do next, and all he could think of was escaping this place of turmoil. I'm sorry, Cain. Ron didn't mean to say that. Harry quickly interjected, sensing Ron's distress. He understood that the earlier conflict had primarily stemmed from Ron's dishonesty, and he wished to prevent any further escalation, thus taking the initiative to ease the tension. Chapter 14. The Black Lake. Harry stepped forward, a trace of remorse on his face, and sincerely addressed Cain. Cain, I apologize for what happened earlier. Harry knew full well that Cain had been unjustly accused, and anyone in such a situation would be infuriated. Had he been in Cain's shoes, he too would likely have lost his temper. Harry, why are you apologizing to him? Ron exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief and anger. He raised his voice, declaring, he is a Malfoy. We shouldn't associate with his kind. Ron's gaze was rife with disdain and animosity towards the Malfoy family, and he found Harry's actions utterly incomprehensible. However, just as Harry was about to explain, Cain impatiently interrupted him. If you detest us so much, why not take your rat and leave? It appears you're the only Weasley in this compartment, Cain retorted, his tone laced with sarcasm and disdain. He had no desire to engage further with this impulsive and immature boy, and thus issued an unequivocal dismissal. Harry, let us go. Ron was eager to heed those words, wishing to escape the embarrassment and anger that enveloped him in that moment. He immediately turned, beckoning Harry to follow. Well then, Cain, we're leaving. We'll talk more at school, Harry said, furrowing his brow slightly as he glanced at Cain, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes, but ultimately, he chose to follow Ron out. Deep within his heart, he perhaps felt that Ron, like his former self, harbored unspoken sorrows and vulnerabilities, which is why he could not bear to abandon Ron at this moment. All right, let us continue this conversation at school. Cain silently observed Harry's departing figure, pondering how some individuals seemed destined to tread divergent paths from the very beginning. He had initially aspired to cultivate a positive relationship with Harry. However, given the current circumstances, it was evident that Harry held his friendship with Ron in far greater esteem. Cain understood that some matters cannot be forced and must be allowed to unfold naturally. Cain, then we shall take our leave, Draco said cautiously, his once bright smile now replaced with a profound sense of concern. He was acutely aware that his actions today had caused Cain considerable trouble, and he could only hope that once they arrived at school, Cain would, out of brotherly affection, choose to forget this incident. Though he recognized the difficulty of this wish, he comforted himself with the thought that as a newcomer, Cain's true identity would eventually be discovered, and perhaps his actions today had inadvertently aided him. Go on, Cain waved his hand, watching Draco's retreating silhouette with a sense of resignation. After dismissing those individuals, he suddenly realized that he would have to face Hermione, whom he had deceived, all alone, which induced a throbbing headache. Truly sorry. I didn't mean to deceive you. Cain steeled himself as he observed Hermione, her cheeks puffed up in indignation as she averted her gaze, prompting him to apologize in kind. So, you're indeed a newcomer, and just now, you performed magic to disarm the prefect? Hermione turned her head, her eyes brimming with curiosity. What spell did you just cast? I don't recall seeing it in the first-year textbooks. Her wide eyes sparkled with inquisitiveness, reminiscent of a curious child. This spell is taught later on. It's certainly not included in the first-year curriculum. He was uncertain about the specific year in which this incantation was introduced, but recalled that in the original text, it first appeared during the dueling club hosted by Lockhart. At that time, Snape had effortlessly used this spell to disarm Lockhart. Moreover, this spell held particular significance for Harry, as it was the very incantation he had employed to defeat Voldemort in the final battle, thus saving the entire wizarding world. So, you not only completed the first-year syllabus, but also delved into second-year knowledge? No wonder you claim to be in second year, Hermione exclaimed, as if she had stumbled upon a new continent. But wait, even if you had learned second-year material, It seems improbable that you could best the prefect. It was likely because the opponent underestimated me. That must be the reason, Cain thought to himself, secretly amused by Hermione's relentless pursuit of knowledge. Her inquisitiveness was indeed insatiable. Thus, he followed her line of reasoning and crafted a seemingly plausible excuse. That alone is quite impressive. Are all the children in the magical world this remarkable? Hermione's eyes revealed a hint of concern as she began to doubt whether she would be able to keep up with her peers' academic progress since enrolling. After all, Cain had already demonstrated magical abilities that exceeded her imagination, which filled her with unprecedented pressure. It's not like that. I am merely intrigued by spells and enjoy studying them, which is why I was able to perform that incantation earlier. The two then engaged in a discussion about the content of their first-year textbooks, with Cain already looming in Hermione's mind as an insurmountable barrier. Before long, the Hogwarts Express came to a gentle halt at its destination. As the train stopped, students within the carriages began to rise, collecting their belongings and making their way towards the doors. The cold night air enveloped them, causing each wizard to shiver involuntarily. At that moment, a bright lantern began to sway above their heads. Almost immediately, a booming voice resonated through the darkness. First-year students. First-year students, gather here. Harry, over here. Are you all right? Following the sound, they beheld a towering figure come into view, Hagrid. His immense stature was particularly striking against the night backdrop, and coupled with his powerful voice, he instantly captivated the attention of the newcomers, especially those from Muggle families, who rarely encountered someone so large, gazed at Hagrid with a mixture of curiosity and awe. Watch your step. Are there any first-year students? Follow me. Hagrid called out loudly, waving the lantern in his hand to illuminate their path. Under Hagrid's guidance, the first years cautiously descended a steep, narrow path. Darkness enveloped them on both sides, with only the flickering light from Hagrid's lantern offering a faint glow. Once you turn this corner, you'll catch your first glimpse of Hogwarts, Hagrid exclaimed, turning his head with a proud smile directed at the students trailing behind him. Indeed, as they rounded the bend, the sight before them prompted gasps of astonishment. At the end of the narrow path lay a vast, dark lake, its waters shimmering with mysterious light under the night sky. On the opposite shore, a majestic castle loomed on a high hillside, its windows aglow with warm light, seemingly beckoning the distant newcomers. Each boat can accommodate no more than 4 people, Hagrid announced, pointing to a row of small boats moored at the water's edge. What a tedious rule, Cain remarked disdainfully, observing the boats with a slight curl of his lip. I read that this is meant to replicate the scene of the 4 great wizards arriving at Hogwarts when it was first established, Hermione whispered, her eyes filled with reverence and longing for the history of Hogwarts. It's simply an idle formality. In my opinion, it's designed to ensure that the upperclassmen are seated first, allowing everything to be arranged before the younger students row across. Just look at this weather. It's already cold, and at this late hour, the students are bound to freeze. He found the so-called traditional ceremony rather foolish, as it failed to consider the feelings of the students. Let us board the boat, Cain declared, pulling Hermione toward a small vessel. Coincidentally, Harry and Ron were also making their way toward the same boat. For a moment, the 4 stood at the edge of the boat, exchanging glances, as an awkward atmosphere enveloped them. Chapter 15. Sorting Hair Washing. Cain, Ron didn't mean to wrong you, Harry said, encountering Cain once more, his eyes reflecting sincerity as he attempted to mend the previous discord between them. Ron stood aside, visibly uneasy. The thought of apologizing to Draco Malfoy's kin was particularly difficult for him to accept. His hands instinctively tugged at the hem of his clothing, his gaze wandering. All right, I didn't take it to heart, Cain waved dismissively, genuinely unconcerned about such childish accusations. To him, these were merely naive conflicts among youngsters, hardly worth a fuss. Silence descended upon them, rendering the atmosphere somewhat delicate. The small boat glided smoothly over the tranquil lake, the cold night breeze carrying a hint of chill. Cain casually noticed Hermione beside him shivering from the cold, stirring a sympathetic impulse within him. Without hesitation, he withdrew his wand from his robe and softly uttered, "Warm as spring." In an instant, a wave of warmth enveloped the boat, as if the spring sun had descended upon each individual, dispelling the chill and infusing the frigid lake with a unique warmth. Hermione, feeling the sudden warmth, looked up with gratitude in her eyes directed toward Cain. This warmth not only comforted her body, but also stirred a gentle flow of affection deep within her heart. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron observed from the side, their expressions tinged with envy. They understood that Cain's magical prowess far exceeded their expectations, filling them with both anticipation and trepidation regarding the forthcoming magical studies. concerned they might struggle to keep pace with their peers. Move aside a bit, you're blocking the warmth. Not far away, Draco, previously nestled between Crabbe and Goyle for warmth, ordered his two companions to part, eager to bask in the spell Cain had just cast. His eyes brimmed with melancholy as he pondered why his brother was not aboard this vessel. After all, he was his true sibling. The small boat continued its steady voyage across the lake, advancing toward the majestic and enigmatic castle. Suddenly, as they reached the center of the lake, Cain sensed a subtle shift in his wand at his waist. The excitement of Star Shadow coursed through the wand, prompting Cain to quickly focus and soothe it. Now is not the time to attract attention. Dumbledore and Snape must surely be watching Harry. Under its master's calming presence, Star Shadow's agitation subsided. Soon, the boat approached the cliff where the castle loomed. The magnificent castle loomed high, resembling a colossal giant surveying the diminutive newcomers. A small boat traversed a pitch-black tunnel, ultimately arriving at an underground dock. The students rose one by one, disembarking from the vessel. Soon, they found themselves before a grand oak door. Hagrid strode forward with large strides, raising his enormous fist to knock thrice upon the castle's entrance. The door creaked open, revealing a dark-haired witch clad in a resplendent emerald robe. Her countenance was stern, and her gaze emanated an aura of authority that made it evident she was no ordinary individual. "Thank you, Hagrid. I shall take it from here," Professor McGonagall said softly, subsequently waving her wand, causing the immense door to swing open with ease. At that moment, the hum of voices from the Great Hall could be heard, filled with the laughter and chatter of older students who had evidently taken their seats early, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the first years. Professor McGonagall led the newcomers to an empty chamber at the far end of the hall, her face adorned with a warm smile as she welcomed the students. She then elaborated on the sorting ceremony and its significance, providing the bewildered young witches and wizards with a preliminary understanding of the impending sorting. Following this, she allowed them a moment to tidy themselves up, ensuring they presented their best selves for the ceremony. "How will they accurately place us into our respective houses?" Harry sighed in relief once Professor McGonagall departed. "I heard Fred mention that they might have us face a troll." A sudden chill ran through Harry. He knew no magic at all. What would he do in front of so many people? "Don't think so grimly. They'll simply place a hat upon your head, and it will reveal to you which house you belong to. You won't have to demonstrate any magic." Cain's voice quieted the incantation reciters, allowing Harry to exhale. Relieved that no magic display was required. "Form a line and follow me," he instructed. The first years lined up and entered the Great Hall, with Malfoy closely trailing behind Cain, his eyes reflecting a hint of dependence. In this unfamiliar and enchanting environment, he felt a sense of security only when near Cain. At that moment, Malfoy grasped Cain's arm, while a translucent ghost, pearlescent in hue, glided past the young wizards, evidently startling them. Now, single file, Professor McGonagall turned to the newcomers, urging them to keep close. As they entered the Great Hall, they beheld its opulent grandeur. Hermione whispered softly to Cain, who stood behind her. Professor McGonagall placed a tattered wizard's hat upon a stool at the front of the faculty table, all eyes fixed upon the hat, and the hall fell into a profound silence. Suddenly, the hat began to stir, its brim splitting wide to reveal a large mouth, and it commenced to sing. As the sorting hat concluded its song, the hall erupted into thunderous applause. At that moment, Professor McGonagall, holding a roll of parchment, took a few steps forward. "I shall call out a name, and that individual shall don the hat and await their house assignment." "Hannah Abbott." Professor McGonagall announced the first name. Cain recalled that this young girl eventually married Neville. A rosy-cheeked girl with two golden braids stumbled out of the line, placing the hat upon her head, which just barely obscured her eyes. After a brief pause, the hat proclaimed Hufflepuff. As soon as the words were spoken, a wave of enthusiastic applause and cheers erupted from the Hufflepuff section. Hannah removed the hat, revealing a beaming smile, and made her way to the Hufflepuff seats. Observing the new students being sorted into their houses, Harry felt a surge of anxiety. Glancing at Cain ahead of him, he envied the loving parents, mischievous younger brother, and formidable magical prowess that Cain possessed, attributes Harry deeply admired. Before long, Hermione was sorted into Gryffindor, a swifter process than in the original story, clearly reflecting her strong desire to join that house. Shortly thereafter, Draco was called up. He disdainfully regarded the hat, but reluctantly took a seat. The hat barely grazed his hair before declaring, "Slytherin." Draco's cheeks lost some of their pallor, obviously pleased with this outcome. He rose, adjusted his robes, and strode toward the Slytherin table. As he passed by Cain, he slightly lifted his chin and softly remarked, "I'll be waiting for you in Slytherin before long." Ron and Harry were sorted into their houses, mirroring the original tale, both landing in Gryffindor. The atmosphere in Gryffindor was filled with laughter and joy, as the young lions were particularly elated at the arrival of the savior. Cain Malfoy. At last, Professor McGonagall called Cain's name. Numerous Slytherin students turned their gazes toward him. Some had heard their elders mention this name and were filled with curiosity and anticipation. Hermione, Harry, and the others were also keenly interested in which house he would be assigned, even though they already knew the answer in their hearts. Behind the Sorting Hat, at the headmaster's table, Dumbledore observed Cain intently. Could this lad truly be the one foretold? As Cain approached the Sorting Hat under the scrutiny of many eyes, he gazed at the grimy hat and entertained a bold thought. Professor McGonagall, may I have a word with the Sorting Hat first? Just as she was about to place the hat upon Cain's head, he halted her. Professor McGonagall was taken aback, for in all her years of teaching, no student had ever communicated with the Sorting Hat before being sorted. A glimmer of surprise and curiosity crossed her face, but upon reflection, she realized that Cain's request did not violate any rules. Seeing that Professor McGonagall did not object, Cain interpreted this as her tacit approval. Mr. Sorting Hat, shall I give you a wash? Chapter 16. Sorting, Slytherin. The Sorting Hat is merely a hat. Why, then, would anyone propose to wash it? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes brimming with incredulity as they whispered among themselves, speculating on Cain's intentions. Professor Snape, seated at the faculty table, felt a surge of exasperation. This was precisely how Cain had once convinced himself to wash his own hair. Oh, you rascal! The Sorting Hat, once devoid of life, subtly bent as if to express its emotions. Yet, I must confess, despite my curiosity about the sensation of a wash, I had never before encountered such an experience. Its voice resonated in the ears of the onlookers, laced with novelty and excitement, rendering the already astonished students even more dumbfounded. Then you might want to try this Malfoy brand shampoo, Cain exclaimed, producing a bottle seemingly out of thin air, emblazoned with the bold words, anti-dandruff, oil control. Freshness every day. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Cain deftly sprayed the shampoo onto the Sorting Hat's dark surface. In an instant, the milky liquid appeared glaringly bright against the black backdrop, creating a peculiar and absurd contrast to the solemnity of the sorting ceremony. Pure as spring water, he declared as a small stream flowed from his wand, causing the milky substance to foam, seep, spread, and dissipate upon contact with the water. At that moment, nearly everyone believed Cain had lost his mind. Their expressions were filled with confusion and disbelief, as if they were observing an incomprehensible oddity. However, the Weasley twins from Gryffindor were utterly different. Their eyes met, sparkling with excitement and unspoken camaraderie, as if silently communicating. How did you not think of such a brilliant prank? Their expressions were unmistakably those of admiration for Cain's audacious act. Perceiving it as a uniquely creative performance, Professor McGonagall, caught in an awkward predicament, hesitated briefly about whether to lower the Sorting Hat, as some of the white foam had splattered onto her hands. Yet, her indecision did not linger long. Cain swiftly completed his task, and the Sorting Hat emerged revitalized. Its previous layer of dust entirely vanished. Achoo! The Sorting Hat suddenly let out a loud sneeze, the sound echoing jarringly in the hushed hall. It then sniffed its brim with an invisible nose, exclaiming in satisfaction, "How delightful!" This scene prompted Professor Snape to instinctively raise a hand to his smooth hair, a flicker of bewilderment and curiosity in his eyes as he pondered. Could this shampoo truly be so fragrant? All right, Professor McGonagall, we may proceed with the sorting. Having completed his antics, Cain settled contentedly onto the stool beside the Sorting Hat. Observing this, Professor McGonagall gently shook her head, a wry smile playing on her lips. She stepped forward and firmly placed the Sorting Hat atop Cain's head. Young man, thank you for the wash. The voice of the Sorting Hat echoed in Cain's ear. Over the years, I have certainly had my fill of those little wizards' filthy hair. I have endured that foul odor for far too long. Now, let us see to which house you truly belong. The moment the hat descended upon him, Cain cast a mental barrier. He was acutely aware that the Sorting Hat delved into the minds of students during the sorting process, discerning their qualities and personal desires to render its decision. Although he was uncertain of the extent of this exploration, he opted to conceal certain memories and emotions, skillfully directing the hat to glean only the information he had preordained. As anticipated, the moment the hat barely grazed Cain's hair, it shrieked. Another Malfoy? Proud, powerful, confident. Without a doubt, Slytherin. Upon hearing the result, a subtle smile graced Cain's lips, and he stood with a measured grace, striding towards the Slytherin table with poise. Along the way, Slytherin students applauded warmly, their faces alight with friendly smiles, as if welcoming a long-lost relative. Draco was among those fervently cheering, exclaiming, "I knew it! Cain, you are indeed a Slytherin." At the Gryffindor table, Hermione, Neville, and Harry clapped for him, and even Ron displayed a hint of excitement. Yet, his enthusiasm differed from the others. He steadfastly believed that all members of the Malfoy family were malevolent. Witnessing Cain sorted into Slytherin only reinforced his convictions. A sense of smugness bubbling within him, as if to declare, "See, I knew he was a thoroughly wicked individual." Ron was not alone in his sentiments. His brother Percy, still reeling from being outmaneuvered by a first year, felt a wave of relief upon seeing Cain sorted away from Gryffindor. He mused, "Now I need not worry about this brat deducting point from Gryffindor. I must seize the opportunity to teach him a lesson, to make him aware of the consequences of crossing Percy Weasley." At the head table, Professor Dumbledore sat quietly, his penetrating gaze fixed upon Cain through his half-moon spectacles. His expression was inscrutable, leaving one to ponder its meaning. Cain sensed this scrutiny and raised his gaze to meet Dumbledore's eyes. The normally stern and aloof elder now wore a warm smile, gently raising his cup in a gesture towards Cain. Cain, too, recognized the gaze and met it with his own, noting the previously icy demeanor of the old man had softened into a smile, raising his cup in acknowledgement. Could it be that he senses I am not part of his design? Cain understood Dumbledore's profound influence at Hogwarts and realized that many of his actions within the school would likely not escape the old man's observant eyes. However, for the time being, Dumbledore's demeanor seemed amicable, allowing Cain to momentarily set aside his apprehensions. As the final student was sorted into Slytherin, Professor McGonagall neatly rolled up the parchment in her hands and departed with the sorting hat. As she left, the sorting hat could still be heard exclaiming, "Long live shampoo." This could certainly be seen as a rather cheeky advertisement for the Malfoy family's hair care product. Headmaster Albus Dumbledore rose, his face beaming with joy as he gazed at the students, extending his arms to welcome them. Welcome to Hogwarts as we embark on a new academic year." Before the feast commenced, he expressed a few words: "Fools, crybabies, scoundrels, twist. Thank you all." He then took a seat. The students erupted into wild applause and cheers. Even though none of them understood what was being said, they recognized that this was the most extraordinary wizard in the world. Indeed, this old man was quite eccentric. Draco, unable to comprehend the words being spoken, leaned over to Cain and muttered his thoughts, though his voice carried enough for those nearby to hear. "Honestly, I believe Hogwarts has been led astray by this old coot." The others readily agreed with Draco's sentiments, prompting him to engage in conversation with them. Suddenly, sumptuous dishes appeared in front of them, a feast of colors, aromas, and flavors. Having endured a long day of travel, these young witches and wizards were ravenous, their eyes lighting up at the sight of the delectable food, salivating at the prospect. In an instant, they were captivated by the culinary delights, and the previously bustling chatter faded, leaving only the sounds of clinking cutlery and the chewing of food reverberating through the hall. Cain began to enjoy his dinner, reluctantly admitting that the house elves at Hogwarts possessed exceptional culinary skills, crafting dishes of exquisite taste. He mused quietly to himself, if these dishes were served in the Muggle world, they would surely draw immense crowds. Eventually, as the last of the pudding vanished from the table, Professor Dumbledore stood once more. As he spoke, his bright eyes swept toward the Weasley twins, revealing a subtle warning and a hint of mirth. However, when Dumbledore mentioned these precautions, there was an unmistakable air of encouragement for Gryffindor to take risks. This left Terrence Higgs, seated next to Draco at the Slytherin table, feeling somewhat perplexed. Sharing a mutual enthusiasm for Quidditch, he and Draco had quickly bonded. At that moment, he leaned closer to Draco and whispered in the past. Whenever the headmaster forbade us from going somewhere, he would always provide a reason, like the dangers lurking in the Forbidden Forest, yet this time, he has said nothing at all. Chapter 17, The Battle for Chief. Draco and the others did not dwell on Dumbledore's seemingly odd behavior. To them, this peculiar headmaster was known for his eccentricities, often forgetting things or acting in ways that were difficult to comprehend. It was perfectly natural. However, Cain inwardly scoffed. He was acutely aware that Dumbledore's actions were far from coincidental. They were, in fact, a blatant temptation. On one hand, it served as a subtle hint to Voldemort that the Philosopher's Stone was concealed in the very locations mentioned. On the other hand, there is no doubt that this is igniting the curiosity and spirit of exploration within those young wizards. However, the temptation is too overt. Voldemort seems to have no alternative. And those young wizards are precisely the type to fall for it, easily aroused by such intrigue. Now, before everyone retires for the night, let us join together in singing the school song. After Dumbledore had finished outlining all necessary precautions, he slowly drew forth his ancient wand and waved it gently. In an instant, a soft glow emanated from the tip of the wand, guiding the entire faculty and student body into a chorus of a school song that possessed only lyrics and no fixed melody. In that moment, the hall was filled with a cacophony of voices, though the sound was far from melodious. Rather, it was somewhat discordant and jarring. The smiles that had adorned the faces of the teachers and students gradually faltered, replaced by expressions of awkwardness and resignation. Observing this, Cain discreetly cast a silencing charm upon himself, and in an instant, the clamor of dissonant voices was shut out, granting him a serene clarity of mind. Amidst the scattered and uneven notes of the collective singing, only the Weasley twins stood apart, continuing their rendition to the slow, somber melody of the funeral march, their voices deep and resonant. Ultimately, this peculiar concert concluded amidst the tumult, signaling the time for students to retire. The first-year Gryffindors closely followed Percy, navigating through the bustling and noisy crowd as they exited the hall and ascended the broad marble staircase. Harry felt as though his legs were laden with lead, not solely due to the exhaustion of a day filled with activity, but also from the sumptuous dinner he had just consumed, leaving him somewhat cumbersome in his movements. Ron hurried a few steps to keep pace with his older brother Percy, a hint of concern etched on his face as he quietly inquired, "Percy, are you all right? How are you holding up?" He had been preoccupied with the earlier incident when Percy had been struck by Cain's spell, convinced that Cain must have employed some form of malevolent dark magic. Otherwise, how could he have so easily bested Percy? This only intensified his animosity toward Cain. "I'm fine. Just don't mention this to Fred and the others. Otherwise, they'll tell Mum." Percy quickly waved his hand, signaling that he was unscathed, while casting a warning glance at Ron. He did not wish for this embarrassing incident to become widely known. That Cain must be a dark wizard. Otherwise, why would he be sorted into Slytherin? Ron's tone was filled with conviction, evidently harboring deep skepticism and hostility towards Cain's identity. In his mind, Slytherin House was akin to a breeding ground for dark magic, and Cain's placement there only solidified his negative assumptions. Upon hearing Ron's description, Percy couldn't help but let a subtle smile slip, a barely noticeable upturn of his lips. He patted Ron on the shoulder and softly replied, "Enough of your worries. I have my ways to handle him, but you mustn't provoke him. You're no match for him." Cain remained blissfully unaware of the events transpiring among the new Gryffindors. Even if he were cognizant of Percy's intentions to target him, he would feel no trepidation. At that moment, he was accompanying Gemma Farley to the Slytherin common room. Gemma Farley was a strikingly beautiful woman, possessing delicately arched eyebrows, and her hazel eyes resembled the depths of a tranquil lake. Her prominent nose accentuated her facial contours, and her sensuous red lips curled into a subtle smile that exuded an enchanting allure. "I am Gemma Farley, the prefect of Slytherin. Here, you must adhere strictly to the rules. I will not tolerate any infractions that result in point deductions." Her voice rang out clear and resolute, her serious admonition striking like thunder, instilling a sense of discipline among the newcomers, who immediately recognized the gravity of decorum within Slytherin House. The Slytherin common room lay deep within the dungeons of Hogwarts Castle. Soon, they found themselves before a stone wall. Pure blood, Gemma whispered the password, and in an instant, a stone door slowly materialized, revealing the passage to the common room. It was a narrow, low-ceilinged chamber, illuminated by eerie green lights suspended from the ceiling by thick chains, casting a ghostly glow. The surrounding walls were adorned with skulls, enhancing the room's mysterious and sinister atmosphere. A portion of the dungeon extended beneath the Black Lake, shrouding the space in a faint green hue, as if enveloped by a mystical veil. Cain pondered silently. Earlier on the boat, his star shadow had reacted vigorously to the magical energies of the lake's depths, yet now, within the common room, it remained utterly still. He speculated that this chamber might possess a unique quality that shielded magical energies, rendering his star shadow dormant. The password to enter the common room changes every fortnight, and the new password will be posted on the notice board. You must remember it well, or you shall find yourself sleeping outside, Gemma reiterated emphatically. At that moment, Professor Snape, clad in a flowing black robe, entered with a measured stride. All the newcomers instinctively looked up at the legendary and formidable head of their house. "First, I welcome you to Slytherin House. I am your head of house." Professor Snape's words served as a heartening tonic. providing immense comfort to the young Slytherins who had heard numerous disparaging remarks about their house. They thought to themselves, "Indeed, those who speak ill of us do so merely out of jealousy, for only those who feel inadequate would resort to slander." At that moment, they brimmed with confidence and pride in their house. Now, it is time for the first years of Slytherin to elect a prefect, or more precisely, a head. Professor Snape's gaze swept across the faces of the new students, his expression remaining as stern as ever. By the time you reach your 5th year, the head can directly assume the position of prefect. As his words fell, an air of tension suddenly enveloped the once lively atmosphere, and the common room fell into a profound silence. I trust that most of you are well aware of the rules governing wizard dueling. Now, I require you to elect a head through the means of a duel. Those wishing to participate should step to my left. Professor Snape's sharp and penetrating eyes once again scrutinized the first-year students present, his gaze seemingly capable of piercing through their very souls. In truth, he had already formed his own judgment regarding the candidate for this position. After his inspection, nearly all the new students promptly positioned themselves at Professor Snape's left, save for Draco and his 2 cohorts, Crabbe and Goyle, who remained rooted to the spot. The students on the left were eager and animated, their faces alight with excitement and anticipation. To them, this was an unparalleled opportunity to showcase themselves and seize power. As aspiring little wizards, they were not about to relinquish such a chance easily. Their eyes were filled with disdain as they regarded Draco and his companions, for in their eyes, a wizard who forsook such an opportunity for advancement could hardly be deemed a worthy Slytherin. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Draco's face flushed a deep crimson. Normally proud, he felt a twinge of embarrassment in the face of the disdainful gazes of those around him. However, he was acutely aware of Cain's prowess, and to him, the notion that those present could aspire to be the head was nothing short of a foolish daydream. "Very well, it appears you are all prepared." Professor Snape observed the gathered students and nodded slightly, then waved his wand, signaling for them to disperse as they prepared to commence this intense competition for the head. Chapter 18, A Brawl. With a gentle wave of Professor Snape's wand, a peculiar wave of magical energy swiftly permeated the room. The furniture, which had occupied the center of the Slytherin common room, seemed to vanish one by one, as if drawn by some mysterious force, only to be replaced in an instant by a uniquely shaped circular arena. The edges of the arena were adorned with intricately coiled serpentine patterns, and under the eerie green light, it appeared as though it might spring to life at any moment, exuding an air of cold authority. The arena was substantial enough to comfortably accommodate all the eager little wizards surrounding it. Those intending to participate in the election, ascend this arena, Professor Snape warned. Once you step upon it, you shall be faced with a very real threat of life and death. I shall not coddle you as one would tender flowers. Extending his elongated wand, he pointed directly at the center of the arena, his cold gaze sweeping over the group of young wizards who had previously stood to his left. His voice low and commanding, imbued with an undeniable finality. Upon hearing his words, several young wizards' faces turned ashen, their earlier excitement vanishing in an instant. Initially, they were filled with the belief that this competition would merely involve casting a few simple spells to showcase their abilities, thereby winning the confidence of the crowd and effortlessly securing the position of chief. However, it has now become evident that the reality is far from their expectations, with dangers lurking beyond their imagination. Nevertheless, a portion of the young wizards, brimming with self-assurance, strode confidently onto the stage, their posture erect and their eyes shimmering with fierce determination. Yet, even so, approximately half of the audience remained hesitant, their feet seemingly anchored to the ground. Professor Snape observed these indecisive young Slytherins, a barely perceptible disdain flickering in his profound gaze. "Why are you still lingering? I have no time to wait here. If you continue to dawdle, I shall consider your forfeit." Under the chilling weight of his words, several young wizards gritted their teeth and slowly ascended the stage with somewhat heavy steps. However, when their eyes met those of their already prepared opponents, the confidence within them dissipated significantly, replaced by expressions of anxiety and unease. Meanwhile, those still rooted to their spots, lacking the courage to ascend the stage, flushed with embarrassment and shame, lowering their heads. Draco, standing nearby, could not help but share a derisive laugh with his followers, Crabbe and Goyle, at the sight of these timid souls. "Well then, since everyone is prepared, let us commence. Remember, there can only be one chief. Only the individual who stands victorious on this platform shall be worthy of this honor." Professor Snape, arms crossed, stood quietly to the side, observing with a cold gaze. To his surprise, As soon as his words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the arena, with no one daring to make the first move. The young wizards exchanged glances, their eyes entwined with hesitation and trepidation. After all, they would be classmates in the future, and if one were struck too harshly at this moment, it might complicate their interactions down the line. If you are too timid to cast even a single spell, I shall take it upon myself to eliminate you from the competition. Professor Snape's voice resonated once more, like a heavy hammer striking the hearts of those present. In an instant, it seemed to ignite a fuse, as half of the crowd abruptly raised their wands, uniting in a fierce assault directed at Cain. Stupefy, disarm, bind him quickly. A barrage of curses, enveloped in a kaleidoscope of colors, surged toward Cain with the swiftness of arrows released from a bow. In their minds, Cain, who had previously stolen the limelight during the sorting ceremony, was undoubtedly the most formidable adversary at present. Eliminating him first would render the position of chief within reach. Observing this, Cain maintained a calm demeanor, unfazed as he swiftly drew his wand from his robes. He could not help but reflect that most of these children hailed from pure-blood families and had likely received some degree of magical instruction prior to their enrollment. Although the spells they cast appeared somewhat juvenile in power, their adeptness at such a young age could not be underestimated. Protego, Cain softly muttered an incantation, and the tip of his wand instantaneously erupted with a dazzling blue light. This azure radiance swiftly expanded, encircling him and forming an indomitable magical barrier. In that moment, the spellcasters around him, caught entirely off guard, fell victim to its power. Those who were destined to collapse hit the ground stiffly, their bodies rendered instantly unconscious. Others found themselves immobilized, their limbs seemingly ensnared by countless invisible ropes, rendering them motionless. A few unfortunate souls were violently repelled, tumbling backwards and landing clumsily at the edge of the arena. At this moment, they were all askew and in disarray, having lost all ability to continue the fight, effectively eliminated from a contest. The remaining serpentine figures witnessed this spectacle, exchanging glances of alarm. After a brief moment of silent communication, they swiftly reached a consensus, encircling Cain and trapping him firmly in their midst. Each of them bore a grave expression, clutching their wands tightly, their gaze fixed upon Cain as if he were a ferocious beast poised to strike. Yield now, to spare yourselves from further injury, Cain advised calmly, standing tall and composed within the circle, a confident smile gracing his lips. We are many. If anyone is to concede, it shall be you. A robust girl with flowing black hair shouted, her face flushed as she defiantly lifted her chin. Brothers, charge. He must have been injured by our spells earlier, and now seeks to dissuade us from fighting. Don't heed his words. Indeed, surrender quickly and vacate the stage, as we do not wish to be seen as bullying you. A male voice chimed in, joining the raucous cheer. From the sidelines, Draco observed the scene, his frustration boiling over as he stomped his feet in indignation. Regret washed over him. Had he known the rules of engagement would unfold in such a manner, he would have rushed to the stage to support Cain, ensuring he would not face this overwhelming onslaught alone. This is a cowardly victory. A multitude bullying a single individual is hardly a display of skill, Draco shouted, his voice rising above the clamor, urging Crabbe and Goyle beside him to join in his protest on Cain's behalf. Chapter 19. A swift resolution. However, Cain appeared undeterred, seemingly oblivious to the cacophony surrounding him. He stood silently, a smile lingering on his face, his eyes betraying a hint of disdain, as though the antics before him were nothing more than a farce. Should it come to that, do not weep and wail for mercy later, Cain remarked, slightly raising his wand. The tip glowed once more with a brilliant crimson light, striking like a fierce bolt of lightning, instantly impacting all those encircled around him. The young wizards scarcely had time to react, as a tremendous force surged forth, sending their wands soaring uncontrollably into the air, followed by their bodies being violently thrust away, crashing down across the arena. As Cain surveyed the chaotic scene before him, a sense of pride welled up within. The disarming charm proved remarkably effective against these relatively inexperienced young wizards. A mere infusion of magical energy sufficed to disarm them all, while simultaneously rendering them unconscious. A truly convenient feat. Well done, Cain. You are truly remarkable. Draco, witnessing Cain standing alone in triumphant splendor upon the stage, was flushed with excitement, unabashedly cheering, his eyes brimming with admiration and reverence for Cain. Professor Snape, standing quietly nearby, observed this spectacle with a sense of inner satisfaction. This child possessed formidable strength, and his talent in potion-making was exceptional. He was indeed a credit to his mentor. However, as Snape's gaze drifted over the sprawled bodies of the students on the stage, his expression darkened. This boy was rather reckless. Although the disarming charm inflicted minimal harm upon these young wizards, any unforeseen complications could lead to dire consequences. As Cain's godfather, he had neither the time nor the inclination to clean up such a mess. An impressive, disarming charm, Cain. Draco, you two go and rouse these students, Professor Snape said. His brow furrowed, a hint of displeasure lacing his voice. Understood, Professor. Revive them quickly, Cain replied, brandishing his wand and casting a healing spell. A gentle radiance emanated from the tip of his wand, akin to warm sunlight, softly enveloping the unconscious students. Moments later, they began to awaken one by one. Seeing this, Professor Snape was momentarily taken aback. He had not expected that Cain had also mastered healing magic. Such spells demanded a high level of control over one's magical power and mental fortitude, and typically, Slytherin students, influenced by family traditions and their own temperaments, often dismissed the study of such gentle magics. Yet, Cain had managed to grasp it, much to Snape's surprise. Initially, Professor Snape intended for the two brothers to use the most rudimentary method, pinching the students awake, to not only reprimand Cain for his heavy-handedness, but also to curb the boy's audacity, as he often exhibited a lack of respect in Snape's presence. However, who could have anticipated that Cain would possess such skill, completely appending his plans? The awakened Slytherins now bore expressions of fear. The previous arrogance had vanished without a trace, replaced by profound respect and trepidation. They gazed at Cain as if he were an unreachable powerhouse, filled with apprehension. Observing their demeanor, Cain felt a deep sense of satisfaction. In Slytherin, strength reigns supreme, and only absolute power commands the respect and awe of others, which was precisely the effect he sought to achieve. It appeared that the choice for the top position was now glaringly evident. From this moment forth, Cain Malfoy would be the head of the first-year students. Professor Snape surveyed the dejected young wizards in the audience, his tone softening slightly as he offered words of encouragement. After all, the students entering Slytherin came from diverse backgrounds, with varying degrees of magical education prior to their admission. It was only natural that disparities would exist among them at the start of the term. However, some exceptionally gifted students, through a semester of diligent study, could not only quickly bridge the gap with their peers, but might even surpass those who initially held an advantage. Of course, such occurrences were rare. In Professor Snape's eyes, Cain was an unprecedented magical prodigy. It seemed that even the enigmatic figure whose name could not be uttered would pale in comparison to Cain at his age. As Snape's gaze scanned the audience, he noticed among the defeated students, one was quietly clenching their fists, eyes reflecting an indomitable spirit. With that, he could only offer them silent wishes for good fortune while mourning the formidable challenges that awaited them. After all, displacing Cain from his esteemed position would be no easy feat. The boys' dormitory lay to the left, while the girls' dormitory was on the right. The head boy had a separate chamber, and the remaining students were to share rooms of 5, ensuring arrangements were made for the morrow's classes without tardiness. Having succinctly conveyed his directives, Snape strode away with purpose. Upon learning that the head boy enjoyed a private room, the surrounding Slytherins cast envious glances at Cain, their eyes brimming with desire and jealousy. Simultaneously, a fierce determination ignited within them. Each clenched their fists, resolute in their intent to defeat Cain next time and claim that coveted position for themselves. Cain, previously unaware of the additional perks that accompanied his title, felt a twinge of satisfaction. He meticulously arranged the books he had brought onto the shelves in his new room, surveying his surroundings with a contemplative mind. It dawned on him that, barring unforeseen circumstances, he would be spending the next several years in this very chamber, prompting him to carefully plan his days ahead. Over the years, Cain had never wavered in his rigorous physical training. Consequently, his stamina far surpassed that of his peers, even exceeding that of many adult wizards. He observed that most wizards neglected the cultivation of their physical capabilities, immersing themselves in the study of magic while their fitness languished, likely inferior even to that of laboring muggles. In terms of magical prowess, Cain believed he had reached the level of an advanced wizard, yet the realm of the Archmage seemed to be shrouded by an invisible barrier, perpetually out of reach. Furthermore, his exploration of dark magic had been relatively limited. While the allure of its power was undeniable, it concealed grave dangers, and one misstep could lead to becoming a grotesque creature, devoid of eyebrows and a nose. Additionally, he believed that advancing through blind exploration paled in comparison to progressing by standing upon the shoulders of giants. Hogwarts, with its formidable faculty, undoubtedly provided the ideal environment for his comprehensive development. Chapter 20. The Debate in the Headmaster's Office. As for the high-ranking wizards, he has delineated the levels of magical power among sorcerers, categorizing them primarily into 7 tiers. For instance, Fudge, being somewhat of a dullard, has developed a twisted psyche as he observes the younger wizards capable of learning magic. The intermediate wizards correspond to the 46th grade in school, having acquired a certain level of magical proficiency, enabling them to tackle more intricate magical challenges. The advanced wizards are akin to adult sorcerers, including some lower-tier aurors, who have achieved a commendable level of magical ability, combat experience, and knowledge. Ascending further, we encounter the Grand Wizards, represented by more skilled aurors and professors such as Mad-Eye Moody, Snape, Professor McGonagall, and Professor Flitwick. At the pinnacle lies the Sacred Wizard, with Merlin being the sole exemplar, symbolizing the divine origins and supreme realm of magic, possessing powers and wisdom that transcend ordinary comprehension. Naturally, the aforementioned levels and their corresponding grades reflect the general proficiency, such as the protagonists, whose spellcasting abilities surpass those of their peers. Additionally, some wizards have never received formal education, resulting in their spellcasting skills being limited to that of a novice wizard. Cain has already eliminated many of this caliber, as he often encounters nefarious dark wizards attempting to seize his galleons and magical materials while procuring supplies. Presently, Kiaro's abilities might barely graze the threshold of a Grand Wizard, although his strength has been significantly diminished due to sharing his body with Voldemort. However, should Voldemort gain full control, he would be on the verge of legendary power. Yet in his current state, his spellcasting would be short-lived. What he must do next is to swiftly ascend to the rank of Grand Wizard, and then surpass that legendary, sacred, and even transcend the sacred realms. Of course, this is somewhat of a digression. For now, he must focus on successfully navigating the semester to avoid expulsion due to excessive misconduct. While Cain was still strategizing for his future in his dormitory, a spacious and beautifully adorned circular chamber was abuzz with a vigorous argument. The walls were adorned with portraits of past headmasters, who were abruptly roused from their sweet slumber by the fervent discord. They muttered their discontent, yet listened intently, intrigued by this unexpected confrontation. Dumbledore's voice resonated with palpable ire, his piercing gaze fixed upon the uninvited guest before him, reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. The elderly figure standing in front of him bore a weathered countenance, with disheveled hair and an unkempt beard, appearing rather unrefined. The passage of time had etched deep lines across his face, yet his blue eyes sparkled with shrewdness and determination. "Albus, after all these years, are you still brooding over past events?" The elder's voice, though slightly hoarse, retained a hint of irreverence and nonchalance, seemingly unfazed by Dumbledore's wrath. "You have already lost the last encounter. Time has revealed the answers. I am indeed the one who is correct, and you should remain there in all honesty." Dumbledore's words were resolute, imbued with an undeniable authority. Deep within his heart, he understood that the presence of this former friend, perhaps even a lover, would inevitably stir a considerable upheaval. Moreover, should you be discovered at this moment, the entire wizarding world would plunge into an abyss of panic. "Oh." The old man slightly lifted his chin, a mysterious smile gracing his lips, subtly indicating that this magical realm was in dire need of transformation. "Allow me to share a revelation. I emerged long ago, 11 years past. Can you fathom what I have witnessed?" A flicker of barely perceptible surprise crossed Dumbledore's eyes. He had not anticipated that this elder had been at large for such an extended period. Over the course of more than a decade, countless events had transpired, leading to monumental shifts in what schemes had the other devised during this vast expanse of time. The thought alone caused Dumbledore's brow to furrow slightly, his gaze betraying a profound sense of concern and vigilance. Throughout these years, he had occasionally received letters from the other party. The fragments within those missives had led him to mistakenly believe that the individual remained ensnared in that place. Nevertheless, being Dumbledore, he swiftly reined in his emotions, maintaining an exterior of serene composure. Noticing Dumbledore's silence, the elder continued unabated. "I have witnessed a brand new world, a nascent order where wizards and muggles coexist in harmony. Albus, I assure you, this will be the opportunity to realize our shared aspirations." His voice crescendoed, his excitement mounting, to the point where even the portraits of former headmasters, recently roused from slumber, expressed their annoyance and muttered curses under their breath. "That is enough, Gellert." Dumbledore finally reached his limit, erupting in anger. In an instant, his magical energy surged violently, filling the room with an overwhelming aura of magic, as if a tempest were on the verge of breaking. However, Grindelwald was keenly aware that Dumbledore would not truly engage in a physical confrontation here. After all, this was Hogwarts, a sanctuary filled with innocent students. And Dumbledore would never act recklessly at their expense. Indeed, the disheveled man before him was none other than the once-renowned Dark Lord, Gellert Grindelwald. According to the original narrative, at this moment he should still be languishing in the confines of Nurmengard, eagerly awaiting a letter from Dumbledore, yearning for even the slightest connection. Yet now, he stood boldly within Dumbledore's office, the entire turn of events stemming from the enigmatic prophecy he had encountered 11 years ago. Back then, Grindelwald had been resolute in his desire to assist Dumbledore in discovering a means to vanquish Voldemort. Throughout the protracted journey, he had occasionally despaired. As the futures he envisioned all converged upon a singular outcome, Dumbledore would choose to sacrifice himself to combat the adversary. However, just as he was on the verge of surrender, he beheld a remarkable presence, Cain Malfoy. In Grindelwald's eyes, Cain Malfoy appeared as a radiant beacon piercing through the darkness. This boy not only illuminated a new hope for the wizarding world, but also rekindled the possibility of Dumbledore's survival. Grindelwald gazed deeply into Dumbledore's eyes, discerning resoluteness and determination therein. He understood that no matter how he might persuade him today, Dumbledore would not easily alter his stance. With a resigned sigh, he turned slowly and made his way toward the door. Albus, you will come to understand. That boy shall lead us into an entirely new era. As Grindelwald departed, tranquility enveloped the office once more. Dumbledore stood silently, his gaze cast into the distance, his heart tumultuous with unending contemplation. The image of Cain Malfoy, the boy whom Grindelwald esteemed so highly, unfurled in his mind, and he fervently hoped that he would not become another Voldemort. Chapter 21. Cain's Prophecy. In the soft embrace of the morning sun, warm rays filtered through the stained glass, gently cascading onto Cain's bed as if draping it in a golden veil. Cain stirred awake, his years of disciplined living ensuring he rose early. However, the wizarding curriculum was undeniably rigorous. One cannot deny that while Hogwarts educators were well compensated, their workload was formidable, with a single instructor responsible for 4 houses and 7 classes. Fortunately, these lessons typically involved 2 houses attending together. Otherwise, Cain suspected that even the most advanced potions would not prevent a teacher's untimely demise. This morning's lesson was in branch divination, attended by both Slytherin and Gryffindor. Although Cain found little interest in the subject, he was curious to witness the seer who had foretold 2 major events, one of which had given rise to the subsequent tales of Harry Potter. The classroom was peculiar, resembling a curious amalgamation of an attic and an old-fashioned tea house. Professor Trelawney was frail, appearing as though a mere breeze could topple her. She adorned herself with an array of chains around her neck. As she paced the stage, her demeanor was reminiscent of a madwoman, her gestures devoid of the composure expected of a professor. Cain sat among the students, quietly observing, pondering to himself. Had she lived in the 1960s in a great Eastern nation, she might have met a most unfortunate fate. Cain's seat was positioned at the very nexus of the 2 houses. To his left sat the Gryffindor students, Hermione, Harry, and Ron in succession. To his right were the Slytherin students, with his closest proximity occupied by his younger brother, accompanied by his brother's devoted follower. I see. Professor Trelawney suddenly halted, extending a bony finger toward a rather plump boy at the back of the classroom. Among you, that chubby boy shall soon shatter the bowl he holds. The moment the words escaped her lips, a wave of astonishment swept through the classroom. The classmates' gazes converged upon the chubby boy who had been called out, their faces adorned with enigmatic expressions. Upon being summoned, Neville's countenance flushed a deep crimson. He anxiously glanced at the bowl in his hands before casting a wary look towards the professor, seemingly convinced by the foretelling. His hands gripped the bowl tightly. Bah! Such theatrics, Draco scoffed, his disdain palpable. He instantly regretted his decision to attend Hogwarts, contemplating writing to his father that evening to inquire about transferring him and his brother, lest he succumb to madness in this place. Silence, please. Professor Trelawney raised her voice, striving to drown out the classroom's cacophony. Despite their hearts brimming with doubt and curiosity, the students complied with her request. Harry and Ron furrowed their brows, their eyes fixated on the twigs within the bowl, attempting to decipher some profound mystery. Yet all they could see were mere branches. Meanwhile, Hermione flipped through her book while occasionally stealing glances at Cain beside her, a hint of tension evident in her gaze. She felt a sense of inadequacy, wondering if she possessed no aptitude for divination or if such insights required time to manifest. Uncertain, she resolved to observe what Cain might discern. Professor. Cain raised his hand leisurely, capturing the attention of the room. His expression was serene, concealing any inner thoughts. Professor Trelawney halted her eccentric antics, gesturing for him to continue. I see doom approaching. It shall bring darkness, fear, and calamity. Moreover, it will inflict harm upon the red-haired individual. Yet hope for the world shall banish this misfortune. Cain slightly tilted his head, his gaze penetrating the twigs in the bowl. His demeanor grave and solemn. He appeared as though he truly glimpsed the future through the branches, eliciting a sense of reverence among his peers. At that very moment, a resounding crash echoed through the room as Neville, overwhelmed with tension, inadvertently shattered the bowl in his grasp. Water and twigs cascaded to the floor, forming a shimmering puddle that sparkled under the sunlight. A hushed astonishment enveloped the students. Professor Trelawney's prophecy had indeed come to fruition. Could it be that Cain's divination was genuine as well? This thought simultaneously flickered through the minds of all present. Consequently, their gazes shifted to the only red-haired boy in the room. Ron Weasley, feeling the weight of their attention, patted his hair to confirm its hue, mustering a faint smile. Yet that smile appeared tinged with bitterness, the corners of his mouth rising slightly, yet imbued with a sense of helplessness and apprehension, his eyes betraying a flicker of fear, as if he sensed doom beckoning him forth. With fiery red hair, it might well be Fred or George, Ron murmured softly, attempting to comfort himself, though his voice trembled slightly with anxiety, betraying his own disbelief in his words. Meanwhile, Professor Trelawney gazed at Cain with palpable excitement, her eyes sparkling as if she had discovered a burgeoning star on the verge of brilliance. What a remarkably gifted child. What is your name, dear? Her voice, tinged with enthusiasm, pierced the silence of the classroom. Splendid. I shall award 10 points to Cain's house. After bestowing the points, Trelawney continued. Are there any other students who have had a prophetic vision? Seeing that Cain had already earned points for his house, the other students, unwilling to be left behind, buried their heads in their bowls, eager to discern something of their own, except for Mr. Neville Longbottom, who hesitated, pondering whether he should approach the professor for another bowl, given that the one in his hands had shattered. Yet, he feared the professor might chastise him for his clumsiness, leaving him in a tumult of inner conflict as he fidgeted nervously in place. At this moment, everyone was utterly convinced of Cain's prophecy, especially since the professor's previous prediction had just come to pass, and her generous awarding of points further solidified the belief in Cain's foresight. Ron felt a surge of worry. After all, the prediction hinted at potential harm, not just to himself, but to his brothers as well, making him somewhat distracted. Harry glanced at his concerned friend, offering reassurance. Don't fret. Perhaps Cain can negate this prophecy. We can ask him after class. Ron, upon hearing Harry's words, displayed a flicker of hesitation. He pondered the appropriateness of seeking Cain's assistance, given their previous conflict. The mere thought of it made his face flush, as if he had been publicly slapped, inundated with embarrassment and turmoil. Hermione leaned closer to Cain, scrutinizing the twigs within his bowl. How curious. They resemble those in my bowl quite closely. How did you achieve this? Hermione's expression was one of bewilderment, her eyes brimming with curiosity and a thirst for answers. Upon hearing Hermione's inquiry, Draco also raised his head, equally intrigued by how his brother had managed this feat, unwilling to be outdone by this muggle-born witch, which would be a disgrace to their family. Sometimes, exams demand a result rather than a process, you see? Cain tilted his head slightly, softly explaining to the two beside him. A subtle smile graced his lips, revealing a hint of mystery, and his eyes glimmered with mischief. Deep down, however, he was confident that his prediction was indeed accurate. The so-called misfortune could only refer to Voldemort, who had undeniably wrought endless calamity upon the magical world. As for Ron, he would later indeed sustain injuries during the wizard chess match, and Harry, the boy upon whom so many hopes were pinned, repeatedly repelled Voldemort, emerging as the beacon of hope for the salvation of the world. Chapter 22, Potions Class. Your actions are misguided. In an instant, Hermione perceived everything. She understood that Cain had seen nothing at all, that his previous utterances were mere fabrications, and she could not condone such deceit towards a teacher. Draco, noticing her disapproval, immediately retorted, "The professor has already awarded points. What is wrong with that?" With that, he raised his hand triumphantly, as if victory were already assured. The surrounding students' eyes lit up with curiosity and anticipation, speculating on the astonishing predictions Draco might unveil. Professor Trelawney and all the students fixed their gaze upon Draco. I foresee that someone will perish this semester, and that person is a traitor. Draco's eyes fluttered shut, visions of the red-haired Weasley encountering various misfortunes flooding his mind. The scenes vividly alive in his imagination, as if they had become an established fate. The entire assembly was astounded. Last time, it was merely injury, and now it escalated to death. Panic and fear spread through the hearts of all wizards. They were terrified of becoming the one destined to die, their minds racing with thoughts of whether they had ever betrayed anyone. Hermione's face flushed with anger, her competitive spirit ablaze, believing she too could earn points for the house. Yet her rationality incessantly reminded her that such deceitful behavior was unacceptable. A few classmates attempted to approach the Malfoy brothers to inquire about their insights, but they were unceremoniously blocked by Draco's minions. "Cain, was everything you just said true?" Harry inquired as he leaned closer to the two. As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently flickered towards Ron, a look laden with meaning that sent chills down Ron's spine, an ominous premonition arising within him. "Is there any way to avert this?" Harry, undeterred, pressed on. "Harry, you are the chosen one as foretold by prophecy." Yet, in the end, there was no avoidance, was there? "By the way, I suggest you prepare adequately before class." Cain's words hinted at much. Hermione, readying herself for the lesson, recalled Cain's previous words. The potions master, Professor Snape, was known to be an exceedingly affable professor. Soon, the time for class arrived, and Snape, clad in his black robes, strode in with purpose, his cold gaze obscuring any insight into his inner thoughts. Cain understood this was the result of the opponent's mental shielding, rendering their thoughts unreadable. Following this, Snape began to take attendance, his tone noticeably heavier when he reached Harry's name. "You are here to learn," Snape declared after delivering a succinct and devoid of fluff introduction. The entire classroom was enveloped in a silence that felt oppressive. It seemed everyone sensed the potency and challenges inherent in the study of potions. Draco's eyes sparkled with admiration as he gazed at his godfather, his expression filled with reverence and awe. However, Hermione was distinctly exhilarated. She felt that this subject was crafted entirely for her. The stern and efficient Professor Snape would undoubtedly enable me to surpass Cain in points. Meanwhile, Potter's thoughts had become ensnared by Snape's discourse on glory and the prevention of death. Suddenly, it appeared that Snape had mentioned him. "Mr. Potter." Snape fixed his gaze upon the boy before him, who was diligently taking notes like his mother, and inquired, "Tell me, what would be the result if I were to add daffodil root powder to the mugwort infusion?" Upon hearing this, Hermione swiftly raised her hand high, her eager demeanor seemingly shouting, I know, ask me, ask me." Harry, however, looked at Hermione in bewilderment, his large eyes filled with confusion. "What on earth?" Realizing he was entirely at a loss, Harry shook his head and redirected his gaze to Snape. "Don't know? Then let me pose another question to you," Snape continued, clearly unwilling to let Harry off the hook. "Mr. Potter, if I were to seek a piece of dungstone, do you know where I might find it?" At Snape's continued questioning, Hermione once again raised her right hand with alacrity, internally shouting, Ask me, I know this one. What is the difference between aconite and wolfsbane?" Before Hermione could lower her hand, Snape's questions came in rapid succession. At this point, Hermione was nearly on her feet, unconsciously mouthing me. Why don't you ask me?" "I don't know, sir," Harry replied, feeling somewhat disheartened as he recognized his lack of knowledge in potion making, a sensation that left him feeling rather glum. Hermione glanced at Harry, thinking, surely now he will ask me. It's my time to shine, time to reap those points. Alas, it was evident that mere fame was woefully inadequate. "ISNT that right, Mr. Potter?" Snape's words dripped with sarcasm and mockery. Harry, puzzled, thought, did I offend you? What did I do? Laughter erupted around them, as everyone found Harry's audacity amusing. He had dared to confront Professor Snape directly. "Silence," Snape barked, and the room fell into a suffocating hush once more. Harry's gaze was fixed intently on Snape, his bright green eyes radiating an unusual beauty. As Snape beheld those emerald orbs, a tumult of emotions stirred within him. He stepped forward, ignoring Hermione's raised hand, and maintained his focus on Harry's eyes. "Put your hand down." His condescending tone prompted Hermione to lower her hand, while he commanded, "Cain, address these questions." Cain, perplexed, wondered how he had become the subject of inquiry, recalling that Snape often berated him during their collaborative efforts. Snape felt a swarm of crows fluttering through his mind, exasperated by Cain's behavior. This boy never seemed to show him any respect, and Snape could not fathom why it felt as though Cain held so many of his secrets. The memory of Cain's previous question surfaced unbidden. "Professor, could you describe what it means to love and be unrequited?" On that day, Snape suppressed his inner turmoil, refraining from delivering a resounding slap to the troublesome individual before him. Chapter 23, The Scheduled Remedial Class. Why don't you jot down what he says? Snape completely disregarded Cain's presence, fixating his gaze on Harry for an extended moment, his eyes seemingly piercing into Harry's very soul. Upon hearing this, the Slytherin students turned their attention to Harry, their expressions filled with mockery and amusement. Conversely, the Gryffindor students also looked at Harry, though their gazes bore more blame, as if reproaching him for the impulsive actions that had brought misfortune to their house. However, Hermione, standing beside Harry, directed her fierce glare towards Cain. "Is this what you call amiable?" Her eyes blazed with a fiery wrath, fierce enough to seem as though she would consume Cain whole. Cain averted his gaze, striving to avoid direct eye contact. Harry remained locked on Snape, who was equally fixated on him, perplexed as to how he had offended the professor and why he seemed to be targeted so vehemently. From the moment he had entered Hogwarts, Harry sensed an inexplicable animosity emanating from Snape, yet he could not discern the reason behind it. Subsequently, Snape commenced his lesson. "I feel as though this teacher harbors a distinct dislike for me," Harry lamented to Ron, who was ravenously devouring a chicken leg beside him. "He asked the head of Slytherin. He must loathe us. Neville and I have already lost points." Ron mumbled through a mouthful, his concern about the prophecy having dissipated. His brother had informed him that every year Professor Trelawney predicted the deaths of several students, yet nothing ever transpired. "My brother said that the professor revels in those grim prophecies about death or injury, so I can assure you that the Malfoy brothers' prophecy is unequivocally false." After finishing his meal, Ron revisited the prophecy that had initially sent shivers down his spine. Harry, however, felt a sense of confusion, for Cain had claimed that his status as a savior was foretold, a notion that he still found credible. Unable to ascertain whom to trust, the two friends ceased further discussion on the matter. Additionally, they wished to avoid attracting Voldemort's attention. It was prudent to remain an observer until they were adequately prepared, especially since nothing untoward typically occurred in the first season. Nevertheless, Harry remained intrigued by the Philosopher's Stone, contemplating the possibility of seizing it after Harry fainted, all without anyone being the wiser. The professor appeared timid, his speech halting and uncertain. What should have been an engaging tale about dark magical creatures became, under his narration, a tedious affair that nearly lulled the audience to sleep. Yet, the students were curious about what lay beneath his turban. Professor Flitwick, diminutive in stature, was rumored to possess the blood of fairies and had once been the champion of the dueling tournament. Cain recognized that this professor was indeed a formidable wizard. As with other classes, attendance was taken at the beginning of the lesson. As Professor Flitwick uttered Harry's name, a wave of exhilaration washed over his face, causing his body to tremble slightly, resulting in a cascade of books tumbling from his precariously stacked pile. Subsequently, the lesson on charms commenced, emphasizing the subject's significance and its myriad applications. Charms is an academic discipline dedicated to the study of magical incantations, which may serve various purposes, ranging from everyday conveniences such as cleaning and repairing spells to defensive and offensive enchantments for combat. It became increasingly evident that this seemingly eccentric professor possessed genuine prowess, as even the brash Draco began to pay rapt attention. He lifted his wand toward the dirty, cracked pane of glass on the desk, proclaiming, "Observe closely, everyone. Today's task is to cleanse this filthy glass and restore it to its former glory. Now, let us begin by learning the cleaning spell, Scourgify. Pronunciation must be clear and precise, and the wand's movement should be gentle yet steady, just like this." With deft precision, he waved his wand and recited the incantation, causing the grime upon the glass to vanish in an instant, leaving it gleaming as if newly polished. He then demonstrated the repairing spell, Reparo. He reiterated the importance of enunciation and wand technique, and as his incantation resonated, the cracks in the glass miraculously disappeared, returning it to its pristine state. Under Professor Flitwick's patient tutelage, the students eagerly began to practice. Almost instantaneously, Miss Hermione Granger and Mr. Cain Malfoy were the first to complete the task. Their swift success earned 5 points each for Gryffindor and Slytherin, respectively. Professor Flitwick's voice brimmed with pride and approval as he generously awarded these points. For Hermione, it marked the first occasion of the day that she had contributed points to her house, and her joy was palpable as she cast a triumphant glance at Cain, as if to say, "See, I am not lacking. Professor, I have heard that you are the champion of the wizarding duel tournament. May I seek your guidance in dueling this weekend?" Cain inquired, his eyes filled with respect. "Of course, my child. This Sunday afternoon will do nicely. Just come to my office then," Professor Flitwick replied, his expression one of contentment. What a diligent student he was. Alas, he was not a member of Ravenclaw. Cain couldn't help but acknowledge that, in the wizarding world, instructors generally exhibited a greater sense of responsibility than those in the Muggle realm. Had he requested extra lessons in his former world, he would have first checked his pockets. Having secured Professor Flitwick's promise, Cain departed the classroom, driven by the desire to bridge the gap between himself and the great wizardry, though the exact steps to achieve this remained unclear to him. Hence, he sought to engage in practice with a teacher to break through to the next level. Professor McGonagall, in addition to being the head of Gryffindor, served as the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts, and her daily responsibilities, compounded by the tasks left undone by Dumbledore, left her little time to spare. Professor Snape's classes are the most frequent, and he often dedicates time to concocting potions. Furthermore, if Cain truly calls upon Snape, the latter will undoubtedly show no mercy. Thus, the only suitable alternative remains Professor Flitwick. Chapter 24, Professor Aldergreen. The library is enveloped in silence, as all students harbor a palpable fear of the irascible Madame Pants, who despises those who neglect the care of books and those noisy little wizards who disrupt the tranquility of the library. What brings you here? Hermione, engrossed in her reading, looked up to see Cain approaching. I am, of course, here to study, Cain replied earnestly, and he indeed was there to learn. Hermione understood that the other's capabilities were inextricably linked to his diligent efforts, prompting her to resolve to exert herself more vigorously. With that thought, Hermione buried herself once more in the vast ocean of knowledge, while Cain also began to study intently, albeit with a different focus. He intended to delve deeper into the realm of dark magic. Cain harbored two sentiments regarding the formidable dark arts, one of yearning for their immense power. As one of the reasons Dumbledore struggled against Voldemort was his reluctance to embrace certain potent forces. The other sentiment was fear. The very fact that a wizard who had lived over a century, like Dumbledore, dared not wield such power was indeed terrifying. Thus, Cain sought to unravel why these malevolent spells could profoundly influence an individual and how one might effectively control them. In his hands lay a book titled The Origins of Dark Magic, which merely introduced the subject. The true essence of dark magic resided within the restricted section, inaccessible to him at present. He could only wait for the opportunity to stealthily don Harry's invisibility cloak or secure a note from a professor granting him entry. After perusing the book swiftly, he gleaned an understanding of the inception of dark magic. Initially, it arose from the hunting lifestyles of primitive wizards, who utilized ancient sacrificial rites to harness magical power. These rituals involved blood sacrifices. At first, people were exhilarated by the potent results, but as society evolved, many began to view such practices as a disrespect to life, leading to a gradual decline in their use. Additionally, a portion of dark magic developed from wizards' encounters with or confrontations against dark creatures. For instance, Dementors feed on human joy and souls, and in researching countermeasures against them, wizards also devise spells capable of influencing others' minds. At this moment, Cain was deeply engrossed in his reading when suddenly, an individual quietly approached his side. This book is quite intriguing. Do you believe that wizards master magic, or does magic influence wizards? The newcomer was an elderly man, somewhat weathered in appearance. Yet his profound gaze exuded confidence, instilling an immediate sense of trust. For example, the incantation of the killing curse necessitates the wizard to imbue it with a powerful intent to kill. If you were to ask a young wizard to cast Avada Kedavra, he would be unable to do so and might even suffer a nosebleed. This is due to his insufficient magical reserves, physical constitution, and mental fortitude. Voldemort's formidable prowess enabled him to wield the killing curse with the ease of a mere flick of his wrist. However, as time progressed, he was evidently influenced by the dark magic of Horcruxes, transforming from the initially handsome and gifted youth, Tom Riddle, into a terrifying visage of a snake-faced figure with crimson eyes. His soul, fragmented through numerous splits, had forsaken the essential human emotions of love, compassion, and empathy, leaving only an insatiable thirst for power, immortality, and dominion. The elder nodded slightly, his eyes betraying a glimmer of approval, before inquiring further. Yet, to what extent must one attain strength? Upon hearing this, Cain fell into silence, contemplating, indeed, what kind of soul and spirit must one possess to withstand the corruption of dark magic? If it were Dumbledore crafting Horcruxes, could he suppress his own desire for power? Thus, it is evident that recklessly delving into dark magic can be exceedingly perilous. The elder continued earnestly, emphasizing that even extraordinary individuals like Grindelwald and Dumbledore, in their pursuit of advanced magic, required mutual protection and oversight to prevent any missteps. Cain's interest was piqued. He began to comprehend why these two wizards attained greatness together. They must have mastered some method to embark upon a legendary path. Yet, who was this elder? And how did he possess such profound knowledge of Dumbledore? Cain could not recall this individual from Hogwarts. Greetings, I am Aldergreen, your history of magic professor. The elder, seemingly reading Cain's thoughts, extended his hand, a look of admiration gracing his face. Cain, puzzled, thought, was a Professor Binns the history of magic instructor? When had a new professor arrived? Professor, I'm Cain Malfoy, but you may call me Cain. Their hands briefly touched before withdrawing swiftly, not out of wariness, but due to the thunderous reprimand of Madame Pants. No loud talking in the library. You two out. Madame Pants stood with arms akimbo, her glare fierce enough to seem as if she might consume them whole. Emerging from the library, the two did not appear the least bit disheveled. As they walked, Cain discreetly observed the elder beside him, a flicker of wariness emerging in his heart towards this enigmatic professor. The elder, though seemingly unremarkable in appearance, possessed an abundance of magical power that truly astonished Cain. Why could he not recall such a character? Was it akin to the martial arts novels, where hidden masters resided within the library? Was this elder perhaps older than Dumbledore? Cain's thoughts drifted further afield. The presence of this individual compelled him to reassess the dangers of this world. If a school library harbored such a powerful wizard, what of the deeply entrenched pureblood families? It seemed the depths of this wizarding world were far more profound than he had ever imagined. The elder appeared oblivious to Cain's musings, instead regarding him with unabashed admiration. This young man is impressive. He possesses the strength of a professor right upon entering school. It appears he is truly capable of such deeds. The old man gazed at Cain's departing figure, murmuring to himself, his smile increasingly radiant, evidently in high spirits. The surrounding young wizards instinctively kept their distance from the eccentric elder, hastily retreating. Dear Mom and Dad, this school is utterly dreadful. The divination instructor and the defense against the dark arts teacher are both quite mad, and we are learning nothing about magic. Nevertheless, Cain and I managed to earn a full 30 points for the academy today. Chapter 25, Misunderstanding. Cain cast a glance, and lo and behold, Draco was attempting to claim all the credit for himself. The idea to deceive the divination teacher was his. The points earned in the charms class were also attributed solely to him. However, as the potions professor was their godfather Snape, Draco dared not fabricate anything in this subject, which is why he refrained from taking credit for the points. As Cain approached, Draco felt a jolt of anxiety. Flustered, he hurriedly tried to tuck the letter he was writing into his chest. No need to hide it, Cain waved him off, inquiring about any hidden cards the family might possess. Draco hesitated, but ultimately retrieved the letter from his chest, preparing to add to it. Yet, just as he lifted his quill, he looked up at Cain with a perplexed expression and asked, Brother, what is a hidden card? Cain regarded his foolishness with a mix of amusement and exasperation, patiently elucidating. It refers to something that instills confidence when facing others. Draco nodded, seemingly grasping the concept, and inscribed on the parchment. It is something that enhances one's confidence when confronting others. Satisfied with this, Cain watched as Draco concluded his letter with a respectful salutation before sending it off. Just as he exhaled in relief, thinking he could retire to bed, he heard from behind, Tell me, what did Professor Snape cover today? Draco's heart sank, realizing he was in for a tormenting interrogation. Narcissa, filled with joy, sat beside her husband Lucius, opening the letter Draco had sent. Upon reading its contents, her eyes welled with tears, her heart aching, feeling her child was enduring a miserable experience at school. Yet Lucius was well aware of their second son's capabilities and paid no heed to the lamentations or requests for a transfer. After all, the Malfoy children could not abandon their pursuits over trivial hardships. Later, as Narcissa observed her child's remarkable achievements, her previously sorrowful expression transformed into one of pride. It was evident she felt a swell of pride for the excellence of both her children. However, Lucius, while reading the letter, found himself pondering. He was skeptical of the claims made within, musing to himself, Are you certain it was your idea that led to your brother earning 5 points? How could he be unaware of Draco's prowess and charms? Then, as Narcissa read aloud the phrase Cain had mentioned, Brother, let me inquire whether our family possesses any hidden cards, which are things that bolster confidence in facing others. Upon hearing this, Narcissa and Lucius exchanged a meaningful glance. Both individuals were engulfed in bewilderment, unable to comprehend the meaning behind Cain's words. Lucius, is this phrase a secret signal meant for you? Narcissa inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion as she carefully folded the letter and turned to her husband. Lucius, equally perplexed, pondered the mention of a trump card. What could their family possibly possess as a trump card? If they truly had something formidable, Why would they still associate with Voldemort? Could it be that Cain was alluding to something else? After a moment's reflection, he shifted his thoughts from trump card to the latter part of the statement. Could it be a source of confidence when facing others? Lucius murmured, a cascade of past memories flooding his mind. Even in the presence of the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, he maintained an air of superiority, for Fudge depended on him to acquire more galleons. At this realization, Lucius seemed to have an epiphany. He smacked his thigh and exclaimed, "Is it possible that Cain is short on funds at school? Perhaps he is facing ostracism from his peers, thus lacking the confidence to act. This could not stand. He would not allow his child to suffer indignities at school. I shall send him some galleons tomorrow," Lucius reasoned, acknowledging that he had spent a considerable amount maintaining relationships over the years. Cain undoubtedly required substantial funds for his interactions with classmates and teachers. Convinced of the necessity of sending galleons, he waved his hand grandly and called to the house elf, Dobby. "Dobby, fetch 5,000 galleons from the vault. Remember to send it to young Master Cain." Dobby raised his hands high and shouted enthusiastically, "Yes, sir." Lucius observed Dobby's exuberance with a hint of annoyance, though he had long grown accustomed to it. This house elf was always eager to assist Cain. Fortunately, Lucius had employed Dobby extensively over the years, and he recalled the tale of the Muggle Zhang Fei, who was ultimately betrayed by his overworked subordinates. He had even read about this in a history book from China, causing a chill to run down his spine. Much like Zhang Fei, he had often chastised Dobby, and he worried that one day Dobby might seek vengeance while he slept. Consequently, Lucius had grown increasingly lenient towards Dobby over the years. Seeing her husband's concern for their child, Narcissa felt a wave of relief wash over her. A smile graced her face, for in her eyes, the safety and unity of their family was of utmost importance. Meanwhile, Dobby hurried off to prepare the galleons for Master Cain. Upon entering the vault, he was dazzled by the mountain of shimmering treasures. Yet at that moment, all Dobby could think about was the task of delivering 5,000 galleons to Master Cain. He rummaged through the vault until he discovered a sturdy chest, perfectly suited to hold the galleons. This chest, typically reserved for precious magical artifacts, was robust and spacious enough. With a snap of his fingers, Dobby filled the chest to the brim, its weight substantial. "Now young Master Cain will surely have enough," Dobby declared contentedly, patting the chest with satisfaction. Continuing on, he arrived at the Ollery outside the castle, where numerous owls resided, cooing softly. Dobby spotted a particularly robust owl and, filled with excitement, approached it. "Hello there. Would you be so kind as to deliver this box to Hogwarts and hand it over to Master Selim Malfoy?" The owl, with its round, expressive eyes, glanced at the enormous box, then tilted its head to regard Dobby, its gaze filled with trepidation and resignation. It flapped its wings and hooted, as if to say, "What a jest. This box is far too large and heavy for me to lift. Are you trying to exhaust me?" Upon hearing this, Dobby blinked in realization, understanding that he had posed a significant challenge to the owl. Scratching his head in distress, a sudden idea struck him. He remembered his magic. Under Dobby's direction, a soft glow enveloped the box, and it began to levitate gently, becoming as light as a feather. "See, now it's no trouble at all," Dobby exclaimed joyfully, springing up with renewed hope, and once more beseeched the owl, "Please, it's much easier now, could you assist me?" The owl, albeit skeptically, inspected the box once more, shook its wings as if to gauge its weight, and ultimately nodded. Grasping the specially designed rope on the box with its talons, it soared into the sky, heading towards Hogwarts. Dobby stood rooted to the spot, watching the owl's retreating figure, a broad smile illuminating his face as he waved his hands enthusiastically, shouting, "Make sure it reaches Master Selim swiftly." His heart brimmed with joy as he envisioned Selim receiving the galleons, allowing him to live comfortably at school, purchasing whatever he desired without a worry in the world. Chapter 26. The Werewolf. For Harry, this class was nothing short of torment. If yesterday he had merely harbored doubts, sensing that Snape seemed to be targeting him deliberately, today he was entirely convinced that Snape was indeed intent on making his life miserable. In class, both Harry and Ron found themselves as the targets of Snape's malice, much to Draco's delight. It was known that just the night prior, after encountering Harry and Ron, he had engaged in a heated exchange with that insufferable redhead. Had it not been for the intervention of the older brother, he would have ensured the redhead paid dearly. Now, seeing his rivals in such a predicament during potions class brought Draco immense satisfaction, nearly causing him to laugh aloud. The animosity directed at Snape from the two boys was palpable, their teeth gritted in silent fury. As the class drew to a close, Professor Snape, with an indifferent expression, beckoned Selim, saying, "Selim, come with me." His cool demeanor left the students pondering his intentions. How splendid. Snape was surely going to punish that Malfoy in private. Ron quickly leaned towards Harry, lowering his voice, and whispered gleefully. Upon hearing Ron's words, Harry furrowed his brow, a frown crossing his face. He had always been aware that Ron harbored a dislike for Selim. However, now Selim was facing the same scrutiny from Snape as they were. What brings joy in this moment? Cain remains remarkably composed, calmly handing his textbook to Draco. He has an inkling that the Professor Auld he encountered yesterday might prove to be a commendable instructor. Subsequently, Cain follows closely behind Snape, and one cannot help but acknowledge that the scent of the Malfoy family's shampoo is indeed far superior. Even in Snape's wake, the fragrance lingers delightfully in the air, suggesting that the professor is quite content with his choice of shampoo. Snape's office is situated on the same floor as the potions classroom, and it is not long before they arrive. Upon pushing the door open, one is greeted by a dimly lit room. Shelves lining the walls are filled with an array of jars, containing viscous substances that evoke a sense of unease. In the corner stands a storage cabinet, piquing Cain's curiosity. It is likely filled with the potion ingredients belonging to this master of potions. Surely a treasure of considerable worth. As Snape approaches his desk and takes a seat on the stool, he reaches for a bottle of green potion from the tabletop. Glancing at Cain with an icy demeanor. Now that we have the Wolf's Bane potion, why pursue research in this direction? He inquires. Cain refrains from responding immediately, quietly accepting the potion from Snape's hand and scrutinizing it closely. He silently admires the professor's expertise, recognizing that only a master of potions could deduce the potion's effect from the recipe alone. This concoction has been brewed by Snape himself, and Cain has unwavering faith in the professor's potion-making prowess. What remains to be seen is the efficacy of this potion. After a moment of contemplation, Cain lifts his gaze to Professor Snape and sincerely states, "Thank you, Professor. If it proves effective, I shall attribute its success to your innovation." At this, Snape furrows his brow slightly, pondering internally. Why is this lad so benevolent today? It feels rather unusual for a master of potions, or indeed a Slytherin. This is an extraordinary boon. It is hard for him to believe that Cain would willingly relinquish such an honor without cause. The recipe for this potion was devised by Cain. Snape merely played the role of the brewer. Of course, I hope to enlist the professor's continued assistance in brewing and refining this potion in the future. Yet, as the saying goes, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Snape, upon hearing Cain's words, quickly grasps the young man's intentions and coldly gestures towards the door, uttering two curt words out. This is no jest. He has invested an entire fortnight into crafting this small vial, the process of which is exceedingly intricate, and he is not inclined to continue as a free laborer. Cain, unceremoniously expelled by Snape, feels a deep sense of frustration. Internally, he grumbles. Knowledge, honor, exchange for mere labor. What a loss. Tch, it's evident he lacks ambition. No wonder he remains unmarried. Despite being dismissed, Cain carefully stows away the vial of potion. This is a potion that could alter the fate of a race, a key treasure in his quest for power. Currently, the plight of the werewolf clan is indeed dire. Due to their unique status and potential dangers, many werewolves are compelled to settle for jobs that are far beneath their capabilities, leading to a life of financial strain. The overwhelming majority of werewolves find themselves in dire poverty. The wolf venom concocted by Damocles is prohibitively expensive for these werewolves. Their meager wages are insufficient to sustain a monthly purchase of the wolf venom. Consequently, it becomes increasingly challenging for werewolves to secure suitable employment, particularly within the wizarding world. Professor Lupin, once diligent and responsible during his third year, now finds himself in abject poverty. The Ministry of Magic's attitude towards the werewolf community is not only arrogant, but rife with prejudice, harboring a deep-seated disdain for werewolf wizards and showing little regard for their plight. They even foolishly expect werewolves to voluntarily register at the ministry and sign a pledge to guarantee they will not attack others. Moreover, they require that werewolves lock themselves away before each full moon. One must question which werewolf wizard would be foolish enough to deliberately reveal their identity. It is evident that since the implementation of this policy, no werewolf wizard has come forth to register. It is this dismal environment that drove the majority of werewolves to align themselves with Voldemort when the Death Eaters recruited dark creatures, believing that under his dominion, their lives would improve. Tragically, even the Death Eaters and Voldemort looked down upon werewolves, with Voldemort refusing to bestow the dark mark upon his werewolf subordinates. Therefore, Cain believes that should this potion prove successful, It will enable him to command the werewolves to heed the Malfoy family's orders, thereby weakening Voldemort's influence in the process. He is curious to discern what makes this teacher so different. Meanwhile, Snape, lost in thought, soon rises and heads to the headmaster's office. Upon uttering the repugnant incantation, the stone gargoyle guarding the entrance promptly shifts aside, revealing a wall that splits in two, allowing a staircase to ascend into view. Professor Snape strides up the stairs and enters the headmaster's office. Upon entering, he disregards Dumbledore's greeting and bluntly inquires, "Who is that old man? What unforeseen events might arise?" Dumbledore, still smiling, leisurely extends his wand. Chapter 27, Classroom Conflict. A clear stream of water flows from the tip of the Elder Wand, producing a crisp sound in the otherwise silent office. "Do not rush. Have some honeyed water, Severus," Dumbledore says, moving to sit beside the headmaster's chair, his demeanor radiating tranquility. "I do not have the luxury of your time. There is no moment to waste on such trivialities. I wish to know if he is in danger." Snape replies, his brow furrowed with concern. "Rest assured, although the situation remains unclear, it should be advantageous for us," Dumbledore reassures Snape, fully aware of his concerns and intentions. Thus, a professor at Hogwarts has mysteriously vanished, only to be replaced by an unfamiliar and previously unheard of wizard. Could this possibly bode well? Severus Snape's eyes widened in disbelief as he fixed his gaze upon Dumbledore, confusion and skepticism swirling within him. He struggled to decipher the latter's intentions. "Do not worry, Severus. Professor Binns has grown weary and is in need of rest. For now, let Professor Auld take over the history of magic class. Trust me, he will prove to be a commendable instructor." Dumbledore felt a sense of helplessness within, uncertain of the true motives of this new arrival. After an intense debate between the two, the individual had apprehended Professor Binns and then boldly volunteered for the position of History of Magic Professor. Dumbledore was reluctant to acquiesce, as this new presence rendered his grasp on future events increasingly nebulous. "Do you truly believe his arrival will not disrupt our plans?" Snape's words hung heavily in the air, plunging the room into an oppressive silence as both men fell into contemplation. Dumbledore, too, was uncertain of the newcomer's intentions. At that moment, he felt utterly stretched, lacking the energy to manage the unpredictable variables posed by two dark wizards simultaneously. "Trust me, Severus. He has assured me that he will not harm any student within the school." After a prolonged silence, Dumbledore broke the stillness, his tone imbued with a hint of powerlessness and resignation. He understood well that Professor Auld's arrival seemed particularly aimed at the offspring of the Malfoy family. A sardonic smile tugged at the corners of Snape's lips, clearly expressing his distrust in this assertion. With a scoff, he retorted, "You had better hope so," before striding out of the room. Once Snape departed, Dumbledore found himself alone in his office. He slowly turned, his gaze settling upon the ancient mirror of Ariste. In its depths, he seemed to glimpse the faces of long-lost family and a once-close friend. Meanwhile, in another classroom, the history of magic lesson was in full swing. Some believed it to be a subject that required no wand-waving, only rote memorization. Others found it drab and soporific. Still, others thought passing the end-of-year examination and the wizarding level exam 5 years hence would suffice for all matters. I now declare that all these assumptions are utterly mistaken. At the podium, Professor Auld's voice boomed like a bell, startling the students below. Naturally, some students scoffed, stifling their laughter beneath their hands. "I recognize you, the second son of the Malfoy family." Professor Auld's piercing gaze zeroed in on Draco, who suddenly felt exposed, his previously pale face flushing crimson under the scrutiny of his peers. "What do you think of the Malfoy family?" Auld pressed, his eyes unwaveringly fixed on Draco. The latter hastily rose to his feet, the color draining from his cheeks as he reverted to his usual pallor. Around the young wizards, even those hailing from Muggle families, the newly arrived students had heard tales of the Malfoy family's illustrious reputation over the past few days, aware of their power and influence. Noble, wealthy. As Draco uttered these words, his face radiated an unmistakable pride, brimming with confidence in his family's legacy. "Oh, is that so? What do you suppose your brother thinks about it?" Professor Alder slightly turned his head, his gaze aligning with Draco's as it fell upon Cain. "My brother certainly thinks the same. Is that not the truth?" Draco scoffed, displaying a hint of impatience at the professor's probing question, his tone dripping with disdain. "I did not invite your retort." Professor Alder's expression darkened, and in that instant, the air crackled with magic. Draco felt an invisible force lifting him, rendering him helplessly suspended in midair. He was then flipped upside down, his body swaying precariously, terror swiftly overtaking his features. Your family possesses power, influence, and wealth. What do you do to me now? The warmth vanished from Professor Alder's face, replaced by a piercing intensity that instilled a sense of reverence among the surrounding students. I shall inform my father. He'll have you expelled. Cain, save me. Suspended in the air, Draco was clearly frightened. Spell, hot. Observing this, Cain promptly drew his wand. Murmuring an incantation, a glimmer of light flashed, and Draco fell directly to the ground. Fortunately, the carpet cushioned his fall, and he scrambled to his feet, racing to Cain's side, his body trembling uncontrollably. Cain, this school is terrifying. I must tell my father I want to withdraw. Draco clutched Cain's sleeve tightly, his eyes filled with fear and indignation. The other young wizards turned their attention to Cain. This time, the Malfoy family truly faced dire misfortune, offending the professor and now threatening to withdraw. Perhaps they would soon find themselves expelled. Ron exclaimed loudly beside Harry, showing no intention of lowering his voice, his words laced with a hint of schadenfreude. The surrounding young wizards nodded in agreement, expressing their shared sentiment. Only Hermione wore a look of anxiety, her mind racing. Did not the professor share laughter with Cain last night? She had witnessed their conversation, but had been too engrossed in her studies to overhear their exchange. Logically, their relationship should not be strained. All eyes converged on the Malfoy brothers. The Gryffindor students internally urged, hurry, stand up to the professor. If you confront him, you shall be our idol. The Slytherin young wizards, however, felt a sense of urgency, concerned that Cain's defiance might lead to point deductions for their house. Draco apologized to Professor Alder. Amidst the entangled gazes of the crowd, Cain finally spoke, his voice steady and resolute. Chapter 28. Draco gains points. Everyone was taken aback, their expressions filled with disbelief. Is he truly capitulating just like that? They were initially convinced that the flamboyant Selim Malfoy, who had made quite the impression during the sorting ceremony, would undoubtedly confront the professor and engage in a fierce contest of wills. After all, the Malfoy family's pride is renowned. How could they easily swallow their pride? Even Draco himself found it hard to believe. Apologize. He pointed at himself, his eyes wide as if he had heard an absurd tale. You apologize, and let us swiftly resume our lessons, Selim stated calmly, nodding slightly and speaking with unhurried grace. Draco felt a chill run through him, as if he had been abandoned in a frozen wasteland, and a quiet disappointment in his brother began to fester within him. Yet, the pressure of the situation compelled him. Despite his reluctance, he steeled himself and stepped forward, bowing deeply to Professor Alden, and muttered begrudgingly, I'm sorry, Professor. As the words left his lips, a wave of grievance surged within him, and he felt warmth prickling at his eyes, tears threatening to spill over. It was worth noting that even when Lucius was enraged at home, he would never subject Draco to such humiliation. Narcissa cherished him like a precious gem, showering him with affection. Although Selim often teased him, he would always earnestly assist him in times of need. Like that one occasion when their parents were preoccupied with family business, Draco had ventured to play with his broomstick, eager to soar through the skies like an experienced flyer. However, his inexperience led to a sudden loss of control, sending him plummeting from a height of 15 feet, pain radiating through his body. Just as he was on the brink of losing consciousness from the agony, Selim rushed to his side, all seriousness evaporating, replaced by a visage of worry and compassion. He gently lifted Draco, his eyes filled with concern as if they could alleviate all his pain. In that moment, Draco truly felt that Selim was his strongest support. Yet now, he was absent from his side, and Draco felt a profound sense of injustice, striving to conceal the tears welling in his eyes. Given that Draco had defied his teacher, he was deducted 5 points. However, due to his sincere apology, he was awarded an additional 10 points. Professor Alden, after Draco's apology, expressed his stance in a measured tone. This maneuver not only spared him a point deduction, but also granted Draco an extra 5 points. The earlier sense of grievance melted away as Draco's face lit up with joy upon hearing the news, the tears in his eyes vanishing. His complaints about the professor dissipated instantly. At the same time, he secretly acknowledged Selim's insight. If an apology could earn points, then perhaps he should apologize more often. Would that mean he could continue to accumulate points by simply expressing regret? The surrounding students were equally astonished, as had it been Snape. There would have been no question of leniency for such defiance. Selim, too, was taken aback, glancing at the professor, who happened to be smiling at him. And in that instant, Selim understood. This was a concession granted by the professor. Let us maintain silence and continue our lesson. with a flourish of Professor ALD's wand. A resonant voice reverberated throughout the classroom, silencing the rowdy young wizards in an instant. They had come to realize the professor's capricious temperament. While Draco might have enjoyed a stroke of luck in earning points, they were not so fortunate. As I mentioned earlier, the history of magic diverges significantly from your preconceived notions. I shall now proceed to instruct you based on the textbook. Upon hearing this, the young wizard's enthusiasm waned, as they had anticipated something novel from the professor, only to be met with the mundane reading of the textbook, no different from other instructors. Just as disappointment settled in, Professor ALD, unfazed, drew forth his wand. Magical energy surged, and layers of white mist enveloped the classroom, from which vivid characters emerged. Cain, too, was taken aback. The professor's mastery of magic was astonishing, conjuring lifelike imagery akin to a Muggle film with but a single incantation. Soon, the young wizards' astonishment dissipated, their attention captivated by the spectacular performance unfolding above them. Goodness, the werewolf is so ferocious. My word, the Ministry of Magic's operations are utterly bewildering. This is no mere confusion. It is downright foolishness. Witnessing the absurd actions of the ministry officials from 1637, the young wizards were exuberant, chattering animatedly. So, the officials of the ministry were this foolish back in 1637. Cain pondered. Could this professor be an impersonation of Dumbledore? Such remarkable magical prowess, sustained for an entire hour with intricate control. How many great wizards could achieve such a feat? Moreover, from their conversation yesterday, it was evident that he possessed profound knowledge of Dumbledore. Who else could be so intimately familiar? As the young wizards reveled in the enchanting spectacle, Professor ALD quietly appeared beside Cain. Cain was taken aback, his mind racing with questions. How is the magic above sustained while the professor approaches? You didn't think I was casting spells continuously, did you? Sensing Cain's thoughts, Professor ALD chuckled and remarked. Cain was momentarily stunned, perplexed. Was it not so? How long can your shield charm last? Noticing Cain's confusion, the professor elaborated. At that moment, Cain began to grasp that he had been ensnared in a misconception over the years. He had instinctively believed that the effects of magic were fleeting. However, this was far from the truth. For example, his shield charm would only dissipate upon being attacked or when a magical energy was exhausted. Thus, even without incanting, the imagery above the classroom persisted. Seeing that Cain comprehended his meaning, the delight on Professor ALD's face became even more pronounced. In the evenings, do come to my office to see me. After uttering this, Professor ALD departed. Once the students had finished viewing the aerial display, each felt a lingering curiosity. Such innovative teaching would never allow for a cinematic experience in the Muggle world. The professor's words abruptly shattered the young wizards' idyllic fantasies, leaving them as wilted as frostbitten eggplants. They had hoped this professor would be different, yet they found themselves ensnared by the clutches of homework. Each student was tasked with writing a 1,000-word essay on the relationship between wizards and the Ministry of Magic. Those whose work was deemed exceptional might earn points, while any instances of plagiarism would result in penalties. As the words were spoken, the expressions of the young wizards varied, a blend of joy and concern. The joy stemmed from the fact that, in comparison to the workload of other subjects, a mere 1,000 words was not overly taxing. The concern, however, arose from the necessity of relying solely on their own intellect to compose the assignment, with no opportunity for laziness or plagiarism. Chapter 29. The Hall Email. Joyful moments are fleeting and irrevocable. The young wizards remained immersed in the vivid scenes they had just experienced. Cain sensed that Professor ALD was particularly attentive towards him. Even their encounter in the library the previous evening seemed deliberately orchestrated. What butterfly effect had his crossing over triggered? Out of the blue, a seemingly legendary wizard had appeared. It appeared the depths of this magical world were far more profound than he had ever imagined. After class, Draco, accompanied by his entourage, trailed behind Cain. With a puzzled expression, Draco inquired, Cain, how did you know that if I apologized, the professor would grant me extra points? Realizing that Draco had misunderstood him, Cain halted his steps, turned around, and adopted a serious demeanor. I warn you, do not offend that professor, or I cannot guarantee your safety. Cain's warning was not without basis, as he knew nothing about Draco's background. He could very well be affiliated with the other side. While Dumbledore's circle was manageable, an association with Voldemort would be disastrous. He couldn't fathom why Dumbledore would place such a dangerous individual at Hogwarts. Would Dumbledore's trials for the trio continue? A wave of anxiety washed over Cain. After all, the school year had only just begun, and uncertainty loomed large. He urged Draco to tread carefully, for the lad was notoriously restless and could easily attract trouble. Ultimately, survival was the true victory. Seeing Cain's serious demeanor, Draco recoiled slightly, glancing upward and nodding repeatedly. Satisfied with his apparent sincerity, Cain proceeded to the dining hall on the first floor for a meal. Due to their delay, the hall was nearly at full capacity. Most of the young wizards engaged in conversations with their new acquaintances, though a few exceptions stood out. With a twinkle in his eye, a young wizard recited an incantation, attempting to transform clear water into tea. He stood up repeatedly to check if the water had changed color, casting spells time and again. Predictably, something unexpected was about to occur. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed through the hall. All eyes turned towards the source of the noise, revealing the once fair face of a young wizard now covered in dust, his hair transformed into a frizzy mess. Laughter erupted from Draco and his companions, who had never witnessed such a spell backfire so spectacularly. Cain chuckled lightly. The explosive talent of this young wizard was indeed remarkable and might prove useful in the future. Yet, the priority remained the meal, for a person is like iron, and food is like steel. Skipping a meal leads to an unsettling hunger. Using the fortifying potion, he now has a considerable appetite for food. Observing Draco, who was eating slowly beside him, Cain felt it was the right moment. The current iteration of the fortifying potion, having undergone his meticulous modifications, was now perfected. It was time to introduce Draco to its benefits, for as his brother, Draco's physical constitution was lamentably subpar. Suddenly, a flock of owls swooped into the hall, drawing attention to a large box soaring through the air. The box obscured the view of the owls above, leaving the young wizards below oblivious to their presence. The box drifted through the air, heading toward Cain's direction. Before long, it plummeted to the ground, landing behind him. Spotting the owls overhead, Cain realized this must be a delivery from home. Yet, what could possibly warrant such a large box? A quick glance revealed traces of magic upon it. Cain surmised this was likely the handiwork of Dobby. Otherwise, the owls would have struggled immensely to transport such a heavy load. The surrounding students were captivated by the oversized box. Draco, eager with anticipation, urged Cain to open it. Cain, too, felt a twinge of curiosity about what Lucius and Narcissa might have sent him. Reflecting on the trump card he had mentioned the day before, he wondered if this was indeed that very item. Alohomora. As the incantation echoed, the lock on the box clicked open. Before Cain could utter a word, Draco had already impatiently flung the box open. Inside, it sparkled with an abundance of golden galleons. A cold sweat broke out on Cain's forehead. Had his parents misconstrued his intentions? Was this their interpretation of a trump card? What he sought were items capable of rivaling legends or even obliterating them, not mere gold. He had more galleons stashed away in his storage than this. However, the Slytherin students around him were spellbound. So much gold. Incredible. They must be wealthy. It was no wonder Professor Alders had mentioned the Malfoy family today, even awarding Draco points, perhaps due to their affluence. The onlookers were rife with gossip, their envious glances fixated on the scene. Yet some expressed disdain. What was gold, after all? They had their share, albeit not in such quantities. Cain's brazen display of wealth irked them. How could a first-year student act with such audacity? They felt compelled to teach him a lesson about the supremacy of true power. Draco gazed at the overflowing galleons before him, a surge of pride and desire swelling within him. His pocket money seemed trivial in comparison. He resolved to ask his brother for 50 galleons, no 100. Surely, he would not protest such a sum. Meanwhile, the Gryffindor students were left astonished. Such a vast wealth of galleons could sustain their families for several years. Surely, this was merely pocket money for the Malfoy brothers. The wizards of Gryffindor, for the most part, do not belong to the noble class. While their living conditions may not be dire, they cannot be deemed prosperous either. As Ron gazed at the shimmering box, and then at his tattered second-hand robes, a wave of discontent washed over him. Why, he pondered, should a Malfoy enjoy such privileges? What unscrupulous deeds must they have committed behind the scenes? A surge of inferiority, jealousy, and resentment swelled within him, though he chose to conceal these feelings deep within his heart. Even Harry, sitting beside him, seemed oblivious to the subtle changes in his friend. After all, the human heart is a mystery, and one can never truly discern another's thoughts. At that moment, Harry felt a twinge of envy towards Cain, though not for his wealth. After all, his own vault was brimming with gold galleons bestowed by his parents. His envy stemmed from something else entirely, something he could never possess in this lifetime. Cain, noticing that the box drew attention, promptly closed it. After securing it with a lock, he swiftly shrank it down to the size of a palm. Having finished his meal, he made his way back to the dormitory, well aware of the principle that wealth should remain discreet. Unfortunately, he had still attracted attention. Across the long table in Gryffindor, a pair of twins exchanged knowing glances, evidently aware of each other's thoughts. Chapter 30, A Slap. Cain was genuinely taken aback. He had not anticipated such a surprise, or rather, a shock, from his parents. He recognized that it was not a lack of money he faced, but rather a deficiency in the power to intimidate others. However, he now understood that aside from the galleons, his family had little else to boast about. It seemed the only course of action was to diligently elevate his own status. He hoped to achieve a breakthrough to become a grand wizard by the weekend. As he organized his belongings, he arrived at the common room. Just as he emerged, a voice called out to him, "I remember you, Cain, the Malfoy scion." The speaker was a burly youth, his gaze sharp and menacing, as if he intended to devour Cain whole. Cain cast a fleeting glance at the boy before continuing on his way. Who was this rude interloper, so lacking in manners? He was destined to remain a mere footnote. The youth, incensed by Cain's disregard, fumed with rage. "I'm talking to you. Are you deaf?" Cain remained unperturbed, dismissing the boy as an unchained dog barking aimlessly. As the youth's fury escalated, he stomped his feet in frustration. Do you dare to duel me?" Cain continued to ignore him, prompting the youth to declare, "You think you're so lofty just because your family has a bit of money?" The Axley family is no trifling matter either. At the mention of the Axley family, Cain recalled that they too were a pure-blood lineage. The current head, Coben Axley, was a Death Eater and would later serve as the director of magical law enforcement after Voldemort's resurrection. However, this individual has exhibited remarkable prudence since the fall of Voldemort, refraining from any contact with former Death Eaters over the years. Simultaneously, he often ridicules Lucius in secret. It remains uncertain whether the person before me is indeed the son of the latter. Cain shrugged. Is that so? Then you are merely a larger waste of space. The youth, witnessing Cain's nonchalant demeanor, was nearly apoplectic with rage. All right, you call me a waste, but do you dare to compete with me? He retorted. What are you even worth? A senior coming to provoke a first year. How utterly shameful. Cain regarded him with a mocking expression. The boy, feeling somewhat embarrassed, flushed crimson. Glancing around, he noticed that the surrounding young wizards were indeed pointing and whispering about him. Unwilling to concede defeat, the boy resolved to provoke Cain into a duel. Aren't you the top of your year? How can you lack the courage for this? What makes you worthy of being the top? Upon hearing the mention of the headmaster, the boy felt a twinge of hesitation, for Snape was not one to be trifled with. Yet, his resentment towards Cain lingered. He fell silent, withdrawing his wand. The onlookers were taken aback by this turn of events, realizing that Cain was likely to face a reckoning today. Many were also discontented with Cain's arrogance, while others, having been defeated by him 2 days prior, secretly hoped this youth would teach Cain a lesson. At that moment, a girl stepped forward. "Zos, isn't it rather excessive for a 6th year to bully a 1st year? Be careful, or I shall inform the headmaster or tell your father." It was then that Cain learned the boy's name. Curiously, he pondered if this was Pansy, the future girlfriend of the infamous Draco, now coming to his aid. Contrary to the author's depiction, Pansy did not appear unattractive. Rather, she bore a resemblance to the actress from the first film, with a high nose, penetrating gaze, and smooth skin. Zos's expression soured significantly as he shot a furious glare at Pansy. He then sheathed his wand and, with a venomous remark directed at Cain, said, "You're lucky this time. Just wait, kid." With that, he turned to leave. Simultaneously, he thought to himself that he would have another opportunity to deal with Cain. "Next time, I won't let you escape." Cain, however, was not inclined to let the matter rest. Blocking Zos's path, he proclaimed, "Stop. Since you've come this far, how can I not give you a slap? Slytherin is a place that venerates strength. I must demonstrate my prowess to certain individuals, lest more insignificant beings emerge to take a bite out of me." As Cain uttered these words, the crowd found it hard to believe. Who would have thought that with Pansy coming to his aid, he would still choose to confront Zos? This fellow was truly insufferably arrogant. He would surely face consequences. How could we possibly lose to someone like him? Perhaps next year's top position will be mine. Pansy exhibited a hint of confusion in her gaze. She had mustered considerable courage to stand up to her relative. Draco felt a twinge of anxiety, yet he steeled himself, ready to join Cain in battle should he falter against their opponent. "Very well, young man, this is as you wished," Zos thought resolutely, turning to brandish his wand. Shatter to pieces. In an instant, a brilliant light emanated from Zos's wand, and he was determined to demonstrate his prowess. Yet, to the astonishment of the surrounding young wizards, a 6th-year student was employing dark magic against a 1st year. Just as everyone anticipated that Cain would be struck by the spell, A resounding bang echoed, as if an invisible barrier had intercepted the curse. What transpired? The onlookers were momentarily rendered speechless. Zos suddenly sensed the gravity of the situation. Cain was not to be underestimated. This level of incompetence after years of study, failing to even hit a first year. Cain drew forth his wand, and with a swift flick, unleashed a force that sent Zos hurtling backward, causing his wand to slip from his grasp and clatter to the ground. How is this possible? Not only Zos, but the surrounding young wizards were wide-eyed in disbelief. A sixth-year student, utterly vanquished by Cain. Moreover, why had Cain not uttered an incantation before Zos was flung away? Truly pathetic. All of you be still. At the tip of Cain's wand, a blue light flashed, rendering Zos immobile as he attempted to rise. The students around them fell silent, too stunned to utter a word. The rapid unfolding of events, a sixth-year student being dispatched by a newcomer, was beyond belief. Cain approached slowly, raising his hand to deliver a resounding slap to Zos's face. Chapter 31, Retribution. The sharp crack of the slap reverberated throughout the common room. Zos's face visibly swelled, and it seemed a few of his teeth had been knocked loose by Cain's strike. The unexpected blow left everyone gasping in shock. No one had anticipated that Cain would emerge victorious with such ease, much less deliver such a merciless slap. The younger wizards, who had once harbored hopes of besting Cain in the coming year, now found themselves reconsidering their ambitions. They pondered whether, after another 6 months of study, they could truly surpass such formidable power. At this moment, their perception of Cain transformed. What was once a flicker of defiance had now been replaced with awe and trepidation. Cain's ferocity had left Zos bleeding from the mouth, a scene that instilled fear in the onlooking wizards who had never witnessed such an occurrence. Draco, too, felt a chill of apprehension. It seemed his brother was indeed protective of him, as his usual reprimands were nothing more than gentle taps on the head. What foolishness have you all committed? Just as the young wizards stood in confusion, a dark figure entered the room. It was Snape. Having received word of the disturbance from a Slytherin student, he had rushed over. As he stepped inside, he beheld the startling sight of Cain slapping Zos. However, he still posed a question. The surrounding young wizards hesitated to speak, casting furtive glances between Cain and Snape, their hearts entangled with uncertainty about whether to disclose the matter to Snape. On one hand, they feared Snape's wrath. On the other, they dreaded Cain seeking retribution. Noticing the silence, Snape turned to Draco, who stood beside him. Draco, what transpired? Draco inhaled sharply, as if a hand had gripped his throat. He understood Snape's severity better than anyone. Yet, as a Malfoy, he could not easily betray his brother. Headmaster, allow me to speak. At that moment, Cain spoke out inopportunely. I did not grant you permission to speak. Snape shot a frosty glare at Cain. Did he remain unaware of Cain's involvement in this affair? Allowing Cain to explain would only enable him to twist the truth. Cain pouted, mimicking Snape's tone softly. I did not grant you permission to speak. Snape's expression darkened. He nearly wished to draw his wand and deliver a swift reprimand. The other young wizards looked on in astonishment, never expecting Cain to exhibit such audacity. Was his confidence inflated from having bested a sixth-year student? Now he dared to provoke the headmaster. Draco couldn't help but feel a tinge of concern for Cain. Just then, Snape leaned forward, approaching Zos. Immobulus. With a flash, the previously immobilized Zos was freed. He clutched his pained face, acutely aware that several of his teeth were missing. Pain radiated from his visage, sending jolts through his nerves, causing tears to well up in his eyes. While he pointed at his face, wailing incoherently at Snape, seemingly attempting to accuse Cain of his plight. Yet, with his swollen visage and lost teeth, his words came out as mere whimpers. Snape, of course, could not decipher his utterances. Reluctantly, he turned to the others for clarification. Pansy, inform me of what transpired. His gaze settled on Pansy, who stood nearest to Cain. Taking a deep breath, Pansy stepped forward. Zos challenged Cain to a duel and employed dark magic, only to be swiftly defeated by Cain. Her succinct explanation shed light on the earlier events. Upon hearing her account, Snape grasped the gist of the situation. That Malfoy boy certainly was a troublemaker. Yet, he was quite taken aback by Cain's magical prowess. His abilities now rivaled those of adult wizards. Zos, for attacking a first year, I shall impose a month of detention upon you. Zos, upon hearing Snape's decree, felt incredulous. But I was the one who was attacked. Must I also endure detention? Is this punishment not excessively harsh? Even Gryffindors only receive 2 weeks. Why must I face a month? In his recollection, Snape was exceedingly protective of Slytherin. Why was it different in this instance? Curiosity piqued. He wondered how Snape would subsequently discipline Cain. He stood still, awaiting Snape's next words, but after a while, silence lingered. He glanced at Cain, then at Snape. "What are you still standing there for? Do you wish for me to escort you to the infirmary?" Snape's gaze was icily unyielding, radiating an aura of chill. Zoes understood then that Snape had no intention of punishing Cain. The pain coursing through him made him indifferent to what lay ahead. Thus, he covered his face with one hand, feeling dizzy from the blows he had received, and slowly staggered through the crowd, exiting the common room. An unusual atmosphere enveloped the surrounding young wizards, who were all curious about how Professor Snape would reprimand Cain. "What are you all still doing here? Do you wish to be confined as well?" Snape's voice boomed, causing the young wizards to scatter in fright. Soon, only Cain and Snape remained in the common room. Snape's expression was grave as he scrutinized Cain, seemingly attempting to decipher his thoughts. "Can you not behave yourself? You strike a classmate today. Will you strike a teacher tomorrow? If he provokes me, does that mean I should refrain from retaliating? Will anyone feel free to challenge me openly henceforth?" Cain appeared utterly unconcerned, believing his actions justified, as at least these young wizards would not deliberately provoke him. Witnessing Cain's nonchalance, Snape felt his temper rise to a boiling point. However, years of experience in dealing with him taught Snape restraint. Instead, he opted to offer Cain a word of caution. "Enough. Regardless of your thoughts, heed this warning. You would do well to avoid antagonizing your history of magic professor." Upon hearing the warning, Cain's interest was piqued. It seemed that Professor Auld indeed had some issues. He realized he ought to tread cautiously. After imparting his advice, Snape turned and departed. Meanwhile, the young wizards who had been eavesdropping on the commotion began to emerge one by one. They were astonished that Cain had escaped unscathed. Soon, inquiries were directed towards Draco, who, in a moment of excitement, inadvertently revealed that Snape was both Cain's and Draco's godfather. Instantly, the entirety of Slytherin was made aware of this revelation. Chapter 32, Transfiguration Class. They followed a short, plump, witch-named Sprout to the greenhouse behind the castle for their lesson. Professor Sprout, as she guided them, elaborated. "The varying temperatures and humidity levels of different greenhouses are tailored to accommodate the growth of diverse herbs. For instance, some greenhouses are warm and humid to cultivate plants like Devil's Snare, which flourish in dark, damp environments. Conversely, others drenched in sunlight are designated for growing herbs, such as lavender that require ample light. Our dragon-hide gloves are employed when handling particularly hazardous herbs, such as those that are thorny or toxic." Subsequently, a brief acquaintance was made with several herbs commonly found in both the magical and muggle realms. Due to her personality, she did not engage amicably with her female peers in Gryffindor. In light of this issue, Cain offered his friendly insights. Draco, observing the situation nearby, felt as though the sky had fallen upon him. Yet, with his brother present, he dared not resist and could only repeatedly adjust his gestures, inwardly cursing Hermione countless times. Now, allowing her to continue trailing behind him, he worried that he might go deaf from her incessant chatter. Soon, they arrived at the Transfiguration classroom. Although the young wizards were aware that their teacher was the deputy headmistress of the school, she had yet to arrive. Consequently, upon entering, most of them were still running about, frolicking and playing. Naturally, they all noticed a calico cat lounging on the teacher's desk. But who would pay heed to a harmless feline? Upon entering, Cain immediately spotted the calico cat. Initially intending to head straight to his seat, he changed his mind and approached the podium instead. A few girls following him assumed he was going to pet the cat and boldly trailed behind, eager to indulge in a moment of feline affection. Suddenly, just 2 steps away from the podium, Cain bowed and exclaimed, "Good day, Professor." The others were perplexed, unsure of his actions. Hermione and Draco shared the same confusion, as they had not seen any professor present. However, they refrained from questioning him, having developed blind trust in Cain. They then followed him to their seats. The young witches who had initially intended to pet the cat were momentarily taken aback by Cain's sudden departure. Yet, since they had already come this far, they resolved to seize the opportunity to indulge in their desire to pet the cat. As they approached, the calico cat leapt down from the podium, transforming into a stern-looking witch with gray hair at her temples. The girls who had hoped to pet the cat were so startled that they could hardly move. The other young wizards, engaged in their playful antics, also noticed the change. When did Professor McGonagall arrive in the classroom? A hush fell over the entire room. Before long, class commenced as Professor McGonagall took her place at the podium. She regarded the young wizards below with a stern expression. "I hope everyone will behave during class in the future. Transfiguration is a complex and perilous subject. Should I find anyone causing disruption, I shall ask them to leave and not permit their return." After outlining her rules, her stern demeanor softened into one of delight. In light of Cain's recognition of me prior to class, Slytherin receives an additional 10 points. The other students turned their gazes toward Cain, who had now gained the complete trust of his Slytherin peers. Cain's abilities consistently surpassed their expectations, rendering the addition of points to him a commonplace occurrence. However, the students of Gryffindor were somewhat taken aback, their gazes fixed intently on Cain, seemingly eager to discern how he had deduced Professor McGonagall's thoughts. Surely, it was Snape who had divulged this information to him. I overheard someone mention today that Snape is the godfather of both Cain and Malfoy. That must be the reason for his extensive knowledge. The last time Snape summoned him privately, it could very well have been to relay such matters. Ron, unreservedly expressing his thoughts, launched into a lengthy tirade regarding the Gryffindor perspective. The surrounding students absorbed his words, collectively concluding that Cain's understanding stemmed from Snape's prior warning. Simultaneously, they regarded Cain's actions with disdain. Truly, the cunning Slytherins always sought to gain points through dubious means. Mr. Weasley, speaking out in class will result in a deduction of 5 points. It must be said, although Professor McGonagall is the head of Gryffindor, she is remarkably impartial compared to Snape. Even Gryffindor points are not spared from her scrutiny. Upon hearing this announcement, the Gryffindor students cast furious glares at Ron, their eyes ablaze with reproach for his actions. Professor McGonagall then demonstrated, waving her wand, transforming her podium into a magnificent steed. The horse kicked its front hooves skyward, igniting the students' anticipation for the lesson. They envisioned themselves transfiguring their modest possessions into grandiose creations upon mastering the art. Subsequently, Professor McGonagall elucidated the principles of transfiguration, emphasizing the renowned Gamp's fundamental laws of transfiguration. The students listened intently. Although this professor was strict, it was evident that her expertise in teaching transfiguration was exceptional. She further stressed the pivotal role of the wand in transfiguration, instructing on how to hold it correctly and pronounce the incantations properly. After the lesson, Professor McGonagall distributed matches to the young wizards, instructing them to transform the matchsticks into needles. Almost as soon as she delivered the command, Cain, Hermione, and Draco simultaneously completed the task. For Cain, this incantation was exceedingly simple. Hermione had practiced it at home beforehand, while Draco had been encouraged by Cain the previous night to transform his beloved quill into a needle, with the threat that failure would result in the destruction of his cherished item. Professor McGonagall beamed at the trio of young wizards, her gaze sweeping over the needles they had transformed, and she proclaimed, "Cain, Draco, and Hermione shall each earn 5 points for their house." Just as the words left her lips, she seemed to sense something amiss, her brow furrowing slightly as she shook her head and added, "No, wait." Chapter 33, Professor McGonagall's Assessment. Cain's needle was unlike the others, adorned with exquisite engravings, featuring the Slytherin crest along with the letters spelling Slytherin. Professor McGonagall was astonished by the young wizard's mastery of transfiguration. She had not anticipated that Cain would possess such a remarkable level of skill. Very well indeed. In light of Mr. Cain's remarkable proficiency in transfiguration, an additional 5 points shall be awarded to him. As Professor McGonagall's words resonated through the hall, a wave of astonishment swept over the audience. Curiosity piqued as everyone wondered what Cain had accomplished to earn such a commendation. Hermione, too, felt a twinge of intrigue. She had believed her speed and quality of work to be on par with Cain's. However, judging by Professor McGonagall's evaluation, it appeared that Cain had indeed outshone her. She extended her hand and grasped the needle that Cain had transformed, only to be taken aback by the exquisite, lifelike patterns adorning it. The emblem of Slytherin and the 4 prominent characters captivated her attention, leading her to reluctantly concede that Cain's work was undeniably superior to her own. Draco, on the other hand, held no particular thoughts on the matter. For him, simply receiving points was a blessing enough, and striving for further excellence was not in his nature. Deep down, he acknowledged that Cain was indeed far more adept than he was, and not by a small margin. Professor McGonagall gazed at Cain with a multitude of reflections swirling in her mind. What a promising student he was, if only he were in her Gryffindor house. Her curiosity grew regarding the level of mastery this child had attained in transfiguration. Should she perhaps adjust her teaching methods to cater to his needs? It must be noted that Professor McGonagall was exceptionally diligent, always striving to attend to each and every one of her students. "Cain, please accompany me to my office after class. I wish to discuss your academic progress. Feel free to ask any questions you may have," she instructed. With that, Professor McGonagall turned and departed to assist those students who had yet to complete their tasks. Cain felt a surge of joy, The opportunity to receive private instruction from this master of transfiguration was undoubtedly a boon. He recalled that Dumbledore was also a master of this art, yet lamented that he could not benefit from his teachings. Meanwhile, Draco attended to his two underlings, attempting to guide them through their tasks, only to exclaim in exasperation at their clumsy attempts, completely forgetting that he too had once struggled in a similar manner. Ultimately, however, the pair succeeded in transforming their matchsticks into needles, albeit slightly thicker than desired. Professor McGonagall, mindful of time, stood at the front of the class and announced her departure, summoning Cain before exiting the classroom. Her office was a quaint study located at the end of the second-floor corridor, from which one could glimpse the Quidditch pitch through the window. "Mr. Cain, please take a seat." Professor McGonagall gestured for him to sit down, before retrieving a hefty tome from the shelf behind her. "Now, please share any unresolved issues you have encountered in your recent studies of transfiguration," she prompted. Her intention was twofold: to assist Cain in overcoming these challenges while simultaneously gauging the extent of his mastery in the subject. "Professor, I actually wish to attempt becoming an animagus," Cain replied. This boy seemed to desire instant gratification, for becoming an animagus was an exceedingly perilous form of transfiguration. While immensely convenient, it posed considerable challenges, requiring intricate spells, magical rituals, and an exceptionally concentrated state of mind. Should even the slightest error occur during the process of learning, it could potentially lead to grave magical mishaps. For instance, one might find a part of their body transformed into an animal form while the rest remains human. Such an incomplete transformation could inflict severe harm upon the wizard's body. "Are you certain that your current proficiency in transfiguration is adequate?" Professor McGonagall did not immediately oppose this assertion. She sensed that Cain was not merely a boastful young wizard. "Professor, you witnessed my basic transfiguration during class just now." As for intermediate transfiguration, Cain paused momentarily before retrieving his wand and placing a book he had brought on the table. With a flick of his wand, the book transformed into a small bird, remarkably lifelike in appearance. McGonagall fell silent at this spectacle. This was indeed intermediate transfiguration, involving a non-essential alteration of complex structures. "As for advanced transfiguration, I feel there is no suitable space to demonstrate in your office," Cain continued, casting his gaze around the room. Advanced transfiguration pertains to the transformation of living forms, allowing one animal to be temporarily transformed into another. However, permanently changing one life form into another is strictly forbidden, not due to impossibility, but ethical concerns. Professor McGonagall understood this implicitly. She turned and approached a hidden door, leading to a chamber with a floor paved in gravel. Indeed, whether in the wizarding world or the Muggle realm, a little white mouse is forever bound to its fate of sacrifice. "Try transforming it into a cat," she suggested, seemingly with a particular fondness for felines. Cain did not hesitate, knowing well that he could accomplish this. With a wave of his wand, the little white mouse morphed into a distinctly striped tabby cat, emitting a series of meows. After observing for a moment, McGonagall noted that the cat had not reverted to the original mouse form, nor exhibited any instability in its shape. This indicated that Cain's magical prowess was indeed substantial. Moreover, due to its increased size, the cat began scratching at the confines of its cage, demonstrating a commendable stability in transformation. McGonagall reverted the cat back to its original mouse form and set it aside. "Mr. Cain, you have truly astonished me." She praised him sincerely. She had never encountered a student with such advanced transfiguration skills upon their entrance to Hogwarts. "It seems your proposal merits consideration, but I must first consult with the headmaster, as the school bears responsibility for your safety." No sooner had McGonagall finished speaking than the door to her office swung open. Dumbledore bent slightly to enter through the low doorway, speaking to himself. "My apologies, Professor McGonagall. Please forgive my unannounced intrusion." Upon seeing him, a chill ran down Cain's spine. He pondered silently how the headmaster could have appeared here, suddenly, and seemingly observed him for quite some time. However, Cain reconsidered. After all, he was at Hogwarts. As the headmaster, Dumbledore naturally had the capacity to be aware of each student's situation. Yet, Cain pondered, despite my efforts to remain low-key, why does he still pay such close attention to me? I merely aspire to be a diligent and exemplary wizard, not the next Voldemort. Would it not be more reassuring for him to simply trust my intentions? Dumbledore entered, casting a glance at Cain. It must be said that this child's talent eclipsed even that of Voldemort. A flicker of concern crossed his mind. He was wary of the possibility of another Voldemort emerging. After all, he had already allowed one to come into existence. He could not permit another. Nevertheless, Dumbledore's visit was not solely due to Cain. Rather, he had been somewhat exasperated by an elderly gentleman's incessant chatter in his office. I can consent to Cain's pursuit of animagus training, Dumbledore stated. Before Cain could express his joy, Dumbledore continued, however, you must undergo your transformations under the joint supervision of myself and Professor Alder to ensure your safety. Cain felt a wave of resignation wash over him, pondering whether this was merely a means for them to observe his transformation for future surveillance. His desire to learn animagus was precisely to move about undetected and freely. Surely, it could not be for the sheer delight of transforming into small creatures. Yet, the situation had escalated to this point, and Cain understood he had little room to argue. Observing the current circumstances, he realized that even if he refrained from learning animagus now, he could not escape the headmaster's scrutiny once he eventually did. It seemed wiser to learn with the guidance of both professors, especially since Dumbledore was a master of transfiguration. However, Cain found himself perplexed by Dumbledore's mention of Professor Alder rather than Professor McGonagall. It appeared that Alder was allied with Dumbledore. Professor McGonagall was equally astonished, unable to grasp why it was not she who would guide Cain, but rather the headmaster and the history of magic professor. She had been the one to interview this professor upon his arrival at the school. While his knowledge of magical history was indeed impressive, she was uncertain of his proficiency in transfiguration. Nonetheless, she refrained from contradicting Dumbledore. His presence alone was sufficient. After all, her own teacher of transfiguration was Dumbledore himself. Thus, she retrieved the hefty tome she had taken from the bookshelf earlier and handed it to Cain. These are my notes on transfiguration, which include some insights into animagus training. You may find them beneficial. Cain received the notes as if they were a treasure. A Master's notes on transfiguration were undoubtedly invaluable. Thank you, Professor, Cain said, bowing respectfully in gratitude. Professor McGonagall smiled, appreciating Cain as politeness. Meanwhile, Dumbledore felt a twinge of anxiety. This scene felt eerily familiar. Humility, courtesy. But what lay ahead? Dumbledore fell into deep contemplation, wrestling with his thoughts. Do not worry. Should you encounter any difficulties, you may seek me out or consult the headmaster, who is indeed a master of transfiguration. Professor McGonagall reassured Cain while reflecting on what a promising student he was. Cain solemnly tucked away McGonagall's notebook and addressed the two. Well then, headmaster, I shall take my leave for now. When I am ready to commence, I will return to seek your guidance. After receiving their nods of acknowledgement, Cain swiftly exited McGonagall's office. Truth be told, the pressure emanating from Dumbledore was formidable. Even in silence, an immense weight bore down upon him, urging him to enhance his abilities without delay. As Cain stepped out, a red-haired youth approached and draped an arm over his shoulder. Just left Professor McGonagall's office. I bet you received quite the scolding. The boy's familiarity left Cain somewhat bewildered. Why was this twin seeking him? They were hardly acquainted. And didn't the Weasley family generally harbor disdain for the Malfoys? Why would one of them attempt to befriend him? Moreover, weren't they inseparable? Yet, here was only one of them. Not at all. Professor McGonagall was quite gentle with me, Cain replied honestly, as she had indeed treated him kindly. He could not betray her goodwill by speaking ill of her. How could that be? Professor McGonagall is one of the strictest teachers in Hogwarts, second only to Snape. The red-haired youth seemed incredulous, suspecting that Cain was merely boasting. Professor McGonagall is very considerate of me. She entrusted me with her notes and even arranged for Headmaster Dumbledore to teach me transfiguration, Cain asserted, raising the notebook in his hand. The boy glanced at it, confirming the handwriting belonged to McGonagall, and was utterly astonished. Was this the McGonagall they knew? Surely, Cain must have encountered an imposter. George, how's your conversation going? At that moment, another boy, strikingly similar to the first, joined them. Blast it, I haven't even had the chance to speak. George exclaimed in frustration, perhaps regretting the interruption. What do you mean? Cain questioned, puzzled. Were these twins concocting some prank? He took a step back, feeling a surge of wariness towards them while gripping his wand tightly. These rascals dared to play tricks even on professors. But if they attempted anything against him, Cain vowed that their antics would cease immediately. Please, we just want to befriend you, not provoke you. Fred quickly clarified upon noticing Cain's heightened defensiveness. Befriend? Cain queried, skeptical of their intentions. What sort of trickery were these brothers up to? Though he had enjoyed reading about such charming characters in books, in reality, he could not tolerate their mischief aimed at him. Indeed, friends, Cain felt a twinge of curiosity. Could these two fellows possibly perceive one another's thoughts or share any common sentiments? Would their desire for friendship with me render them traitors in the eyes of Gryffindor? He chuckled softly, for the notion of friendship they spoke of appeared rather dubious at this juncture. Hermione had been uncharacteristically close to him in recent days, and whispers had begun to circulate throughout Gryffindor. Some claimed it was because Hermione harbored feelings for Cain, while others suggested that she sought to elevate her houses, standing through him. There were even rumors that Cain had employed a love potion on her. Chapter 35, The Gift from the Twins. Under the influence of this alleged potion, Hermione would feel so uninhibited in trailing after him. More alarmingly, some girls within Gryffindor had begun to assert that Hermione would inevitably become a dark witch. The reason she had been sorted into Gryffindor was attributed to the Sorting Hat's disdain for her Muggle parents, which led to her allocation in that house. Hermione's reputation had become tarnished in Gryffindor, and coupled with her earnest nature, her classmates now avoided her path. "They have long harbored disdain for us," Fred remarked with a grin, seemingly unperturbed by the repercussions. After all, the duo had accrued a considerable number of points deducted from Gryffindor, and it was common for others to secretly deride them. Cain observed these two lively characters with a sense of amusement. He had not anticipated that they would desire his company despite the discord between him and their elder brother. However, he refrained from outright rejection and casually inquired, "Why do you wish to befriend me? Surely Harry would make a more suitable companion?" George immediately chimed in, "We are friends with Harry too, but you are a tad different from him." A subtle smile played on Cain's lips, his curiosity piqued. "In what way am I different?" The brothers responded in unison. "You, like us, are a fellow mischief maker." Upon hearing this, Cain felt as though a flock of crows had flown overhead, pondering to himself, "When have I ever been described in such a manner? I am hardly a troublemaker." Perhaps sensing Cain's bewilderment, the two began to elaborate. "During the sorting, you actually took the Sorting Hat to wash. Who else could possibly accomplish such a feat? In just 2 days, you have already been summoned to the office of both heads of house, and they're among the most formidable professors at Hogwarts. Such treatment is not afforded to the average student. Moreover, you dealt a harsh lesson to Slytherin's Zacharias. We heard you knocked out his teeth. Good riddance. We have long found that fellow intolerable, and we were just waiting for an opportunity to get back at him. This afternoon, we nearly laughed ourselves to death when we saw him speaking through a gap in his mouth. Oh, and we also know that before school started, you put Percy in an embarrassing situation. Ever since he became head boy, he has become increasingly arrogant. Your actions were truly cathartic." Listening to their flood of words, Cain found himself both amused and exasperated. He certainly did not consider himself a king of pranks. However, he was somewhat surprised that these two fellows were so well informed about the matters between him and their brothers. It seems that even among the Weasley siblings, there could be some discord. Although he felt a twinge of astonishment, Cain found it difficult to refuse any further, especially since he already held a certain fondness for these two lively characters. "All right, then we shall be friends." Upon hearing this, the brothers erupted in cheers. "Oh yeah, I knew it. This is fantastic." With that, they simultaneously extended their fists for a celebratory bump in the air. They then offered their fists to Cain, who, understanding their intent, reciprocated with a fist bump. Just when Cain thought everything had settled delightfully, he noticed the brothers gazing at him with eyes that hinted at mischief. A sense of unease crept into Cain's heart as he pondered. What scheme were these two concocting now? The two of them fidgeted, wearing expressions of mild embarrassment. George was the first to speak. Cain, we saw your parents sending you a package today. Could you possibly lend us some money? We swear, once we earn some, we will repay you." As soon as the words left his mouth, their faces flushed crimson. They were truly at their wits' end, resorting to this desperate measure. It turned out that their mother, Mrs. Molly, had been exasperated by their daily pranks and had, in a fit of anger, drastically reduced their allowance. Consequently, their already modest living conditions became increasingly strained, prompting them to turn to Cain. Nevertheless, they assured him that their desire to befriend him was genuine. Upon hearing their request, Cain couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed he could finally relax. He had feared these brothers were plotting something against him. For Cain, matters that could be resolved with money were hardly matters at all. Thus, he inquired leisurely, "How much are you planning to borrow? For what purpose? When can you repay it?" This was Cain's habit, having experienced a time rife with online scams. Lending money to friends could easily lead to deception. So he had developed a practice of ensuring clarity on the terms of borrowing. "We were thinking of borrowing 10 galleons. No, wait, make it 50. We plan to use it to purchase some magical ingredients. Once we craft and sell the magical items, we can pay you back." The brothers initially quoted a figure, but upon recalling Cain's box brimming with gold galleons, they quickly revised their request. Cain observed their pitiful demeanor, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. "You really ought to try our family's loan services, but unfortunately, you can't go out right now. How about this? I will invest 500 galleons in you, and you needn't pay me back. When you make a profit, we can share the earnings." The twins exchanged bewildered glances, clearly not grasping Cain's intention. Noticing their confusion, Cain patiently elaborated, "What I mean is, I will provide the funds to help you rent a venue and purchase equipment. You can unleash your creativity and innovate. If you wish, I can also arrange for someone to handle the sales. When the profits come in, we can divide them accordingly." At this, the brothers' eyes widened in realization. "So how do we split it?" "Let us split the shares evenly, with both of us claiming half," Cain said with an air of decisiveness. Upon hearing this, the twin brothers hesitated, brimming with confidence in their invention, convinced it would sell like hotcakes, yielding far more than the mere 500 galleons. Yet, upon reflection, they realized that within the confines of the school, only Cain had the means to produce such an amount effortlessly. Moreover, they found themselves utterly penniless, without alternative options. "Very well, it is settled then." George grinned at Cain, rubbing his hands together like a money-obsessed fiend. "Here you go. This is 100 galleons." Cain retrieved the coins from his bag and tossed them to them. "However, you must sign a contract with me." Considering that there were hardly any places to spend money at school, Cain carried only this sum with him. With that, he produced a piece of parchment from his robe. He had plenty of these magically binding contracts at hand. The twins wasted no time. While Hogwarts rules could be bent, commitments must be honored. Cain drafted the agreement, and the two hastily inscribed their names. "The remaining galleons will be delivered to you tomorrow. I shall take my leave now." Cain secured the contract and prepared to depart when the twins called out to him. "Oh, Cain, wait a moment," they exclaimed in unison. "We want to show you our improved invention." "Oh dear," Cain exclaimed as he focused his gaze, spotting the two holding 5 mud balls that bore a striking resemblance to excrement. "Is that not a dung bomb?" Cain recognized it as a creation from the 1880s by Aberforth Dumbledore. Once triggered, it would emit an unbearable stench, rendering a space intolerable for a brief period. "Indeed, but this is no ordinary dung bomb. Through our enhancements, we have quintupled its potency. Moreover, we have added a jinx that ensures only the targeted individual will suffer." They had initially intended to test it on Quirrell, but he had caught wind of their plan. Thus, they resolved to present it as a gift to him instead. Chapter 36, The Hallway Defamation. He reasoned that taking a little for himself would be harmless, particularly since this contraption bore little value. He might as well claim it first. "Very well, I shall accept this for now. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me out." After parting ways with the twins, Cain, feeling ravenous, made his way to the great hall, his hunger gnawing at him. As he stepped into the hall, he was met with a tense standoff. Harry stood at the center. Looking utterly bewildered, Ron was surrounded by several girls, standing to one side, and facing them were Draco and Hermione along with their entourage. What on earth was happening? The Golden Trio re-emerged? The trio's positions formed a subtle triangle, though the allegiances appeared to have shifted. Cain approached and inquired, "What is all this commotion about?" Seeing him, Draco seemed as if he had found savior, rushing over with an excited expression to lodge his complaint. "Cain, he has been bad-mouthing you and insulting Hermione." "What did you say about us?" Cain's gaze suddenly pierced through Ron like a cold ray. Noticing Cain's intense stare, Ron's heart quivered, and he instinctively took a few steps back, inadvertently bumping into the girl behind him. "What is the matter? You hypocritical Malfoy," he blustered, seemingly emboldened by the presence of support behind him. A sardonic smile curled at the corners of Cain's mouth as he responded with a mocking tone. "Pray tell, how am I a hypocrite? In what way have I offended the esteemed youngest scion of the Weasley clan?" It was truly unfathomable that, despite sharing the same Weasley lineage, Ron was light years behind his brothers. Academically inept, his career aspirations were a tangled mess, and he was perpetually plagued by feelings of inferiority and jealousy, with his emotional management utterly chaotic and devoid of decisiveness in his actions. The only commendable trait he possessed was his modest chess skills, along with fleeting moments of bravery and self-sacrifice. Yet, he failed to realize that bravery requires capability. Fearless courage, devoid of commensurate ability, is merely a recipe for demise. Incensed by Cain's derision, Ron strode forward, his anger boiling over. What business does a Slytherin have so close to a Gryffindor? Surely, you harbor ulterior motives." Cain's expression turned icy as he grasped Ron's collar, effortlessly lifting him off the ground. Let me go, you wicked wizard." Ron flailed in panic, desperately attempting to break free. Yet, weighing no more than 80 pounds at best, he was as helpless as a lamb awaiting slaughter in Cain's grasp. Cain coldly inquired, "So, the rumors about Hermione originated from you, did they?" Enveloped by fear, Ron could hardly process the question, instead shouting at the top of his lungs, "Help me, Harry." Cain had previously lingered with Professor McGonagall for quite some time, and now few students remained in the Great Hall. Even if some noticed the commotion, they were deterred by Cain's formidable reputation, too intimidated to intervene, merely spectating the unfolding drama. After all, this was Cain. Sixth-year students were no match for him. And Snape was his godfather. Who would dare provoke him? Cain, perhaps you should set Ron down. There may be some misunderstanding, someone suggested. Upon hearing this, Cain loosened his grip slightly, causing Ron to crash to the floor with a dull thud. Towering over the disheveled Ron, Cain felt a surge of impulse to slap this blathering fool across the face. However, having recently conducted business with Ron's brother, he decided to show some consideration for both Ron and Harry. Now, clarify, were those rumors indeed your doing? At this moment, all eyes were on Ron, including Harry's. He had overheard the earlier exchange as well, but was equally in the dark about the source of the rumors. Hermione, hearing the dispute, felt her eyes welling with tears as she bit her lip. She had heard those hurtful words earlier that afternoon, feeling as if struck by lightning. Her heart heavy with distress. Why, simply for Cain's kindness in aiding her, did she have to endure such vile gossip? There are even whispers suggesting that one is more suited for Slytherin. Hermione, filled with doubt, reflects on the method of house sorting that Cain had taught her. Could it be that she truly does not belong in Gryffindor? Observing Hermione's pitiful demeanor, Cain feels a pang of compassion. This young, which has always possessed a kind heart, never harboring a single ill thought. He silently moves to her side, gently placing an arm around her shoulder. Do not be disheartened. I am here. Hermione's heart warms suddenly, as if she has found a flicker of solace in a cold night. At that moment, Ron, nursing a sore bottom, grimaces as he attempts to rise. The pain in his backside prevents him from getting up immediately. I didn't spread any rumors. How dare you accuse me? He retorts, his face full of indignation, oblivious to the immense hurt those rumors have caused Hermione. Just then, a girl standing behind Ron steps forward. She glares fiercely at Cain and Hermione, then places herself protectively in front of Ron, exclaiming like a hen defending its chick, "Stop bullying Ron. He would never do such a thing. I believe in him." She then turns her disdainful gaze toward Hermione, sneering, "You only know how to play the victim. Who has to say you didn't fabricate those rumors to ensnare Ron?" With her arms crossed and chin raised defiantly, she exudes a challenging aura. Her voice, tinged with both tears and anger, pierces through. "How can you slander me? I consider you classmates and friends, helping everyone with their studies and tackling challenges together. Well, have I ever engaged in such vile acts?" Ron, emboldened by the girl's words, scrambles to his feet, disregarding the dirt that clings to him. He echoes her sentiment, saying, "Exactly, Hermione. Don't think you're so special just because you understand a bit more. Perhaps you've always found me unworthy and wanted to humiliate me in front of everyone." Hermione gazes at Ron in disbelief, tears streaming down her face, rendering her speechless in her anguish. Cain's expression darkens, his gaze fixed intently on the two. Draco, meanwhile, prepares himself, determined to intervene if a confrontation arises. Yet the girl, undeterred by the atmosphere, smirks mockingly while pointing at Cain. "Humph, who knows? Perhaps you truly wish to climb the social ladder on his coattails, presenting one facade while harboring another. Now that your ruse is exposed, you feign innocence." The onlookers, who initially observed the scene with amusement, now share uncertain glances, whispering among themselves. Hermione, feeling utterly wronged, looks to Cain for a glimmer of support. Cain gently pats her shoulder, offering her a reassuring glance and saying, "It's all right. Allow me to handle this." Chapter 37. Professor Auld steps in. Are you really going to resort to violence? We speak nothing but the truth. As Cain approaches, the girl does not relent. Rather, she defiantly juts out her chin, her behavior reminiscent of a petty street brawler. "Stay back. What do you intend to do?" As Cain drew ever closer, she felt a surge of panic and, with a facade of bravado, began to threaten, "If you dare to lay a hand on me, the professor will surely confine you to your quarters." Ron observed the scene, intent on intervening with Cain. Yet, as he lifted his foot, a sharp pain shot through him, transforming his intended stride into a hesitant shuffle. Nevertheless, he remained defiant, retorting, "How is that not true? Since the beginning of the term, she has been flaunting herself at every opportunity." Cain scoffed softly, surveying their peers before raising her voice. "The truth? I believe you are simply envious that Hermione has already begun to shine just days after her arrival, thus fabricating rumors to tarnish her reputation." Cain could not help but reflect that, in the original text, Hermione surpassed Ron in prowess by leaps and bounds. Given Ron's jealous nature, a happy marriage seemed unlikely. In just 2 days, how much has Hermione aided you? And are you truly unaware? During yesterday's charms class, when several students were in dire straits, who was it that repeatedly demonstrated and assisted you in mastering the spells? Ron flushed with indignation, veins standing out on his neck as he shouted back, "So what? Isn't she just trying to show off in this new environment? Cain chuckled at his frantic outburst, thinking him quite foolish. Suddenly, Cain directed her wand towards Ron and the girl beside him. The girl, startled by Cain's gesture, stepped back but stiffened her resolve, declaring, "Don't go too far." "We're not afraid of you." Cain stepped closer, fixing her gaze on Ron, and said, "I shall repeat myself. Admit your faults and apologize to Hermione. Otherwise, you will deeply regret your obstinacy." Fear washed over Ron's face, yet he remained unyielding. Gritting his teeth, he replied, "I am not wrong. I will not apologize." Cain shook her head, her tone icy. "Then I shall not hold back." Seeing this, the girl widened her eyes in terror and attempted to flee. However, Cain would not grant her such an opportunity. The incantation slipped from her lips. A brilliant flash illuminated the space, and before either of them could react, their legs were bound, rendering them immobile. "Shall I seek Professor Snape for a vial of Veritaserum to administer to you? Or would you prefer I cast you into Azkaban for a proper interrogation by the Dementors?" Now, both were enveloped in silence, too frightened to utter a sound. "From now on, whatever I ask, you shall answer truthfully. Should you disobey, I cannot guarantee whether you will be sent to Professor Snape or directly to Azkaban." Just as Cain prepared to pose her questions, Hermione cried out, "Cain, the professor is coming." Cain swiftly turned to see an elderly gentleman with a somewhat weary countenance striding toward them, one hand lifting Draco, as if he were a mere chick. Draco shouted to his two companions, "You two, quickly make him let go of me." "Cain, run." His associates stood frozen beside the professor, paralyzed by fear. Cain squinted, recognizing Professor Alden, and her heart sank with dread. What ill fortune! Why has this professor arrived? Is it possible that I cannot assist Hermione today? Cain had previously delved into the professor's memories using the legilimency spell. In comparison to the opponent's mental fortitude, one might find it utterly feeble, even oblivious to the probing of thoughts. It is worth noting that in recent years, Cain has devoted considerable effort to mastering the art of mental intrusion and cerebral shielding. Consequently, Cain is acutely aware that all the rumors circulating originate from Ron and this young lady. "Do you have something to inquire about, Mr. Cain?" Professor Ald's tone was serene, devoid of any intention to reprimand Cain. Cain blinked in surprise, filled with curiosity about the professor's true nature and why he repeatedly favored him. "Indeed, Professor," Cain steadied himself and gestured to the two individuals beside him. "I suspect that the rumors regarding my friends have been disseminated by them." Their expressions shifted dramatically, losing the arrogance they once displayed. Professor Ald casually set aside Draco, who was futilely swinging his tiny fists. With a deft flick of his fingers, a spell was cast, rendering Draco immobile in an instant. Cain attempted to intervene, but realized the professor's speed was unparalleled. He discerned the spell was executed solely through the subtle fluctuations of magic in the air, without the need for a wand. "Rest assured, I merely wish to silence this fellow for a moment. It is evident he harbors a slight prejudice against me." Professor Ald seemed to read Cain's thoughts, explaining with a smile. Just moments prior, this young man had brandished his wand to obstruct him. Cain exhaled in relief, surmising that it was a binding spell. He reflected on Draco's reckless nature, wondering why he would dare provoke the professor, disregarding the warnings he had just imparted at noon. "Professor, he just cast a hex on us. He intended to harm us both." Ron, sensing the precariousness of the situation, began to plead for sympathy. "Oh." Professor Ald tilted his head, regarding Ron with an enigmatic smile. "Then why are you two still alive?" Ron's eyes welled with tears, nearly on the verge of crying. Was the professor truly suggesting that Cain should eliminate them? Did he truly care? "Young man, allow me to teach you how to compel certain individuals to speak the truth." Professor Ald turned his gaze to Cain. Understanding the cue, Cain stepped aside, gently embracing Hermione, signaling for the professor to proceed. Professor Ald strode purposefully toward the two, his gaze suddenly sharp as a winter star, locking onto Ron with an intensity that rendered him paralyzed. Ron felt an invisible pressure wash over him, causing his usual bravado to evaporate. The very air around them seemed to freeze under the weight of this force. Cain recognized that the professor was about to employ mental intrusion. Leaning slightly forward, Professor Ald brought his face closer to Ron's, his voice deep yet resonating like a thunderclap. "Young Weasley, you must comprehend the gravity of your actions. I lack the patience to engage in circles with you. I still have lessons to prepare for my students. Yet here you are, creating chaos." Ron opened his mouth to retort, but Grindelwald abruptly straightened, raising his hand to silence him, continuing, "Do not rush to speak. Take a moment to reflect. Do you believe I am unaware of everything? The rumors surrounding that young lady are akin to rats in a filthy gutter, scurrying about and causing distress. You find yourself at the very epicenter of this tempest. As he spoke, the professor began to pace slowly, his black robe trailing behind him, whispering with each step as if each footfall were a heavy thud upon Ron's heart. Grindelwald suddenly halted, his gaze piercing through Ron like a burning torch. Are you aware of the consequences of stirring trouble beneath my very nose? Beads of sweat began to form on Ron's forehead as he bit down hard on his lip, his hands instinctively clenching the corners of his garment. Noticing this, Grindelwald let out a cold snort. If you possess any wit, you will confess truthfully. What I desire is a school that is pure, united, and harmonious. Any actions that jeopardize this unity shall not be tolerated. Chapter 38. The Arrival of the Headmasters. Consider your family. Can you bear to think of them suffering due to your foolish actions? With that, Professor Auld drew closer, his intense, magical aura enveloping Ron like an invisible net, nearly suffocating him. Now, I grant you an opportunity to clarify the matter in full. I may overlook your transgressions and perhaps even offer you a chance to atone, which is far better than living in a state of perpetual dread, despised by all. Ron felt his throat constrict, his mind a battlefield of conflicting emotions. On one hand, he grappled with the decision to be honest, while his pride pulled him in the opposite direction. Grindelwald seemed to see through his turmoil, straightening up, arms crossed, and coldly uttered, "You would do well to make a swift decision. My patience is finite. Should I lose it and conduct my own investigation, the repercussions will be beyond your capacity to endure." The hall fell into a deathly silence, broken only by Ron's heavy breaths. The young wizards around him watched in trepidation, pondering how this teacher bore such a striking resemblance to a dark wizard, his methods so merciless. Cain stood nearby, now acutely aware that the professor had been subtly employing magic to influence Ron throughout the interrogation. His gaze remained fixed on Ron, inwardly concluding that the latter was nearing the brink of confession. Indeed, moments later, Ron resembled a deflated balloon, his shoulders slumping. With a quivering voice, he stammered, I will speak." Professor Auld slightly raised an eyebrow, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his features as he leaned in closer, fixating on Ron's eyes, urging him to continue. Ron attempted to evade the searing gaze, but ultimately surrendered, lowering his head. "I admit, I spread some rumors about Hermione. I saw her getting close to Cain, and it made me uneasy. I thought she was always seeking the limelight, and this time she must be trying to ride on Cain's coattails. So I foolishly echoed the gossip." As he spoke, his eyes misted with regret for his actions and fear of the impending consequences. At this moment, Ron's classmates comprehended the situation, casting sympathetic glances towards Hermione. Meanwhile, Ron had unwittingly placed himself on their mental blacklist, his reputation plummeting. Harry stood nearby, his expression one of disbelief that his dear friend could engage in such behavior. One should associate with those who can offer assistance, rather than those who may hinder progress. At this moment, Harry was engulfed in a tumult of emotions, having resolved within himself to cease communication with Ron, at least for the time being. Professor Auld stood upright, hands clasped behind his back, slightly tilting his head as he spoke in a tone devoid of discernible emotion. He urged, "Reveal all that you know. Who instigated this first? And who else was involved?" Ron quickly nodded, his speech hastening. "It all began with Lavender. She whispered during the break that it was no good for Hermione to associate with Slytherin. I, in a moment of impulsivity, added fuel to the fire. Subsequently, a few of Hermione's dorm mates joined in, and we discussed it in the Great Hall. I truly did not anticipate it escalating to this extent. So this is what it means to be a Gryffindor." At that moment, an ill-timed shout interrupted. Cain noticed his brother Draco ensnared by the bodybind curse, looking rather pitiable. Softening, he lifted the curse. However, as soon as Draco regained his freedom and perceived that the situation was decidedly in his favor, he resumed his arrogant demeanor. The surrounding Gryffindors felt a flush of embarrassment upon hearing Draco's outburst, as many among them had either inadvertently or purposefully participated in the spread of these rumors, and now faced the humiliation of being confronted openly. Nearby, a girl, incensed by Ron's betrayal, unleashed a punch towards him. Cain observed the two, recalling that in the original narrative, this girl was Ron's first love. Presently, he could only wish them both well, hoping they would remain together and not cause mischief elsewhere. It appeared her strength was somewhat lacking, for Ron did not react to the blow, instead casting a pleading look towards Professor Auld. "I realize my mistake, Professor. Please do not expel me. I do not wish to burden my family with this. I implore you for another chance." Professor Auld regarded him silently, then replied, "You should not seek my forgiveness. You must earn the forgiveness of those you have wronged." Ron stiffened, internally lamenting his predicament. He felt utterly devoid of the courage to address the others now. Suddenly, the air shifted as the headmaster arrived. The previously tightly clustered young wizards stirred. Pardon to clear a path. Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall approached, surveying the scene with expressions of confusion, clearly perplexed by the unfolding events. Dumbledore's gaze settled on the despondent Ron, his brow slightly furrowing, a flicker of indignation crossing his features. He then fixed his eyes on Professor Auld, his voice low yet authoritative. "Shouldn't you provide me with an explanation? And ought you not to be in your office?" Dumbledore was genuinely angered. His decision to allow Auld a position at the school had already been an act of considerable leniency, and now he found that Auld had resorted to using the Cruciatus Curse on students. This was the first time the young wizards had witnessed their usually affable headmaster in such a state of fury. Professor Auld chuckled. "Dumbledore, you ought to be grateful to me for resolving the conflict between those two young wizards. Without my intervention, things could have escalated quite dramatically." Upon hearing this, Dumbledore instantly regained his composure, keenly sensing that something was amiss. The other's audacious demeanor, coupled with his own partial understanding of the situation, led him to suspect that this matter was likely connected to Cain. His gaze shifted to Cain, revealing that Cain was affectionately embracing the Gryffindor witch, Hermione. Dumbledore sighed inwardly, recognizing the troublemaker in Cain. "Cain, what is going on?" Dumbledore's tone carried a hint of exasperation. "Well, Professor," Cain began, "today Ron and several Gryffindor students spread rumors about Hermione, and Professor Auld helped us clarify the situation. The surrounding classmates can attest to this." Hearing Cain's words, Dumbledore turned his attention to the other students, who nodded in agreement, confirming the truth of his statement. At that moment, Dumbledore felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue. He couldn't help but compare this incident to his time at school when Tom Riddle, though harboring sinister intentions, had not been so brazen in causing a ruckus in the Great Hall. Yet, it seemed that Cain would not become the next Dark Lord, for he understood the power of love far better than Tom ever did, as evidenced by his efforts to defend Hermione. At that moment, Professor McGonagall stepped forward, her expression grave as she regarded Ron and his companions. Clearly, she was displeased, especially since the trouble involved her own students. "Those who spread the rumors, come with me," she commanded, her voice firm and unyielding. Ron, feeling a desperate urge to escape from this mortifying situation, attempted to move, but grimaced in pain instead. "Professor E." He gestured to his leg, indicating that he was still immobilized by the binding spell. Observing this, Cain promptly stepped forward, waved his wand, and lifted the spell from the two, saying, "My apologies, Professor. I was merely concerned that he might run off and injure someone." McGonagall cast a glance at Cain, recognizing him as a kind-hearted boy. Chapter 39. The Professor's Observation. It was indeed thanks to this child that Gryffindor was spared further troubles. Hermione, the target of the slander, had undoubtedly endured much distress. Without Cain, her plight would have been far worse. McGonagall's gaze turned sternly towards Ron and his companions, her voice icy as she declared now, "You lot, come with me to the office." It was clear to anyone that their visit would not end favorably. After McGonagall took the group away, Dumbledore shifted his focus to Cain and the others. "Well then, Mr. Cain, the matter is resolved. It's time to disperse, is it not?" His tone seemed to seek Cain's approval, imbued with a sense of negotiation. Cain, naturally, had no intention of retaliating, especially since the situation had been thoroughly addressed with Professor Auld's assistance. Before he could speak, Professor Auld embraced Cain's shoulders, exclaiming, "Disperse? Why would we do that?" "Come with me, young man," Professor Alder said, firmly grasping Cain, then casting a glance at Hermione beside him. "Of course, if you wish, you may bring along your little girlfriend as well." Upon hearing the professor's words, Hermione's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Cain did not decline. Although he was not entirely familiar with this professor, Hogwarts was undoubtedly the safest haven in the entire wizarding world. What danger could he possibly encounter? Thus, Cain consented. "Very well, Professor. Since that is the case, I trust you won't mind if this old fellow tags along?" Dumbledore interjected suddenly. However, he was met with a disapproving glance from Professor Alder. Dumbledore remained unperturbed, instead smiling at Cain, seemingly only concerned with the young man's opinion. "It would be a delight to have you join us, Headmaster. I merely wish to bring some provisions." Just then, Cain's stomach audibly protested, betraying him with a growl. "You young lad, what a fuss you make. I have provisions in my office." Professor Alder, now eager, was keen to understand this young wizard. Why was it that he could accomplish feats that even Alder himself could not? Thus, the group was ushered into Professor Alder's office. Meanwhile, in the Great Hall, a few latecomers, confused yet curious, had gathered. Draco was at the center of a crowd, animatedly recounting his valiant encounter with Professor Alder. Just moments ago, when the situation was dire, I drew my wand with a flourish, facing the professor as if in a true wizard duel. In Alder's office, Cain was devouring food with little regard for those around him. Dumbledore observed with a sense of trepidation. This boy, despite his affluent background, appeared as if he had been deprived, ravenously consuming sustenance. Professor Alder was beside Hermione, explaining the applications of various spells. With her solid foundation, Hermione quickly mastered these techniques, greatly endearing herself to Professor Alder, who admired this wizard from a muggle background. "Look at you, behaving like a starving specter," Alder remarked, unable to resist a teasing comment as he observed Cain's voracious appetite. Hermione, taken aback, regarded Cain with astonishment, for she had never seen him in such a state. In her eyes, he had always been the epitome of politeness. At that moment, Cain felt a pang of despair. The strength potion had endowed him with remarkable physical prowess for his age, yet it came with its share of side effects. Typically, these effects were not overtly apparent. But hunger struck him with a ferocity when he was famished. He had previously consulted a doctor, who assured him there was nothing amiss. In fact, Cain's physique surpassed that of many Quidditch athletes. The intense hunger he experienced was merely due to his body's demand for substantial energy. He usually ate well, but since arriving at school, his routine had become erratic. It seemed that the side effects of the strength potion required his attention. In the event that conflict arises and one finds themselves ravenous, what should be done? Suddenly, Cain sensed that his thoughts were being scrutinized by the other party. Reacting swiftly, he employed a cerebral shielding technique, sealing his mind tightly. "You old rascal, how utterly lacking in martial ethics, to resort to sneak attacks." Upon detecting Cain's resistance, Professor Alder's expression froze. He had not anticipated that his prying would be noticed, nor could he have imagined that Cain's mental shielding was of such a caliber. "You possess quite the prowess, young man." At this moment, Cain regarded him with deep suspicion. Which professor would so casually invade a student's thoughts? "Are you certain you are a professor, rather than a nefarious dark wizard?" Noticing Cain's wariness, Professor Alder feigned nonchalance. With a wide grin revealing his prominent incisors, he chuckled. "I assure you, it was unintentional. Do you believe me? I trust you as far as I can throw you, you wretched old man." Cain glared at him, squeezing out 2 words through clenched teeth. Not a chance. Professor Alder was momentarily at a loss for words. He realized that this young man might harbor resentment toward him, causing all his previous goodwill to vanish in an instant. However, he could not be blamed for this incident. Years ago, he had traversed Europe, utilizing his charisma and impassioned speeches to promote his ideology. In order to maintain control, he had often monitored the thoughts of his subordinates. Thus, over time, this behavior became habitual. This was precisely why he had unexpectedly intruded upon Cain's mind. Yet by some twist of fate, Cain had detected Alder's actions and completely shielded his thoughts. "Trust me, Cain, the professors at Hogwarts mean you no harm." At that moment, Dumbledore, unusually vocal, interjected. He had indeed taken note of the situation and rarely spoke in defense of Alder, although Cain remained silent. Internally, he scoffed. Would Quirrell truly refrain from casting a lethal curse upon me? Would Lockhart really not employ a memory charm against me? Hermione, at this juncture, found herself bewildered, unable to comprehend the discourse among the three. Sensing Cain's distrust, Professor Alder felt a surge of urgency. Suddenly, a spark ignited in his eyes, as if an idea had struck him. "Then allow me to offer you a gift as an apology. As far as I know, you have yet to acquire a pet. Correct?" Upon hearing this, Cain felt a wave of disdain. "You intend to give me a pet? Perhaps a mere owl at best. Are you planning to pilfer Dumbledore's phoenix for me?" Nevertheless, he did not wish to press the matter further, considering Alder's status as a potentially legendary professor. He vowed silently that once he attained legendary status himself, he would ensure Alder's beard was stripped bare. "Very well. Thank you, Professor." Chapter 40. Alder's eyes appeared somewhat reddened. At this moment, Dumbledore looked at Alder, pondering to himself. This fellow, known for his lavishness, is bound to make an extraordinary offering. If that is indeed the case, it would be quite fortuitous, as I would then discern whether Cain harbors a genuinely pure heart. Throughout history, the Chelan has borne the esteemed responsibility of selecting human leaders, embodying auspiciousness and wisdom. However, Hermione found herself utterly perplexed, her mind awash with questions. How could she have missed so much while remaining present? Why did the professor suddenly decide to offer Cain a pet as an apology? Hadn't the professor just rendered significant assistance? Shouldn't the gesture of gift-giving fall to them instead? Amidst her confusion, Dumbledore suddenly inquired, "By the way, Cain, you have been studying the art of mental occlusion for some time now, haven't you?" Cain casually replied that it was approximately so. Dumbledore continued to probe, "What prompted you to pursue this particular form of magic?" Internally, Cain scoffed, reasoning that it was merely a precaution against Dumbledore himself. At Hogwarts, one must guard against fire, theft, and the headmaster. Upon hearing Cain mention him, Grindelwald's interest was piqued. "Are you afraid of the two former Dark Lords?" Cain, of course, refrained from revealing that Voldemort currently resided within Quirrell. For such a disclosure would certainly raise Dumbledore's suspicions regarding his identity, especially given that his father was a Death Eater. Dumbledore was taken aback to hear Cain audaciously utter Voldemort's name. After all, Cain was Lucius's son, and one would expect him to harbor a degree of trepidation towards Voldemort. Thus, Dumbledore couldn't help but question, "How dare you speak Voldemort's name?" Cain shot Dumbledore a disdainful glance, thinking to himself, "You old man, encourage others to speak his name and confront their fears, yet now you question my audacity." He continued, "He is dead. How could he possibly return to confront me? Furthermore, even if the pathetic Dark Lord Voldemort were to appear here, surely the two of you could easily vanquish him, couldn't you?" Cain smiled at the two, offering compliments. Grindelwald, upon hearing his title invoked once more, felt a surge of indignation. "Do you harbor some disdain for the Dark Lord?" In truth, he was curious whether Cain aspired to become a Dark Lord himself. Yet, he did not receive the response he anticipated. "I would assert that the Dark Lord is nothing but a farce, or perhaps merely a nuisance." Cain's words ignited Grindelwald's fury. Did that imply that he too was a nuisance? Dumbledore glanced at his old friend, pondering his own status in comparison. "What do you mean by saying the Dark Lord is a nuisance? There are many who live in fear of them." Cain sighed and elaborated. "Fear stems from the fear of death. Would you be afraid of a lunatic running around with a cannon?" His vivid metaphor struck a chord, and the three swiftly comprehended his point. Indeed, Voldemort was nothing more than a destructive force, provoking chaos wherever he went. Grindelwald frowned and nodded in agreement, recalling that after the downfall of the previous wizard, he had taken time to understand Voldemort's actions, which often seemed driven solely by a desire to eliminate those who displeased him. "What about the first Dark Lord?" Grindelwald leaned in, eager to hear what Cain would say next. However, at that moment, Cain directed his gaze towards his headmaster, Dumbledore, who, it must be noted, was the beloved of the former Dark Lord. Was it truly appropriate for him to orchestrate the affairs concerning another's partner? Observing Cain's expression, the others were somewhat perplexed. "What's the matter with you, lad? Why the silence?" Cain glanced at Dumbledore and, with utmost caution, replied, "Professor, it's not that I wish to remain silent, but rather I fear it might displease the headmaster." Upon hearing this, Dumbledore felt a twinge of discomfort, pondering inwardly, what is this child attempting to convey? He gestured to himself, questioning, "Am I to vacate my position as the headmaster of Hogwarts? You should know that I painstakingly secured your professorship." Noticing that Dumbledore had disregarded his words, Grindelwald chuckled as he regarded Cain. "Well, how about this? I could cast a spell to seal his hearing, rendering him unable to listen." Hermione, intrigued, interjected, "What secretive matter could possibly be so significant that even the great Dumbledore cannot hear it?" It is worth mentioning that she was an ardent admirer of Dumbledore. Cain, upon hearing the suggestion, found it quite appealing. Sealing the headmaster's hearing seemed splendid. He increasingly believed that Professor Alder held a position of great esteem at Hogwarts, perhaps even as one of the four founders. After all, who else would possess such audacity to dare silence the headmaster? Consequently, Grindelwald raised his hand to cast the spell upon Dumbledore, who made no effort to resist. Observing this, Cain deliberately created some noise as a test, discovering that Dumbledore was indeed completely deaf to it. Yet, he remained uneasy and proceeded to establish a protective perimeter around them. Once these precautions were taken, he felt a sense of relief, further convinced that Professor Alder's standing at Hogwarts surpassed even that of Dumbledore. Indeed, Grindelwald had become a quintessential failure in every conceivable aspect. After confirming that everything was secure, Cain remarked, unbeknownst to him, Grindelwald had intentionally held back during the casting of the spell. At the instant Cain began to speak, Dumbledore had already unsealed his hearing and silently bypassed Cain's defenses. Clearly hearing every word, he contemplated, is this child truly belittling his opponent? Should I perhaps prepare some defenses of my own? Upon hearing Cain's remarks, Grindelwald's eyes sparked with a subdued fury. In what respects, one might wonder. Cain, without lifting his gaze, continued, his dreams have shattered. His followers have either been captured or have fled, leaving him to endure the solitary confinement of his imprisonment. Most importantly, he has lost his beloved. After uttering the final sentence, Cain discreetly glanced at Dumbledore, apprehensive that he might overhear the conversation. Fortunately, Dumbledore stood there, still and composed, a gentle smile gracing his face. Hermione, observing this, could not help but entertain a bold conjecture. Could it be that the beloved Cain spoke of was indeed Dumbledore? Goodness, what a monumental secret have I just stumbled upon. Professor, why do your eyes appear a bit red? Are you unwell? Chapter 41. A comparison between two Dark Lords. Perhaps the wind was too fierce, causing a momentary blur in his vision. Professor Alder rubbed his eyes, simultaneously casting a discreet glance at Dumbledore, who wore an air of serene indifference. A flicker of disappointment surged within. Dumbledore, is your heart truly so unyielding? Hermione found herself perplexed. After all, they were indoors. Where could the wind possibly be coming from? She blinked, surveying her surroundings, shifting her gaze from one object to another. At this moment, it was undeniable that Grindelwald was indeed a defeated man. Professor Auld affirmed Cain's assertion, yet in the depths of his heart, he believed that acknowledging failure in these respects did not preclude the possibility of a resurgence in the future. He contemplated that his hope for renewal might rest upon the shoulders of this young wizard before him. However, in comparison to the title of Dark Lord, I firmly believe that Grindelwald is truly deserving of such a designation. Upon hearing the professor validate his prior statement, Cain continued. Professor Auld had prepared himself for criticism. Did he just commend me? Suppressing his inner joy, he calmly inquired, "Oh, what leads you to say that?" Cain exhaled and replied, "Firstly, and most impressively, he possessed a grand vision, fully aware that muggles and wizards would inevitably collide. By the time one sought to resolve such issues, it would be too late. Unfortunately, his methods were excessively extreme, leading to his downfall. The current wizarding world seeks to completely isolate the two realms through the statute of wizarding secrecy. Yet Grindelwald understood all too well that this approach was futile. I believe Headmaster Dumbledore is also cognizant of this dilemma, yet he cannot endorse Grindelwald's radical actions." Cain spoke fervently, and Professor Auld's eyes grew increasingly bright. This fellow truly hit the nail on the head. After all, his own foresight had allowed him to glimpse the future, including the Muggle world's Second World War. He envisioned troops marching in perfect formation, the distant roar of explosions, panicked throngs fleeing, and the mushroom cloud of a nuclear detonation rising ominously in the sky. It was at this moment that he first felt trepidation towards these non-magical muggles. He understood the power they wielded. Even with his formidable skills, survival was not guaranteed should they turn against him. If muggles employed such devices against wizards, the consequences would be unimaginable, resulting in countless casualties in the magical community. Thus, he contemplated revealing magic to muggles, allowing the most capable individuals to govern this world and harness such formidable and terrifying power. Individuals like himself and Dumbledore. Yet ultimately, he did succumb to defeat, vanquished by the one he cherished most. It must be said that Cain's observations epitomized Grindelwald's innermost thoughts. He had never considered himself wrong. After all, everything he did was for the future of the entire wizarding world. And what a second point. As a genius wizard, Grindelwald possessed extraordinary magical talent, mastering powerful spells with an unparalleled finesse, though he certainly fell short compared to your esteemed self. Cain's words flowed as sweetly as honey, seamlessly adapting his discourse to suit his audience. Professor Auld felt immense satisfaction within, yet feigned indifference on his face, secretly contemplating. This lad possesses keen insight, praising two individuals who are, in fact, none other than myself. Dumbledore, too, was somewhat taken aback. This young fellow was quite adept at changing his demeanor. Why had he never heard such self-praise from him before? After all, Grindelwald was my former adversary. Is there more, my boy? Professor Auld clearly had not yet had his fill, eagerly awaiting Cain to continue. Cain furrowed his brow, pondering how this elderly gentleman seemed quite fond of gossip, yet proceeded to elaborate. Indeed, there is. The third point is his influence. He led the Dark Wizarding Party to instigate numerous terror attacks across Europe, establishing his power base and igniting a global war among wizards. Compared to Voldemort, who merely stirred chaos within the confines of Britain, Grindelwald is indeed a titan. Far from trivial. As Dumbledore listened, a troubling thought crossed his mind. Could Cain have discerned Auld's true identity? Each of his statements seemed to resonate deeply with Auld. Hermione, too, was taken aback. She had never realized that Grindelwald wielded such substantial influence. Initially, she perceived him merely as a figure of malevolence, but now it appeared he was simply a man with his own ideals. Moreover, his magical prowess was undeniably formidable. It was no wonder that only Dumbledore had been able to vanquish him in the past. Clearly, Dumbledore remained the superior wizard. Upon hearing this, Old's heart swelled with joy. His disdain for Voldemort was palpable, despite acknowledging that the latter might possess greater magical talent. However, Voldemort's sole pursuit of power and immortality blinded him to the more precious aspects of life, such as friendship and love. The years spent in confinement had indeed granted all the opportunity to reflect on his past actions. He even felt a sense of gratitude for his previous failures, as they imparted valuable lessons. Furthermore, in this regard, Grindelwald utterly eclipsed Voldemort. Cain paused deliberately, creating suspense. What is the final point? Professor Auld inquired, leaning forward in excitement. His eyes fixed intently on Cain. Cain smiled knowingly. Indeed, age often brings a fondness for tales of intrigue. Grindelwald, through his innate charisma and leadership qualities, inspired his followers to believe he could guide them toward a magnificent future, even managing to sway his enemies. In terms of loyalty, many of Grindelwald's followers remained devoted despite his defeat, while how many betrayed Voldemort after his downfall. Thus, when it comes to the title of Dark Lord, Voldemort pales in comparison to Grindelwald. Professor Auld found his thoughts drifting, faintly recalling his former companions, the beautiful and graceful Venderochel, the self-absorbed Anton Vogel. He silently vowed to strive diligently for them and for the ideals they once shared. Dumbledore, observing from the side, found himself in agreement. In the earlier days, Gellert indeed possessed an extraordinary charm. Even he had been profoundly captivated by him. However, Dumbledore cast another glance at Cain, pondering to himself, "Ah, Cain, while your words hold merit, have you forgotten that your father is a Death Eater? Is it truly appropriate to so bluntly declare Lucius as a man who shifts with the winds?" Chapter 42, Packages, My Dear Brother. Upon hearing Cain's comparison of himself to Voldemort, Grindelwald, who was disguised as Alder, felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. He mused that this young man might indeed have a promising future, perhaps even succeeding him one day. What is your perspective on the relationship between wizards and muggles? Professor Alder inquired with unwavering interest, eager to delve deeper. Cain's insights resonated profoundly with him. In truth, the current dynamics between wizards and muggles subtly reflect the philosophies of certain schools of thought from the East. Cain began to articulate his thoughts with a calm demeanor. Firstly, we have the legalist school of thought, which emphasizes governance through law. The International Confederation of Wizard Secrecy Act and the various departments established by magical governments exemplify this principle. They impose stringent regulations on wizards' conduct to prevent the misuse of magic and to shield muggles from awareness. Violation of these regulations inevitably results in punishment. Furthermore, there exists the philosophy of the Mahis school, which advocates for mutual love and the rejection of prejudice and discrimination, fostering compassion for the common good to avert conflict. For instance, during the previous rampage of the Death Eaters, the Ministry of Magic proactively informed the Muggle government, allowing them to prepare for the impending crisis, an instance of collaboration aimed at conflict avoidance. As for my opinion, Cain paused deliberately, creating a moment of suspense that captivated his audience. Before continuing, there is a Confucian school of thought in the Eastern nation that adheres to the ideal of universal harmony, fundamentally advocating for equality among all individuals and the elimination of vast disparities and oppression between classes. Cain's proclamation resonated with conviction. In that instant, Alder felt as though he had just heard the most absurd statement in the world, instinctively shaking his head. A smirk crept across his face as he thought to himself that this notion was utterly fanciful. Universal armony? The world is inherently unequal from birth to death. One encounters countless instances of inequity. How could this so-called universal harmony ever be realized? Subconsciously shaking his head, Alder mused that Cain was still too young to grasp the harsh realities of life. Yet Dumbledore, lost in contemplation, recognized that Cain's words echoed his own long-held aspirations. Deep down, he believed that every life, whether wizard or muggle, deserved equality and respect. However, throughout the years, he had made attempts, all of which ended in failure. Even in the case of the Weasley family, who were among the most respectful of muggles within the wizarding community, there remained an underlying belief in a significant disparity between wizards and muggles. How could one truly engage in dialogue on an equal footing? While ideals may be beautiful, reality is often cold and unyielding. Professor Alder observed Cain, convinced that this child required guidance to rid himself of his somewhat naive notions. This young boy, reminiscent of Alder's initial encounter with Dumbledore, was brimming with idealism. Professor Auld vehemently countered, asserting that such an idea was utterly unrealistic. How could wizards and muggles ever be equal? Yet, Cain remained unperturbed, shaking his head as he continued to elucidate. I have yet to finish my point. What I previously described was merely an ideal state. My true intention is to pursue a certain coherence in identity. At that moment, the three individuals were perplexed, utterly bewildered by what Cain meant by coherence. With patience, Cain further explained, in today's world, whether in the realm of muggles or wizards, the criteria for selecting leaders invariably hinge on exceptional talent. Gellert Grindelwald, too, sought to elevate the outstanding as leaders. However, his extreme belief that wizards should subjugate humanity led to his downfall, for he overlooked a fundamental truth. People shall never willingly accept eternal servitude. Cain's words plunged the group into profound contemplation. Over the years, Grindelwald had continuously wrestled with self-doubt. He remained convinced that his intentions were noble. In any society, it was customary for the strong to command authority. Was it truly so egregious to merge the two worlds? It was only through Cain's subtle prompting that he experienced a moment of enlightenment, realizing that from the very outset, he had never genuinely respected the lives of muggles. At this juncture, Dumbledore felt a profound connection, firmly convinced that Cain would never ascend to become the next Dark Lord. This was due to the fact that this young man, much like himself, understood the importance of respecting the lives and rights of muggles. The Confucian ideals Cain had mentioned resonated deeply with Dumbledore, embodying the very utopia he had long yearned for. Years prior, he and Severus had spent some time in that great Eastern nation, which indeed thrived, with its citizens living in peace and prosperity. His dear friend, Mr. Zhang, was exceptionally powerful, yet frequently appeared in the Muggle world, demonstrating a willingness to engage rather than retreat into isolation like their European counterparts. By ceding a portion of their rights, they secured a foothold and space for growth within the societal development. Regrettably, Dumbledore's visit had been primarily for the purpose of seeking methods to counter Voldemort, leaving him little time to fully immerse himself in the local customs and culture. Lost in thought, Dumbledore mused that once the current matters concluded, perhaps he could take Gellert on a journey to explore that enchanting land. While contemplating, he discreetly cast a glance at Professor Auld, sighing inwardly. Time had indeed been unkind. The professor had aged, his appearance no longer as striking as it once was. Oh, how easily he had almost forgotten that this was not Auld's original visage. Previous texts had merely glossed over Grindelwald's malevolence and Dumbledore's triumph over him, lacking any detailed portrayal of the man himself. Who could have imagined the intricate and nuanced relationship that existed between Dumbledore and Grindelwald? She was filled with curiosity, wondering how Cain had come to know such intimate details. But after all this discourse, how could one achieve coherence and identity? Quite simply, he replied, if muggles were to become wizards, would that not resolve the issue? The moment those words escaped his lips, the group fell in a stunned silence, their faces etched with disbelief. Muggles becoming wizards? Professor Auld raised his voice, questioning with an imposing tone. Do you know how many muggles there are in Britain now? Yes, approximately over 57 million. Cain replied succinctly. Professor Auld frowned, persistently pressing on, and how many wizards are there in Britain at present? A little over 10,000. Cain responded candidly, his demeanor unruffled. So, how do you intend to transform all 57 million of them into wizards? Professor Auld's eyes widened in anger, evidently irked by Cain's fanciful proposition. If there is a problem, one must find a solution. Can you claim that my method cannot address the issue you initially raised? Cain spread his hands nonchalantly. So, you have a solution then? Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind Cain. His heart raced. The professor stood before him, Hermione to his right. Who then was behind him? The answer was unmistakable. Chapter 43, The Peculiar Cube. You. Cain's eyes widened as he pointed at Dumbledore, his mouth agape. Momentarily at a loss for words, a surge of astonishment and confusion flooded him. How could this old man overhear their conversation? Dumbledore, however, wore a faint smile, his expression devoid of any guilt, as if everything were entirely natural. Cain internally berated Dumbledore, privately grumbling. This old bee, eavesdropping like that. How could he do such a thing? The thought that his previously unrestrained remarks might have reached the old wizard's ears filled him with regret. He realized he might have inadvertently exposed his past jests about Dumbledore's former lover. Yet Dumbledore seemed to see through Cain's thoughts, maintaining his cheerful demeanor. He softly clarified, You assumed I couldn't hear, but I never claimed I wouldn't listen. His tone was disarmingly innocent. Cain felt stifled, rolling his eyes in silent exasperation. This fellow is quite adept at this game. However, there was little he could do, merely sighing inwardly. Fortunately, Dumbledore did not linger on the matter, swiftly redirecting the conversation with a smile, asking, So, you mean to say you have a way to turn all muggles into wizards? But he believed he was undoubtedly on the right path. Then why are you saying this here? Professor Auld, upon hearing this, plopped down on the bench in frustration, his expression a mixture of amusement and dismay. He had anticipated some groundbreaking revelation from Cain, only to find it was still in its infancy, a disparity he found difficult to accept. A subtle glimmer flickered in Dumbledore's eyes, hinting at contemplation. He recalled his recent encounter with Grindelwald. The prophecy brought forth by Grindelwald left him unsettled. In those days, before Harry's birth, Voldemort's shadow loomed large, and he had desperately sought a way to defeat him, yet faced repeated failures. In desperation, he had penned a letter to Grindelwald, hoping to glean some insight from his former rival. At that time, Dumbledore had already prepared himself for death. After all, throughout his life, he had weathered numerous storms and endured great losses, ultimately finding himself alone, with little left to fear. However, the reappearance of Grindelwald now heralded a turning point. The prophecy had shifted. Voldemort was destined to be vanquished, and perhaps both Harry and he himself might escape a dire fate. Furthermore, the ideal he had long pursued of harmonious coexistence between wizards and muggles seemed to glimmer with newfound hope. All of this stemmed from the young Cain before him. Thus, after a profound conversation with Grindelwald that day, Dumbledore resolved to engage with this child and discover what transformations he might bring to the magical world. At that moment, gazing at Cain, Dumbledore felt increasingly certain that this boy could indeed work wonders, potentially rewriting the age-old dynamics between wizards and muggles. With this thought in mind, Dumbledore gently shifted the topic, smiling as he addressed Cain. Well, I believe Mr. Cain will surely surprise us in ways we cannot anticipate. He continued, by the way, Mr. Cain, regarding your studies in animagus transformation, you might seek guidance from Professor Auld. He is a master of transfiguration. Cain, upon hearing this, was taken aback, marveling at the thought of a transfiguration master being praised by Dumbledore. How formidable must he be? Curiosity and anticipation filled his heart, and his gaze instinctively turned toward Professor Auld. Oh, you're already delving into animagus transformation? Professor Auld was slightly astonished, having not expected such a young boy to venture into such profound magical realms. However, his surprise quickly gave way to seriousness as he fixed his gaze on Cain, saying, "Young man, I possess a spell of great peril. It allows you to take on the appearance of others at will. Would you care to try it?" He understood that such a formidable magic would not be simple, but he was the type to thrive on challenges. Professor Auld nodded slightly, his expression grave as he continued. "This is a spell I've labored over in ancient tomes for quite some time. It has served me well in the past. However, the learning process is far more arduous than that of becoming an animagus. A moment's negligence could jeopardize your life. You must be certain you are ready." At this, Hermione's heart tightened with alarm, and she quickly grasped Cain's arm. She was utterly shocked. She had read about animagus magic before. Professor McGonagall was an animagus, and only 7 wizards have been registered with the Ministry of Magic in the 20th century. The difficulty was evident. Now, the spell the professor intended to teach Cain sounded even more perilous than animagus transformation. How could she bear to let Cain take such a risk? Yet Cain hesitated not for a moment, his gaze resolute as he declared emphatically, "I can do it." On one hand, he believed that the headmaster and the professor would never disregard his safety. On the other, he trusted that if the professor could master it, there was no reason he could not as well. This was his faith in Dumbledore, Professor Auld, and in himself. "Well done, young man. You have not misjudged me. Rest assured, as long as you diligently follow my guidance, I guarantee your safety." Professor Auld patted Cain on the shoulder with a look of appreciation gracing his face. A slight smile crept upon Cain's lips as he felt a sense of relief in his heart. Indeed, he had not been mistaken. The professors would undoubtedly support him. Observing this exchange, Hermione felt a measure of reassurance. After all, this professor did not appear malevolent. Moreover, with Dumbledore present, Cain was unlikely to encounter any mishaps. Upon Cain's agreement, Professor Auld crouched down and began rummaging through his box. Before long, he produced an unusual object, a hexagonal figure radiating a splendid glow, each face intricately inscribed with ancient magical runes. "This is a treasure I have obtained through great hardship. You are truly fortunate." Professor Auld displayed the object with pride, his eyes reflecting its significance. The others gazed upon it, noting its resemblance to a cube. Their curiosity piqued. Dumbledore narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the cube closely. For reasons unknown, an intense sense of danger surged within him, as if this seemingly ordinary object concealed a tremendous peril. Why had he never seen Gellert produce this before? Professor Auld turned to Cain, his gaze inquiring. "If you are ready, I shall send you inside." "Professor, you do mean to enter that?" don't you?" Hermione exclaimed, her eyes wide with doubt and concern, pointing at the cube. "Indeed, young lady." Professor Auld beamed with pride. He was all too aware of the power this treasure possessed. The opportunity to impart this knowledge to Cain filled him with both anticipation and exhilaration. He then looked at Cain, a hint of provocation in his eyes. "What is the matter? Are you afraid? When I entered, I had none of the comforts you enjoy now. I was utterly alone. You are far luckier than I was." Yet Cain remained confident, fully aware of his abilities, and thus he did not fear such unknown dangers. Once inside, "You must engage your senses," Professor Auld advised earnestly. Following this, Professor Auld waved his wand and intoned, "Spirit of Illusion, unveil the scene." In an instant, the cube burst forth in dazzling light, and a magnificent, dreamlike portal materialized before them. The object, resembling a cube, radiated with intensity, and a resplendent gateway emerged. As Cain witnessed this spectacle, a sudden wave of familiarity washed over him. Instinctively, he drew his wand, Star Shadow, from his waist. At this moment, Star Shadow trembled vigorously, emitting waves of excited magical energy. Cain recalled the last time such a phenomenon occurred, while passing by the Black Lake, when he had to exert considerable effort to calm his restless wand. He later discovered that his dormitory lay beneath the lake, and Star Shadow seemed particularly sensitive to something below it, often exhibiting unusual behavior. However, since his arrival at Hogwarts, overwhelmed by numerous matters, he had yet to investigate what might be causing his wand's peculiar reactions. With the emergence of this ethereal portal, the Star Shadow community has inexplicably rekindled its excitement. Chapter 44. The Disappearance of Cain. Cain inhaled deeply, his resolve firm as he stepped through the door, radiating an enigmatic glow. In an instant, it felt as if the very fabric of space contorted. He perceived a rapid whirl of light and shadow before finding himself in an utterly alien and extraordinary realm. This place seemed to be a world woven from light and mist, everything shrouded as if behind a delicate veil, rendering it indistinct. The wand, which had been vibrating incessantly at Cain's waist in response to this mysterious environment, abruptly fell silent. Instinctively, he reached to touch it, only to be met with a cold sweat. His waist was empty, and the wand had vanished without a trace. Moreover, his clothing had mysteriously disappeared, leaving his skin exposed to the bizarre air, which brought an unsettling chill and discomfort. Cain steadied himself, surveying his surroundings with a sense of bewilderment. At that moment, Professor Alder's admonition echoed thunderously in his mind. "Feel with your heart." Suppressing his inner turmoil, he slowly closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to delicately probe this unfamiliar space like a gossamer thread, while simultaneously honing in on his own perceptions. Gradually, it was as if he had transcended into an entirely new dimension. The previously indistinct light and mist began to clarify, revealing countless minuscule particles, reminiscent of stardust. Glimmering like celestial bodies, they danced as if animated by an unseen force, ceaselessly colliding, merging, and performing a wondrous ballet of the microscopic world. Cain focused intently, astonished to discover that his own body mirrored these particles. However, the particles within him were denser and more compact. Furthermore, particles in various parts of his body seemed imbued with unique purposes, exhibiting distinctly different characteristics and trajectories. With a spark of inspiration, he resolved to refrain from hastily experimenting with his own particles and instead sought to use his magic to interact with the surrounding errant particles. As he cautiously infused his magic, a miraculous spectacle unfolded. The particles before him appeared to heed his silent command, gradually rearranging themselves according to his thoughts. Before long, a familiar human silhouette began to emerge. If Draco were present, he would recognize this figure as none other than Cain himself. Cain chose to depict Draco because he regarded him as a brother. After his initial attempt, he observed that the arrangement of particles was now remarkably akin to those within his own body. This initial success bolstered Cain's confidence immensely. He then turned his attention to his own particles, beginning to manipulate them with care. As the particles shifted, his form began to transform. In due time, a visage resembling that of an East Asian individual materialized, his appearance from a previous life, imbued with memories and a sense of familiarity. Just as the microparticles were on the verge of aligning perfectly, and his monumental achievement was within reach, an unforeseen calamity struck. A tempestuous and violent energy storm descended unexpectedly. Howling with ferocity, Cain felt a blinding flash before him, as powerful currents lashed against him like countless steel whips, nearly toppling him to the ground. Gritting his teeth, he anchored himself firmly in place, as if rooted to the earth, his eyes fixated on the particles undergoing a transformation, refusing to let his focus waver for an instant. At that moment, the once orderly particles trembled and swayed violently under the storm's onslaught, threatening to scatter completely, rendering all efforts futile. With determination surging within him, Cain swiftly summoned all his magical energy, spreading it outward like an indomitable shield. The clash of magic against the storm resonated with crackling sounds, brilliant sparks flying at the point of contact. The storm surged in relentless waves, attempting to breach Cain's magical defenses. Each impact sent tingles through his arms and constricted his chest, yet he steadfastly held his ground, bolstered by unyielding resolve. Meanwhile, in Professor ALD's office, all eyes were riveted on Cain. The moment he stepped through the luminous portal, it had inexplicably vanished, leaving him standing still, eyes tightly shut, with his facial muscles occasionally twitching, revealing signs of distress. Hermione was beside herself with worry, biting her lip and nervously wringing her hands, her heart filled with anxiety over the terrifying circumstances Cain might be facing. Dumbledore, tense and alert, felt his magical energy surging within him, ready to spring into action at a critical moment. Only Professor ALD remained composed, leisurely savoring his tea, as if he had complete confidence in the outcome. Within Cain's consciousness, although the storm's intensity remained undiminished, he had managed to stabilize the situation. No matter how violently the storm raged, he ensured that the particles of his body remained utterly still. Time slipped away, and eventually, Cain sensed a subtle shift. He knew he had succeeded. Opening his eyes, he found a storm had dissipated. Focusing intently, he envisioned himself transforming into Professor ALD's likeness. In an instant, a flash of light enveloped him, and Cain felt his body changing, his facial features, physique, and demeanor aligning with those of the professor. He had successfully mastered the magic that allowed him to assume another's appearance. It dawned on him that his consciousness had arrived in this place, while his physical form likely remained behind. A flicker of panic surged within Cain as he intensified his magical output and desperately attempted to solidify his transformation, yet to no avail. Just then, the surrounding space began to fluctuate violently, a kaleidoscope of colors swirling chaotically, while the white mist in the sky rapidly coalesced and transformed. Before he could react, he was abruptly yanked underground by an overwhelming force. Those in the office sensed a surge of magical energy emanating from Cain. Had he succeeded so swiftly? It took me a whole 5 hours. Yet, before the thought could fully form, an astonishing turn of events unfolded. Cain and the cube in his hand vanished into thin air at that very moment. The air within the office seemed to freeze momentarily, leaving several individuals momentarily stunned before they exchanged bewildered glances. Their eyes brimmed with confusion and astonishment, ultimately converging upon Professor Auld. "Do not look at me. The individual has truly vanished. Quickly search for him." At that moment, Professor Auld too was flustered, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, his voice quivering with trepidation. The sudden turn of events shattered the composure he had maintained throughout the night. The other two, awakening from their stupor, came to the alarming realization that something was amiss. Dumbledore swiftly utilized his authority as headmaster to scour every corner of the school. Ultimately, it was confirmed. Cain had indeed disappeared. At that very moment, Cain felt a flicker of light before his eyes, and when he opened them again, he found himself atop a mountain shrouded in mist. Chapter 45, Lifting a Layer. The biting cold wind howled past him, causing his garments to flutter wildly, while an air of ancient mystery enveloped the surroundings. In the heart of the mountain peak stood a towering, imposing figure. Yet, this entity bore a tragic visage, tightly bound by a specially crafted iron chain, glimmering with mysterious runes. The chain seemed almost sentient, deeply embedding itself into his flesh, continuously siphoning his magical essence, rendering him immobile. The figure appeared to have noticed Cain, slowly lifting its gaze toward him. "Oh, you have managed to arrive at this place." The imprisoned figure, seemingly aware of Cain's presence, gradually raised its head, revealing a hint of surprise in its eyes. This was the first time Cain had encountered such a colossal being, although it retained human features. Its immense stature made it nearly impossible to associate it with an ordinary human. "Young one, assist me, and I shall grant you 3 wishes." The figure seemed to perceive Cain's bewilderment, its voice resonating within Cain's mind. Cain was astonished. The being had not spoken aloud, yet he distinctly heard the words. However, the proposition was intriguing. An Aladdin's lamp, perhaps? He noted that the man was ensnared by chains, able to move only his head, while the rest of his body remained utterly immobilized. After a moment of contemplation, Cain spoke. The man, bound by chains, cast a glance at Cain, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Of course, observing his acquiescence, Cain cautiously posed a question. If I were to declare that what I am saying at this moment is false, what would you say? What is the truth of my statement? Upon hearing Cain's inquiry, the man instinctively began to respond. It's quite simple. Indeed, it is false, however. The words caught in his throat as he abruptly halted, realizing the absurdity of the situation. If he claimed Cain's statement was false, it would imply that Cain's assertion was true. Conversely, if he affirmed that Cain's statement was true, then it would mean Cain's claim was false. Regardless of how he answered, it would lead to a paradoxical conclusion. Are you mocking me? The man glared at Cain, his eyes wide with fury. In a fit of rage, the chains binding him writhed as if animated, tightening painfully, and a look of anguish emerged on the man's face. The torment was palpable, yet he found solace in the thought that addressing this dilemma was among his dearest wishes. Cain, with a dismissive pout, regarded him with indifference. The man, noticing Cain's diminutive stature, found himself pondering. This seemingly innocuous little fellow might indeed yearn for the resolution of that problem. How infuriating it is that knowledge has devolved to such a degree. Why must humanity confront such formidable challenges at such a tender age? Consequently, the man softened his tone and gentled his voice. Child, do you not desire anything? Perhaps wealth, power, or women? Although such matters held some significance for him, it appeared that this child might not fully grasp their import. However, dear uncle, I possess ample wealth, and as for power, I seem to have little need for it at present. He had more family fortune than he could count, while at this moment, the Fudge administration was willing to relinquish a portion of their authority to obtain some of the wealth held by Lucius. The Malfoy family was certainly not lacking in either regard. The man was momentarily taken aback. It seemed this young lad hailed from a remarkably affluent background. Yet, having been trapped here for far too long, he realized he must devise a way to enlist the child's assistance in his escape. The man's voice grew increasingly gentle, imbued with an air of humility. Tell me, what must I do for you to assist your uncle in this matter? Hogwarts, after all, was bound by the restrictions of transfiguration magic, and the energy expended to transport him here via that enchanted cube must have been immense. The strength of the man before him might even surpass that of Dumbledore. Damn it, the magical world is indeed perilous. Can you tell me why my wand continues to tremble? Cain brandished a wand, his star shadow now quivering with excitement. The moment the man laid eyes on Cain's wand, his astonishment eclipsed even the prior mischief he had endured at the child's hands. The iron chains, affected by the surge of his emotions, dug painfully into his flesh, leaving a trail of crimson marks. Yet, as he gazed upon Cain, his expression shifted to one of delight, and he gravely intoned, "This is not merely a wand as you perceive it. Though you may not comprehend now, rest assured, it is a treasure of the highest order." Having declared it a treasure, he felt the urge to conceal it. "Young one, I shall help you lift one of the seals upon it, in exchange for your assistance." Upon hearing the man accurately name the seal on his wand, Cain's heart raced. Instinctively, he took a step back, only to find himself at the edge of a precipice. With no retreat, could it be that the man truly understood his wand? Was he perhaps the wand's original master? Yet that could not be, for if he were the former owner of Star Shadow, why could he only lift one seal? Noticing Cain's retreat, the man grew frantic. Taking a deep breath in a moment of desperation, Kenton felt his entire being ensnared by an invisible force, rendering him immobile. The wand concealed at his waist suddenly shot forth with a whoosh, landing before the man. The adversary's lips parted, his body trembling slightly, as though he were summoning all his strength. Kenton could not decipher the incantations escaping the man's lips, yet he sensed the immense power contained within. At that moment, the man's violent tremors caused the iron chains to dig painfully into his flesh once more, blood gushing forth. Yet he seemed oblivious, his gaze fixated on the wand. Abruptly, the wand began to tremble violently, its brilliance transforming into a blinding beam that soared skyward. The man, drenched in sweat, appeared pallid, likely due to the loss of blood. As the radiance began to fade, the wand hovered serenely in the air, emanating a rejuvenated aura. The long-imprisoned, potent magic surged forth, akin to a flood bursting through a dam. "Child, I shall send you away from here. When you reach the legendary realm, you may return to assist me." The man's voice, though low and hoarse, carried an undeniable resolve. Chapter 46. Claiming a master, Kenton remained enveloped in the shock of the wand's liberation. In an instant, the cube resting nearby began to hum, glowing with an ethereal blue light. What was once stationary slowly detached from the ground, levitating in the air. Subsequently, An irresistible force enveloped Quentin, yanking him upwards with great velocity. In the blink of an eye, he found himself drawn into the luminous portal created by the cube. Surrounded by peculiar radiance, the light whirled around him, accompanied by the rush of wind, as if traversing a tunnel through time and space. In a flash, the surroundings brightened, and Quentin felt his feet firmly planted on solid ground, the familiar ambience washing over him. "Quentin!" Hermione's voice, filled with urgency and delight, rang out instantaneously. This exclamation, akin to the chime of a bell, jolted Professor Auld, who had been lost in contemplation, his face adorned with strange markings. He quickly approached, seizing Quentin, and upon contact, sensed the chilling aura emanating from him. Hastily, he turned to fetch a sweater, fumbling to drape it over Quentin while muttering, "Where on earth have you been? You had us all worried sick. Where's the headmaster?" Quentin surveyed his surroundings, realizing that of the three who had been present, only Dumbledore was absent, prompting his curiosity. "You vanished in an instant. The headmaster concluded you were no longer on school grounds and immediately set off to seek you elsewhere." Hermione explained rapidly, then glanced at Professor Auld, adding, "Professor Auld, in his desperation over your sudden disappearance, resorted to ancient magic to locate you, which is why he bears those markings on his face." At that moment, Professor Auld was busily attempting to wipe away the mysterious symbols adorning his visage, muttering, "The dragon's blood is depleted, and the mermaid tears are exhausted. Thankfully, it was not my own precious materials that were harmed." He lifted his gaze to find Hermione staring at him, a somewhat peculiar smile gracing her features. "Have you mastered that magic, young man?" Professor Auld, after wiping his face, widened his eyes and fixed an eager gaze upon Cain, brimming with urgent inquiries. Cain's lips curled into a confident smile as he replied, "Of course. There is no problem with the package." As he spoke, his appearance transformed as if he had consumed a potion. In an instant, he bore an uncanny resemblance to Professor Auld, mirroring his demeanor and expression as if they were cast from the same mold. Hermione gasped, instinctively covering her mouth, her eyes wide as saucers, utterly astonished by this sudden turn of events. Before her stood two identical Professors Auld, a scene beyond imagination, truly the marvels of magic. "Are you unhurt?" At that moment, Dumbledore appeared like a specter, concern evident in his voice. A warm surge of emotion washed over Cain. Though this legendary wizard often concealed critical information even from those closest to him, his genuine concern for his student was palpable and unreserved. "Nous voyons, professeur. The cube merely transported me to another location," Cain explained. Auld's anxious demeanor suggested he was on the verge of extracting the answer from Cain, having never encountered such a bizarre phenomenon himself. Unable to contain his curiosity and urgency, Professor Auld stepped forward, eager to claim the cube for himself. However, as soon as his hand made contact, a searing pain gripped him like the bite of a venomous serpent. A faint, chilling sound echoed, followed by the acrid scent of flesh being charred wafting through the air. This commotion drew the attention of several onlookers. Dumbledore turned his gaze towards the scene, drawing forth his ancient wand and aiming it at the cube. A flash emanated from its tip. Yet, the ensuing spectacle left everyone in stunned silence. The cube, seemingly impervious to the formidable magic, lay still on the ground, devoid of any response. Even the typically composed Dumbledore furrowed his brow, his eyes filled with confusion and gravity as he turned to Professor Auld and quietly inquired, "Auld, what is the meaning of this?" Grimacing in pain, Auld hastily bandaged his injured hand, muttering in frustration, "How should I know? If I were aware, would I have been foolish enough to get hurt?" Cain, too, was engulfed in doubt, instinctively glancing at his hands. Reflecting on his recent experience, he sensed an unusual connection with the cube. After a moment's hesitation, he slowly extended his hand towards it. Dumbledore felt a sudden tightness in his chest, instinctively reaching out to intervene. Yet, just as Cain's fingertips were about to graze the cube, its ethereal blue glow seemed to pulse with life, quivering gently. Dumbledore's movement abruptly halted. Indeed, when Cain's hand finally made contact with the cube, it did not unleash the wild, searing heat that it had displayed towards Professor Alderman observing this. Cain felt a surge of certainty and gently lifted the cube. At that moment, it appeared as though the cube had found its rightful place. Its brilliance gradually stabilized, showing no signs of resistance. Dumbledore and Professor Ald exchanged glances, both filled with astonishment and perplexity. Professor Ald was the first to speak, his tone laced with curiosity. "Cain, it seems that this cube shares an extraordinary connection with you. Did you perhaps do something just now? Professor, could it be that it has chosen him as its master?" Hermione blinked and, struck by inspiration, ventured her hypothesis. Meanwhile, Dumbledore remained grave, his gaze fixed intently on Cain and the cube, seemingly striving to piece together the truth from these revelations. I shall contemplate this matter further after my ascension to legendary status, Cain resolved internally. Dumbledore nodded slightly and said, Cain, this magical artifact is now entrusted to you. You must exercise utmost caution. This cube possesses formidable magical power and may also attract unforeseen dangers. Professor ALD concurred, adding, Indeed, young one, the headmaster speaks wisely. In our magical realm, such powerful artifacts of unknown origin often harbor significant risks. Do not let your ability to wield it lead you to flaunt it. For should you trigger any hidden magical traps, it would not only affect you, but could also bring me into peril. He grimaced, glancing at his injured hand, a reminder of the risks involved. But Professor, isn't this yours? Hermione inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. My dear girl, it is indeed mine, yet I have never fully mastered it. I only know that it can assist wizards in learning that particular magic. Dumbledore stepped forward, his expression a mix of concern and seriousness. Cain, in the days to come, you must remain vigilant regarding the cube's movements. Should anything unusual arise, you must seek me or Professor ALD without delay. Cain nodded solemnly, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. I understand, Professor, Headmaster. I shall exercise caution. Subsequently, after numerous admonitions from the professors, Cain and Hermione departed from Professor ALD's office. Cain could not ascertain how much time had passed, but it was evident that curfew had arrived. Thank you, Cain, Hermione said sincerely, turning to him as they walked side by side down the corridor. Some students are staying up late to sneak out for rendezvous. Chapter 47, Capturing the Peeves. In the silent corridors of Hogwarts, the diminutive Peeves was bouncing about, creating a cacophony of raucous noise. His shrill, piercing cries seemed capable of toppling the very ceiling of the corridor, abruptly awakening the slumbering ghosts within the surrounding portraits. Be quiet, you wretched creature. One irate ghost could no longer contain their frustration and began to curse vehemently. Yet Peeves paid no heed, continuing unabated, grinning widely, and charging towards Cain's direction. Observing this, Cain drew his wand without hesitation. Indeed, the power of the wand, having broken through a layer of seals, has increased exponentially. Cain felt an unwavering confidence, believing that even against a formidable wizard like Snape, he could emerge unscathed. Perhaps, he mused, he might even triumph due to his opponent's underestimation. As the revelry subsided, Cain steadily rotated his wrist in a clockwise motion, softly uttering the incantation. At that moment, a soft blue light flickered at the tip of his wand, causing Peeves to beam with increasing delight. Instead of retreating, he hastened forward, charging bravely toward Cain's spell. Laughing heartily, this won't work, will it? Yet, in the instant the spell struck him, Peeves, devoid of any reaction, mocked Cain with reckless abandon. He lunged again, intent on gleefully tormenting his adversary. What is this? Peeves' eyes widened in terror as he cried out. In all his years of mischief at Hogwarts, he had never encountered such a phenomenon. Panic ensued as he abruptly halted, only to feel his body grow impossibly heavy, as if laden with lead. Each movement became sluggish and arduous, as though he were ensnared in a thick mire. You! He raised a trembling hand, pointing towards Cain, attempting to resist. Yet, it felt as if an invisible membrane enveloped him, suppressing his magical essence to its barest minimum. Ultimately, he could not even articulate a word, his body rendered immobile as if under a binding curse. Hermione gazed at Cain with wide eyes, filled with admiration. Cain, how did you manage this? She asked, glancing between Peeves and the wand in Cain's hand. I've seen so many spells fail against him. Cain's lips curled into a confident smile. Of course, this is a spell from my family's tomes, specifically designed to counteract spirits. Just then, a long, plaintive meow shattered the brief tranquility. It's Mrs. Norris. Hermione's expression tightened with concern as she shot a worried glance at Cain, then towards the source of the sound. That was Filch's cat. If she was here, Filch could not be far behind. Hermione understood that being caught wandering at night by Filch would result in points being deducted from their house, and the thought filled her with anxiety. Fear not. If we explain ourselves clearly, I believe Mr. Filch will not make things difficult for us, Cain reassured Hermione. He had faith that Mr. Filch would prove to be a reasonable individual. Should matters escalate, they could always seek the headmaster's understanding regarding their nocturnal escapade. Soon, heavy footsteps echoed closer, a faint light flickering in the darkness, steadily approaching them. I shall see which little wizard is wandering about at this hour. Filch raspy, enraged voice resonated through the corridor. I will capture you and whip you. At this, Hermione's heart sank further with dread. Cain, however, remained unperturbed, knowing that should Filch act on his threats, it would mark the end of his tenure as caretaker. After all, the Board of Governors possesses the authority to intervene in the employment of school staff. Shortly thereafter, Filch appeared, holding a dimly lit oil lamp. He was gaunt, resembling a vampire long deprived of sustenance, with skin taut against his bones and eyes sunken, reflecting cunning and suspicion. Upon casting his gaze upon Cain, a flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes, as if he had anticipated capturing a more significant transgressor. He attempted to move forward, but found himself kicking something. His gaze fell to the ground, brows furrowing slightly as he tentatively nudged the object with his foot, then bent down to bring the oil lamp closer. What he saw startled him. Lying on the floor was none other than Peeves the Poltergeist. If there were a contest for the most loathed entity at Hogwarts, Filch would claim the second position, with no one daring to lay claim to the first. His duty was to uphold school rules and maintain order within the campus. However, Peeves' incessant rule-breaking was undoubtedly a provocation to him. Every time Filch painstakingly cleaned the corridors, Peeves would emerge to tip over trash bins, scattering debris everywhere, rendering Filch's efforts futile. Furthermore, Peeves took great delight in tormenting Filch, often seizing the latter's beloved broom to watch him frantically search for it. In short, the mischief Peeves inflicted upon him was countless, and each time Filch sought to capture that wretched spirit, he found himself utterly powerless. After all, he was a squib who could not wield magic. Even the young wizard struggled to manage Peeves, let alone him. Although he had sought Dumbledore's assistance on multiple occasions, it was only in the presence of the headmaster that Peeves would exhibit a modicum of restraint. Now, witnessing his old adversary sprawled on the ground, a smirk crept onto Filch's lips, nearly eliciting a chuckle. "Mr. Cain, did you do this?" Filch inquired, pointing at Peeves, his tone unexpectedly respectful, his eyes brimming with astonishment and curiosity. "Indeed, he violated school rules, and thus I assisted in subduing him," Cain replied calmly and nonchalantly. "Huh, Mr. Cain, how did you manage that? Could you possibly teach me?" Filch exclaimed, lifting Peeves with a look of longing in his eyes, as if he had discovered a lifeline. "It is a simple spell," Cain responded. Upon hearing this, the glimmer of desire in Filch's eyes extinguished instantaneously, as though doused with a bucket of cold water. He pouted, his expression despondent. "Very well, I apologize for my presumption, Mr. Cain." He then prepared to depart, carrying Peeves with him. "Mr. Filch, will you not punish us?" Hermione timidly emerged, softly inquiring of the departing Filch. "The headmaster has already stated that your late attendance for remedial lessons does not constitute a violation of school rules." Filch replied gruffly, an undercurrent of regret in his tone, as though missing the opportunity to punish the students left him somewhat discontented. "Mr. Filch, if you require assistance in subduing Peeves, I am willing to help," Cain sincerely offered as he prepared to leave. "No, I do not require assistance," Filch retorted. Filch waved his hand dismissively. He had no need for these little sorcerers to assist him. He deemed it an affront to his dignity. After all, their common room was not a place for him. "Cain, see you tomorrow." "Tomorrow, Hermione." However, before they could part ways, a voice called out from behind. "Cain, Hermione, what are you doing here?" Filch was approaching rapidly. Chapter 48. The First Encounter with the Three-Headed Dog. "Harry," Hermione exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the newcomer. It was the dead of night. Were they not supposed to be soundly asleep in their dormitories? How had they sneaked out? "What are you doing here?" Hermione stepped forward to Harry, while Ron slumped in the corner like a defeated rooster, devoid of vitality. "It's all because of that Malfoy," Ron fumed, casting a fierce glare at Cain, his disdain for the Malfoy family boundless. "Cain? What does Cain have to do with this?" Hermione turned to Harry, her eyes filled with confusion. It was truly perplexing. Since their last parting, this was the first time Cain had appeared in their line of sight. "Hermione, it's not Cain's fault. It's Draco. He wants to duel Ron." Harry hurriedly grasped Hermione's arm, fearing she might impulsively rush over to deliver a severe reprimand to Ron. "What? Where's Draco?" Upon hearing this, Hermione craned her neck, peering anxiously into the depths of darkness. Yet, all she could see was an impenetrable void. "No need to search. Draco surely hasn't come," Cain interjected. He had not anticipated that events from the original story would unfold again, albeit this time with Draco engaged in a duel with Ron. Hermione regarded Cain with a puzzled expression, her eyes reflecting confusion. Cain directed his gaze at Harry, a hint of inquiry in his tone. "If Draco is dueling him, why are you following?" Ron had already lost 50 points because of Hermione. I didn't want him to lose more over this incident, so... Harry's expression revealed a tinge of conflict, his sentence trailing off. "So, You wish to accompany him in losing points? Hermione interjected without hesitation. At that moment, Harry realized he had made a mistake, despite having resolved not to associate with Ron any longer. He had inadvertently found himself breaking the rules alongside him in a misguided attempt to dissuade Ron. "Oh, darling, are you suggesting someone is here?" From a distance, the hushed whispers of Filch and Mrs. Norris floated through the air, their raspy yet alert voices akin to a sharp electric current, instantly putting Harry and Ron on high alert. "Run!" He darted forward like an arrow, grabbing Cain and fleeing. After a brief moment of hesitation, he stomped his foot and hastily followed suit, silently chanting that Gryffindor must not lose any more points. The group raced through the dimly lit corridor, their panic leading them to weave unpredictably, ultimately losing their bearings. Before them loomed a massive, ancient door, adorned with intricate, mysterious carvings, its brass handle glinting with a chilling luminescence in the faint light. "Quick, hide inside!" Harry gasped for breath, calling out urgently. Ron rushed forward, grasping the handle and pushing it with all his might. The door creaked ominously, swaying slightly before coming to a halt, firmly locked and unyielding. "Let me try Alohomora," Hermione quickly responded, her wand flicking gracefully as she uttered the incantation. With a soft click, the lock yielded, and Hermione pushed the door open with determination. As the door swung wide, Cain's gaze sharpened like that of a hawk, immediately spotting the imposing three-headed dog within the room. Without hesitation, he drew his wand from beneath his robes, gripping it tightly, muscles tense and ready to confront the gigantic beast. A wave of uncertainty washed over him. He couldn't shake the doubt that perhaps his encounter with Harry had been orchestrated by Dumbledore. "I'm utterly exhausted, and now you want to give me more trouble?" Meanwhile, the remaining trio pressed against the door, barely daring to breathe, straining their ears to catch the sounds outside. Soon, they could hear Filch's footsteps drawing nearer, accompanied by Mrs. Norris's plaintive meows, each sound striking like a hammer against their hearts. "I distinctly heard them here. Where could those little brats have run off to?" Filch muttered just outside the door, his voice so close it felt as if he could reach out and touch it. The group's hearts raced, mouths tightly sealed to suppress any sound. Fortunately, after a few moments of lingering outside, Filch departed without noticing anything amiss. As the sound of his footsteps faded, they exhaled a collective sigh of relief, ready to turn and examine their temporary refuge. Suddenly, a deep growl resonated from the depths of the room. They froze in terror. Eyes wide, there stood the enormous three-headed dog, each head towering over them. Its gaping maw displayed menacing fangs, and its crimson eyes glimmered with ferocity in the shadows, glaring hungrily at them. At that moment, the air seemed to thicken, a palpable sense of danger enveloping them. "Run!" Cain reacted swiftly, shoving the others out the door while positioning himself defensively, wand raised high, prepared to guard their retreat. Fortunately, for reasons unknown, the monstrous dog did not pounce immediately, allowing them to escape unscathed. "Damn it, there's a creature like that in the school." Ron sprinted along, grumbling incessantly, his body trembling uncontrollably from fear. Harry remained silent, his expression dazed, evidently still reeling from the harrowing encounter. "It's guarding something," Hermione called back as they ran, her demeanor composed as she addressed the two. "How do you know?" Ron challenged, skepticism etched on his face. He had grown increasingly frustrated with Hermione's know-it-all attitude over the past few days, and now his doubts surged. "There's a door beneath that beast. Cain, did you see it?" Hermione elucidated the situation and glanced at Cain for confirmation. He increasingly felt that without Hermione, the trio would have descended into utter chaos, and the story would have reached an abrupt conclusion long ago. "Did you hear that?" Hermione said, her expression brimming with pride as she looked at Ron. Ron, however, remained somewhat unconvinced, muttering to himself, "Perhaps you all conspired to say that." He had a vague sense that his wand harbored a significant secret, one that might even be connected to his own journey through time. Yet, after much contemplation, he found himself unable to discern its true nature. In exasperation, he set it aside, preparing for slumber. However, after Cain fell into a deep sleep, his wand and the enchanted cube seemed to be subtly influenced by a mysterious force, exchanging magical energy in a faint yet discernible manner. A soft glow flickered in the darkness, unbeknownst to the slumbering Cain. Soon, a brand new day dawned with the arrival of morning light. As was customary, Cain rose early, rousing the occupants of Draco's dormitory before they all set off together to the great hall for breakfast. Just as everyone was enjoying their meal, a flurry of owls burst into the hall, shattering the tranquil atmosphere. A sudden commotion erupted from the Gryffindor table. Ron had received a howler. Chapter 49, The First Harmonious Reunion. In the Great Hall of Hogwarts, a vibrant red envelope was delivered into Ron's hands. Neville stood nearby, concern etched across his face as he earnestly advised, "Open it, Ron. I once ignored a howler from my grandmother, and it turned out terribly." Ron gulped nervously, his hands trembling slightly as he tore open the wax seal. An enraged roar erupted, filling the entire hall. "Ron Weasley, you are nothing but a disgrace to the Weasley family. On the very second day of school, I receive a letter from Professor McGonagall, and you dare to treat a young lady in such a manner. You ought to learn from your brothers. Oh, and Miss Hermione, I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience Ron has caused you. Please accept our heartfelt apologies." The howler concluded with a sharp click of the tongue directed at Ron, before it audibly tore itself into shreds. Laughter erupted throughout the hall, sweeping over the assembly. The young witches and wizards were mocking the red-haired Weasley. Hermione cast a glance at him, a flicker of sympathy in her eyes. Ron's current predicament resembled that of a rat scurrying across the street, with everyone eager to trample upon him. Harry silently thanked his luck for not sitting beside Ron. Otherwise, the derisive gazes would undoubtedly have fallen upon him as well. Meanwhile, at the Slytherin table, Draco's voice rang louder than the rest. Draco, seated at the long table, had initially felt a twinge of annoyance upon seeing Ron unscathed that morning. However, upon witnessing Ron receive the howler, all his worries dissipated, and he felt a sense of exhilaration. Ron, seemingly unable to endure the humiliation, lowered his head and hastily exited the hall. Percy remained seated, his expression dark and silent. He felt a sense of shame for his younger brother. Yet he was acutely aware that the root of all this lay not with his sibling, but rather with the boy at the Slytherin table, Cain Malfoy, who was quietly dining with his golden locks. The last incident involving Cain in the carriage had left him too intimidated to inform the professors. He did not wish for more people to discover that he, a Gryffindor prefect, had been bested by a mere Slytherin freshman. He would seek vengeance for his brother, and, simultaneously, reclaim his own honor. This was an elixir renowned for treating symptoms of pustules, measles, boils, and other lymphatic ailments. It was also a powerful potion with a distinctly strong character. You muscle-bound simpletons must exercise caution when brewing potions, otherwise, if the concoction leaves you with a face full of boils, do not expect me to escort you to the hospital. Draco, remove the cauldron from the flames at once. Cain commanded, and Draco hastily complied. Now it was time to add the porcupine quills. Cain continued to direct the process with calm precision, pondering in his mind how his brother, despite mastering the fundamentals, could perform with such clumsy ineptitude. Unbeknownst to Cain, Draco was already performing admirably compared to his two lackeys. Soon, pink smoke began to rise from the cauldron, a sign of successful brewing. However, at that moment, a pungent odor permeated the air. Professor Snape immediately turned, his gaze sharp as a hawk, locking on to Neville and Harry. "Mr. Longbottom? Mr. Potter, why did you not remind Mr. Longbottom to extinguish the flames before adding the porcupine quills? Due to your irresponsibility towards your classmates, Gryffindor loses an additional 5 points." The cauldron before Neville was dissolving into the potion, emitting a noxious green smoke. Neville's face was already erupting with a multitude of red, swollen sores from contact with the potion. Ultimately, Snape took Neville to the hospital wing. The moment Snape departed, the classroom erupted into chaos. Seamus from Gryffindor exclaimed with excitement, "Wonderful! Snape has finally left. If he stayed any longer, my cauldron might have exploded." The Slytherin wizards merely glanced at Cain before returning their focus to their potions. "Hey, come help." A fellow wizard beside Seamus tugged at him. Yet, instead of assisting, he stretched out his arms. Harry stood in place, feeling somewhat lost. With his partner absent and materials depleted, he was unsure of what to do next. "Draco, fetch my materials and come help Harry brew again," Cain ordered. Though Draco was somewhat reluctant, he sauntered over to Harry, muttering under his breath, "Honestly, why not let that red-haired one help? I could have finished it myself." "Thank you." "Draco," Harry said softly as Draco approached him. "It's nothing. I've brewed it once already. Shall I guide you through the process?" Draco felt a flicker of motivation upon hearing Harry's words, yet his inherent laziness tempted him to shirk his responsibilities. "By the way, why didn't you come out to duel with Ron last night?" Harry inquired, multitasking as he prepared potions. Thus, the two engaged in a leisurely conversation while meticulously brewing their concoctions. Surprisingly, the typically indolent Draco even offered his assistance to Harry. Meanwhile, Cain approached the slacking Seamus with a stern expression. "Why aren't you continuing with the potion brewing? Are you done resting?" Cain's gaze was piercing, fixated on Seamus. "No," Seamus retorted defiantly, puffing out his chest. He thought to himself that they were all of similar height and doubted Cain could intimidate him. "Then lie down and rest properly." Cain reacted swiftly, seizing Seamus and forcefully pinning him to the ground. Seamus immediately felt as if several individuals were weighing him down, making it difficult to breathe. And he quickly pleaded for mercy. I was wrong. I was wrong. I've rested enough. Cain released him and surveyed the onlooking young wizards with an authoritative tone. Do any of you wish to test your luck? Focus on your potions. If you have concerns, feel free to ask me or Hermione. Cain then acknowledged several others who had successfully brewed their potions, and soon the classroom buzzed with activity. The young wizards, somewhat intimidated by Cain, refrained from seeking his assistance, allowing him a moment of respite. Observing the scene in the classroom, Cain nodded in approval. Indeed, the Eastern principle of strict teaching yielding proficient students was equally applicable in the realm of magic. Snape meticulously inspected each student's work, discovering that they had performed admirably. However, when he reached Harry and Draco, a glimmer of surprise crossed his eyes. He had intended to deduct points from Harry before departing, but he was taken aback to find that both he and Draco had completed their tasks. Yet, someone had to face the consequences, and that unfortunate individual was Mr. Neville Longbottom, who ultimately failed to brew his potion successfully and lost 3 points. Chapter 50. An unexpected turn in defense against the dark arts. Although Neville faced a deduction in points, by mealtime, he had completely forgotten the earlier unpleasantness. Cain was seated in the Great Hall, relishing a delightful feast when he caught sight of 2 figures at the entrance, vigorously waving at him. Do you think Cain can see us? Fred nudged George beside him. Grinning, George raised his hand, pointing at Cain, who had indeed noticed them, and quirked an eyebrow. See, he has noticed us. Seeing this, Cain rose and strode towards the 2, producing a bag. Here, the remaining galleons. It's been a pleasure collaborating. After they accepted the bag, Cain extended his fist. The brothers exchanged a knowing smile and eagerly bumped fists with him. Cain, tonight we have an incredibly fun plan. Are you in? George proposed enthusiastically. Cain shook his head, joking that he was already a favored student under the watchful eye of the headmaster. How could I possibly go out at night? Oh, what a pity. Fred wore a look of regret, soon replaced by an excited gleam in his eyes. We plan to embark on a nocturnal expedition into Filch Chamber, where it is rumored that an array of magical artifacts confiscated from students lies in wait. How exhilarating that will surely be. Indeed, trust me, it will undoubtedly be an eye-opener. George chimed in enthusiastically. Upon hearing their conversation, Cain felt a surge of anticipation. What time shall we convene? Cain was particularly drawn by the prospect of the Marauder's Map, a remarkable alchemical tool that reveals the entirety of the school. Splendid. Cain has joined us. The 2 brothers erupted in cheer, nearly bouncing off the walls. Excellent news. Cain is on board. The duo was so exhilarated they could hardly contain themselves. Tonight, at 11 o'clock. At that hour, Filch will be on his patrol, providing us with the perfect opportunity to sneak in. Cain, do not forget to be punctual. With that, the eager duo rushed off to procure their magical supplies. Quick as a flash, Cain seized them, saying, George, Fred, I heard you 2 crafted a counterfeit wand capable of performing minor spells? The brothers exchanged puzzled glances with Cain. We haven't made one. When did you hear about this? However, I must admit it is indeed a splendid idea. Do you require this little contraption? It is quite simple, and we have no classes this afternoon to experiment with it. Certainly, I shall be available should you need anything. As I am part of the team, Cain smiled at the 2. Upon hearing this, the brothers beamed with delight. Funding support for such an endeavor was a rare find. They eagerly nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, oblivious to the impending interest in his treasure trove, Filch suddenly sneezed in his office. Oh dear, it must be the chill of the day, he muttered to Mrs. Norris as he rose to fetch a heavy coat. Passing by, he kicked at the creature sprawled on the floor. Mr. Cain's spell truly works wonders. It has been nearly an entire day, and the poltergeist remains motionless. Days without Peeves are indeed blissful. Mr. Cain is truly a benevolent wizard. When Peeves regains mobility, should I seek his assistance? Cain, Hermione, and Draco sat, as usual, in the back row. Surprisingly, today Harry also took a seat in the rear, right next to Draco. At that moment, Draco animatedly recounted his recent narrow escape from a Muggle airplane, his excitement palpable. Cain sat quietly beside them, engrossed in a copy of an introduction to ancient alchemy, with 3 other similar volumes stacked nearby, thoroughly absorbed in his reading. Cain was somewhat taken aback. Hermione, usually so focused in class, was now perusing light reading alongside him. Though puzzled, he refrained from intervening and patiently began explaining the more obscure concept from the text to Hermione. What does this sentence mean? Hermione inquired, pointing to a line of ancient magical script. This is an ancient language of magic, signifying the exchange of life, which encompasses profound alterations at the very essence of existence. As Cain elucidates in detail, Hermione, increasingly alarmed, realizes that while she grapples with comprehension, Cain articulately navigates the complexities of this enigmatic tongue. Even the intricacies of this arcane, magical language seem effortlessly decipherable to him. She cannot help but ponder that, regardless of her efforts, surpassing Cain may prove an insurmountable challenge. Professor Quirrell, observant of their conspicuous interactions, would typically disregard such behavior from other wizards. After all, he harbors within himself a Dark Lord, and is ensnared in the perilous atmosphere of Hogwarts. In this institution, it is often wiser to avoid complications. However, the Dark Lord had specifically instructed him to engage with Cain, placing him in a precarious position. He discreetly inquired about Cain's recent activities and learned that this young man had already clashed with students and frequently sought out teachers within a mere span of days, which unsettled him greatly. He feared that a moment of carelessness might provoke this little tyrant, leading to an unfortunate confrontation. Thus, in the defense against the dark arts class, Professor Quirrell suppressed his anxious thoughts, casting furtive glances towards Cain's seat. His hands trembled slightly beneath his robes, not only from the oppressive presence of the Dark Lord behind him, but also due to the anxiety about what he was about to undertake. Just as the students were engrossed in practicing the recently taught green spark spell, Quirrell cleared his throat and approached Cain with a forced smile. "Mr. Cain, could you demonstrate this spell once more for the class? It would greatly benefit your classmates, and I shall award you extra points." He endeavored to infuse his voice with warmth and friendliness, yet a quiver betrayed his nerves. Cain abruptly raised his head. The classroom now permeated with the pungent odor of garlic, rendering him oblivious to its source as it approached him. "Professor, which spell should I demonstrate?" he inquired, standing up in confusion, having been unaware of the preceding conversation. Quirrell's heart sank. In his nervousness, he had neglected to specify which spell Cain was to demonstrate. He glanced at the wand beside Cain, fearful that this young man might retaliate if provoked. With a forced composure, he gently replied, "The green spark spell." Cain nodded and retrieved his wand, Dragon Roar. He then pronounced the incantation clearly and accurately. Green spark. In an instant, a surge of powerful magical energy erupted from the tip of his wand, unleashing a robust green spark resembling a serpent, which swept across the surroundings with vibrant intensity. This spell serves a dual purpose, to distract the target and to illuminate signals. Professor Quirrell, standing beside Cain, was momentarily blinded by the dazzling green light. Suddenly, a deafening buzz resonated in his mind as a long-buried, horrifying memory surged forth like a tidal wave. His legs buckled, and he involuntarily staggered backward, soon succumbing to darkness. Meanwhile, Harry, seated beside Draco, felt an excruciating pain radiate from his scar. It felt remarkably akin to the moment after being sorted as he gazed at Snape, an indelible impression etched in his memory. The students in the classroom were utterly astonished, witnessing the professor inexplicably collapse to the floor. Just as they were about to rush over to assess the situation, Professor Quirrell staggered back to his feet. At that moment, his stutter vanished, and his gaze emanated a chilling severity. "Very well, let us continue with the lesson." Chapter 51. The Unforgivable Curse in Class. Sensing the cold demeanor of Professor Quirrell, Cain was overtaken by an ominous premonition. Could it be that the green sparks he had just conjured had inadvertently unleashed Voldemort? Professor Quirrell slowly approached the lectern, surveying the classroom. A significant portion of the Slytherins were the offspring of his followers, while most of the Gryffindors were the children of his adversaries. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon Harry, filled with perplexity. He was eager to comprehend how this infant had managed to vanquish him, the seemingly invincible Dark Lord. At this moment, Harry's headache intensified, as if something were attempting to burst forth from his wound. "Professor, Harry is in great pain. I shall take him to the infirmary." Cain stood, assisting Harry, intent on swiftly departing from this place of turmoil. He had already sensed that Professor Quirrell was being impersonated. "You stay, Draco. You will escort Harry there." Professor Quirrell's tone was frigid, devoid of any emotion. He had conducted enough research on Harry. This seemingly ordinary wizard revealed no extraordinary traits. Thus, Harry could leave. Yet Cain must remain. He had learned yesterday that Dumbledore had kept Cain in his office for several hours. As he approached, he understood that Dumbledore likely harbored reservations about Cain's prodigious talent. He was convinced that Cain belonged to the same ilk as himself and, given time, would become a figure to be feared by all wizards. Moreover, Cain was the son of his capable aide, Lucius. He had even caught a glimpse of him in his childhood, though it had merely been a fleeting glance. After Draco escorted Harry away, a semblance of tranquility gradually returned to the classroom. Yet the young wizards sensed that their Professor Quirrell had become exceedingly unusual. The once timid Quirrell now stood tall, exuding an aura of reverence. With a gentle wave of his wand, an image materialized upon the lectern. A powerful wizard stood amidst ruins, surrounded by those who bowed before him, with treasures of gold and silver amassed around him. The young wizards gasped in astonishment. Was this not the magic demonstrated by Professor Alder a few days prior? To their surprise, the unassuming Professor Quirrell possessed such mastery as well. His performance today had indeed opened their eyes. Professor Quirrell's voice dripped with seduction as he slowly proclaimed, "This is the adversary that the dark arts seek to resist. He once wielded unparalleled power, status, and strength." With a derisive laugh, he continued, "The spells you diligently study, such as the Lumos and Scourgify, are mere trifles of everyday life. They will only render you mediocre and unremarkable." He sensed the dissatisfaction some harbored towards the school's regulations and their uncertainty about the future. His voice softened, yet resonated with immense authority, as if imbued with magic, capable of providing the answers you seek. It could liberate you from constraints and allow you to master your own fate. Then Professor Quirrell traced several mysterious runes in the air, which shimmered with an eerie glow and slowly rotated. These were fundamental magical symbols, concealing boundless secrets. Attempt to feel them. Do not be afraid. Some young wizards instinctively reached out, yearning to touch the runes. Voldemort observed this with a barely perceptible glimmer of pride in his eyes. "Excellent. You have taken the first step." He spoke gently. "As you delve into the realm of magic, you will discover that nothing in this world can hinder you. Imagine, when you have mastered these spells, those who once mocked you, those who dictated your worth, will regard you with awe." Voldemort continued to paint an enticing picture, suggesting that you could reshape everything around you, bending the world to your will. Ron, seated below, was entranced, lost in delightful reverie. He envisioned surpassing his brothers, earning the admiration and respect of his parents. He dreamed of one day triumphing over the Malfoy twins and gaining the recognition of the entire Gryffindor house, making all who underestimated him see him anew. Under Professor Quirrell's persuasion, the expressions of the young wizards began to transform. The initial fear gradually faded, giving way to curiosity and desire. Voldemort watched with satisfaction as the scene unfolded. "You ignorant little wizards. Today you shall be fortunate enough to witness the true power of magic." He raised his wand, pointing it at a mouse confined within a cage. "Soul depart." His voice echoed throughout the classroom, and a ghostly green light surged from the tip of his wand, striking the mouse. Instantly, the mouse ceased its struggles, its gaze becoming vacant and devoid of life. It began to perform a series of bizarre movements within the cage, dancing upright one moment and then patting its head with its tiny paws the next. The young wizards looked on in horror, some unable to stifle gasps of disbelief. They could hardly fathom that the ordinarily unassuming Professor Quirrell possessed such terrifying power. Witnessing the shock among the young wizards, Professor Quirrell beamed with pride. He had finally experienced the position he had long coveted. His gaze became a sharp blade, piercing through each student seated below. The temperature in the classroom seemed to plummet, as the students were rendered speechless by the sudden and chilling atmosphere. Just then, the sound of a page turning broke the silence. The crowd turned its gaze towards the back of the classroom, where Cain was wholly absorbed in the subsequent content of Introduction to Alchemy, reaching a critical juncture. Professor Chilo felt a surge of anger. How dare Cain disregard him? It was well known that even Cain's father would kneel before him. Thus, it was time for Cain to witness the true extent of his power. "Mr. Cain, I believe in you. Your audacity to ignore me indicates your profound understanding of this course. Therefore, I hope you can assist me in demonstrating some spells for your classmates." Professor Chilo was acutely aware that this young wizard seemed to possess an arrogant disposition. He mused that he too had been similarly brash in his youth, perhaps even more so than Cain. Following his display of strength, he was confident that Cain would be subdued, just as he had once been by Dumbledore. Having endured the storms of life himself, he wished to ensure that Cain experienced the same. Chapter 52. Intimidation. At the professor's request, Cain stepped forward. The young wizards below appeared quite unsettled. Some had recognized that the incantation being conjured was the Cruciatus Curse. What spells would Cain assist Professor Chilo with? They dared not contemplate further. Hermione felt a pang of concern. The professor at the podium seemed decidedly unhinged today. Ron's gaze followed Cain as he approached the podium, a flicker of resentment in his eyes. The professor had undoubtedly been discussing dark magic. Cain must have dabbled in dark arts to wield such power. What if he himself were to engage with dark magic? He believed that if he could access such forces, he would surely surpass Cain and become the center of attention. As Cain ascended the stage, Professor Chilo could not help but let a self-satisfied smile creep upon his lips. Truly, this prodigy from his ranks was exceptionally gifted. Alas, he had yet to comprehend who the true master was. In an instant, the smile on his face transformed into a chilling sneer. He slowly raised his wand again, directing it towards the unfortunate mouse in the cage, and pronounced with deliberate enunciation, Cruciatus. In an instant, a blinding red light erupted from the tip of his wand, striking the mouse with precision. Its body contorted violently, tiny claws flailing helplessly in the air, every fiber of its being racked with excruciating spasms. The power of the Cruciatus curse was far more terrifying than that of the previous spell. It inflicted genuine, bone-deep agony. The students below had never witnessed such a brutal and bloody spectacle. Many turned pale as paper, their legs trembling, collapsing to the ground. Some timid girls screamed, tears streaming down their faces. The boys, too, shivered with fear and despair, their eyes filled with terror, as if the torment was being inflicted upon them. At that moment, Neville's condition was particularly dire. As the light of the Cruciatus curse struck the mouse and its anguished cries reached his ears, his gaze turned hollow and bewildered. He envisioned the twisted, malevolent face of Bellatrix tormenting his parents, inflicting suffering with reckless abandon. The tormented visage of his parents, ensnared by the Cruciatus curse, began to merge with the grisly plight of the mouse before him. His body started to tremble uncontrollably, his lips quivered, yet no sound escaped his mouth. However, the nightmare had returned with a vengeance. He clutched his head and gradually crouched down, murmuring incessantly, "No, please." Meanwhile, Cain stood nearby, remarkably composed, his demeanor almost unsettling. With arms crossed, he fixed his gaze intently on the tormented mouse, betraying not a hint of fear, but rather an air of detached scrutiny. Amidst the chaos and terror in the classroom, Cain's calmness stood in stark contrast. Professor Quirrell, observing this, felt an unusual emotion swell within him. He had believed that the Cruciatus curse, imbued with his own emotions, would be sufficient to intimidate Cain, allowing this brash youth to witness his own dread. Yet, Cain remained unfazed, posing a considerable affront to Quirrell's pride. "Cain, are you not afraid?" Quirrell gritted his teeth, enunciating each word with barely concealed fury. Cain raised an eyebrow slightly, shifting his gaze from the mouse to Quirrell, and replied in a calm tone, "Fear resolves nothing." His voice, though soft, resonated with clarity amidst the tumultuous classroom, each word striking Quirrell's heart like a hammer. A flicker of surprise crossed Quirrell's eyes, quickly morphing into a more intense fury. He waved his wand once more, amplifying the curse's potency. The mouse's cries grew increasingly harrowing, filling the room with a nauseating scent of blood. Yet Cain remained undeterred, his expression even betraying a hint of disdain. He understood that Quirrell, at most, could only go so far. He would never risk incurring Dumbledore's wrath by harming a student. After all, Voldemort required the Philosopher's Stone at this juncture. At that moment, Voldemort realized that the frequent casting of such formidable dark magic was rapidly depleting his strength. He was compelled to make a choice, to retreat into slumber temporarily, conserving his power. Gradually, Voldemort's consciousness faded, succumbing to sleep. Quirrell slowly opened his eyes, still bearing a trace of confusion and chaos. He instinctively rubbed his head, as if awakening from a long and tumultuous dream. When his gaze fell upon the classroom scene, his eyes widened in shock. The room was in disarray, students either slumped on the floor or trembling in corners, their faces etched with terror and astonishment. The mouse, having inflicted grievous harm upon itself in its agony, lay motionless, a bloody pulp within its cage. Quirrell opened his mouth, yearning to speak, but found his throat parched and constricted. He scanned the students, acutely aware of the drastic shift in their attitudes towards him. The once present glances of disdain or curiosity had vanished, replaced by profound fear. His gaze settled on Cain, and a shiver coursed through his heart. Cain gazed at him with a calm demeanor, his eyes devoid of fear, yet filled with a profound understanding of all that transpired. "What is happening?" Quirrell stammered, his voice trembling significantly. He attempted to feign ignorance, hoping to evade scrutiny. Quirrell swallowed hard, forcing a semblance of composure as he declared, "Let us conclude today's lesson here. Everyone may return." His tone was frail and lacking vitality, evidently reflecting the considerable toll Voldemort's earlier incantation had exacted on him. The students, feeling as though they had been granted amnesty, rose en masse and stumbled toward the exit. Quirrell remained at the podium, watching the departing figures with a tumult of emotions swirling within him. As the classroom gradually emptied, only Neville remained seated, his gaze vacant and fixated ahead. his body trembling uncontrollably. Cain did not depart immediately. His attention lingered on Neville, fully aware that the recent events had profoundly impacted him. Approaching Neville's side, he spoke softly. "Neville, allow me to escort you to the infirmary." Yet, Neville exhibited no response, seemingly oblivious to Cain's words, lost in his own world. Cain furrowed his brow slightly, leaned down, and gently patted Neville's shoulder, raising his voice to repeat his offer. I seem to recall some terrifying things," Neville stuttered, his voice quaking with a hint of tears. Cain refrained from pressing further, silently helping Neville to his feet, allowing his arm to rest upon Cain's shoulder for support. Together, they made their way toward the door, passing Quirrell's desk, where Cain's gaze briefly met the professor's. Quirrell instinctively averted his eyes, anxiety coursing through him. Throughout their journey, Neville's condition remained precarious. Cain endeavored to steady him, quickening his pace toward the infirmary. Meanwhile, at the hospital wing, Dumbledore was also present. Chapter 53, Hermione's Thoughts. Dumbledore and Draco stood by Harry's bedside, observing as Madame Pomfrey conducted a thorough examination. "Professor, I feel as if my headache has somewhat subsided," Harry spoke cautiously. After leaving the classroom, he noticed the symptoms of his headache gradually dissipating. There's no door. Upon hearing Harry recount the pain at his scar, Madame Pomfrey immediately recalled the trauma he had endured as a child under Voldemort's curse, prompting her to summon Dumbledore. At that moment, the group was taken aback as Cain entered, supporting Neville. "What has transpired?" Madame Pomfrey inquired urgently, assisting Cain in helping Neville onto the bed. Quirrell cast the unforgivable curse during class." The speaker was breathless, clearly having rushed over. It was Hermione who, sensing the oppressive atmosphere in the classroom, had promptly exited, only to realize Cain had taken Neville to the infirmary, prompting her swift arrival. "How could this be? Quirrell, he seems so honest," Madame Pomfrey remarked, still in disbelief, while simultaneously attempting to soothe Neville's distress. Indeed, the professor fainted, and thereafter, it seemed as though he had transformed into a different person entirely. Cain can attest to this as well. Hermione was fervently eager to validate the veracity of her statement. At this moment, Draco also shifted his gaze towards Cain. In his eyes, how could the most cowardly of teachers, one even scorned by Cain, possibly cast such a spell during class? Initially expecting a negative response, Cain nodded instead. Dumbledore regarded Cain, who was nodding in affirmation, and adjusted his glasses slightly. A flicker of contemplation danced in his eyes, suggesting he was pondering something profound. "You may leave now. Let Mr. Longbottom and Mr. Potter rest well." Madame Pomfrey had already begun ushering everyone out, for the well-being of her patients was her utmost priority. As Dumbledore and the others stepped outside, they noticed a few young wizards staring at him. Resignedly, he remarked, "I believe Professor Quirrell did not act with malice. I shall speak with him in detail later and encourage him to alter his teaching methods." Hermione nodded in agreement, despite the headmaster's assurance. Her intuition warned her that something was amiss with Professor Quirrell. Beside her, Cain was acutely aware that Dumbledore had undoubtedly noticed Quirrell's peculiarities. Otherwise, the original text would not have prompted Snape to keep an eye on him. However, this time, Quirrell, or rather, Voldemort, would certainly need to devise a clever strategy to deal with Dumbledore. Nonetheless, this was not a concern for Cain. Subsequently, under Dumbledore's persuasion, they vacated the infirmary. Draco had already learned of the early dismissal, while Cain continued his study of the fundamentals of alchemy. Hermione, on the other hand, seemed to be searching for something, accumulating a thick stack of materials beside her. The titles included Comprehensive Guide to Magical Law and Analysis of Forbidden Magic. Soon, it appeared she had located what she sought. At this moment, Hermione's face bore an unmistakable urgency and seriousness. Seemingly resolute, she began inscribing notes on her parchment. Shortly thereafter, Hermione lifted her head and addressed Cain. "Cain, I previously discovered that in 1717, the unforgivable curses were officially classified as absolutely forbidden spells. Yet today, Professor Quirrell employed such curses." Upon hearing this, Cain furrowed his brow, his expression grave as he nodded in understanding. What was Hermione planning? At that moment, her sense of justice surged within her. She clenched her fists and declared emphatically, "This is illegal. I must report him and have the Ministry of Magic address this matter." Cain was momentarily taken aback by her declaration. Report? He recalled that in the original text during the Triwizard Tournament, the disguised Barty Crouch Jr. had also used the unforgivable curses in class. Yet Hermione had not reported him then. Why was this young girl so intent on reporting Quirrell now? Noticing Cain's silence, Hermione assumed he doubted her resolve and presented the parchment in her hand before him. Cain glanced at it, reading, To the esteemed director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. I am Hermione Granger of Gryffindor House at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. With profound shock and indignation, I must report the grave misconduct of Professor Quirrell, the defense against the dark arts instructor at our school. During today's class, he brazenly performed the Cruciatus and Avada Kedavra curses before the entire student body. Initially, he tormented a mouse with the Cruciatus curse, its anguished screams and contorted form instilling terror in every student present. Subsequently, he unleashed the Avada Kedavra curse, casting a pall of despair over the classroom with its lethal green light. I am acutely aware of the malevolent nature of these unforgivable curses and the dire consequences of employing them. The magical community strictly prohibits the use of such spells to maintain peace and justice within our realm. As an educator, Professor Quirrell ought to exemplify proper magical knowledge and values. Instead, he openly contravened magical law, abusing unforgivable curses, which inflicted immense harm upon us students and severely jeopardized the safety and order of Hogwarts. I earnestly implore the Ministry of Magic to conduct an immediate investigation and take stern action against Professor Quirrell's conduct. I am willing to provide all necessary evidence and assistance, hoping to see justice served and restore tranquility to the magical world. Hermione Granger. Upon reading this letter, Cain felt a sense of overwhelm. Hermione's sense of justice seemed to be excessively heightened. However, the bureaucratic tendencies and corruption prevalent within the Ministry of Magic would likely render her report ignored. Hermione, the headmaster has assured that he will address Professor Quirrell's actions. Surely you must trust Dumbledore, right? Cain gently urged her, recognizing that for a girl of Muggle origin, this was no small matter. Yet, Hermione appeared to have something more to say, but ultimately refrained. Thus, the issue faded into obscurity. Chapter 54. Encountering Peeves. Cain noted this internal struggle within Hermione, a conflict between rationality and her fervent sense of justice. Her efforts in the original text to advocate for house elves are telling. His own words would not affect any change. Cain even speculated that Hermione, in the original storyline, had reported the disguised Professor Moody, who was actually Barty Crouch Jr. after parting ways. Cain retired to prepare for the evening's adventure, his first planned nocturnal escapade. Having familiarized himself with the surroundings over the past few days and accompanied by 2 seasoned night explorers, he was confident that this escapade would be a splendid experience. Soon, Cain's watch approached the hour of 11. Cloaked in darkness and draped in black attire, he stealthily exited the common room, heading to the designated meeting spot. At the agreed-upon corner, Cain concealed himself behind a massive stone pillar, patiently awaiting his companions. Before long, he discerned soft footsteps and hushed conversations. "Do you think Cain will arrive on time?" Fred's voice floated through the air. As they were about to draw near, a wicked curiosity ignited within Cain. In an instant, he sprang forth from behind the stone pillar, altering his voice. "Halt! You two! Wandering about at this hour instead of resting in your dormitory. Are you intending to visit my office to handle the bubo tuber?" Upon hearing Snape's voice, an immediate sense of foreboding enveloped the two. The bubo tuber, a most grotesque plant, bore little resemblance to Flora. Rather, it resembled a slick, dark, and slimy slug protruding straight from the soil. To manage it, one would need to don dragonhide gloves to extract the pus from its swollen body. The very thought sent shivers down their spines, and their smiles vanished in an instant. "It's over. It's Professor Snape," George stammered, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Fred nearly dropped his wand, stuttering. "How is this possible? I thought he was brewing potions at this hour." After several agonizing seconds, the two recovered from their fright. Upon closer inspection, they realized something was amiss. When did Snape become so short? "Ha ha ha!" Cain could not contain his laughter. It dawned on them that they had been tricked. "You wicked scoundrel, Cain!" Fred feigned anger, patting his chest in an attempt to calm his racing heart. George, in a bemused yet exasperated tone, complained, "We usually prank others. Today, we nearly had a heart attack thanks to you." Cain grinned, teasing, "So, what do you think of my impersonation? It's a pity we still cannot brew polyjuice potion." As if struck by this realization, George let out a heavy sigh. If only we could effortlessly transform into others. We could roam freely at night. Fred continued. Thus, the trio proceeded cautiously down the dimly lit corridor, each step deliberate. Under the twins' guidance, they deftly evaded all the ghosts without incident. At last, they arrived at Filch's office door. Just as Cain prepared to unlock it with his wand, George intervened. Exchanging a knowing glance with Fred, both wearing mischievous grins, Fred then produced a slender key from his pocket. It was their homemade lockpick, refined through numerous modifications, specifically designed to tackle various locks. Inserting the key into the lock, Fred turned it gently while muttering an incantation. With a soft click, the lock yielded. In the astonished gaze of Cain, the twins triumphantly pushed the door open and stepped inside, completely oblivious to what lay beneath their feet. Ouch! They both stumbled over something. As they sat up, they found themselves face to face with Peeves. No wonder they hadn't seen him all day. Filch had actually managed to subdue Peeves. The two were somewhat taken aback. After all, encountering Peeves was always a headache for them. They could hardly fathom how the mute Filch managed to tame the mischievous poltergeist. What you seek should be right in this cabinet, came Cain's voice. The gaze of several individuals was instantly captivated by a massive cabinet nestled in the corner of the room, its surface adorned with numerous labels, each inscribed with the words confiscated items. The two individuals on the floor, momentarily dismissing the presence of the poltergeist, swiftly rose and approached the cabinet. Cain, too, felt an urgent curiosity about the map capable of detecting the invisibility cloak and the anima Gus's vital points. With a creak, the cabinet door swung open, unleashing a wave of sour stench and dust. Cain rummaged through a tattered wooden box bound with hemp rope, the corners worn down. Inside lay a quill with a broken nib, its shaft engraved with indistinct runes. He pushed aside a stack of yellowed, curled edges of parchment. The spells inscribed upon them faded with age. He navigated past a crystal ball, missing a corner and emitting a dim glow, its interior murky, as if sealed by the sands of time. Cain, undeterred by the surrounding clutter, fervently searched through the debris. Suddenly, his fingers brushed against a rough piece of parchment, stirring a sense of foreboding within him. Trembling, he lifted it and gently unfolded it. Despite its age and yellowing, he recognized it immediately. This was the very item he had sought. Meanwhile, the twins were also searching for something among the piles of objects. Just as they joyously discovered their target, a sudden voice interrupted from behind. "Let me see. Which little wizards are here pilfering?" It was the voice of the poltergeist, who had apparently awakened unbeknownst to them. Cain realized that the spell he had cast had reached its limit. The twins' faces turned ashen, realizing they had been caught in their nocturnal escapade and theft. This time, their punishment would surely extend beyond mere point deductions and detention. They closed their eyes, bracing for the impending reprimand. To their surprise, the poltergeist did not erupt into a fit of rage, but instead regarded the boy in black with a serious expression. For reasons unknown, he felt a strange familiarity about the figure before him. Soon, the poltergeist's once arrogant demeanor shifted to one of pleading. "I assure you, I saw nothing. Do you believe me?" Cain chuckled softly, raising his wand. "Of course, as long as you remain silent, I certainly will." Following this incantation, the poltergeist once again fell heavily to the ground. "George, I think Cain has killed him. What should we do? Should we lie down and play dead?" Fred expressed his concern nearby. George shot a glance at his brother, realizing that while the poltergeist was not entirely a ghost, he was certainly no human either. "What are you two talking about?" They fell silent, as if under a binding spell, their eyes wide with fear, fearing they would meet a fate similar to that of the poltergeist. Sighing in exasperation, Cain understood that the twins must have misunderstood the situation. He quickly clarified, "I merely cast a sleeping spell on the poltergeist to keep him quiet for a while. Rest assured, he will come to no harm." Upon hearing those words, the twins' taut nerves began to relax slightly, yet their faces still bore traces of lingering shock. This series of events had sent their emotions on a roller coaster ride, oscillating between exhilaration and anxiety, a thrill that was almost overwhelming. However, when he awakens later, won't he be in trouble? George suddenly pondered this question, a look of concern etching his features. What is there to fear? By then, his words would lack credibility, and he wouldn't have the audacity to lodge a complaint. Cain remarked nonchalantly, then urged them to move along. The three hurriedly sorted through the disarrayed items in the cabinet before departing from Filch's office. Initially, the twins had intended to continue their exploration, but after the disturbance caused by Peeves, they were left feeling apprehensive and chose to conclude their nocturnal adventure. Cain settled at the head of the bed, clutching the Marauder's map tightly in his hands. The moonlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle glow upon the aged parchment, igniting a surge of excitement within him. As a devoted fan of Harry Potter, who wouldn't he yearn for such a magical artifact as the Marauder's map? "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." Cain whispered the incantation, and in an instant, the pattern's text and the constantly shifting dots on the parchment began to crystallize. The moon's face, a worm's tail, large feet, and a pointed fork presented, with great ceremony, the Marauder's map. Cain understood that the four figures mentioned therein were none other than Remus Lupin, Peter Pettigrew, Sirius Black, and James Potter from the Marauders. This map had originally been devised by the Four to aid Lupin in evading acquaintances during his transformation into a werewolf on full moon nights, guiding him to safer locales. However, it had somehow ended up in Filch's possession. In the original tale, the twins eventually pilfered the map and returned it to Harry, restoring it to its rightful owner. Cain's gaze drifted slowly across the map, inadvertently pausing at the location of the Gryffindor common room. The names of Peter Pettigrew and Ron Weasley were alarmingly close. If Cain's assumptions were correct, the two were currently sharing a bed. The thought made Cain feel queasy, a corpulent, greasy man sleeping beside you all day. And you carried him around constantly. Following that, he wished to see what Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall were up to. Regrettably, neither professor's figure appeared on the map. Perhaps they were both out attending to matters, absent from school. The most extraordinary aspect of the Marauders map is that it reveals the location of everyone within Hogwarts. Even if one were to consume Polyjuice Potion, transform into an animagus, or don an invisibility cloak, the map would still display their true name. However, the Chamber of Secrets and the Room of Requirement did not appear on the map. Cain speculated that perhaps the Marauders had never ventured into these two locations, which rendered them invisible on the map. The mere thought of the Room of Requirement sparked a glimmer of excitement in Cain's eyes. He recalled that Voldemort's Horcrux was hidden there. He resolved to explore the Room of Requirement the following day. But for now, he needed a rest. The next morning, Cain awoke early. This time, he summoned Draco and his companions not for breakfast. The morning mist of the Scottish Highlands enveloped the Black Lake like the cloak of a Dementor. Dewdrops clung to Draco Malfoy's boots, while his calves were taut. Cain's gentle words pierced more sharply than the frigid waters beside them. Or do you wish to emulate Draco as your role model? The group cast their eyes towards Draco, who stood 10 meters away, his slender frame erect, legs raised high. Years of languor had unexpectedly led him to counter Cain's remarks. Now he kicked his left leg forward, his muscles rigid. He stood there immobile. To an observer, Draco resembled a resolute warrior. Yet, the three present understood that if they did not take this seriously, they would find themselves as motionless as Draco, ensnared by a body-binding curse. Heads must be held high, necks straightened, mouths closed, chins tucked in, and eyes fixed ahead. Where are your hands? Have you forgotten to place your middle finger along the seam of your trousers? Can you not accomplish this simplest of tasks? I shall be increasing the training intensity from now on. Early in the morning, they were already running and standing at attention. Not only did a few fail to comprehend, but those witnessing this spectacle were equally puzzled. Was the Malfoy family conducting a training regimen for dark wizards? Ron's voice echoed through the Gryffindor gathering. Eyes turned towards him, filled with confusion. Ron feigned mystery, lowering his voice. Do you know that the Dark Lord's followers bear a certain mark? The Malfoy family has always been the Dark Lord's minions. Cain's actions surely serve to train his subordinates for the Dark Lord. Only wizards who undergo such training can be branded by dark magic and become true Death Eaters. The surrounding Gryffindor students listened, finding Ron's assertions plausible. Expressions of surprise and concern crossed their faces as they began to murmur among themselves. Could it be? Is the Malfoy family truly so malevolent? Harry, upon hearing this, intended to refute Ron, but found his argument strikingly reasonable. Ron, are you certain of your claims? Just then, a melodious voice emerged from the crowd. All eyes shifted towards its source. A Ravenclaw which parted the throng and strode confidently forward. Her lustrous black hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, shimmering like satin in the morning light. Her expressive almond-shaped eyes, now filled with discontent and determination, bore directly into Ron's gaze. Harry's attention was instantly captivated, his heart racing uncontrollably. For reasons unknown, the cool morning breeze made his face feel inexplicably warm. The group was entranced by the girl. Beauty and charm were their immediate impressions. Of course, what I said is true. Ron, upon noticing the girl's unwavering stare, felt a twinge of unease. Ron, stop spouting nonsense. The girl's voice was clear and strong, challenging Ron's assertions. Chapter 56. Harry's heart fluttered. Ron's face flushed crimson, astonished that this girl would publicly contradict him. However, he remained somewhat unconvinced. You accuse me of uttering nonsense, yet can you elucidate what they are truly engaged in? I am fully aware. The soldiers of our nation undergo such training. It is intended to enhance physical prowess and fortify one's resolve. Cain and Draco are merely participating in standard training. You cannot hastily label them as dark wizards based solely on your words. The gazes of the onlookers shifted between Cain's group by the lake and Ron. How can you be so certain? Perhaps you too have been ensnared by their charm. I am indeed certain. The girl's voice was soft yet pierced Ron's heart with every word. According to your reasoning, Our soldiers and many students have undergone similar training. Does that mean we are all dark wizards? Before Ron could utter another word, the girl continued. Our nation's training is to safeguard our homeland. It embodies the force of justice. Just because you are uninformed does not grant you the right to malign others. The surrounding students, upon hearing her words and glancing at Cain and the others still training by the Black Lake, began to harbor doubts about Ron's assertions. Coupled with Ron's recent behavior, they had already formed their own conclusions regarding right and wrong. Unable to withstand the scrutiny of those around him, Ron hastily fled. The crowd began to disperse as well. Harry had initially intended to leave, but upon seeing the figure ahead, he summoned his courage and approached. I am truly grateful for your assistance in clarifying Cain's situation. No need for thanks. Zhang Qiu smiled, her dimples appearing as her hairpins jingled softly with her movement. And I simply could not bear to witness him lie. I am Zhang Qiu. It is a pleasure to meet the legendary savior. Upon hearing her name, Harry's heart raced like a small rabbit. Before he could articulate his thoughts, he suddenly felt a twinge of regret, realizing his inquiry was rather thoughtless. She had already mentioned her origins from the East, yet he continued to ask. Zhang Qiu did not dwell on it, still smiling. Indeed, my country is an ancient and magnificent one. Harry wished to say more, but at that moment, a girl beside Zhang Qiu began to tug her away, signaling their departure. Seeing this, Harry found himself unable to voice what he had intended to say. Well, Cain had just finished training, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Draco and his companions supported one another behind Cain. He followed Harry's gaze to the corner where Zhang Qiu had vanished, a subtle smile playing on his lips, hinting at a deeper understanding. It seems our savior is experiencing the stirrings of young affection, Cain jested. Harry's face flushed crimson, lowering his gaze, momentarily unable to meet Cain's eyes. Surely not. I merely feel she is different from the rest. Cain patted Harry on the shoulder, encouragingly stating, if you like her, go for it. Otherwise, when she becomes someone else's girlfriend, you'll be left merely watching. At that moment, Harry still felt a tinge of hesitation. Cain chuckled at Harry's conflicted demeanor. Haha, I jest with you. Yet even if we do not unite, we may still be friends. Let's engage more, to better understand one another. First, let us delve into each other's interests and hobbies, laying the groundwork for our connection. As our relationship deepens, perhaps I shall take her to Honeyduke's in Hogsmeade to savor its delightful confections, or to the Three Broomsticks for a taste of butterbeer. In time, everything will fall into place, will it not? Although Harry was unaware of the location of Hogsmeade, as mentioned by Cain, he could already envision himself and Cho Chang enjoying their time there, a smile of happiness unwittingly gracing his face. Oh, Harry, take me to eat something. At that moment, Draco caught sight of Harry, pushing past Crabbe and Goyle, who were supporting him. Ignoring the soreness in his body, he dashed to Harry's side. Draco's words shattered Harry's daydream, and he led Draco to the great hall for their meal. Cain observed this scene, silently apologizing to Cedric in his heart. Yet, he mused, exchanging a girlfriend for a life seems rather advantageous for Cedric. The morning hours swiftly passed, with Cain and Hermione each contributing to their house's points. In the afternoon, Draco eagerly anticipated the flying lesson. At 3:30, they were to gather at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. By then, the Slytherin students stood quietly, a line behind Cain. The terrain here was remarkably spacious, ideal for flight practice. 2 neat rows of brooms were arranged on the ground. Madame Hooch had yet to arrive. Draco stood on the lawn, an air of arrogance about him, as he casually extended his hand. Up. The broom quivered slightly before soaring into a graceful arc and rising to him, casting a triumphant glance towards Cain and Harry. At that moment, Cain also extended his hand. With a resounding thud, the broom flew into Cain's grasp as if drawn by a magnet. Witnessing this, Draco's eyes widened in astonishment. In his recollection, this was Cain's first encounter with a flying broom. He had never come to play with it, despite having intended to teach Cain how to control it. Harry, seeing both of them succeed, attempted to emulate Draco. Focusing intently, he locked his gaze onto his broom. Up, as Harry pronounced the incantation clearly and resolutely. The broom swiftly landed in his hand. Though not as fast as Cain's, it still elicited an astonished reaction from Draco. He recalled that Harry had spent these years in the Muggle world, undoubtedly without any experience with brooms. Yet, Harry's current performance surpassed Draco's own initial attempts by a considerable margin. Everyone stand still, do not move. Madame Hooch's voice rang out, signaling her arrival. Once the students quieted, she explained the method of controlling the broom and some essential precautions before allowing the students to attempt it themselves. Chapter 57. Entering the Forbidden Forest. After the students settled, Madame Hooch concluded her instructions on controlling the broom and the necessary precautions. Subsequently, everyone was encouraged to attempt it themselves. Cain, Harry, and Draco swiftly grasped their broomsticks once more. This left Ron and Hermione in a state of distress. Despite reciting the incantation, the broom remained obstinately still on the ground. After much effort, it reluctantly began to rise, albeit with great difficulty at each inch of elevation. Ron, in a panic, reached out to seize it but missed, causing the broom to tumble back down. Hermione stood tall, her expression serious, striving to compose herself. However, she did not ascend as swiftly as she had hoped, unlike Cain. After several attempts, the broom finally wobbled its way into her grasp. Moments later, the other students began to pick up their broomsticks from the ground. Madame Hooch proceeded to explain how to take off. Just as everyone was preparing, a startled cry emerged from Neville's direction. It was evident that Neville's broom was behaving erratically, shaking uncontrollably. Suddenly, with a whoosh, the broom soared high into the air, veering towards the forbidden forest. "Oh!" Neville exclaimed, watching the ground recede beneath him, nearly fainting from fear, clinging desperately to the broom. Cain, witnessing this alarming scene, realized the gravity of the situation. This diverged significantly from the original storyline. Surely, this chubby boy wouldn't meet a fatal fall? Without a moment's hesitation, he mounted his broom and sped after him. Draco, seeing his brother Cain rush forward, was unwilling to be outdone and leapt onto his broom, propelling himself after Cain. The savior Harry displayed a flicker of hesitation. Hermione, sensing his thoughts, urged him urgently. "Harry, you've just begun learning to fly." But Harry was resolute. With a determined push, he took to the air, chasing after the trio ahead. In their wake, only astonished classmates and a bewildered Madame Hooch remained. At that moment, Neville's broom had reached the heights above the forbidden forest. Cain, riding his somewhat aged broom, endeavored to increase his speed. However, the broom seemed overburdened, creaking in protest while failing to accelerate. Just then, Neville let out a terrified scream as the unruly broom executed a violent flip. Clinging desperately to the broom, Neville struggled, his strength waning under the weight of his body. He plummeted like a kite severed from its string toward the treetops of the forbidden forest below. The onlookers, witnessing this harrowing sight, held their breath in anxiety for Neville. In that critical moment, Cain drew his wand. A gentle blue light shot forth from its tip, striking Neville with precision. Instantly, his descent slowed, akin to a feather drifting through the air. Cain followed the trajectory of Neville's fall, plunging into the depths of the forbidden forest. Upon entering, the contrast to the outside sunlight was stark. Towering trees loomed all around, their leaves intertwined, nearly obscuring the sky. The light was dim and eerie. Cain cautiously landed beside Neville. At this moment, Neville's face was as pale as parchment, his eyes tightly shut, and his body trembled slightly. Cain gently patted Neville's cheek, urging, "Neville, wake up." Slowly, Neville opened his eyes, filled with fear and confusion. Upon seeing Cain, tears streamed down his face as he stammered, "I thought I was going to die." Just as Cain was about to lead Neville away from this place, the sound of a broomstick clattering to the ground reached their ears. Turning around, they saw Harry and Draco had also arrived. Draco clumsily leapt to the ground, feigning composure as he brushed off non-existent dust from his clothes, attempting to maintain his usual haughty demeanor, though his trembling hands betrayed the anxiety within. "This wretched place has finally caught up with you," he remarked. Harry, wearing a worried expression, hurried towards Neville, asking with concern, "Neville, are you all right?" "He's fine. Let South leave this place," Cain replied. However, as they prepared to depart, they encountered a perplexing issue. The broom could not accommodate two passengers simultaneously. At that moment, the sound of crunching twigs echoed from the depths of the forest, rustling ominously. Cain reacted swiftly, instinctively drawing his wand and shielding the others behind him. Harry and Draco followed suit, readying their wands in a defensive stance. Emerging from the source of the sound were two towering centaurs. Their upper bodies were muscular and human-like, while their lower halves were that of powerful steeds, their sinewy forms partially obscured in the dim light. "Hogwarts students?" One centaur, Firenze, inquired instinctively upon noticing their robes. But he quickly recognized Harry, as the prominent scar on his forehead was unmistakable. His gaze then fell squarely upon Cain. In a deep, ethereal voice, he declared, "You, who bear an extraordinary fate, have trespassed into a forbidden realm, disturbing the melody of destiny's strings. The trajectory of the stars shifts because of you. The intertwining of darkness and light grows ever more chaotic. In the impending storm, you shall serve as the pivotal fulcrum, the scales of choice swaying in your hands. A mere decision of yours could alter the fates of countless souls. The other centaur tilted his head slightly, gazing skyward through the foliage, and continued. When that blood-red full moon rises high, an ancient curse shall awaken, and dark forces will surge like a tide. And you are the solitary beacon of hope amid despair. At this, Cain found himself thoroughly bewildered. Just as he was about to inquire further, the first centaur raised a front hoof, causing the ground to tremble slightly, and spoke. I am Forenza, and this is Bane. It is a pleasure to meet you. Forenza, do you truly believe that this child can vanquish that power? Bane interjected, visibly displeased. This is what I foresee. He is capable. Forenza replied, locking eyes with Bane, his tone resolute. The heavens may have spoken, yet we must not merely stand as spectators. We cannot defy destiny. Moreover, these wizards are not worthy of our trust. Bane began to counter Forenza's arguments. This calamity will extend to our kind. We are destined to collaborate with the wizards. So, you are to become a traitor then? As he observed the two individuals on the brink of a quarrel, Cain interjected with a hint of impatience. If you can fight, then spare me the chatter. Let us settle this with a brawl. The victor shall have the final word. Upon hearing Cain's words, Bane, with his large bell-like eyes, glared fiercely at the young wizard before him, his gaze radiating palpable hostility. Look at this first-year wizard, already exhibiting such audacity. You are a naive little wizard, Bane retorted, his voice low and filled with indignation. However, he refrained from physical confrontation, for as a centaur, he deemed it beneath him to bicker with a mere child. Cain took a step forward, a smirk of derision evident in his eyes. So, centaurs can only strut their stuff in front of a few 11-year-olds? His heart raced. How could they possibly match the strength of these two towering centaurs? Ben, incensed, swished his tail angrily, his mane bristling, clearly provoked by Cain's taunt. Child, apologize at once. Bane's fury was unmistakable. Forenza hurriedly stepped in to intervene. Concern etched across his face as he regarded Cain. He then turned to Bane, urging, they are still young, do not act impulsively. Yet Cain was unyielding, scoffing, apologize? I have spoken the truth. If he doubts my abilities, let him witness them firsthand. Cain had his own calculations. He understood that centaurs possessed a degree of immunity to magic. While it was possible to prevail using spells, such a victory would lack the thrill he sought. He yearned to test his limits, to engage Bane in physical combat without the aid of his wand. A rare opportunity indeed. If victorious, he could then challenge other magical creatures. Very well, little wizard, since you insist, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Bane bellowed, launching himself forward with a powerful kick, his body akin to a bolt shot from a bow. He moved with incredible speed, creating a whirlwind that sent leaves and twigs swirling about. Cain, quick to react, deftly sidestepped Bane's initial assault. He calculated Bane's strength and speed while formulating his strategy. Bane, undeterred by his missed strike, pivoted and charged at Cain once more, this time raising his front hooves high to deliver a crushing blow. Cain did not flinch. He seized the moment, gripping Bane's foreleg tightly just as the hoof was about to descend. This spectacle left onlookers in stunned silence, questioning Cain's sanity for daring to confront a centaur without a wand. A smirk crossed Bane's lips, filled with a sense of triumph. He thought to himself that this young child could never hold on. Even an adult would struggle to restrain his leg, let alone a mere boy. He envisioned Cain being flung away, landing in a most undignified manner. Yet, the ensuing scene left the crowd in utter disbelief. Cain clung tenaciously to Bane's leg, while Bane struggled fiercely, attempting to shake him off. But at that moment, Cain was like a vice, steadfastly refusing to let go. At this moment, Cain felt a bit strained. Although he could prevent his opponent from escaping, it was evident that while his opponent used his legs, he relied solely on his arms. Prolonged exertion would surely be to his detriment. Seizing the opportunity, while Bane swayed again, Cain pulled with all his might. Using this momentum, he propelled himself forward and leaped onto Bane's back like an agile monkey. Just as Cain released his grip, Bane had no time to revel in his victory. What? Bane clearly did not anticipate such a maneuver from Cain, and he began to thrash about wildly, attempting to throw Cain off. At that moment, Cain resembled the ancient warriors who tamed wild horses, swaying left and right upon Bane's back, yet unable to dislodge himself. Despite the tumultuous ride, akin to a small boat in a tempest, he clung tightly to Bane's mane, his legs gripping firmly to maintain balance. Indeed, you ought to establish a children's amusement park in the Forbidden Forest. This rocking ride would surely rake in profits. Cain chuckled, teasingly. Get off me, Wild, thrashing like a runaway tractor, careening through the forest. The more Bane lost control, the more composed Cain became. He had discerned that Bane would momentarily pause with each turn, so he awaited the next opportunity. In that brief instant of stillness, he swiftly reached out, grasping one of Bane's ears and yanking it forcefully. Ah! Bane howled in pain, involuntarily tilting to one side. Cain seized the chance to adjust his position, tightening his grip with his legs around Bane's body. Simultaneously, he held on to Bane's ear and mane, beginning to guide him as one would a horse. Left, right, look ahead, Cain shouted, pulling firmly on Bane's ear. Amid the agony and surprise, Bane surprisingly obeyed Cain's commands, shifting his body in the direction Cain indicated. Huh, it seems you're not entirely unmanageable, Cain exclaimed, his voice imbued with the joy of triumph. Firenze, Harry, Draco, Neville, and the others stood by, utterly astonished. They had never imagined Cain would manage to mount Bane, let alone subdue him so thoroughly. How is this even possible? Firenze murmured. Under Cain's control, Bane gradually lost his strength, his body trembling slightly, breath quickening. He realized he had been bested by this young wizard. You are more troublesome than a troll. What? I'm not a little brat anymore? Cain released his hold on Bane's ear, yet remained on his back, recalling how Bane had previously taunted him. Bane remained silent. After all, he had lost and had nothing to say. He had never anticipated that such a diminutive wizard could defeat him without the use of a wand. And if memory serves, the indentation above your coccyx is your kind's fatal weakness, correct? Upon hearing Cain's words, the hostility in Bane's eyes dissipated, replaced by a glimmer of admiration and astonishment. Just moments ago, Cain had numerous opportunities to exploit his weaknesses, yet he refrained from doing so. I must concede, you are indeed formidable. Bane finally spoke, his voice tinged with reluctance, but predominantly filled with acknowledgement for Cain. Cain leapt off Bane's back, a triumphant smile illuminating his face. We need not be adversaries. We can resolve our issues together, can we not? Bane offered no rebuttal, having witnessed the impressive prowess of the young wizard. Firenze tossed a piece of wood to Cain, intricately carved with the image of a centaur. How do you know my name? Cain inquired, securing the item and looking up. Chapter 59, The Invitation from Madam Hooch. Your keykeeper, Rubius Hagrid, mentioned you to me. The Malfoy heir, did he not? Firenze said with a hint of a smile, his gaze upon Cain seemingly concealing a secret. Cain understood well that Hagrid's candid nature likely did not present him in the most flattering light. Nevertheless, reflecting on his distinctive golden hair, which made him easily recognizable within the school, and the conspicuousness of being a twin, it was hardly surprising that Firenze recognized him. Upon hearing this, the two promptly responded and swiftly mounted their brooms, soaring towards the castle like arrows released from a bow. Come now, little one, take a seat upon my back. Firenze gently urged Neville, lowering his head, though somewhat shaken from the recent escapades. Neville's capacity to endure had notably strengthened due to the series of exhilarating events over the past few days. He cautiously climbed onto Firenze's back, securing himself comfortably. At that moment, the previously aloof Bane ambled over, lowering himself with a thud. Cain, witnessing this, felt amusement rise within him. This old companion, though tough in words, was indeed quite loyal at heart. Without hesitation, he swiftly mounted Bane's back, patting his neck as he declared, Old Bane, let's set forth. Before long, they arrived at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. This is where I shall leave you. We shall not venture further, Firenze stated, gently lowering Neville to the ground. Just as Cain prepared to bid them farewell, a thought struck him. By the way, I recently heard rumors that someone is plotting against the unicorns. You must remain vigilant. Upon hearing this, Firenze and Bane's expressions shifted to one of grave concern. The unicorn is a sacred creature of the Forbidden Forest. It is audacious for anyone to entertain such nefarious intentions. After bidding farewell to the two centaurs, Cain, broom in hand, and supporting Neville, made his way towards the castle. Behind them, Bane observed their departing figures and could not help but exclaim, Firenze, I now believe what you said. This lad is indeed extraordinary. Firenze's demeanor turned serious as he contemplated Cain's words. Who could possibly harbor intentions against the unicorns? Cain and Neville had already exited the Forbidden Forest, and in the distance, Hogwarts students could be discerned, with Harry and Draco leading the way. And there, Professor McGonagall's robes billowed in the wind, resembling a frenzied owl. After all, several of my students have violated school regulations, and not just one, but 4 in total, who astonishingly flew into the Forbidden Forest on their broomsticks during flying lessons. Mr. Cain and Mr. Longbottom, your actions are utterly reprehensible. Are you aware of the perilous nature of the Forbidden Forest? It teems with unknown magical creatures and mysterious forces. And a moment's carelessness could cost you your life. Your blatant disregard for school rules and your unauthorized intrusion constitute a severe disruption to the order of the school. Both Gryffindor and Slytherin shall each lose 10 points due to your recklessness. Professor McGonagall, Harry, and the others lifted their heads, eager to explain. Professor McGonagall interjected, her tone softening slightly. However, she paused, her gaze shifting among the boys, learning that Neville was in danger. You did not hesitate for a moment and bravely rushed to his rescue. In the face of danger, you have demonstrated true courage and kindness. A glimmer of satisfaction sparkled in Professor McGonagall's eyes as she cleared her throat and continued. Each of you will earn 10 points for your respective houses. Draco and Harry's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with astonishment as they struggled to comprehend her words. Cain remained composed, for he knew that Professor McGonagall was never one to rigidly adhere to the rules. Otherwise, she would not have been sorted into Gryffindor. Cain, please take Neville to the hospital wing. Harry, come with me, Professor McGonagall instructed methodically. Cain understood that Professor McGonagall intended to recruit Harry as a seeker for the Quidditch team. With a resigned shrug, he guided Neville towards the hospital wing. This marked the second time he had escorted a classmate to the hospital. He silently prayed for no third occurrence. Children, are you all right? Professor Hooch approached with a look of concern, her eyes fixed intently on Neville. After all, this incident occurred during her flying lesson, and she felt a twinge of guilt. Cain couldn't help but smirk at Professor Hooch. In the original text, this professor had not even cast a simple levitation charm. Had it not been for Neville's luck with several cushioning moments during his fall, he might have met with a fatal outcome. Hogwarts faculty is such that the Transfiguration professor can transform a rat into a 12-layered court gown, while the flying instructor cannot even manage a cushioning charm without faltering. It's nothing, Professor, Neville replied. Though his complexion remained pale, he mustered a smile. At that moment, Madame Hooch turned her gaze toward Cain, her eyes lighting up as she lowered her voice. Your trio's dive into the Forbidden Forest was more agile than that of the Irish team from years past, especially Mr. Malfoy's drift. You could join the Slytherin Quidditch team, and I assure you, you would make it to the national Quidditch team. Cain retrieved a sizzling chocolate frog from his pocket. Then I must first discuss it with my family, though I doubt they would allow me to participate. In truth, Cain was well aware that even if Lucius and his wife consented, he had little interest in Quidditch. Madame Hooch seemed to perceive Cain's thoughts, and a glimmer of regret flashed in her eyes. Cain, are you truly not willing to reconsider? Cain furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating how to gently refuse once more. Suddenly, as if struck by an idea, he reached out and lightly twisted Neville's arm. Caught off guard, Neville instinctively exclaimed, "Ouch." The sound resonated starkly in the somewhat noisy environment. Seizing the moment, Cain remarked, Madame Hooch, I sincerely apologize. As you can see, Neville is clearly unwell, and I must hasten to take him to the hospital wing. I shall contemplate the matter of Quidditch more thoroughly later. With that, he supported Neville and pretended to make his exit, though Madame Hooch felt a twinge of regret. Upon seeing Neville's pale visage, she refrained from insisting he stay. She could only nod and say, Very well, Cain, do take Neville to tend his injuries. I hope he recovers swiftly. You are always welcome to discuss the Quidditch matter with me at your convenience. Cain expressed his gratitude and quickly guided Neville toward the hospital wing. Along the way, Neville muttered softly, Cain, why did you twist my arm? That hurt. Chapter 60, The Uncomfortable Draco. Cain paid no heed to Neville's grumbling, maintaining his grip and quickening his pace. Neville wished to inquire further, but seeing the serious expression on Cain's face, he fell silent, refraining from speaking. Before long, they arrived at the infirmary. Nurse Pomfrey was seated at her desk, organizing the potions. Upon hearing the door creak open, she looked up and spotted Cain ushering Neville into the medical wing. Immediately, Nurse Pomfrey's voice thundered, You again, young man? Mr. Longbottom, do you take the infirmary for a dormitory? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Neville scratched his head. I'm sorry, Madame Pomfrey, Enough of that. Come lie down at once, she interjected, gesturing toward a nearby bed. Neville obediently walked over and reclined. Nurse Pomfrey emerged wielding a potion-dispensing spoon, causing the potion bottles to tremble with fright on the tray. She then poked her wand at Neville's leg, which emitted a piercing whistle. 3 fractures in your arm, plus abrasions, bruising, and a sprain. This infirmary's ceiling turned crimson as an emergency traction device descended, adorned with a skull warning sign. Your injuries are akin to having been struck by a giant. What on earth have you been through, child? Neville quietly recounted the events that had transpired. Just as Nurse Pomfrey finished her examination, a medicine cabinet beside the bed suddenly swung open, ejecting a foul-mouthed bandage. Merlin's smelly socks. This is the fourth injury this week. Hooch ought to equip brooms with Muggle safety airbags. The bandage scolded as it enveloped Neville like a mummy, leaving only his nostrils and mouth exposed. A fragile goods label was affixed to his forehead. Once Nurse Pomfrey had treated Neville's wounds and organized her medical instruments, she turned to Cain, exhaling in exasperation. Cain, why do you keep bringing Neville to me? This infirmary is nearly becoming your personal stronghold. Madame Pomfrey, Cain raised 3 fingers. And I assure you this will be the last home delivery of the week. The 2 from the Wesley household once claimed the same. The matron extracted a hissing, bubbling memory orb from her white coat. Behold, Fred was bitten by a fox on Tuesday, and George was hit by his own rebounding curse on Wednesday. Yet here we are. Only Thursday. Neville timidly raised his hand. I truly won't be returning this week. Silence. Take your medicine. Madame Pomfrey thrust a bottle, nearly an arm's length, filled with a vibrant green potion, into his mouth. If you little gnomes could behave for half a day, I might even consider running for Minister of Magic. Cain casually unwrapped a chocolate frog, preparing to hand the wizard card to Neville. Suddenly, he noticed Madame Pomfrey's record book glowing with an eerie purple light. The latest entry read, Quirrell, last night at 23:47, complained of severe pain in the back of his head. Is the professor all right? Cain feigned curiosity, poking at the glowing record book. The parchment suddenly transformed into a screaming groundhog that burrowed into the drawer. Madame Pomfrey once again shoved a potion the size of a cup into Neville's mouth. A bit of a headache means you should wear fewer garlic necklaces. Drink more invigorating potions. After all, invigorating potions can alleviate fatigue and relieve headaches. Madame Pomfrey paused for a moment before continuing. However, he specifically requested a calming draught. That is a potion for easing emotions. Perhaps he has been overly tense lately. Upon hearing calming draught, Cain recalled that it also serves to stabilize one's mental state. Securing the soul. It seems Voldemort expended quite a bit of energy yesterday. Or perhaps he is merely trying to conceal himself better before Dumbledore. With a flick of her wand, Madame Pomfrey made Neville's plaster bandages dance a jig. This is your final warning. If you break your leg again, I shall plant you in a mandrake pot. Before long, Neville was able to sit up and move his limbs, which had returned to their former condition. Very well, Neville. You may be discharged, but remember, do not act so recklessly again, Madame Pomfrey admonished. Neville nodded repeatedly and leaped from the bed. Around the corner, Draco hung his head like a wilting mandrake, his platinum locks drooping like pickled bean sprouts. His eyes reflected a sense of loss, his steps heavy. The usual air of arrogance had completely vanished. What troubles you, Draco? Cain inquired with concern. Draco lifted his head, bit his lip, and spoke. I heard that Harry Potter was selected for the Quidditch team by Professor McGonagall and became the Seeker. I should be happy for him, but now. Draco's voice trailed off, filled with despondency. At that moment, Harry and Hermione happened to pass by. Harry was in particularly high spirits. Upon seeing them, Harry's face broke into a radiant smile as he strode over. Hey, what are you doing here? Harry greeted them warmly. Draco snorted disdainfully, turning his face away. Oomph. What is there to be proud of? It's just a Seeker. Remember to buy personal insurance for my family. Last year, Seeker fell into the Black Lake and fed the giant squid. Silence, Draco. Cain's hand came down sharply on the back of Draco's head. Threatening classmates can lead to detention. Cain understood, well, that if Draco's family had purchased insurance for Harry's perilous maneuvers on the broomstick, they would face significant financial repercussions. Observing Draco's awkward demeanor, Cain sighed in resignation. He turned to Harry and Hermione, explaining, please do not take offense. Draco is truly passionate about Quidditch. Ever since his childhood, he has dreamed of shining on the Quidditch pitch and becoming. Draco opened his mouth, attempting to interrupt Cain's revelation, but was halted by a stern glance. He was currently experiencing his third tumble from the Nimbus 1001 into a thicket of roses. After a flawless landing, Cain, recalling the taste of green apples, approached, clapping his hands. The sour sweetness of the apples mingled with the sharp aroma of white freshener, striking his bloodied knee. Next time, remember to break with your face. It could save you 3 galleons in broom care. The pungent scent of potions suddenly morphed into the rich aroma of hot cocoa, transitioning the scene to a stormy night when Draco was 8. He trembled in the broom shed, tying a knot in his torn robe, when a warm gust from the drying charm burst forth amidst the damp, musty air. The heir of the Malfoy family, surprisingly, was learning to patch up his robes like a Hufflepuff. Young Cain stood illuminated against the light, a waterproof lantern casting trembling shadows on the wall. A brand new silver-green robe was suddenly thrown over his head, followed by a cup of hot cocoa pressed to his nose. Once you finish this cup, I will burn the beggar's disguise. I cannot endure mud stains on our carpet. At 9 years old, Draco got his palms scratched by iron thorns in the Manor's maze. Cain grasped his wrist, applying ointment. If you dare to catch the elusive ball barehanded again, I shall feed you to the peacock in the yard. Turning away, he wrapped the handle of the broom with dragon hide padding using a sticking charm, the deep green matching Draco's eyes. Chapter 61, Snape's Conditions. Draco, thank you for saving me. Your flying brooms handle quite well. Neville expressed gratitude beside Draco. Upon hearing this, the usually proud Draco's face flushed with embarrassment. He shifted awkwardly, lowering his gaze slightly. It's nothing. Harry stepped forward, patting Draco on the shoulder, saying, Draco, I know you love Quidditch. It was quite unexpected for me to become a Seeker as well. However, I believe Professor Snape will give you an opportunity in the future. Draco lifted his head slightly, glancing at Harry, mumbling, humph, only you can talk. Yet, the sharpness in his tone had dissipated. He had recognized his own impropriety. Suddenly, Cain seized his brother by the back of his collar, lifting him like a restless kitten. Want a spot on the team? Fine. Cain magically produced an hourglass, its flowing golden sand forming the shape of a broomstick. Starting tomorrow, as long as this self-disciplined hourglass completes 2.5 rotations each day. Merlin's foul socks. Draco's eyes widened. This meant training every morning at 5 o'clock. It's not just a morning practice. Cain flicked the hourglass, and the golden sand began to descend, marking the time. One full rotation of the hourglass equated to an hour, and 2.5 rotations amounted to 2.5 hours. Cain promised Draco that as long as he could turn the hourglass fully each day, he would have his chance. He would seek a spot on the Quidditch team from Professor Snape. Draco gazed intently at the swirling broomstick pattern in the hourglass, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing together. 2.5 hours meant relinquishing his warm, soft cocoon of blankets and missing the most lively afternoon tea in the Slytherin common room. With a hint of pleading in his tone, he protested, Cain, this seems rather harsh. 2.5 hours every day, and I still have so much homework to complete. It's simply unmanageable. Cain regarded Draco with an unyielding tone. If you cannot commit to this level of training, how could Professor Snape entrust the position to you? Do you want others to claim that Draco Malfoy lacks the skill? That you can only join Quidditch through wealth? Draco lowered his gaze to his toes, vivid images of his swift prowess on the Quidditch pitch flashing in his mind. Rising early each day was truly agonizing, and if training affected his grades, his father would undoubtedly be furious. His voice dwindled, revealing a hint of guilt even in his excuses. Upon hearing this, Draco's heart stirred. What could it be? What might it be? A fleeting vision of the latest firebolt 2000 darted through his mind. In a sudden burst of determination, he yanked off his silver and green tie and tied it around the hourglass that Cain was about to put away, the force leaving a red mark on his neck. This is barely enough to cover my training in a Ronsky feint. He snatched the hourglass and stuffed it into his dragon hide backpack, causing its contents to jingle noisily. All right, from tomorrow on, the funnel will supervise your progress. I hope you will keep your word. With that, Cain departed, needing to confer with his godfather. Harry, seeing that Draco had made up his mind, also issued a challenge. Draco, good luck. I won't be handing over the championship to you. Why knock you off your broom? Don't come crying to Professor McGonagall. Cain had now reached the door of Professor Snape's office. Professor? Snape's office resembled a cauldron stewing for 100 years, with 3 gigantic lizard specimens lurking in the shadows. Cain's gaze fell upon the quill tip as it marked assignments, marking his second visit to the professor's office. Professor, are you aware that Harry has become the Seeker for Gryffindor? Snape furrowed his brow. He was indeed aware of this fact. After all, he had been observing during Harry's flying lesson that afternoon, including Harry's foray into the Forbidden Forest. Had it not been for seeing Professor McGonagall descend, Snape would have been the one deducting points from Harry. Is that all you came to say? Snape's voice was low and gravelly, his gaze fixed on Cain, clearly skeptical of his motives. You know Harry's father was a Quidditch expert. Harry surely inherited his talent, and you wouldn't want Gryffindor, led by Harry, to defeat our Slytherin team, would you? I've heard that old Potter loved to boast in the changing room, claiming that Slytherin could never produce a true flyer. Cain not only spoke about Slytherin's victories and defeats this time, but also mentioned one person whom Snape detested most. As anticipated, upon mentioning Harry's father, Snape's quill pierced through the parchment, the venomous script spreading at the rupture. When did the Malfoy scion become a mouthpiece? I wish for Draco to assume the role of Seeker for our Slytherin team. Cain, abandoning all pretense, directly stated his intention. Draco, are you certain he is capable? Snape raised an eyebrow, a flicker of skepticism crossing his gaze. In his mind, should Cain take on the role of Seeker, it would undoubtedly be perfect. However, regarding Draco, I represent the Malfoy family, and I shall procure the latest Nimbus 2000 for the entire Slytherin Quidditch team. As the old adage goes, problems solvable by money are no problems at all. Snape was somewhat taken aback by Cain's words, as this was indeed a considerable expenditure. Noting Snape's astonishment, Cain felt a surge of pride within. This was the sensation of the affluent supporting their stars, truly an extravagant display of wealth. Snape, seemingly perceiving Cain's thoughts, scoffed. What victory achieved through galleons resembles any different from cheating on exam? The distinction lay in the fact that Cain flicked a galleon from his fingertips, the coin spinning to reflect both their visages. When the savior fell from his broom, Hogwarts headlines would herald the Nimbus 2000's resounding success, rather than Harry Potter inheriting his father's legacy. Suddenly, the lizard specimens emitted a collective hiss, Snape's cold laughter reminiscent of a serpent's hiss. Come to me every Saturday at midnight to handle potions, continuing until the term's end. Upon hearing this, Cain instantly understood. This was no mere condition, but rather Snape was offering him a special arrangement. Very well, Professor. I shall take my leave. Your new broom should arrive within the next couple of days. Cain responded with a bright smile, his reply crisp and decisive. Afterward, he turned and exited the office. At this moment, his mind was brimming with thoughts, contemplating how to implement his plans one by one. Snape gazed at Cain's departing figure, slightly taken aback. Why was Cain so agreeable today? He had intended for him to deal with the slug and the gallbladder of the African tree snake, along with the newly arrived fluxweed. This would ensure he would be unable to eat for several days. Yet, seeing Cain's exuberant demeanor, one would think he had stumbled upon a great fortune. Chapter 62. The Threat of Voldemort. At this moment, Cain was still basking in his triumph. This was the advantage of connections. Even the potions master, Snape, the head of Slytherin, was willing to grant him special favors. Seizing the opportunity while most of his classmates dined in the Great Hall, the corridor was eerily quiet. Cain strode purposefully towards the 8th floor. He stood before a wall, the entrance to the room of requirement. I need a place to hide something. Closing his eyes, a clear thought surged in his mind. When he opened his eyes, a door slowly materialized before him. Cain was uncertain whether the room of requirement truly belonged to Hogwarts. It could discern one's desires and assist in selecting the most suitable chamber for them. In this room, one might ponder whether this space still belongs to them. However, it is certain that Voldemort once concealed a Horcrux within these walls. Cain took a deep breath to steady his emotions and pushed open the door. The room was dimly lit and cluttered, filled with an assortment of items. The books strewn across the floor had long since yellowed and curled, bearing testament to the passage of time. Cain also observed an array of peculiar magical artifacts, many of which were indeed quite valuable. His gaze fell upon a palm-sized music box, its surface adorned with intricate silver vine patterns, and its opening embellished with a jeweled butterfly poised to take flight. Without hesitation, Cain tucked the music box into his possession, deeming it a splendid gift. Next, he noticed numerous silver weapons, marked by the remnants of magical strikes. A flicker of surprise coursed through Cain. These items had once witnessed the tumult of the magical world. However, he did not linger on them for long, as his primary objective remained the search for Voldemort's Horcrux. Amidst the chaotic debris, Cain meticulously sifted through the clutter. Not this, not that, no. He searched swiftly, but after approximately 10 minutes, exhaustion began to set in. He realized that his venture had been somewhat reckless. Although Ravenclaw's diadem resided in this very room, its vastness made it exceedingly difficult to locate. Harry had succeeded in finding it because he, too, was a Horcrux of Voldemort, capable of sensing the presence of others. Clearly, Cain lacked such an ability. Suddenly, an idea struck him. While this was indeed a room that grants wishes, many items had already been scavenged. Those high-end dark magic tomes and artifacts had either been taken by Dumbledore or appropriated by Voldemort for his own studies. Thus, if he could merely detect where the dark magical energies were most potent, he could ascertain the precise location. Cain quickly identified his target, nestled beneath a mountain of clutter. A fragmented knight statue glimmered with the cold light emanating from the diadem. There, Ravenclaw's diadem lay in quiet repose. Cain retrieved a small box from his dragonhide bag, specifically designated for housing Voldemort's Horcruxes. Direct contact with a Horcrux could profoundly affect the holder's psyche, and Cain was uncertain whether this particular artifact bore Voldemort's curse. With nimble hands, he swiftly secured the Horcrux within his box. Cain had already acquired 2 of Voldemort's 7 Horcruxes. Once he became a legendary wizard and collected them all, he would no longer fear his adversary. He needed to contact Dobby to procure the latest Firebolt 2000. Coincidentally, he encountered Quirrell on his way. The scent of garlic betrayed the presence of the newcomer from the shadows of the corridor. At that moment, his voice was no longer the stuttering manner to which Cain had grown accustomed. "Cain, Do you wish to know the true essence of magic? Apologies, Professor, but I am not particularly inclined. Would you be intrigued to discover the secret to immortality? Apologies, but at present, I find myself rather disinterested. Aren't you curious as to why only a select few legendary wizards have managed to transcend? Upon hearing this, Cain felt a flicker of curiosity within him. After all, throughout the years, the number of legendary wizards emerging in the magical realm is exceedingly scarce. In fact, it seems that in this entire century, Voldemort stands alone as the sole legendary wizard. The visibly irate Quirrell, under Voldemort's control, fixed his gaze intensely upon Cain. No, you are curious. Not curious. You are curious. As Cain noticed Quirrell poised a lunge at him, he turned away and continued walking nonchalantly, reiterating, not curious. Voldemort, feeling ignored, simmered with indignation and pressed on. Are you not at all curious about how you might bring greater joy to your family? Cain hesitated momentarily, having mentally berated Voldemort thousands of times. This noseless monstrosity dares to threaten me with the safety of my family. Upon seeing Cain halt, Voldemort felt a surge of excitement. It appeared that this child recognized his family's affinity for dark magic. Voldemort had every reason to believe that Cain would eventually side with him. Cain's previous demeanor suggested a lack of understanding of his own identity. Once Cain became aware of Voldemort's true nature, he would surely comply with his demands. If you wish to know, come to my office this weekend, Quirrell suggested as he departed. Voldemort remained confident. He believed that the child of his subordinate would feel honored to assist him. Cain, watching Quirrell leave, was overwhelmed by a wave of resentment. How dare he? At that moment, Cain was convinced that Voldemort posed a genuine threat to his family's safety. He resolved that he would ensure Voldemort experienced the consequences of his actions. Meanwhile, Quirrell was inquiring of his master, how can you be so certain that Cain will come? Voldemort, filled with self-satisfaction, had discerned that Cain was a young wizard who valued family. Despite his own disdain for the concept, his parents were loyal subordinates, and he believed that Cain would inherit their will. Quirrell felt a twinge of unease. What if Cain reveals your identity to Dumbledore? Voldemort's demeanor darkened as he coldly replied, that would undoubtedly be the gravest mistake he could ever make. Chapter 63, The Request of Filch. Returning to Slytherin, Cain's anger intensified. This Voldemort truly has the audacity to threaten him so brazenly. After a moment of contemplation, Cain realized he could not simply let this go. He had never endured such humiliation before. At that moment, he longed to rush to the headmaster's office and report that Voldemort had taken over Quirrell's body. However, Cain soon regained his composure, understanding that a direct report would not suffice. If one were to report Voldemort at this juncture, it would unequivocally signal an intention to oppose him in the future. Given Voldemort's vindictive nature, should he be resurrected, his wrath would undoubtedly be directed towards one's father, Lucius. However, Cain is certainly not one to accept defeat. He has devised a plan. He intends to obliterate the newly acquired Horcrux of Voldemort. As the master of the soul, Voldemort would surely suffer grievously as a result. The time for action is now. Yet, a formidable challenge lies ahead. How to destroy this Horcrux? In the original narrative, Harry initially employed a basilisk fang to annihilate the diary. The basilisk fang possesses the potent ability to destroy Horcruxes due to its venom's destructive effect on the dark magic contained within them. The Sword of Gryffindor, in its original state, lacks the capacity to destroy Horcruxes. It was only after Harry vanquished the basilisk that the sword absorbed its venom, granting it the ability to destroy the Horcrux. However, Cain currently lacks access to either of these methods. The basilisk may still be slumbering in the Hogwarts pipes, and even if he were audacious enough to procure the Sword of Gryffindor from Dumbledore, it would not suffice to obliterate the Horcrux. Presently, the only viable option remains the Fiendfire. Cain murmured to himself, recalling that in the original tale, the diadem of Ravenclaw was destroyed by Fiendfire. Fiendfire is a potent dark magic that intensifies as it burns, capable of transforming into a monstrous form that indiscriminately pursues all flammable objects, friend or foe alike. However, the crux of the matter is that Cain has yet to encounter the incantation for Fiendfire. Moreover, the textbooks certainly do not contain any information regarding this spell. Originally, Cain had planned to wait until he acquired Harry's invisibility cloak before venturing into the restricted section of the library. Yet, given the urgency of the situation, he resolved to act sooner than anticipated. Fortunately, he possesses the Marauder's map, which instills in him the confidence that he can evade detection. Soon as night fell, Cain solemnly declared, I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. Instantly, the map revealed a labyrinth of lines and dots, providing a comprehensive overview of everyone's movements within the castle. After scrutinizing the surroundings, he confirmed that no teachers or students were in proximity to the library. He then donned his black cloak for nocturnal excursions. Clad in his attire, Cain grasped the Marauder's map, remaining vigilant to avoid being seen by others. His heart raced as he noticed the presence of the fat lady, with Filch not far behind. Upon spotting the feline, Cain swiftly transformed into the likeness of Snape. With deftness, he concealed the Marauder's map. In the blink of an eye, the once dashing young wizard morphed into the shadowy figure of Professor Snape, startling the cat, which let out a terrified meow. Filch's voice echoed from down the corridor, laced with a hint of joy. The past few days, devoid of Peeves' mischief, had rendered his cleaning duties significantly easier, lifting his spirits considerably. Cain observed as Filch approached. Imitating Snape's customary icy tone, he directed his gaze towards Filch and inquired, "Filch, is it you?" Upon hearing Snape's voice, Filch's previously buoyant stride faltered, and the smile on his face vanished, replaced by a demeanor of utmost deference. He hastily approached, bending low as he addressed Professor Snape. "Ah, Professor Snape, what a coincidence. What brings you here?" Filch's face was a mask of smiles, ingratiatingly speaking to Snape. Cain observed this exchange, recognizing the tragic plight of the small-minded, who could only wield their authority to intimidate the younger wizards within the school. Yet, upon encountering a professor, they dared not utter a word. Snape furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze sweeping over Mrs. Norris, as he coldly remarked, "I heard some commotion and came to investigate. It seems your cat has been frightened by something." With that, he inclined his body slightly, feigning an intention to inspect Mrs. Norris. The sight of this man drawing near sent Mrs. Norris into a trembling fit. "Meow," she cried out, terrified, extending her paws in a futile attempt to ward him off. Observing this, Snape quickly straightened. Filch, with concern etched on his face, lifted Mrs. Norris tenderly, gently stroking her fur while murmuring, "Poor darling, have you encountered something dreadful?" As he comforted her, he looked up and asked, "Professor, did you happen to see anyone suspicious?" Mrs. Norris is rarely so flustered. Snape, arms crossed and with a grave expression, replied, "I did not observe anyone. I merely heard the sound of a mouse, which may have startled her." Filch pondered this, nodding thoughtfully. "That is plausible. The mice in this castle are notoriously elusive, especially the Weasley family's rodent, which has been scurrying about these past few years." Realizing that further delay was unwise, Snape cleared his throat and stated, "Since there appears to be no pressing matter, I must attend to some potion brewing." With that, he turned to leave. "Wait, Professor," Filch suddenly called out. A sense of urgency gripped Snape. Although he could transform into another's appearance, it demanded considerable magical energy. If Filch continued to linger, Snape's disguise would inevitably be compromised. Had he known, he would have employed the disillusionment charm earlier. Snape swiftly turned back, fixing his gaze on Filch. "What is it?" Filch hesitated before asking, "Professor, do you possess any potion that could resolve this mouse issue?" Snape exhaled inwardly, maintaining his aloof demeanor. "I can provide you with some potions to sprinkle in areas where they frequently appear." Filch's face lit up with gratitude. "Thank you ever so much. Professor, you are truly a tremendous help." Snape inclined his head slightly and then strode away, his features gradually returning to their usual countenance. Meanwhile, Filch remained, continuing to soothe Mrs. Norris. Suddenly struck by a thought, I addressed the Lady Loris in my arms. "Oh dear. The professor has yet to inform us when we shall procure the potion. However, the professor will certainly require some time to brew it. So let us retrieve it on Saturday evening. By then, you shall not be frightened by those rodents." Chapter 64. The Forbidden Section of the Library. After evading Filch, Cain cautiously approached the entrance of the library. For safety's sake, he cast the disillusionment charm. Upon entering the library, Cain, familiar with its layout, made his way directly toward the forbidden section. Oh, someone approaches? In the depths of the forbidden section, Grindelwald sensed an intruder crossing into the barrier he had established. A flicker of curiosity crossed his eyes as he promptly cast the disillusionment charm, concealing his form. He was eager to see which wizard dared to infringe upon Hogwarts regulations. As Cain stepped into the forbidden section, darkness enveloped him, rendering him unable to see even his hand in front of his face. In desperation, he gently waved his wand, and the tip emitted a soft glow, illuminating the path ahead. "Oh, it's this lad?" From his hidden vantage point, Grindelwald recognized the visitor and wore an expression of amusement. However, he remained silent, intrigued to discover what kind of magic Cain was in search of. Seeing that the area was deserted, Cain dispelled the disillusionment charm. Holding his wand aloft, he began to search frantically among the shelves for books pertaining to fiendfire. "Not this one, nor this one. This book is hideous," Cain muttered quietly as he scanned the shelves row by row. Unforgivable, from theory to practice. The Basilisk Caretaker's Guide. Inferi, the art of creating a zombie army. Blood Sacrifice for Immortality. These tomes varied in appearance, yet all exuded an ominous aura. Just then, a skeletal figure sprang from one of the books, clawing and lunging at Cain, as if to bite him. Cain, quick on his feet, swatted it away, exclaiming, "Get lost!" Suddenly, Cain's eyes brightened as revelations of dark arts appeared before him. He hurriedly reached out, retrieving the book. This tome was distinct from the others, as it was ensconced in a tight coil of chains. Furrowing his brow, Cain attempted to unlock the chains. Shatter to pieces, splinter and scatter. Alohamra. Ultimately, he even tried finite incanitum, but to no avail. Resigned, Cain shifted his focus to other volumes, muttering in frustration, "Damn it. Is it truly so difficult to find a single book on fiendfire?" From his concealed position, Grindelwald closed the book he had been perusing, its cover boldly emblazoned with the words "Fiendfire," from summoning to out of control. The very book he held was indeed about fiendfire. He narrowed his eyes, filled with curiosity. Why was this lad so intent on mastering fiendfire? Even the most ruthless dark wizards held a healthy respect for it. Once this entity spirals out of control, the consequences are unimaginable. At best, it results in the destruction of property, and at worst, it threatens lives. Grindelwald observed as Cain tirelessly searched, repeatedly taking books down to examine them. Finally, unable to bear the scene any longer, he leapt forward. Just as Cain placed a book onto the fragile shelf, one volume tumbled from the end. Approaching, Cain immediately recognized the crimson cover, the fiery curse, from summoning to outrage. Indeed, fortune favors the diligent, and he opened the book with zeal. A wave of heat struck him. The title page bore a warning written in Elvish. Those who study this art shall surely burn themselves. Upon achieving his objective, he swiftly cast a spell to erase every trace he had left in the forbidden area. As he wielded his wand to clean up, he grumbled to himself. Who on earth left this mess in the forbidden zone at such a late hour? Candles and quills scattered everywhere, and no one bothered to tidy up? The more he pondered, the angrier he became, speculating on which wizard could be so inconsiderate. Surely, it must be that wretched creature, the one devoid of nose and eyebrows, daring to venture into the restricted area at night. With this thought, he quickly glanced at the Marauder's map, confirming that Quirrell was currently in his office. Satisfied with this verification, Cain departed the forbidden zone with a sense of relief. After Cain's exit, Grindelwald dispelled his invisibility charm, surveying the now pristine surroundings. He couldn't help but admire. This lad indeed possesses a meticulous nature. He then hurried towards Dumbledore's office, exclaiming, "Albus, guess whom I just saw?" Dumbledore replied with an air of indifference. Who else could it be but Cain? Grindelwald rolled his eyes, feigning exasperation. "You truly are dull. Your surprise seems limited to Cain's presence." Upon hearing Dumbledore's remarks, Grindelwald returned the gesture with a dismissive roll of his own eyes. Yet he could clearly sense the other's unease. "What troubles you, Albus? Are you feeling unwell?" After a prolonged silence, Dumbledore finally responded. "I hope that boy does not harbor any resentment towards me. Frankly, you bear far too much on your shoulders. It would do you well to rest." Upon uttering these words, Grindelwald stood to leave, unable to endure the madness of Dumbledore's grand scheme. Originally intended to eliminate Voldemort, it now seemed to be crafting a savior persona instead. Were all their efforts merely to cultivate this image of a savior? And if a savior was to be fashioned, why not Cain himself? Why must it be Gellert? Where did you ever see Cain? Dumbledore inquired just as Grindelwald was about to exit. In the library's restricted section. Grindelwald replied. Dumbledore, unfazed, continued, "Did he recognize you?" "No, that is one of his shortcomings." Grindelwald paused before adding, "He is overly confident in his own judgments." "Oh." Dumbledore's interest was piqued. Grindelwald chuckled and remarked that he possessed a curious little gadget capable of revealing the whereabouts of every individual within the school, including oneself. Regrettably, it lacked his own location. Otherwise, he would certainly avoid that place tonight. Subsequently, Dumbledore continued, mentioning that he had observed a rather unpleasant encounter between Quirrell and Cain. Upon hearing this, Grindelwald was instantly enraged and rose to his feet, remarking on the audacity of a wretched dog. However, as if a thought struck him, he composed himself and sat back down, inquiring whether Cain's venture into the Forbidden Forest was related to Voldemort. Dumbledore nodded affirmatively. Grindelwald's expression shifted to one of realization. He had suspected as much, wondering why that individual was so intent on finding books about the dark arts. Yet he pondered, could it be possible that Cain would act foolishly? With that, he hurriedly stood up, eager to investigate. Dumbledore observed him. noting how he had strayed far from the composure he once exhibited as the leader of the pure blood movement. "Gellert, rest assured, this child possesses good judgment," he reassured. Meanwhile, Cain happened to pass by Quirrell's office. A glint of mischief flashed in his eyes as he retrieved 5 dung bombs from his pocket, a wicked grin forming on his lips. "Let us see what happens when you provoke me," he thought to himself. He carefully positioned the dung bombs at the entrance of Quirrell's office, secretly calculating the chaos that would ensue when Quirrell opened the door the following morning. Chapter 65, A Brotherly Conversation. Ever since Voldemort had possessed him, Quirrell had been coerced into undertaking various perilous tasks, infiltrating Gringotts, serving as the cursed defense against the dark arts professor, eliminating Harry, and now ensnaring Cain. Was this truly a task fit for a human? Yesterday, after Dumbledore had sought him out for a conversation, he felt exposed. In the end, he had managed to excuse himself by claiming mental instability. This afternoon, after Voldemort had threatened Cain, a chill ran down his spine. Were it not for Voldemort's presence within him, Quirrell would have gladly discarded his Hogwarts robes and shouted, "I quit. Let someone else take over." Yet, he realized that if he did so, Voldemort would be the first to end him. He was utterly isolated. At this juncture, securing the Philosopher's Stone was of utmost importance, as it would allow the Dark Lord to resurrect and liberate him from this ghastly existence. Throughout these 2 days, under Voldemort's control, he had discovered that the possession drained his life force. In other words, should Voldemort attempt possession 2 more times, he would perish. However, Voldemort was indifferent to such concerns. All he desired was Quirrell's unwavering service. Thus, Quirrell had no choice but to seek ways to replenish his waning vitality. After sifting through countless texts with no fruitful results, he pushed open the door to his office, yearning for a breath of fresh air. Yet, the moment he opened the door, 5 spheres hurtled toward his face like flying tennis balls. Quirrell had no time to evade them. All 5 spheres struck him squarely in the face. Bang! In an instant, a yellow haze enveloped the surroundings, and the air was permeated with an unbearable stench. It was uncertain whether it was the impact or the odor that caused Chilo to faint. Meanwhile, the slumbering Voldemort, sensing Chilo's unconsciousness, seized control of his body. Damn it! What a wretch! Upon taking over, he was immediately assaulted by the foul smell emanating from himself. Ugh, ugh, ugh. In the Slytherin common room, Draco sat on the sofa, his mind a tumultuous whirlpool of chaotic thoughts, rendering his weary body unable to find rest. Lucius remarked, "You pale in comparison to your brother." Narcissa added, "Little dragon, you must learn diligently from Cain." Harry chimed in, "I become the seeker. What about you?" Ultimately, thoughts of Cain's excellence and the insurmountable feelings of inadequacy brought tears to Draco's eyes. When he pushed open the door, confusion washed over him as he beheld Draco seated on the sofa, wiping away tears. Noticing the sound from the doorway, Draco hastily wiped his face, though the traces in his eyes were not so easily concealed. "Cain, what have you been up to?" Draco endeavored to keep his voice steady. "Nothing much. Just perused a few books," Cain replied, showing Draco the parchment he held, before inquiring, "And you? Why are you still awake so late? Will you have the energy to train tomorrow?" Draco had initially intended to leave, but upon hearing Cain's question, his nose tinged with emotion. With a hint of grievance in his voice, he could not help but ask, "Cain, am I really that useless?" Cain, observing Draco's demeanor, sighed inwardly. "Do you want me to speak the truth or a lie?" "Of course the truth," Draco insisted, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Cain's tone began neutrally but escalated. "The truth is, you are indeed a bit of a failure." At this, Draco felt the urge to retort. But Cain did not afford him the opportunity. "You are the heir of the Malfoy family. What do you do every day? You traipse about with your entourage, doing nothing of consequence. Did you not arrange a duel with Ron last time?" Draco nodded, a fleeting smile gracing his face as he believed he had acted rightly, lamenting only that the professor had not caught Ron. Cain delivered a light rap on his head. "Do you really think you did the right thing?" Draco rubbed his head and countered, "I senti it? You are entirely mistaken. Are you sure that once Weasley is caught, he won't spill the beans about your duel arrangement? Do you think his loose lips can keep such secrets? Moreover, why would he even bother to protect you? Once Weasley is apprehended, he will only face a reprimand from the professor. And then what? He will start spreading tales about Draco Malfoy, the coward who fled when faced with adversity. You represent the Malfoy family. Do you think you merely represent yourself?" Upon hearing Cain's incessant questioning, Draco's face burned with embarrassment. Cain's words held a semblance of truth. Yet Draco could not shake the feeling that he had acted correctly. "What? Are you truly afraid of Ron Weasley?" The moment Cain questioned his abilities, Draco retorted without hesitation. "Impossible. With the meager spells he knows, I could defeat him with one hand tied behind my back. Cain immediately pressed on. If it were that simple, why did you not dare to confront him that night? Draco faltered, momentarily at a loss for words. Ultimately, you fear being outmatched. You fear the professors discovering your failure and expelling you. You are apprehensive about getting hurt in a duel. Cain's anger intensified as he felt Draco was being disappointingly cowardly. Clearly, he could easily handle Ron alone, yet he insisted on complicating matters. When faced with an adversary who vexes you, only strength can silence them. At that moment, Draco lowered his gaze, rendered speechless. Your fear of defeat stems from a lack of self-confidence and uncertainty in your own abilities. Ultimately, it is due to your ineptitude. You fear expulsion from the professors, yet your father is a board member. How could they ever expel you? You dread being injured in a duel. What great wizard has not endured wounds? Dumbledore, Voldemort, Grindelwald. Who among them has not participated in various battles? Cain's reminders and examples had caused Draco to recognize his faults. I will change. Next time I will certainly go. Cain persisted, continuing his reprimand. Next time? Do you even think there will be one? You have already tarnished the Malfoy name. Draco was at a loss for words, so he replied, I will. Focus on honing my magic and refrain from boastfully flaunting my achievements. In the future, your training will only require an hour in the morning. In the evening, I will take you to a place to practice spells. Enough of this. It is late, and if you fail to rise tomorrow, you will be in serious trouble. Trembling, Draco departed, vowing that Cain in this state was indeed his greatest fear. By the way, Snape has already agreed to let you join the Quidditch team. Prepare well for tomorrow. Chapter 66, Draco's Assessment. As the other departed, Cain shared this good news, hoping his brother would enjoy a restful sleep. I understand, thank you. Upon receiving this news, Draco did not feel the usual excitement. He knew that his entry into the Slytherin Quidditch team was not due to his own merit, but rather because Cain had sought Snape's approval. He had resolved to earn their recognition through his own prowess. At this moment, Cain was preoccupied with thoughts of where to study the Fiendfire. However, it was quite late, and after tending to his evening routine, he retired for the night. The following morning, Cain went to Draco's dormitory, intending to rouse him. Yet, upon arrival, he found the room empty, devoid of any presence. Meanwhile, by the mist-laden shores of the Black Lake, Air panted heavily, addressing Draco beside him. Hey, aren't we supposed to wait for Captain Cain today? Just then, Cain arrived at the edge of the Black Lake. Noticing Draco and the others training, he quietly joined the group without interrupting. As he observed the training session, Harry felt a surge of enthusiasm. He had heard Cain mention working out the previous day and wished to participate. Moreover, judging by Zhang Xiu's enthusiasm, it seemed she was quite fond of it as well. Ignoring the murmurs from those around him, he joined the group. Cain, may I join? Cain nodded in response. Seeing Harry successfully integrate into the group, Hermione followed suit. The chatter among the onlookers intensified. Look, Harry and Hermione are in there. They pointed towards the training group. Although they did not join in, a seed of desire to try had been planted in their hearts. Due to the vigorous exercise, the fatigued participants found themselves able to consume more food afterward. Once Harry finished eating, he felt rejuvenated, reflecting that coming to train in the morning was indeed a wise decision. At this hour, he would typically still be drowsy, but now he felt invigorated, brimming with untapped energy. Early in the morning, they had completed their herbology class in the greenhouse. On their way to the History of Magic classroom, Cain and his group encountered Professor Auld. Good day, Professor. Upon seeing Cain, Professor Auld inquired with genuine concern. Cain, are you injured? Cain, bewildered by the question, was unsure why the professor asked such a thing. Noticing Cain's confusion, Professor Auld realized he had erred in his phrasing. I heard there was an accident in your flying class yesterday, so I want to check on you. With the professor's clarification, Cain finally understood. Only Neville had fallen and had already visited the hospital wing. He was fine. After the explanation, they proceeded to their classes, as usual. As the setting sun bathed the classroom in an amber hue, Professor Auld waved his wand. The ceiling transformed into the dome of a medieval alchemical laboratory, and holographic flames coalesced into the form of a three-headed dog, sending waves of heat causing the front row students to sweat profusely. In the year 1348, the Black Death swept across Europe. The professor paced through the illusory flames, his robe fabric glistening with frost. The church attributed the plague to witches, leading to the burning of thousands of innocents. An unnamed alchemist attempted to counter the flames. The scene shifted to an Italian town besieged by torrential rain. An alchemist, wrapped in bandages, raised his wand as the flames morphed into a dragon, lunging at the crusaders. However, the flames spiraled out of control upon reaching the church steeple. engulfing an entire street. He had made a fatal error. With a subtle flick of his wand, Ald pierced the dragon's illusion with a cerulean spell, fueling the flames with hatred as one would douse fire with gasoline. Who can tell me how you would have responded if you were present at that moment? The professor suddenly posed a question, his gaze sweeping over Hermione's raised hand before settling on Cain, who feigned taking notes. Mr. Malfoy? Cain closed his dragon skin notebook, revealing notes on the fire spell. All spells cease. Halt! The Elder Wand shattered his erudite discourse. What I yearn to hear is not the textbook answers, but the wisdom imparted by history. At this moment, Hermione also lowered her hand. The essay topic for next week: how to tackle the fiend fire. A hint: the Venetian riots of 1389. Cain, upon contemplating this topic, felt an unsettling sense of coincidence. After class, the Weasley twins approached Cain. George, with a mischievous grin, inquired, "Cain, did you happen to use those 5 stinking dung bombs yesterday?" He continued, "You are truly remarkable." Upon hearing of Professor Quirrell's misfortune, Cain felt a secret satisfaction, yet maintained a facade of seriousness as he replied, "I didn't use any. Professor Quirrell may have merely encountered some leftover dung bombs, and it has nothing to do with me." "All right, we understand," the twins chuckled, patting Cain on the shoulder before departing. Having just finished his meal, a rough-looking individual approached. Marcus Flint, captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team. "Cain, Draco, the professor requests your presence in his office." Cain surmised that it was likely regarding the arrival of their brooms and Draco's impending entry into Quidditch. As they approached Snape's office, they were greeted by the familiar acrid scent of potions. 70% snake skin from an African tree, 20% belladonna juice, and a peculiar odor that seemed to emanate from some sort of snail infusion. "Don't touch anything," Cain whispered to Draco just as he opened the door. Upon entering the office, they found it somewhat cramped. Snape's gaze swept over them, ultimately resting on Draco. "Malfoy, I have heard of your interest in joining the Slytherin Quidditch team." Snape raised an eyebrow slightly, letting out a scoff. "Confidence is commendable, but in Slytherin, prowess is paramount." Meanwhile, Marcus, upon learning of Draco's intention to join Quidditch, was displeased. As Slytherin's captain, his fierce playing style had made him an exceptional seeker. Though others deemed his team brutish, he remained indifferent, for his sole ambition was victory. Thus, Draco's addition was not welcome news. The lad's physique was far too frail, relegating him to the position of seeker, which would undoubtedly place him in direct competition with Marcus. Days prior, whispers had circulated regarding Draco and Cain being protégés of Professor Snape, and it now appeared to be true. They aimed to leverage their connections to infiltrate this team of 5 consecutive victories. He would not permit such an affront. Therefore, he stepped forward and addressed Snape. "Professor, I believe it would be prudent to assess Draco's capabilities before he joins the team." Chapter 67, The Assessment. Snape, intrigued by this remark, regarded Cain with a hint of pity for Marcus, yet another unfortunate soul. At this juncture, Cain turned to Snape, his expression one of confusion, as if to say, "You, as head of the house, have not done your duty." Noticing Cain's reproach, Snape nonetheless stated, "Malfoy's performance in flying class has been commendable. Let it be." Marcus, feeling somewhat discontented, boldly defied the orders of his headmaster. "Professor, ability should rise to the top. I firmly believe that if he were to join the team, it would be solely due to his own merits." Snape, witnessing the other's attitude, began to fume, his tone icy. "Oh, so you consider your abilities to be quite formidable?" At that moment, Marcus failed to grasp the true intentions of his headmaster, momentarily disoriented. "Naturally, my Quidditch skills far surpass those of the other 2. Upon hearing such nonsensical words, Snape found himself at a loss for words. "Oh, you possess such confidence?" Cain, observing Marcus's brash demeanor, could not help but retort. Unbeknownst to Marcus, who was oblivious to the gravity of the situation, he mistakenly assumed Cain was provoking him. With such diminutive frames, you 2 would likely be knocked unconscious by a bludger on the field. Indifferent to the sentiments of those present, Marcus's crude nature in Quidditch had always prevailed. As Cain absorbed Marcus's words, his expression darkened. Draco, too, felt a surge of anger within. Realizing the situation had escalated, Snape sought to resolve the matter swiftly. Otherwise, Cain would undoubtedly wreak havoc in his office. "Marcus, it is settled. Cain is indeed a—" Snape's words were abruptly interrupted by Cain. "How can you be so certain of your superiority? Shall we have a competition?" Snape cast an exasperated glare at Cain, thinking, "This brat. One day, I'll show him some real intensity. I am always ready." Marcus scoffed at Cain's challenge, perceiving him as merely a child incapable of even riding a broomstick. Although he had heard of Cain's recent victory over Zos, it only indicated Cain's high aptitude for spells, not necessarily his flying skills. If he were truly capable, He would participate in Quidditch himself, rather than allow only his brother to play. Draco felt an indescribable sensation upon hearing Cain's challenge. His desire to join the Quidditch team had led his brother to consult Snape, and now someone was obstructing him, with his brother standing in the way. It seemed that throughout his childhood, it was always his brother who shielded him. Yet Cain was merely a few minutes older. "Cain, let me take this one. It's just an assessment, and I'm certain I can pass," Draco asserted, determined not to let Cain continue to shield him. Marcus, upon hearing Draco's declaration, felt a surge of pride, his disdain for the two deepening. "See, this is me. Zos is nothing but a waste, defeated by a first-year student." Cain, taken aback, was surprised to witness such resolve from Marcus. "Are you certain? I can do it. Trust me," Draco insisted, nodding firmly. Snape, seated in his chair, wore a grim expression. For these individuals had shown him a distinct lack of respect. "Leave now. Simply inform us when the results are out." A surge of magical force propelled several individuals from the office. Bang! The door closed firmly behind them. "Let us proceed to the Quidditch pitch," Marcus declared, striding ahead, eager to witness the humiliation of his opponents. Soon, they arrived at the Quidditch field, where Marcus took the lead, advancing to the center of the arena. He retrieved his broom from the storage box. It was somewhat worn, yet well-maintained. "And what are your brooms?" "Oh, I nearly forgot. First-year students are not permitted to bring flying brooms to school." With a boastful grin, Marcus mounted his broom and kicked off with force, performing an array of flamboyant maneuvers in the air, attempting to showcase his superior skills. Draco observed Marcus's aerial display, a twinge of anxiety creeping into his heart. Just then, a hand rested on his shoulder. "Do not worry." Marcus soon descended, eyeing the two boys before him with a broad smile. "So what do you think? Care to give a try?" He anticipated that his taunts would discourage them. Instead, a flurry of gleaming objects soared towards him. Fortunately, they did not strike his face, but landed directly at his feet. "Thank you for your performance." Cain casually tossed 20 galleons. As Marcus stood there, feeling a mix of humiliation and intrigue, he realized that his monthly allowance was merely 10 galleons, and considering his family's circumstances, he was accustomed to much less. The galleons at his feet clearly exceeded 10, drawing him into a mental duel between the desire to collect them and the reluctance to do so. Cain, however, had no time to indulge Marcus' deliberations. "Draco needs to undergo an assessment. Let us commence." Upon hearing this, Marcus emerged from his moment of embarrassment. He opened a storage box containing the 3 types of balls required for a Quidditch match. "First, let us test your flying skills." He picked up a bludger and handed his broom to Draco. "Be careful. Do not damage my Nimbus 1000. His tone had softened, losing its previous harshness. Draco accepted the broom, familiar with this model as he had used it before, yet he felt something was amiss. He pushed off with 1 foot, leaving the ground. But his nervousness caused him to wobble slightly. Marcus observed with a smirk, then seized a bludger from the box, hurling it forcefully towards Draco. The bludger shot through the air like a cannonball, hurtling towards Draco above. Hearing the rush of wind and seeing the approaching bludger, Draco's heart raced. He ducked just in time to evade it. Such occurrences were common in Quidditch matches. This was merely a warm-up, although Draco reacted swiftly and avoided the blow. Marcus was determined not to let him off easily. Just as the bludger came at him again, Draco swiftly inclined his broom to the left, skillfully maneuvering his body in a sharp turn. The bludger whizzed past, barely grazing the hem of his right sleeve. Amidst repeated assaults, Draco executed a series of deft dodges, artfully evading all the bludgers. "Not bad, lad. You've got some talent," remarked a voice nearby. Chapter 68. The conflict between Wood and Marcus. Marcus had set aside his disdain. Cain observed Draco's every move from the ground, reminiscent of his childhood when he watched his counterpart practice soaring through the sky, a smile of pride gracing his lips. Subsequently, Marcus released the golden snitch from the storage box. The moment it was let go, the snitch darted away like a bolt of golden lightning, vanishing from sight in an instant. Familiar with Quidditch, Draco understood immediately that he needed to locate the snitch while fending off distractions. He continued to observe the bludgers thrown by Marcus while scanning the entire pitch for any sign of the elusive snitch. Suddenly, a bludger hurtled past his back, a sharp sting erupting from his spine. Fortunately, the bludger was positioned high. Otherwise, Draco would have been knocked off his broom. Gritting his teeth, Draco refocused on locating the snitch. Below, Marcus reveled in the joy of the bludger striking the opponent. Yet Draco's calm demeanor unsettled him, causing his movements to slow. In that moment of negligence, Draco swiftly pinpointed the snitch's location. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he accelerated towards it. Sensing Draco's approach, the snitch began to dart away, changing direction rapidly. Draco remained steadfast, employing his exceptional flying skills to maintain close pursuit. As the snitch veered towards the goalposts, Draco anticipated its change in direction near the posts and prepared himself accordingly. Indeed, just as the snitch neared the goal, it abruptly turned. Draco reacted swiftly, executing a sharp turn on his broom, aligning his trajectory with that of the snitch. At the crucial moment, he extended his right hand. The snitch struggled momentarily, but ultimately succumbed to Draco's grasp. Cain, filled with exhilaration, clapped enthusiastically, the thrill of the sport igniting the crowd's emotions. Marcus, astonished, had not foreseen that his opponent could seize the snitch while injured. TCH, just a stroke of luck, he muttered, though he begrudgingly acknowledged Draco's prowess. Soon, Draco soared over, clutching the golden snitch in his hand, and approached Cain. "Cain, I figured it out. I know what's missing from this broom," he exclaimed. "It's the dragon hide padding you made for me." Cain beamed with joy, but his smile faltered as he noticed the long, crimson streak on Draco's back. The victory had allowed Draco to momentarily forget the pain coursing through him. Until then, Cain seized a handful of white essence from his bag and struck it upon the back of his opponent. Remarkably, he did not bring disgrace to the Malfoy family. A brief yet intense sensation of pain surged through, and the wound began to heal gradually. "Does this mean I have passed?" Draco inquired, turning his head. Meanwhile, Marcus was meticulously polishing his Nimbus 1000. "I suppose it can be considered sufficient. Once I tidy up, I shall seek out the headmaster." With that, he resumed caring for his broom. At this moment, Harry was following closely behind Wood, who was explaining the rules of Quidditch while gazing towards the Quidditch pitch. "It seems there are a few people over there. Although only 3, they should be able to assist you with training." As they approached, they noticed Cain and his companions. Harry greeted them immediately, but Wood felt differently. He harbored no fondness for the trio. Due to Quidditch, he had rarely exchanged pleasant words with Marcus. As for Draco, he had heard tales of a certain little scoundrel who boasted significantly about his Quidditch prowess. And Cain? Well, if the younger sibling was like that, what could the elder possibly be? "Are you feeling a sense of crisis? Are you starting training now?" Marcus remarked without lifting his gaze, declaring, "A defeated foe." Wood felt a surge of anger. Gryffindor had indeed been losing to Slytherin for several years. It was precisely for this reason that Professor McGonagall wished for Harry to join the Quidditch team. Wood had already witnessed Harry's remarkable talent and initially intended to position him as Gryffindor's secret weapon. Yet, the news of Harry being appointed as the Seeker had leaked. At that moment, Draco was bewildered, unsure of how the conversation had shifted to them. Just then, Marcus caught Wood's teasing directed at Draco and felt a wave of fury rise within him. He had already come to regard this resilient little wizard as an ally and was inherently unwilling to tolerate disparagement of his teammate. Stepping forward, he glared at Wood and said, "What gives you the right to speak of Draco in such a manner?" In a hurry, Harry attempted to mediate. "We all share a love for Quidditch. Let's not quarrel." However, neither was willing to listen, and they both drew their wands. Just as they were about to clash, 2 disarming spells sent their wands flying. "If you choose to argue with others, do not involve us, or this will not be the outcome," Cain warned Wood before leading Draco away. As Marcus watched the 2 depart, he retrieved his wand, collected his belongings, and even picked up the 20 galleons that had fallen to the ground, chasing after them. Before leaving, he couldn't resist taunting Wood. "Next time, it won't be like this." Observing their departure, Harry couldn't help but advise Wood, "It's best not to provoke Cain. You won't come out on top." Wood remained silent, merely bowing his head to gather his wand. Throughout the journey, Marcus dared not speak further. He was convinced that Cain's disarming spell was the most powerful he had ever encountered. What kind of disarming spell could send a wand flying dozens of meters? Once again, a few individuals found themselves before the door of Professor Snape's office, though the disposition of the 3 had undergone a complete transformation. Comin, Znapi commanded, observing the expressions of the individuals within the room. Noticing the smile adorning Draco's face and the silence of Marcus, he surmised that the latter had indeed been dealt with by Cain. Despite having advised him several times, it was evident that he persistently sought trouble for himself. Serves him right. "Professor, Draco possesses the talent to join the team," Marcus asserted. Snape nodded, as this conclusion was entirely within his expectations. With a flick of his wand, 7 brand new Nimbus 2000 brooms materialized upon the table. These elegant brooms were a gift from Mr. Cain, celebrating the inclusion of his brother into their team, generously bestowed upon Slytherin. Chapter 69. Discussions in the Gryffindor Common Room. The 2 heard Snape's announcement regarding Cain's donation of 7 Nimbus 2000 brooms to the Slytherin Quidditch team. Draco's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape as if one could fit an egg within. He turned to Cain, incredulous. "Cain, is this true?" 7 Nimbus 2000s? Have you lost your mind? His voice trembled with excitement as visions of himself soaring on the new broom danced in his mind. Marcus, previously brimming with arrogance, now wore a countenance of astonishment. Stammering, he exclaimed, "Malfoy, no, Mr. Cain, you truly donated 7 flying brooms? This is utterly unbelievable." As he spoke, his hands fidgeted restlessly, his eyes betraying a yearning for the new brooms. "Indeed, it is quite true," Cain replied with a slight smile, taking a moment of silent pride in their reactions. "Marcus, please take these brooms and distribute them among your teammates." Snape, unable to tolerate Cain's display of bravado, reminded him, "Do not forget your obligations regarding the potions tomorrow." As Marcus exited, cradling the 7 pristine brooms, he suddenly felt a rush of warmth to his face. He intended to scratch his head, but the burden in his arms prevented him from using one hand. Instead, he bashfully remarked, "Mr. Cain, I must admit I previously underestimated you. Please do not take it to heart. With such a generous gesture, I shall comply with any request you make regarding the team." Cain chuckled lightly, retorting, "What? Should I ask you to lose the match, you would comply?" Marcus fell silent. After all, Quidditch was his pride, and not even new brooms could compel him to betray his principles. Enough with the jesting, Cain continued, "Our Slytherin team deserves only the finest equipment." At that moment, Ron and Neville meandered down the corridor. However, Ron was feeling somewhat irritable. The latest assignment was exceedingly challenging, and he struggled to find someone from whom he could glean assistance. Harry had diverged from him, preoccupied with Quidditch practice. The only person left he could rely on was Neville, and just then, he caught sight of Marcus, who was holding several Nimbus 2000 brooms. His eyes widened in astonishment. Initially, Harry was astounded when he received a gift from Professor McGonagall today. Now, witnessing 7 Nimbus 2000s materialize before his eyes, he exclaimed, "By Merlin's beard!" Ron's voice trembled as he clutched Neville's sleeve tightly. "Look at what they have. 7 Nimbus 2000s. Just imagine how many galleons that represents. It could cover their family's living expenses for years." Following Ron's shaking finger, Neville gasped in astonishment. Although others deemed him foolish, he was well aware of the value of such items. Where did they acquire so much money? Ron's voice quivered with disbelief. "Isn't Cain wealthy? He had a whole trunk of galleons that day." Neville replied in a rather monotonous tone, acknowledging the well-known affluence of the Malfoy family. Ron, tugging at Neville while hiding behind a pillar, nearly dug his nails into Neville's arm. The corridor outside Snape's office, typically cold and dreary, was now illuminated by the metallic gleam of the 7 Nimbus 2000s. As the broomstick's bristles brushed against the stone walls, producing a soft, rustling sound, Ron felt as if his tattered wizarding robes were striking at his self-esteem. "Cain, is one of these brooms meant for me?" Draco emerged from the office, his face alight with excitement. "Yours is custom-made, with your name engraved on the handle. Take a look for yourself." Cain was aware that Draco despised items that were identical to others. Upon overhearing the conversation and learning that Cain had purchased 7 brooms, Ron was compelled to inform the Gryffindor members. In the Gryffindor common room, Ron stood at the center and declared, "Draco has joined the Quidditch team, and they have a total of 7 Nimbus 2000s. It was evident that many were taken aback by the news, which was as shocking as Harry's own Quidditch team membership. However, doubts soon arose. "Ron, you've spun too many tales already. How can you prove that this time it's true?" At that moment, Ron felt a surge of joy, for he knew that this time he had a credible witness. "Neville can vouch for me." He beckoned Neville forward. The somewhat awkward Neville was pulled into the spotlight. I saw it with my own eyes." The words seemed to get stuck in his throat, his nervousness causing the toad in his pocket to wriggle wildly. This only fueled the skepticism among the crowd. Much like the tale of the boy who cried wolf, Ron's previous fabrications had led to disbelief. The other students were quick to label Ron a liar. "Every time you lie, you bring shame upon the Weasley name. Indeed, compared to Percy and the twins, you fall far short. 7 Nimbus 2000s? If that were true, I'd eat this sofa." In a state of panic, Ron urged Neville to corroborate his story, shaking him in a desperate bid to elicit a response from the already tongue-tied Neville. This situation has rendered the circumstances of the two individuals even more arduous. Ron's words must hold truth. At that moment, Wood and I witnessed Draco training at the Quidditch pitch. Upon hearing Harry's explanation, the focus of the crowd shifted back to him, which brought a sigh of relief from Ron and Neville, standing nearby. Indeed, I observed Draco selecting brooms outside Snape's office, and all those brooms were purchased by Cain. Neville finally spoke up to elucidate, causing everyone to gasp in astonishment. Goodness, how affluent must one be to furnish an entire team with the most fashionable brooms of the time? Moreover, It is unfathomable to consider that the already formidable Slytherin, now equipped with a new set of brooms, would undoubtedly dominate the Quidditch pitch. Just then, Percy happened to walk in. Observing the reactions of the crowd and grasping the situation, he too gasped in disbelief. Enough, let us cease this discussion. Should we surrender merely because they possess superior equipment? Hearing Percy, Ron mustered his courage and added, Draco likely joined the team out of vanity, seeking to impress by spending money to persuade Snape to include him in Slytherin. Upon hearing Ron's words, the Gryffindor students momentarily regained their confidence. With fervent gazes fixed upon Harry, they believed that their savior, Harry, would surely come to their rescue once again. Chapter 70, Hermione's Assistance. At this moment, Cain remained unaware that the acquisition of 7 Nimbus 2000 brooms had stirred a significant uproar within Gryffindor. Throughout the evening, the students of Gryffindor fervently discussed the matter, creating a scene akin to a boiling cauldron, bustling with excitement. Meanwhile, Draco was introduced to the Slytherin players by Marcus. A former regular player found himself relegated to a substitute position. Initially, this substitute harbored some resentment. However, Cain's generous compensation quickly assuaged his grievances. After receiving the recompense, the player wholeheartedly accepted Draco's inclusion in the team, harboring no further complaints. That afternoon, the 7 members of Slytherin proceeded to the Quidditch pitch for training. Due to Snape's insistence, they needed to swiftly integrate Draco into the team, although the others did not comprehend Snape's urgency. The prospect of trying out new brooms delighted them immensely. Cain understood well that Snape was unwilling to see Harry lead Gryffindor to victory over Slytherin. After all, should Harry triumph, how would he differ from the illustrious James Potter of yesteryears? Upon hearing news of Slytherin's training session, Gryffindor students flocked to observe. In the past, they could only witness the most advanced brooms on a team during major matches. Ron found himself among the spectators, seeing the shiny Nimbus 2000s in their hands. And recalling the meteor that barely flew faster than a butterfly at home, he felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. Filled with disappointment and resentment, unable to suppress a low curse. Damn Malfoy, always flaunting his wealth. A seed of jealousy was quietly sown in the depths of his heart. At that moment, Hermione stood beside Cain, her expression grave as she learned that all those brooms were purchased by him. Cain, your actions amount to bribing the professors, she stated seriously. Moreover, the school rules prohibit first-year students from possessing flying brooms. Cain shrugged nonchalantly, raising his hands in a gesture of indifference. I gifted the brooms to the Slytherin team, not to Professor Snape. Besides, I didn't bring any when I arrived at school. And Harry has a Nimbus 2000, does he not? I am merely balancing the playing field. Upon hearing this, Hermione clenched her teeth and fell silent. Engaging in an argument with Cain was futile. He could twist the truth with such eloquence that even the black could be rendered white. If Cain knew what was on her mind, he would surely cry out in protest, for he genuinely believed he was equalizing the strengths on both sides. Dumbledore had always harbored ambitions of nurturing talent, so it was quite possible he might undertake actions to ensure Harry's victory. Cain's actions were merely intended to enhance Slytherin's chances of success. If victory could truly be secured by a mere handful of brooms, Professor McGonagall would surely go to great lengths, even borrowing money, to procure additional brooms for Gryffindor. Cain did not linger on the training session for long. The looming threat of Voldemort hung over him like a sharp sword. Yesterday, he had successfully unsettled his adversary, but that was undoubtedly insufficient. The next step was to master Fiendfire, thereby eliminating the Horcruxes. Cain flipped through the pages of the book in his hand, the warning inscribed on the frontispiece resonating deeply within him. Cain, where did you acquire this book? I have never seen it in the library, Hermione inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at the tome. Professor Alden had lectured on the topic of Fiendfire, and she had spent the entire afternoon researching it in the library. This book is from the restricted section of the library, Cain replied. Although Hermione instinctively felt that this was not quite right, a thrill surged within her. So, some of Cain's knowledge stemmed from the restricted section. Did this imply that she could also secretly venture into the restricted section to peruse a few books? Cain remained unaware that his casual remark had completely ignited Hermione's Gryffindor spirit. I have discovered the method to counter Fiendfire, as discussed by the professor today, Hermione announced. Cain's interest was instantly piqued. He had yet to conduct his own research and was surprised to learn that Hermione had already done so. He resolved then and there that he would copy Hermione's homework from now on. During the construction of the Grand Canal in Venice, many slaves perished there, their bodies ultimately sinking to the canal's depths, forming a nest of corpses that nourished a multitude of inferi. Over a century later, in 1389, The old wizard Giancarlo of Venice intended to use fiend fire to cleanse the nest of inferi from the bottom of the Grand Canal. However, this purification plan went awry when the spell was cast. For dragon's blood mixed with the tears of a banshee caused the fiend fire to gain sentience and spiral out of control. In an instant, a fire vortex with a diameter of hundreds of meters formed, consuming the magical items in its vicinity. Even the ancient tomes of magic housed in the governor's palace, the Holy Grail of St. Mark's Basilica, and the alchemical workshops of the Rialto Bridge were successively consumed by flames. Fortunately, as the fire had only just ignited, it did not result in significant casualties. The members of the Wizarding Council present could only suppress the flames with their spells, but could not extinguish them completely. Subsequently, a witch realized the necessity of drawing the fierce fire into the Venetian lagoon, utilizing the Moonstone Tower to absorb tidal energy in order to combat it. Ultimately, this method conjured a blue ice cap above the flames. At the moment the ice cap made contact with the fire, the core of the fierce fire gradually extinguished under the dual influence of water and moonlight. However, the text later noted that this was due to the insufficient power of the fierce fire. Had it been more potent, even the waters of the lagoon could have been transformed into sustenance for the flames. Upon hearing this, Cain began to comprehend that it was essential to be near the lagoon and to possess Moonstone to mitigate the inadequacy of the fierce fire. It is difficult to fathom how Newt and his companions managed to withstand Grindelwald's formidable flames using the very same suppressive spells. Yet, the book also mentioned a method to dispel the fierce fire. Cain had nearly given up, intending to wait until he could completely master the fierce fire before destroying the Horcrux. However, Hermione's words ignited a glimmer of hope within him. As long as there were no combustible materials in his vicinity, he could allow it to extinguish on its own. Upon hearing Hermione's statement, a flicker of confusion crossed Cain's eyes, prompting him to inquire, then why did they draw the fierce fire into the lagoon without extinguishing it? At that moment, Hermione wore a smug expression, relishing in his confusion. Because the water is alive, the fierce fire feeds on life and grows stronger. Enlightenment dawned on Cain, and Hermione continued. You can also use non-combustible solids to block the fierce fire and prevent its spread. However, I doubt I will ever have the courage to use it. It is far too perilous. Yet, at this moment, he had already conceived a strategy to confront it. Chapter 71. The first attempt at fierce fire. Furthermore, should he employ a spell with excessive damage, the book would be rendered irretrievable. However, he had a more pressing task at hand, to annihilate the Horcrux. When the night was deep and silence enveloped the surroundings, Cain stealthily slipped out of his chamber. He departed Hogwarts Castle without a sound and made his way to the edge of the Black Lake. Dobby, have you brought what I asked for? Cain summoned Dobby in his own manner. Master, I have brought it. Should Dobby take it out? Cain nodded, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Dobby waved his arms, reciting incantations. In an instant, a collection of perfectly cubical stones descended from the heavens, thudding against the ground. These stones exhibited a profound azure hue, their surfaces adorned with crystalline patterns, and their texture was remarkably durable. They were undoubtedly the optimal choice to obstruct the fierce fire. Cain's efforts stemmed from his concern that the fierce fire he conjured might spiral out of control and incinerate the entirety of Hogwarts. And within Hogwarts lay countless treasures. Cain could not bear to see them destroyed. Dobby stacked them in a counterclockwise manner, ensuring each stone fits perfectly. Cain's voice, mingled with the lake breeze, resonated distinctly in the tranquil night. It is complete, master. After completing all of this, Dobby had nearly exhausted the magical energy within him. Drink this, Cain said, tossing a vial of potion to his companion. Thank you, Master Cain. The moment the potion entered Dobby's system, his body trembled violently. To his astonishment, he felt the surge of magic flowing through him once again. Following the incantation, he slowly waved his wand. Initially, there was silence around them, with only the hurried breaths of Cain and Dobby breaking the stillness. Just as Cain feared he had failed, a burst of eerie green flames suddenly erupted from the tip of his wand. Cain's eyes widened, filled with trepidation. He cautiously directed the flames into the rocky space Dobby had prepared, continuing to chant the incantation. As the spell was recited, the flames gradually enlarged, first to the size of a fist, then transforming into a raging inferno. The fire glowed an ominous green, emanating a chilling aura with waves of heat washing over him. Although the blaze was not as towering as he had envisioned, Cain was nonetheless elated, for it resembled a tamed beast, obedient to his will. Cain endeavored to alter the form of the fire, envisioning it as a bird. Remarkably, the flames complied, slowly morphing into the shape of a fiery bird. flapping its wings as if ready to take flight within the rocky space. It turned out that conjuring this fire was not as daunting as he had imagined. However, Cain soon recognized a problem. While he could manipulate the flames with ease, their intensity paled in comparison to the all-consuming inferno he had envisioned. He then retrieved the diadem of Ravenclaw and tossed it directly into the flames. The fire, akin to a beast sensing its prey, instantly enveloped the diadem. In an instant, the small inferno had engulfed the crown. Yet, contrary to Cain's expectations, the diadem did not burn to ashes. Instead, a terrifying visage within roared with laughter, seemingly mocking the meager power of the flames. Meanwhile, in his office at Hogwarts, Voldemort was attempting to rid himself of the repugnant odor that plagued him. "Damn Weasleys! When I return, I will torment you mercilessly." Voldemort seethed with rage towards the Weasley twins. He had previously heard from Quirrell that they had attempted to throw dung bombs at his face, but had failed. Little did he know, these two were audacious enough to set a trap right at the entrance of his office. Simultaneously, he harbored immense dissatisfaction towards Quirrell. As a professor, he lacked authority, allowing students to wreak havoc without consequence. To his chagrin, he had now been rendered lightheaded by a few dung bombs. Just as he focused intently on eliminating the majority of the stench, he suddenly sensed a familiar yet peculiar disturbance. It was his Horcrux. A glint of red flickered in Voldemort's eyes as he realized that someone was threatening his precious artifact. Meanwhile, outside of Hogwarts, Cain remained undeterred. He dispelled the flames and retrieved the diadem of Ravenclaw. "Dobby, take me deep into the Forbidden Forest, in the vicinity of Hogwarts." Magical barriers and protective spells had been cast, one of which served to restrict the use of transfiguration and similar enchantments. Fortunately, this limitation did not extend to the abilities of house elves. Dobby blinked his large, emerald eyes, a flicker of concern evident within them. Nevertheless, he reached out with his rough little hand and grasped the hem of Cain's robes tightly. With a soft pop, they found themselves deep within the Forbidden Forest, where the immense tree canopies intertwined, nearly obscuring the sky above. Cain intended to press onward, but Dobby obstructed his path. With his ears drooping, Dobby regarded Cain with utmost seriousness. "Dobby cannot allow the young master to proceed. There are many terrifying things here." Cain replied resolutely, "What I am about to do is noble. It will aid many, and thus I must go, do you understand?" His words ignited a profound sense of reverence in the inherently kind-hearted Dobby. He had always known that Master Cain was a wizard of great virtue, one who had consistently taught Draco to be respectful towards others. Now, even in the face of danger, Cain felt compelled to see this endeavor through. Dobby was deeply moved by his master's bravery, tears glistening in his eyes. Cain ventured into the depths of the Forbidden Forest with the intention of finding Aragog, Hagrid's former pet, a giant acromantula with 8 eyes. Although Aragog had been mistakenly identified as the monster of the Chamber of Secrets, resulting in Hagrid's expulsion, Cain believed that Aragog's exile was not unwarranted, considering that these monstrous spiders favored human flesh as their primary sustenance. While Aragog had once been no larger than a pug, he could grow to the size of an elephant, posing a significant threat to the young wizards of Hogwarts. Yet, Hagrid had always held a fondness for such peculiar and dangerous creatures. Cain's purpose in this perilous place was to procure some spiders as sustenance for his fiendfire. He owed his gratitude to Hagrid, who had assisted in locating a female acromantula named Mozag. A single acromantula could lay over 100 eggs the size of beach balls, with a mere 7 weeks required for incubation. This prolific reproduction was the reason for the vast colonies of acromantulas thriving in the Forbidden Forest. Furthermore, after Aragog's demise, these creatures became uncontrollable, wreaking havoc without restraint. It would be prudent to harvest a batch now, both to enhance the potency of his fiendfire and to eliminate some potential threats to Hogwarts. Chapter 72. The Destruction of Horcruxes. Cain's demeanor remained calm, yet his tone was unmistakably resolute. Dobby hesitated momentarily, but ultimately, under Cain's unwavering gaze, he acquiesced with a resigned nod. With a sharp crack, Dobby vanished from sight, leaving only a faint trace of magical energy in the air. Cain narrowed his eyes slightly, murmuring an incantation, his wand gently tapping his forehead. As the radiance dissipated, Professor Quirrell's somewhat stooped figure materialized in his place. The garments adorning him transformed into the iconic robe of Professor Chilo. Even the subtle tremor in his gait was mimicked with remarkable precision. At this moment, Cain had fully taken on the persona of Chilo, wand in hand, cautiously navigating the narrow paths of the Forbidden Forest. The forest was eerily silent, save for the faint sound of Cain's footsteps and the occasional crack of broken twigs beneath him. Suddenly, his keen eyes caught sight of a cluster of small spiders scurrying in a particular direction. Intrigued, Cain resolutely followed in their wake. Abruptly, a low rustling noise echoed ahead, prompting Cain to halt in his tracks. As the sound drew nearer, a spider, towering as tall as a man, slowly emerged. Its 8 eyes glimmered with an eerie blue light, and its hairy legs scraped the ground with a dissonant sound. Without hesitation, Cain swiftly waved his wand, unleashing a silver beam that struck the spider with pinpoint accuracy. The creature's massive body quivered violently before it collapsed with a thunderous thud, sending up a cloud of dust. Cain then retrieved a specially crafted dragonhide bag to contain the spider. Before he could catch his breath, an ominous rustling filled the air around him. Glancing up, he found himself encircled by a dozen spiders of varying sizes, emerging from the trees and underbrush. Their eyes were filled with a fierce hostility, clearly regarding Cain as an unwelcome intruder in their territory. Cain produced a vial of potion, which he swallowed. A warm surge coursing through his body as his drained magical energy began to replenish. He then drew forth 2 wands, their tips radiating a brilliant light. Like a surging tide, beams of light struck the spiders. Those caught in the spell fell, unable to approach him, whether they descended from the trees or scuttled across the ground. Yet it was not enough. Cain murmured to himself, observing the struggling mass of spiders on the ground. After a fierce battle, the once menacing horde of hundreds lay mostly incapacitated. He meticulously placed them into his dragonhide bag. The remaining spiders, now imbued with fear, hesitated to advance. Seizing the moment, Cain swiftly rose and retreated in the direction from whence he came. In the depths of the forest, Aragog's eyes flickered with a tinge of apprehension. Who was this wizard daring to slaughter his progeny? Yet, he did not dare to confront him. The thought of death loomed large. Upon hearing this, the spiders, poised to pursue Cain, fell silent, gazing up at Aragog, awaiting their leader's command. Aragog spoke slowly, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority. Children, cease your advance. This wizard is exceedingly dangerous. The magical energy he radiates is beyond your capacity to withstand. To pursue him rashly would only lead to needless casualties. The spiders seemed to comprehend Aragog's words. What a pity, Cain muttered, lightly tapping his wand against his temple as silver light flickered. At this moment, though Dobby felt a twinge of confusion, he was acutely aware that the peculiarly dressed individual before him was none other than Master Cain. Cain promptly dismissed Dobby, believing it best for the knowledge of the situation to remain scarce. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, he began to summon the fiend fire. As he waved his wand, a diminutive flame flickered to life, its feeble glow dancing in the darkness. Cain carefully maneuvered the tiny flame into the designated rocky space he had prepared earlier. He then opened the dragonhide pouch and emptied its contents of spiders into the fiery embrace. The nourishing flames instantly surged to life, expanding rapidly. Satisfied with its growth, Cain cast the Ravenclaw diadem into the inferno. The diadem was swiftly consumed by the flames, beginning to tremble violently. The surface of the red gemstone revealing the visage of Tom Riddle. His features were melting away. How fitting, Cain observed with a cold smirk. Moments ago, the consciousness within had been mocking him. Now, the looming specter of death was the very thing it feared most. Meanwhile, in a distant location, Voldemort was hastily approaching, his urgency palpable. Within the walls of Hogwarts Castle, he had quickened his pace. Suddenly, a searing pain shot through his mind. His voice hoarse, he gasped, "My..." In that instant, Voldemort beheld the image of Quirrell destroying the diadem, the last remnants of his soul being severed. Who is this? Simultaneously, Harry lay in slumber, his lightning-shaped scar erupting with a silvery glow. The excruciating pain jolted him awake, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Quirrell's frosty sneer during the destruction of the Horcrux remained starkly vivid in his dreams. Cain witnessed the fiend fire, having consumed Voldemort's Horcrux, grow exponentially in power, spiraling into chaos. The flames erupted with a deafening roar, akin to a bomb detonating near the Black Lake. When Peeves awakened in the broom cupboard of Filch's office, he still had a half-eaten, moldy Bertie Bott's every flavor bean lodged in his mouth. "Merlin's stinking socks," he exclaimed, spitting out the dust-covered bean as his translucent form passed through the cupboard door. Memories of being trapped in a mop bucket by Cain's jinx flooded back, scaring him so much that he floated out of the room without even pilfering his beloved toilet plunger. A strange red light flickered towards the Black Lake. Peeves hovered beneath the greenhouse eaves, his bulging, frog-like eyes wide with terror. The moonlight, reflecting off the lake, shattered into fragments. The azure fiend fire slithered along the rocks, morphing into a visage intent on breaching Cain's remaining barrier. Look, a monster! Chapter 73. Dispelling the fiend fire. Filch stumbled out of his office with an oil lamp, falling flat on his face. Peeves, I swear I'll stuff you into Merlin. He froze at the edge of the terrace. The fiend fire had ascended to the Black Lake dock, the wooden pier twisting into a skeletal structure amidst the flames. The sudden commotion reverberated throughout Hogwarts, rousing all students and faculty from their slumber. Voldemort, regaining his composure, decided it was time to depart. The commotion was too great. He could not afford to confront Dumbledore in such a state. Otherwise, one's identity would surely be revealed. The awakened students, upon witnessing the chaotic scene, were thrown into disarray. Harry Potter was the first to awaken, gazing out at the bizarre spectacle, feeling a searing pain from his lightning-shaped scar. This scene was eerily identical to the one in his dreams. Neville Longbottom, startled by a loud explosion, found his toad, Trevor, dancing on his pillow. In a flurry, he grasped his pet and ran barefoot to the window. Downstairs, the ghost Peeves screeched in a high-pitched voice. A monster is devouring the bridge. Seamus Finnegan rubbed his sleepy eyes and pulled out his wand, accidentally transforming his Transfiguration textbook into a water cup. Merlin's beard, the red glow above the slithering common room, made the previously dim chamber appear exceptionally bright. Pansy Parkinson reflected the light from her silver-framed mirror, exclaiming, "Crab, remove your stinky feet from the sofa." Draco looked up, puzzled by the commotion, wondering why Cain had not emerged despite the uproar. However, he dared not disturb the other's rest. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Gryffindor barbecue soiree. The twins zipped past the corridor on their old broomstick, painted in gold and crimson, as fireworks scattered by Fred took the shape of a giant fire lizard, resonating with the fiend fire by the Black Lake. 20 points deducted for everyone. Professor McGonagall's furious voice erupted from the courtyard. She waved her wand, pinning the twins, broom and all, against the column. The steel needles conjured by Transfiguration pierced their robe corners as if securing specimens with thumbtacks. The students who had rushed out to witness the spectacle quickly dispersed, leaving only the Weasley twins nailed to the column. At the moment of the fiend fire's explosion, Cain swiftly moved toward Hogwarts. Meanwhile, Voldemort, fearing discovery by Dumbledore, fell back into slumber, allowing Quirrell to seize control of his body. Quirrell, still in a daze, could only smell the foul odor emanating from himself. Peering out, he saw brilliant fireworks exploding by the edge of the Black Lake. A gigantic face formed amidst the smoke, seemingly expressing its discontent. How could Quirrell not recognize it? That cloud of smoke was none other than Voldemort's silhouette. If not for the sensation of the presence still lingering on him, Quirrell might have doubted whether Voldemort was even alive. Yet at that moment he spotted someone rushing toward him, wearing identical clothing. No, why is that my face? Cain had not anticipated that Quirrell would appear here. Nevertheless, since the other could not identify him, Cain drew his wand. Stupefy. Before Quirrell could react, a spell struck him, causing him to crash heavily to the ground. Cain paid him no heed and continued toward the castle, where the fiend fire had already begun to spread. However, the direction of the flames appeared to be toward the Black Lake. Just then, a scarlet flame streaked across the night sky in the shape of a cross. At the edge of the Black Lake, the fire soared high. The uncontrollable fiend fire raged wildly, distorting the air wherever it spread. Fawkes, surrounded by flames, glimmered like a blazing comet, tracing a magnificent arc through the night sky. It plunged directly into the raging inferno. The temperature of the fire was absurdly high. Any ordinary object that ventured too close would be instantly reduced to ashes. Yet, amidst this searing blaze, Fawkes appeared to have entered a realm of comforting warmth. The fierce flames could inflict not a single scratch upon it. Instead, Fawkes leisurely spread its wings, as the flames tenderly entwined themselves among its feathers. As if gently caressing it, the ferocity of the fire ceased to spread further. Dumbledore, holding his ancient wand, was closely observed by Professor Alder, who fixated on the wand with intense scrutiny. How could there be such a fire here? Dumbledore inquired, harboring suspicions that this incident might somehow be linked to his old friend. Dumbledore, this fire shall not encroach upon the school any longer. However, we must extinguish it swiftly. The heads of the 4 houses had already arrived before the raging flames. Yet, in the face of such a colossal blaze, they appeared rather insignificant. Dumbledore's wand glowed first, the silver beard reflecting a molten sheen in the firelight, as the old wand traced a silvery arc. Old friend, lend a hand. Dumbledore turned to Professor Alder. A glimmer sparked in Alder's eyes behind his glasses. Let us combine our spells with a touch of water. With a flick of his wand, a massive water vortex emerged from the Black Lake, gradually morphing into a dragon. In my youth, I could have conjured an even larger one. His tone was nonchalant, yet he emphasized the word youth deliberately. This declaration left all the surrounding professors astounded. Aside from Dumbledore and Voldemort, they rarely witnessed anyone capable of wielding such formidable elemental power. Professor McGonagall, who had previously questioned Alder's teaching prowess, now felt a surge of respect. His strength shattered all doubts. Has your youthful vigor waned? Dumbledore chuckled lightly, the old wand inscribing ancient runes in the air. I dare say this water dragon surpasses that duel. Silence, Albus. Aldersenly Belovit. The magical energy erupting from the tip of his wand, fracturing his lenses into a web of cracks. The ice dragon soared against the fiery winds, charging towards the inferno. A flicker of caution sparked in Fox's eyes as it beheld the ice dragon advancing fiercely towards the flames. It promptly took flight, gracefully landing behind Dumbledore. It had been burned once before. Such a mistake would not be repeated. Professor Alder's wand was now wielded with increasing urgency, the water vortex swelling in size. Under the impact of the water dragon, the already diminishing flames rapidly weakened. The sound of sizzling filled the air, a fierce clash between fire and water. The intense heat instantly vaporized the water, enveloping the area in concentric rings of white mist. The scattered embers, under the dual pressure of the icy winds and the water flow, gradually lost their vigor, their glow diminishing until at last they were completely extinguished, leaving behind a charred expanse and a smoke-laden atmosphere. A few professors were astonished that the fierce fire, which had caused considerable distress to many wizards, was so effortlessly extinguished by the combined efforts of two individuals. It appears you are not yet past your prime, Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall remarked with a smile. Had it not been for Dumbledore's suppression of the fierce flames, he would have had to exert considerable effort to manage it alone. Chapter 74. Harry's Speculation. By the banks of the Black Lake, although the fierce fire had been extinguished, the air still lingered with the acrid scent of charred remains and remnants of magical turbulence. A group of professors gathered around the area ravaged by flames, their gazes falling upon a peculiar cluster of rocks. These stones, deep azure in hue, were adorned with crystalline patterns on their surfaces and bore an undeniable hardness, indicating they were anything but ordinary. They formed a circle, undamaged by the onslaught of the fierce fire, lying quietly on the scorched earth, an incongruous sight. What could possibly account for the presence of these stones here? Moreover, their orderly arrangement suggested intentional placement. Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow, filled with perplexity, and broke the silence. She paced around the rocks, wand in hand, attempting to discern traces of lingering magic. It was indeed strange. These formations were not of natural origin, nor did they resemble the school's defensive mechanisms. Professor Flitwick's voice chimed in. He hovered in the air, leaning closer to examine the textures of the stones, his diminutive figure partially obscured by the lingering smoke. Snape scoffed, arms crossed, his gaze cold and calculating. Perhaps someone intended to destroy the school. This uncontrollable blaze might have been instigated by them. His eyes wandered between the rocks and the ruins, seemingly deep in thought. The group exchanged words, yet they could not arrive at a definitive conclusion. At that moment, Dumbledore slowly approached the remnants left in the wake of the fierce fire. His blue eyes glimmered with an all-seeing insight. Amidst the dark ashes and debris, a glimmer of light caught his attention. Dumbledore bent down, gently brushing aside layers of ash, revealing Ravenclaw's diadem. Extraordinary wisdom is humanity's greatest treasure. Despite the devastation wrought by the fierce fire, a few inscriptions remained legible. The ruby upon the diadem had lost its former luster, now dull and lifeless, while the surrounding metal had warped and contorted under the intense heat. Dumbledore cautiously lifted the diadem, his brow slightly furrowed. He could sense the residual powerful dark magic emanating from it, accompanied by a familiar yet malevolent aura. It seemed to be Voldemort. Esteemed professors, today's events have undoubtedly exceeded our expectations. Dumbledore straightened, casting a grave gaze over the assembly. I must further investigate the situation here. For now, please ensure the students' emotions are calmed and their safety secured. Though the professors were filled with uncertainty, they invariably adhered to Dumbledore's directives without question. Snape, however, was lost in contemplation, having identified a potential suspect. It is crucial to remember that beneath the Black Lake lies the Slytherin common room. It is entirely plausible that the target may be none other than Slytherin's students, and the one who unleashed the fierce fire could very well be Quirrell. Dumbledore had previously drawn his attention to the other party, but why was the other party's target? After everyone had departed, Dumbledore turned to the silent Professor Alder, who had been standing by, and nodded slightly. Gellert, we need to converse. Professor Alder, more accurately known as Grindelwald, nodded in acknowledgement, and the two made their way to a quieter corner by the lake. Dumbledore gently caressed the diadem in his hand, his gaze profound. Gellert, we both understand that this cursed fire is no mere coincidence. Someone seems to be aware of the secret of this diadem and is attempting to destroy it. Dumbledore suddenly whispered, Did you teach him? Dumbledore was acutely aware that the other party possessed formidable control over the cursed fire. The boy's self-taught abilities surpassed those of a certain headmaster obsessed with woolen socks. At that moment, Grindelwald felt a surge of satisfaction, recognizing that Cain had successfully mastered this skill. Furthermore, it was evident that the cursed fire had consumed the energy within the diadem, leading to its eventual loss of control. After a brief silence, Grindelwald suddenly spoke. Albus, you truly need not pursue that plan any longer. Cain's progress is remarkably swift and will undoubtedly catch up. Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully. Gellert, allow me to ponder this. As the cursed fire spiraled out of control, Cain swiftly vacated the area, incapacitating Quirrell in the process. At this point, he had reverted to his original form. Suddenly, a chilling, high-pitched laugh echoed from around the corner. Hee, little wizard, in such a hurry. Where are you off to? Cain's heart raced, and he abruptly halted. With a guilty conscience, he found himself quite apprehensive about encountering others. Lifting his gaze, he beheld the translucent figure of Peeves floating ahead. A mocking grin adorned his face, and curiosity sparkled in his eyes. Clearly, he had not had the opportunity to cause mischief recently and was eager to play tricks on the young wizards. The once menacing Peeves suddenly stiffened, his smile vanishing, replaced by sheer terror. Not this fellow again. Cain realized he had been discovered and wasted no time. He swiftly waved his wand, and a beam of silver light shot forth, striking Peeves. No, please. I truly didn't see you darting around the castle. Spare me. Peeves screamed, attempting to flee, only to discover he was utterly immobilized. At the moment the spell hit him, he emitted a faint cry of despair. Subsequently, his body slowly descended, finally collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Cain approached, gazing at the motionless Peeves, his heart a tumult of emotions. Why did this troublemaker always appear? Cain was well aware that Peeves had not detected his presence. After all, this mischief maker had been in a state of unconsciousness for days, and judging by his reaction, it was clear he was oblivious to the fact that Cain had unleashed the cursed fire. Meanwhile, in the Gryffindor dormitory, Harry took several deep breaths. He seemed to sense something amiss. Professor Quirrell appeared to be engaged in something monumental, a singular event capable of thwarting Voldemort's plans. His confidence stemmed from witnessing Professor Quirrell's chilling smirk as he incinerated that object, coupled with Voldemort's palpable fear upon realizing its destruction. Yet, Harry was beset by anxiety, for in that fleeting moment, he glimpsed Voldemort's perspective. Moreover, he became acutely aware that Voldemort lurked within Hogwarts. Chapter 75, The Potion's Dilemma. An evening of revelry had left the students of Hogwarts feeling somewhat drowsy. Yawning, Harry approached Cain. Cain, I believe I have discerned Voldemort's intentions. He seeks the small package that Hagrid and I retrieved, Harry declared with conviction. Assuming Cain was oblivious to his meaning, he elaborated. They had initially extracted the small package from Vault 713 at Gringotts, and subsequently, he had read about an intrusion into the vault in the Daily Prophet. The three-headed dog they encountered days prior was guarding that very object. Listening intently to Harry's analysis, Cain nodded in agreement. There were indeed no discrepancies in his deductions. Rest assured, Harry, with Dumbledore and the others present at Hogwarts, Voldemort shall not succeed, Hermione asserted, voicing her perspective. However, Harry shook his head. No, I saw it last night. Voldemort is here at Hogwarts. He then lowered his voice. Do you know? Professor Quirrell is in disguise. At this revelation, Cain's heart raced. Had he not done anything suspicious? Why was Harry's suspicion not directed at Snape? Perceiving the duo's attention focused on him, Harry continued, Professor Quirrell's cowardice is merely a facade. Last night, I witnessed him destroy Voldemort's object. It was during that fire. Noticing the expressions on their faces, Harry assumed their skepticism and emphasized the incident from the previous night. Before the fire even erupted, my scar began to throb. In my dream, I saw Professor Quirrell toss a glimmering object into the flames, exhibiting an audacity unlike any I had seen before. Hermione furrowed her brow. Harry, if Professor Quirrell is indeed in disguise, we ought not to expose him. It may jeopardize the professor's plans. Harry nodded, sharing her sentiment. However, he remained curious. What had Quirrell destroyed? Why did Voldemort appear so distressed? Why did his scar ache following the object's destruction? And what was the three-headed dog guarding? An overwhelming multitude of questions flooded his mind. Fortunately, Quidditch practice allowed Harry to momentarily forget these concerns. Later, Cain fulfilled his promise and ventured to Snape's office to attend to potion making. Initially, he had anticipated being treated to special attention, only to find himself laboring as a mere assistant. Upon pushing open the door, a pungent blend of mildew and sulfur assaulted his senses. 3 minutes late, Malfoy. The voice of Snape emerged from the shadows, his black robes unfurling like the wings of a bat. At that moment, he was meticulously dissecting a bioluminescent slug with a silver dagger, its viscous secretions corroding the stone table beneath. "Professor, your watch is mistaken," Cain remarked, gesturing to his pocket watch, which displayed the agreed-upon time. Snape offered no further commentary and extracted a longhorn slug. A voice drifted from beneath the black cloak, remarking upon the distinction between silver and tin, should the Malfoy family's troll be capable of such discernment. As Cain leaned closer to the container, he nearly retched. Over 300 gelatinous creatures were consuming one another, their translucent bodies encasing undigested beetle shells. When he tremulously grasped an individual adorned with sulphurous yellow horns, it suddenly burst, spewing purple pus that etched charred marks upon the parchment. The second container was even worse, filled with the bubbling brain matter of a kappa fermenting in dragon dung. The moment Cain's dragon-hide gloves touched the surface, 5 grayish-pink brain tissues abruptly opened bloodshot eyes. He could hear the grinding of his molars, precise to 14 ounces. Unbeknownst to him, Snape had appeared beside him, holding a crystal measuring cup. If you amalgamate the frontal and temporal lobes, the medical wing will be inundated with 50 nose-bleeding fools by tomorrow. As Cain commenced the dissection of the 13th brain, he could no longer contain himself. "Professor, actually, the levitation charm could." Silence. Snape's words remained frigid. Using a charm on the brain matter would squander half its efficacy. Cain nodded, indicating his understanding. "Isn't it time to proceed?" However, as Cain was occupied with his potion preparations, Filch made an unexpected visit. "Professor, about the potion for rodent control you mentioned last time," he announced, his greasy hair adorned with cobwebs. Snape appeared somewhat bewildered. "What potion?" It was only then that Cain recalled his previous disguise as Snape and the promise to provide Filch with a potion to manage the rats. "Professor, the potion I mentioned for dealing with those rodents." Filch looked puzzled. Surely, the professor's memory wasn't that poor? Snape frowned at Filch. "When did I ever promise such a thing? Isn't it merely rat poison?" "Don't be stingy, Professor." Cain suddenly used a silver knife to lift a bleeding piece of kappa brain. Snape's eyebrows nearly soared into his hairline as he watched the youth hasten towards the storage shelves. Cain's fingers brushed over 20 jars labeled highly toxic until he reached the area designated for failed concoctions he had previously organized for Snape. A liquid seeped from the speckled mold infused with moonstone powder. Cradling the bubbling emerald potion, Cain turned. Upon application, it would induce an illusion in rodents, making them perceive owls, rendering them too fearful to emerge from their burrows for 3 days. Filch's murky eyes suddenly sparkled, and as he reached out, a patch revealed a hole gnawed by a rat in his sleeve. Snape abruptly interjected, using the tip of his snake-headed wand to block the potion bottle. "Not so fast. Mr. Cain seems to have neglected to mention the side effects." Cain felt a creeping sensation in his mind akin to a legilimency spell. It causes the afflicted's nails to turn green. However, a house elf's cleaning charm can, and there are mild hallucinogenic effects." Snape interjected sharply. Furchy uncorked the bottle and inhaled deeply. "Marvelous. The acrid scent of sulfur would undoubtedly drive those beasts mad." As he stepped back, he remained blissfully unaware that a drop of liquid had stained his hand. Severus Snape bore a grim expression, his instincts suggesting a connection to Cain. However, his attempts at legilimency yielded nothing. By the time the lesson concluded, Cain's dragon-hide gloves were saturated with a vibrant array of viscous substances. He vowed never to consume those animal brain matter again. Chapter 76, Aftermath. Although Snape had deliberately tasked Cain with handling the repugnant potion ingredients, it must be acknowledged that Cain had indeed learned some of Snape's techniques. Yet the prospect of enduring this for an entire semester was a source of considerable distress for Cain. He had genuinely been outwitted by Snape this time. On Sunday, Cain, of course, did not forget his appointment with Professor Flitwick. The professor's office was perched high within the castle towers, adjacent to the charms classroom. The space was modestly sized yet meticulously arranged for efficiency. Approximately 30 square meters, the walls were adorned with an array of ancient magical runes and scrolls of spells. In one corner stood a desk cluttered with documents and magical instruments, while another corner housed a small cauldron and various potion ingredients. Despite the limited space, it was sufficient to clear an area suitable for basic duel training for two. Professor Flitwick, needing to stack 3 volumes of History of Magic to reach the dueling platform, waved his wand gently, uttering an incantation. A transparent magical barrier materialized around the training area, designed to prevent any excessive damage from spell overflow during duels. You are surely familiar with the formalities, so I shall impart other knowledge. The tip of his wand traced a shimmering arc in the air. Remember, my child, dueling is not merely a contest of spells, but also a test of reflexes, strategy, and mastery over magical energy. As he spoke, Professor Flitwick deftly flicked his wand, sending a crimson beam hurtling toward Cain. The projectile was swift, accompanied by a rushing wind. Cain quickly sidestepped, narrowly evading the strike. Excellent reflexes. Next, your opponent shall not be me. Behold the line of floating ferret specimens. Cain gazed at the 20 ferrets arrayed in midair, suddenly noticing their whiskers adorned with frost crystals. Before he could voice an inquiry, the rightmost ferret erupted in a blast of blue frost. Obstacles abound. Flitwick's voice carried a hint of amusement. Cain's abilities had pleasantly surprised him. Your wrist must exert force as if striking Draco. A silver beam cleaved through the blue frost, sending the 3rd ferret crashing into the display case. Cain's pupils dilated as 15 petrification curses assailed him from various angles. Instinctively, he rolled behind a stone pillar, only to hear the tearing sound of his robe as a spell grazed past. The cobblestone floor, struck by a spell, transformed into a trampoline, propelling him into the air. Spells could traverse space. Flitwick's voice echoed. Do not solely rely on the trajectory of the ground. In the moment of suspension, Cain finally comprehended as the wand traced its arc. 3 disarming spells, aided by the reflection of the copper mirror on the ceiling, pinned the remaining ferrets firmly against the tapestry. As his feet once again made contact with the ground, the trampoline transformed back into a cobblestone surface. Such is the wisdom of Ravenclaw. The professor clapped his hands and leaped down from the pile of books, proclaiming that at any time and in any place, one must rely on the surrounding environment to assist in battle. At that moment, Cain noticed a patch of frost forming on his left shoulder. The professor snapped his fingers, conjuring a butterfly crafted from honeydew packaging. As the paper butterfly fluttered past Cain's injured shoulder, it suddenly released a mist of milky vapor. Next time, remember to sew a few phoenix feathers into your cuffs, the diminutive professor winked. In the semifinals of the 1957 European Duel Championship, I relied on this to deflect my opponent's dark curse. Cain nodded. He had underestimated Professor Flitwick's prowess, due to the opponent's strategic use of the terrain. Had he cast another spell while airborne, he would have lost. Clearly, there was much for him to learn. Were it not for your headmaster's disapproval, I would have loved to bring you to Ravenclaw. Professor Flitwick expressed, genuinely fond of the boy. Both his talent for spells and his character were exceptional. After expressing his gratitude to Professor Flitwick, Cain arranged to train at the professor's side every weekend. The professor grew even fonder of the diligent and eager student, lamenting that he was not a Ravenclaw. As for Voldemort's earlier request for Cain to seek him out, Cain obliged. However, at that moment, Professor Quirrell was not inclined to meet with him. Following the destruction of Voldemort's Horcrux, there had been no sign of activity from the Dark Wizard, leading Quirrell to feel as if he were dead. It was Voldemort who wished to see Cain, not Quirrell, and thus Quirrell feigned illness to excuse himself. In the following days, Harry found himself busier than ever. Originally, Wood had planned for Harry to train 3 days a week. He recalled that during their first training session, every ball he threw was caught flawlessly by Harry. Therefore, he understood that their chance of defeating Slytherin rested heavily on Harry's shoulders. However, circumstances had shifted. Each member of Slytherin was equipped with a Firebolt 2000. In terms of equipment, they had far surpassed their rivals, prompting Wood to decide that Harry would train 5 days a week, leaving only 2 days for rest. Consequently, Harry was overwhelmed with his demanding studies and Quidditch training. Comparatively, Draco was even busier. He had daily training sessions, not limited to just Quidditch, while also ensuring his academic performance did not falter. Each time before a break, Cain would inquire about the day's lessons, preventing him from slacking off in class. One could never predict when a seemingly casual remark from a professor might be revisited in the evening by Cain. Recently, Hermione had been studying with increasing diligence, but she found her circle of friends dwindling. Everyone seems to harbor a certain aversion towards the somewhat conceited little witch. Although her remarkable abilities justify her self-satisfaction, it is a modicum of humility that is universally embraced. The young witches of Gryffindor believe that Hermione is rather difficult to get along with, which has consequently led to her spending more time with Cain. Despite the previous disagreements he had with several others, Ron, under the pressure of his family, ultimately apologized to Hermione and Harry, who graciously chose to forgive him. However, their relationship has not returned to its former warmth. As for his connection with Cain, Ron wishes fervently that Cain would simply vanish from his sight, as he now harbors an inexplicable fear of this wizard, feeling as though all his secrets could be laid bare before him. It is worth noting, however, that Ron's relationship with Neville remains quite amicable. Chapter 77, The Troll. Recently, Filch has been rather elated, having obtained some useful potions from Professor Snape. He can now scarcely hear the incessant squeaking of the mice, and more importantly, Peeves has not made an appearance in quite some time. Ever since he was struck by Cain's spell, Peeves has refrained from his usual antics, having grown weary of the immobile state he found himself in. As for betraying Cain, he dares not entertain such thoughts. He wishes to remain alive. In the meantime, Cain has been diligently studying alchemy and refining the Wolfsbane potion. Through his experiments, he has determined that the previous version of the potion was inadequate, necessitating occasional assistance from Snape. Although Cain must endure the repugnant ingredients in Snape's office each week, the professor consistently manages to convey the crucial aspects of improving the Wolfsbane potion amidst his cold demeanor. Remarkably, Professor Aldridge has begun to privately teach Cain the defense against the dark arts, a testament to his profound knowledge of dark magic. Were it not for the fact that Aldridge is a teacher at Hogwarts, Cain might have suspected him to be Voldemort himself. Cain has not attended a single defense against the dark arts class conducted by Quirrell since then, and Quirrell has made no objections, seemingly relieved that Cain does not show up. This situation has caused Hermione considerable displeasure, as she perceives Cain's actions as disrespectful towards the professor. In the school Entrance Hall, the gems in the Slytherin hourglass tower above those of the other houses. Yet, even the most tranquil existence can be disrupted by unforeseen events. The corridors of Hogwarts are adorned with hundreds of floating pumpkin lanterns, which emit eerie laughter whenever students pass by, some even spewing sparks at them. As night falls, Cain inquires of Harry, "Why have I not seen Hermione all day?" The recent training has given Harry's once pale skin a hint of color. "I thought you two had a falling out," Harry responds, perplexed. Earlier, he had witnessed Hermione in tears and assumed it was due to some conflict with Cain. "No, not at all," Cain replies, somewhat bewildered. Could it be that Ron has upset her? However, at present, Hermione and Ron seem to share no connection. "I shall inquire with her friend shortly," Harry remarked. Swiftly, he approached Parvati, Hermione's roommate, who had partnered with him during the Triwizard Tournament. Cain expressed his astonishment, questioning how such a situation could arise when Hermione had ceased communication with Ron. Just then, Professor Quirrell appeared at the entrance of the Great Hall, his turban askew and a look of terror etched across his face. Gasping for breath, he exclaimed, a troll in the dungeons." With that, he collapsed onto the floor, unconscious. This alarming revelation sent waves of fear among the young wizards. They were all too aware of what a troll was, a fearsome creature standing 12 feet tall and weighing 500 kilograms. To say that a single blow from its fist could be fatal is no exaggeration. Instantly, chaos erupted in the Great Hall. Fortunately, at that moment, Dumbledore rose to his feet. "Silence. Prefects, escort all students back to their dormitories." Percy stood up, accustomed to such scenarios. As students hurried in various directions, Cain seized Harry by the collar, pulling him away from the throng. With so many students present, Percy did not notice the absence of one. Observing Cain leading Harry elsewhere, Draco discreetly instructed his two companions to follow the pair. He noted that they were headed towards the dungeons, sending a chill down his spine. Could Cain be seeking the troll? Despite his trepidation, Draco had unwavering faith in Cain, who, in his eyes, had become almost invincible. As Harry and Cain approached the girls' restroom, they turned a corner, only to be startled by hurried footsteps behind them. Harry quickly pulled Cain behind a statue, only to discover Draco trailing closely behind. He seized Draco, covering his mouth to silence him. Soon, the owner of the footsteps emerged. It was Snape. The potion's master swiftly passed out of sight. What was he doing here? Harry wondered. Although aware that Cain and Draco were Snape's protégés, Harry couldn't shake his disdain for the man. "Let us not dwell on that. We must rescue Hermione." Cain redirected the conversation. Yet, Harry had already realized that Snape was headed towards the 4th floor. At that moment, a piercing scream erupted from the girls' restroom. Before Draco could react, he was pulled along by the two as they dashed into the restroom. Upon entering, they beheld a creature nearly 4 meters tall, its skin a mottled gray akin to granite, covered in warty protrusions. This was a mountain troll, typically lurking at the edge of the forbidden forest. Though its sense of smell surpassed that of a werewolf by 20-fold, its brain capacity was merely 1/10 that of a wizard, compounded by severe nearsightedness. Otherwise, the trio of protagonists in the original narrative would have long since perished at the hands of the troll. At this moment, the giant had already caught sight of Hermione, and with a vigorous swing of its wooden club, aimed to strike her down. However, due to its impaired vision, it missed her entirely and instead crashed down upon the marble sink. Instantly, a 3-meter-high column of water erupted from the faucet, drenching the floor of the entire room. The giant, undeterred, sought to continue its assault on Hermione. Quick-witted Cain cast a freezing spell upon the ground. Harry and Draco mistakenly believed Cain had miscast. Meanwhile, Hermione, paralyzed by fear, could barely move. The droplets of water, now magically attracted, rapidly crystallized. Beneath the giant's feet, a slick sheet of ice formed, encasing the water droplets on its body in a layer of frosty armor. Achoo! The giant sneezed, shaking off the ice clinging to it, and then raised its massive club. Charging towards the instigator, Cain, Harry and Draco shouted to Hermione, urging her to flee. With a resounding crack, the giant's 500-kilogram mass slammed onto the icy surface. Cain swiftly cast another spell at the creature. Down it fell unconscious. Even with its magical resistance, the giant could not withstand Cain's powerful incantation. None of them had anticipated that Cain would so effortlessly neutralize the terrorizing giant. Chapter 78. Harry seeks Snape. Will it awaken, Cain? Harry inquired with curiosity. Perhaps, but not until tomorrow at the earliest, Cain replied, observing the giant's condition. Why are you not behaving properly in your dormitory? Professor McGonagall stormed into the restroom, her voice echoing with authority, closely followed by Snape and Quirrell. They were all taken aback by the sight before them, for Cain stood atop the giant's body, meticulously examining its skin. Snape approached, assessing the giant's state, but noticed something amiss with one of his legs. That formidable spell was your doing, was it not, Mr. Cain? How dare you? Professor McGonagall's frustration was palpable, while Harry assured her he had never seen Cain act in such a manner. Hermione, having regained her composure, stepped forward to explain her intention to challenge the giant, asserting that the others had merely come to dissuade her. Although Harry and the others were taken aback by Hermione's willingness to fabricate a tale, they feigned outrage in support of her narrative, which left McGonagall quite astonished. Hermione bowed her head and then departed. McGonagall turned her attention back to the group, stating, "As for you, each of you shall earn 5 points for your house. I will inform Professor Dumbledore of this incident. You may leave now." However, Snape approached the group, saying, "Mr. Potter, you will not always be so fortunate. I hope you refrain from reckless behavior, otherwise." To Harry, Snape's words bore the weight of a blatant threat, leaving him quite displeased. Soon, they exited the area, finally free from the foul stench of the giant. "Cain, is Snape not your godfather? Why does he harbor such disdain for me?" After walking some distance away, Harry inquired about Cain. At that moment, even Draco appeared somewhat perplexed. Although his godfather was known for his irascible temperament, the extent of his animosity toward Harry seemed excessive. After pondering for a while, Draco remarked, "Perhaps it is because you belong to Gryffindor. You know, he is the head of Slytherin." Harry nodded, feeling that the issue was not solely related to this matter. "Did you notice that his leg seems injured?" Draco shook his head, admitting he had not observed it, as he had been too intimidated to look up. Soon, November arrived, bringing with it a biting chill. Each morning, frost blanketed the ground, and the atmosphere above the Black Lake was dreary, with its surface cold and unyielding. The bridge, previously consumed by magical flames, had been reconstructed, while a pile of rocks remained untouched. The number of early morning exercisers had swelled to dozens, predominantly comprising members from Gryffindor and Slytherin's Quidditch teams. Upon learning that Draco practiced every morning, Marcus rallied his own Quidditch team to join in. Naturally, Wood, not one to concede, gathered the Gryffindor Quidditch members. Due to Draco's commitment, there was even an afternoon training session scheduled. After the afternoon practice concluded, Harry found himself accompanied by Cho Chang. Their shared activities had fostered a budding friendship between them. "Harry, do you feel confident about the upcoming match?" At this point, it was common knowledge throughout the school that both Harry and Draco had joined the Quidditch team as first years. Some believed Harry would excel, while others speculated that he would inevitably fall. Harry himself was unsure of his abilities. "To be honest, I am quite anxious about disappointing my friends," he admitted, shaking his head. At that moment, Hermione approached, a book in hand. "Cain mentioned you've been particularly worried about your Quidditch match lately, so I found this book for you in the library." Harry accepted the book, its cover embossed with gold lettering that read "The Marvelous Quidditch." "Take a look," It should prove beneficial, Hermione suggested. Although she did not possess extensive knowledge about broomsticks or Quidditch, she believed that reading could assist him. Thank you, Hermione, Harry replied, before heading off to eat. He then opened the book and was pleasantly surprised to find it far more intriguing than he had anticipated. In the 1473 rain-soaked match, a seeker had even managed to freeze the golden snitch. Truly, it was a match riddled with over 700 fouls. As he absorbed the serious content within, he suddenly felt a shadow obscure the light around him. Mr. Potter? Upon seeing Snape, Harry braced himself for trouble. What is that you are holding, Mr. Potter? Harry displayed the book, The Marvelous Quidditch. It is forbidden to read in the Great Hall. I shall confiscate it, Snape declared, before limping away with the book. Hermione, witnessing the entire incident, was incredulous. Where did that rule come from? Harry couldn't help but voice his frustration. Hermione shrugged and remarked, I added it myself, just to target you. Harry, observing her limping leg, suddenly recalled an incident. Hermione, how did he injure his leg? Hermione shook her head, indicating her ignorance. Harry, filled with excitement, inquired, do you remember that his leg was hurt when the troll invaded the school? Hermione nodded, acknowledging that she had indeed noticed that day. Snape had entered to examine the troll, limping as he walked. Harry still felt an indescribable sensation about Snape. In the end, he did not dwell on it too much. He simply wanted to finish the story in the book. If it were me, I wouldn't go. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that if Cain were present, if memory served him correctly, Cain was supposed to assist Snape with potion ingredients that evening. With this thought in mind, Harry waited for several hours until it was time for Cain to go to Snape's office. Taking a deep breath, Harry stood before Snape's office. He initially intended to push the door open directly, but suddenly reconsidered. If Cain were not inside, he would surely be reprimanded by Snape. Thus, he gently nudged the door ajar. By chance, he witnessed the scene unfold. Snape was seated on a bench, extending one leg while lifting his robe above his knees. The sight of that leg was gruesome. Cain stood beside him, one hand holding bandages, while the other seemed to sprinkle some potion onto the injured leg. Chapter 79, Harry's Eavesdropping. You should be grateful that the beast didn't shatter your bones. The pungent aroma of white essence wafted through the crack in the door, mingling with the foul stench of decayed flesh. Harry's gaze shifted through the narrow opening. Snape's black robe had been torn, and blood was seeping from the wound on his right leg, nearly dripping. When Cain used a serpent bone dagger to pry open the rotting flesh, Harry nearly retched. The decay was beyond repulsive. A potion professor, injured and unaware of how to treat himself. Cain's voice continued to drift through the door. Does Dumbledore know about this? He poured a dark green liquid onto the wound, instantly generating a plume of white smoke. What did you say? Snape replied, somewhat astonished. He felt that Cain knew far too much. Aren't you supposed to be watching Quirrell? How did you end up getting bitten? Cain replied coolly. It was perplexing to Snape. He had merely aimed to prevent Quirrell from seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, yet he suffered injury from an ally. That dog is impossible to watch, with 3 heads. Why don't you try? Upon realizing that Cain was aware of these details, Snape unabashedly began to criticize the beast. To be honest, I wouldn't mind having one. It would be great for guarding the house. Cain chuckled softly, then sprinkled a handful of powder onto Snape's wound. Moonstone powder. The dog's teeth have something that inhibits healing, which is why your injury is worsening. At that moment, Harry outside felt a tumultuous surge within his heart. Cain and Snape appeared to be discussing the 3-headed dog they had observed on the 4th floor, as well as Professor Quirrell. Yet, why was Snape fixated on Quirrell? You might as well inquire with Hagrid. That beast was a gift to Dumbledore from him, Snape abruptly remarked to Cain. Never mind, if you were to tell me. It would be as if the sun rose from the west. Cain shook his head, having already tended to Snape's wounds. Harry was taken aback upon hearing Hagrid's name. He never imagined that the formidable 3-headed dog was, in fact, Hagrid's pet. At that moment, a bold notion took root in his mind, that both Snape and Cain were minions of Voldemort, intent on stealing that creature to present it to him. Meanwhile, Quirrell was silently thwarting their efforts. Yet, Harry felt a twinge of doubt, for it was difficult to believe that the amiable Cain could possibly engage in such treachery. Just as he turned to leave, a soft footfall caught the attention of Cain and Snape. Snape quickly concealed his injured area. Who was out there? Upon realizing he had been discovered, Harry knocked on the door. It's me, Professor. Snape scoffed, Potter Esprat. Come in. What is it? Harry stepped through the doorway, determined to feign ignorance. Professor, I merely came to retrieve my book. Harry's voice wavered, striving to maintain the same demeanor as before. What audacity you have. Coming here for your belongings? Snape's disdain for Harry was palpable at that moment. Cain spotted the book resting on the table. I told you. Snape would never read a book about Quidditch. Here you go, Harry. Ignoring Snape, Cain directly handed the book to Harry. "Thank you," Harry said gratefully, turning to leave. As he walked away, he pondered how someone like Cain could possibly be malevolent. Yes, it must be Snape who is coercing him, clutching the wonderful Quidditch balls. Harry hurried away, troubled by the perplexing conversation he had overheard. At last, in a corner of the common room, Harry found Hermione, engrossed in a hefty tome. You would never imagine the scene at that moment. Harry slammed the wonderful Quidditch balls onto the coffee table, while Snape's wound writhed, as Cain had described, akin to the legendary Guan Yu's bone-scraping treatment. Hermione contemplated for a moment. Moonstone powder could indeed serve as a soothing agent, suppressing certain magical effects. She flipped to page 394 of her textbook, which also mentioned that treating black magic bites required. The crux of the matter lay in what they had discussed. Harry seized the book and voiced his suspicions. Hermione, upon hearing this, furrowed her brow, displaying a look of skepticism. "Harry, I think you might have misheard. Professor Snape, though stern, is nonetheless a teacher at Hogwarts, and Dumbledore places immense trust in him. There is also Cain, who, despite his extensive knowledge, is certainly not a malevolent individual." At this moment, Hermione firmly trusts both Dumbledore and Cain, and naturally, Professor Snape, who is equally trusted by both, is also reliable. "I truly did not mishear Hermione," Harry exclaimed, rising in agitation, gesturing emphatically. Their conversation sounded exceedingly suspicious. "And Snape's injury must surely be linked to the three-headed dog on the 4th floor. I am convinced of it." The image of that gruesome wound flashed in Harry's mind, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Hermione bit her lip, pondering for a moment before saying, "Well, perhaps we should seek someone for answers. Did you not mention that the three-headed dog is cared for by Hagrid? He must know something." The flames on the hearth suddenly flared as Ron kicked the armchair aside. "I want to come too," he declared, clutching a crumpled chocolate frog card. Hermione snapped her book shut, startling the dozing owl on the windowsill. "Ron Weasley, how long have you been eavesdropping behind the door?" "Since Snape's wound started acting up," Ron replied, his expression defiant. Harry and Hermione exchanged incredulous glances, their faces etched with displeasure. "We will not take you with us," Hermione asserted first, her tone resolute and unyielding. Yet Ron, with his chin raised stubbornly, retorted, "I don't care. I firmly believe that Cain is definitely not a good person, and I intend to prove it to everyone. If you don't take me, I will inform Professor McGonagall that you plan to investigate the secrets of the 4th floor on your own, possibly violating school rules by approaching that dangerous three-headed dog." With his arms crossed, Ron appeared to have him cornered. Harry's face flushed with indignation as he clenched his fists and stepped forward. "Ron, how can you act this way? This is no trivial matter. We have uncovered something serious and require Hagrid's assistance." Chapter 80, Discovery. Ron smirked dismissively, saying, "I understand the gravity of the situation, which is precisely why I want to go. Consider Cain's lofty demeanor. It is possible he and Snape are concocting some scheme. Furthermore, having me along would provide an additional perspective and safeguard." Harry and Hermione exchanged glances, both recognizing their mutual frustration. Gritting his teeth, Harry ultimately conceded, "Very well, Ron. You may accompany us, but you must promise to follow orders and not act independently, or we will all suffer the consequences." Thus the three of them, taking advantage of the early hour and avoiding the crowd, hurried towards Hagrid's hut. Throughout the journey, Harry and Hermione remained silent, still harboring resentment towards Ron's threats and his insistence on joining them. Meanwhile, Ron occasionally glanced around, muttering quietly to himself, seemingly strategizing on how to extract evidence of Cain's malevolence once they encountered Hagrid. Upon reaching Hagrid's hut, Harry raised his hand and knocked on the door. At that moment, Hagrid was in good spirits, blissfully brewing soup. Upon hearing the knock, he sprang to his feet, causing the wooden spoon in his hand to clatter into the pot, splattering soup everywhere. "Who is out there?" Hagrid asked, warily glancing toward the door, a flicker of alarm flashing in his eyes. As Harry and Hermione pushed open the door, a melange of scents, smoky fireworks, the aroma of toasted bread, and the unmistakable tang of animal fur hit them squarely in the face. Hagrid was seated by the hearth, wielding chopsticks as he fished a spoon from the pot. Upon seeing them enter, a smile broke across his face. "Ah, Harry, Hermione, what brings you here?" Harry approached Hagrid directly and stated, "Hagrid, we wish to inquire about the three-headed dog." Hagrid's smile faltered, and he scratched his head. "How do you know about Fluffy?" "Fluffy? The dog has a name too?" At that moment, Ron's attention was drawn to a bulge beneath a piece of cloth in the corner. Curiously, he walked over, peered closely, and his eyes widened in astonishment. "Hagrid, how is there a dragon egg here?" Ron exclaimed. Hagrid's face turned pale, and he sprang to his feet, attempting to conceal the dragon egg. "And no, Ron, You must be mistaken. His voice trembled noticeably. Yet Ron persisted. Charlie raises dragons, so I'm very familiar with dragon eggs. Hagrid, I can't be wrong. This is undoubtedly a dragon egg. Judging by its appearance, it must be a Norwegian ridgeback egg. With a resigned sigh, Hagrid realized he could no longer hide the truth and confessed. All right, I traded for this dragon egg with someone. Just then, Hagrid's copper pot erupted with a loud bang, and Harry seized the opportunity to topple a jar of rock cakes in the corner. He was thoroughly done with them. Who in their right mind would trade a dragon egg? Ron was still fixated on the dragon egg, completely forgetting the purpose of their visit. Hagrid's bushy beard quivered, and the stew pot began to bubble over with an eerie purple foam. Just a traveling merchant, Hagrid exclaimed as he grabbed a filthy cloth to wipe the iron pot. He was clad in a dark robe with a hood, possibly wrapped in a purple scarf. Purple? The three chorused in unison. Harry's mind flashed with Severus Snape's ever-obscure robes, while Ron recalled that Cain always wore a dark purple tie. The fire in the hearth crackled, and a barking dog echoed from outside. That man mentioned wanting some small animals for protection, and I inadvertently mentioned Fluffy. Realizing he had misspoken, Hagrid covered his face with his enormous hand. Merlin, Dumbledore will expel me from Hogwarts. Hagrid, we won't tell Dumbledore. Harry's eyes were filled with urgency, eager to uncover the truth. Hermione stepped forward, beginning to share Harry's suspicions. Ron, at last, remembered the reason for their visit and began to question Hagrid strategically. So, Hagrid, does this have anything to do with Cain or Snape? Are they after what Fluffy is guarding? Hagrid appeared increasingly impatient. What on earth are you talking about? Snape is a teacher at Hogwarts. He would never engage in such activities. As for Cain, I don't know much about him. Hagrid outright denied the allegations. Yet Ron seized upon the key point. Hagrid's unfamiliarity with Cain suggested the possibility remained. Harry and the others, hearing this, were not inclined to relent. Hagrid, please enlighten us. What exactly does the three-headed dog guard? This is of utmost importance to us, and we must ascertain the truth. The unwavering determination in Harry's gaze was unmistakable. Enough. I cannot divulge any more. Hagrid, now visibly agitated, wished to hasten the departure of the trio of young wizards. He continued, this is a secret between Nicholas Flamel and Professor Dumbledore. I cannot share it with you. Nicholas Flamel? They inquired in unison, clearly unfamiliar with the name. Meanwhile, Hermione pondered, as she felt a strange familiarity with the name. Realizing he had spoken too much, Hagrid clamped his lips shut, intending to usher them out. At that moment, a low, crackling sound emanated from within Hagrid's hut. The group turned towards the source of the noise. A dragon egg suddenly cracked open, releasing a plume of sulphurous smoke. Shortly thereafter, a damp little paw emerged from the shell, followed by a small head that cautiously surveyed its unfamiliar surroundings. As they marveled at the miracle of life unfolding before them, the barking from outside grew increasingly intense. Hermione directed her wand towards the window. Simultaneously, they gasped as Draco Malfoy's pale face pressed against the glass, his breath fogging the surface. Astounding deduction, Potter, the Slytherin boy remarked, irritation evident in his tone. It seems we are indeed not friends. He then turned and fled, the sound of barking receding into the distance. What a despicable eavesdropper that Slytherin is, Ron exclaimed, glaring in the direction Draco had departed. Harry and Hermione exchanged glances, silently acknowledging the irony of Ron's statement, as if they had not eavesdropped themselves. However, Ron seemed oblivious to the implication, basking in the satisfaction of the day as discoveries. How much did Draco overhear? Hermione queried anxiously, directing her concern towards Harry. He shook his head, a hint of worry flickering in his eyes. If Draco were to inform Cain of his suspicions, Cain would surely be disappointed in him. Chapter 81. The Guidance of Zhang Qiu. Draco dashed under the moonlight, the urgent barks of Hagrid's hound echoing behind him. Each bark intensified his trepidation. Dense underbrush impeded his flight, and in his panic, he misstepped, tumbling forward. His hands instinctively sought something to grasp for balance, but only found cold earth. His knee struck the ground with a jarring impact, pain radiating through him as his palm grazed the rough terrain, a fiery sensation spreading from his hand. Cursed dog, he muttered. Glancing back, Fawn the hound noted the absence of pursuers and quickly retreated towards Hagrid's hut. Observing such a cowardly canine, Draco could only curse his misfortune. Cain, he called out, his voice trembling with pain and surprise. You will never guess what I have seen. Cain looked up from a hefty tome on alchemy, a flicker of confusion dancing in his deep-set eyes. Clearly intrigued by Draco's demeanor, Cain inquired, What troubles you, Draco? You appear as though you have been pursued by a Dementor. He set his book aside, arms crossed, observing the disheveled Draco. Draco, having noticed Harry and Ron together once more, had curiously followed them, only to stumble upon the sight of them playing with a dragon, entirely oblivious to their prior conversation. What vexed Draco, however, was the evident secrecy shared between Ron and Harry that he was unaware of. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to compose himself. Hagrid has nurtured a dragon. I witnessed it in his hut. The dragon egg has hatched, and a tiny dragon emerged, Draco animatedly recounted, his hands gesturing in the air to illustrate the dragoness form. Cain furrowed his brow, a glimmer of surprise flickering in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. It appeared that Voldemort had commenced his actions. The extent of Harry and his companion's knowledge of the unfolding events remained uncertain. Do not dwell on that now, Draco, Cain advised. The Quidditch match is what demands our attention. Draco paused, nearly forgetting the impending Quidditch match. Look at you, peering into matters like this. You truly possess a talent for it. With a flick of his wand, Cain restored the ground where Draco had fallen to its original state. No need for practice tomorrow. Prepare well for your match. The following day, Harry intended to explain matters to Cain during the morning training session, hoping that neither of them would divulge Hagrid's secret of raising a dragon to anyone. However, both of them were absent that morning. Harry, you seem a bit down today. Are you worried about the Quidditch match? Asked Cho Chang gently, turning to the boy beside her. No, Harry shook his head. If anything is bothering you, feel free to share. After all, we are friends. Hangdu, Jaw. Harry felt a warmth spread across his face. It was indeed comforting to receive her concern. What could possibly trouble the famed Harry Potter? I was just mulling over some thoughts, such as, what if you discovered that your best friend was, in fact, a villain? Harry finally voiced his concerns. He had long hesitated to articulate this, reluctant to label Cain as a wicked individual in Hermione's presence. If he's my friend, then I must believe there's no fault within him. Then I would wonder if my friend is under some threat, compelling him to act in such a manner. Cho contemplated seriously, sharing her insights. Upon hearing this, Harry's mind raced with the realization that Cain must indeed be under duress. Once he managed to vanquish Voldemort, Cain would surely be safe. A sudden clarity washed over Harry as he glanced at Cho. Thank you. You're absolutely right. I am glad to be of assistance. Afterward, Harry sought to find Cain, intending to reassure him not to fret about those concerns. Alas, he had not encountered Cain that morning. With the match approaching, Harry made his way to the changing room, donning the vibrant crimson robes of their Quidditch team. The Quidditch matches at Hogwarts adopt a round-robin scoring system, with the four houses, Gryffindor, Slytherin, Hufflepuff, and Ravenclaw, competing in succession. Upon the conclusion of the matches, rankings are determined based on total points. The inaugural match features Gryffindor facing off against Slytherin. Harry stands in the Gryffindor team's resting area, having just been informed by Wood that they're the strongest team ever assembled and that victory is within their grasp. In his hand, he clutches the pristine Firebolt 2000 broomstick, a gift from Professor McGonagall. Taking a deep breath, he savors the warmth of the sun on his skin. Attempting to quell his anxious heart, he spots Hermione and Neville raising a large, shimmering banner emblazoned with the words Potter for victory. He can even hear the cheers of the crowd surrounding him. This match is of utmost importance. I cannot let everyone down, Harry silently contemplates. Meanwhile, Draco stands in the Slytherin team's resting area, clad in a brand new green uniform adorned with a silver serpent emblem. Firmly grasping his expensive Firebolt 2000 broomstick, he feels an inexplicable sense of ease. Today I shall capture the golden snitch and show those Gryffindor fools what true prowess looks like, Draco vows inwardly, his gaze revealing a hint of fierce determination. Earlier, Cain had provided him with a secret weapon. One must understand the value of Felix Felicis, a remarkably rare potion. This morning, Cain had discreetly infused his food with the potion. He glances towards the Gryffindor resting area, where Harry's striking red uniform catches his eye. Potter, prepared to concede gracefully this time, Draco smirks confidently. At that moment, as Harry is about to enter the field, he spots Cain standing at the edge of the Slytherin resting area, quietly observing the pitch. Cain notices Harry's gaze and slightly raises his head, offering a nod in greeting. A complex array of emotions stirs within Harry, though there appears to be some undisclosed secrets between Cain and Snape. There is no time for such reflections now. Please mount your broomsticks. The competitors simultaneously ascend onto their brooms. With Madame Hooch's whistle signaling the start, the match commences. Chapter 82, Cain's Commentary. 15 broomsticks soar into the air, resembling a flock of owls under the influence of an obliviate charm, forgetting that it is indeed daytime. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the most splendid Quidditch match of the century at Hogwarts. Lee Jordan's voice resonates throughout the stadium via the loudspeakers, while Professor McGonagall adjusts her glasses at the referee's table. Lee, a friend of the Weasley twins, serves as the commentator under McGonagall's watchful eye. Let us observe as Slytherin's seeker, Mr. Draco Malfoy, has apparently applied half a pound of hair gel today. I wager that a bludger would simply bounce off his head. Upon this declaration, the entire Quidditch stadium erupts in laughter, leaving Draco in the air feeling flushed. Did he truly use that much gel? This statement profoundly affected Draco's mood. Meanwhile, Cain in the stands was equally displeased. As a commentator, one should always maintain a neutral stance. The audacity of this commentator to directly interfere with the players was reminiscent of Hogwarts Quidditch being treated as a mere jest. Professor McGonagall coughed beside Lee Jordan, as if she had choked. The bludger was seized by Marcus, whose broomstick had a history more convoluted than his romantic escapades. Suddenly, Lee Jordan's voice transformed into a tone reminiscent of Donald Duck. Professor McGonagall rose abruptly, sparks flying from the tip of her wand. Jordan, her furious shout made the scoreboard tremble. If you dare to jest about the players' private lives again. This was accompanied by the furious roars of the Slytherins. Just as Draco squinted to locate the golden snitch, Lee Jordan exclaimed, "Now, let's focus our binoculars on the platinum peacock of Slytherin, Master Draco Malfoy." He pounded the commentator's desk. "Look at this golden snitch. Oh no, I mean Seeker, whose Nimbus 2000 is adorned with dragonhide grips. I wager this is a bribe from his father to Snape." Suddenly, Professor McGonagall's teacup exploded into an owl shape. "Mr. Jordan, mind your language." "Apologies, Professor. I meant to say that Master Malfoy's broomstick is on a charitable tour. Most students believe that Draco's inclusion in the team was solely due to his Nimbus 2000s. Even Draco occasionally entertains such thoughts." Now, Lee Jordan brazenly mocked him in this setting, significantly impacting Draco on the field. At that moment, Draco was tempted to rush forward and teach him a lesson. Just as Draco's attention waned, a bludger hurtled towards him. Fortunately, he dodged just in time, the bludger merely grazing his broom, Merlin's lace undergarments. Lee suddenly shrieked. The bludger has kissed Master Malfoy's prize broom's tail. Now the Nimbus 2000 was showering down galleons. Oh wait. It was hail formed from hair gel. Friends in the Slytherin stands, please raise your umbrellas. Noticing Draco's distraction, Marcus flew near him, reminding him, "Stay focused, lad. Ignore his words. Remember your target is the golden snitch." However, Draco's gaze was drawn to a familiar figure approaching the commentary box. Lee Jordan suddenly appeared to be under a confundus charm, his tongue dancing a jig in his mouth. G. Gryffindor's Angelina Johnson, Merlin's stinky socks. She rides her broom as if pursued by a troll. Professor McGonagall's glasses frosted over, and she drew her wand, pointing it at the commentary box. "Mr. Jordan, is your language system clogged with troll snot?" McGonagall vowed that if he continued his nonsensical chatter, her spell would surely find its mark. Suddenly, a spell ensnared Lee's ankle, binding the frantic commentator into a loudspeaker that would emit the foul gas of trolls. "May I temporarily take over the commentary, Professor?" Cain nodded at McGonagall. In truth, McGonagall wished to commentate herself upon witnessing the scene. Upon witnessing Cain's arrival, she felt a profound sense of assurance regarding the child. Quidditch is a sonnet of magic and valor. As Bailey aptly stated, the most spectacular goals are eternally just beyond the horizon. Let us continue to bear witness to history. The arena fell silent, yet the match persisted. Johnson of Gryffindor surged forth like lightning. With a deft flick of his wand, Cain conjured golden letters in the air proclaiming faster, higher, stronger, echoing Ollie's sentiment. Champions are not forged in training halls, but born from an inner yearning. Professor McGonagall adjusted her spectacles at the referee's table, exclaiming, "Merlin, is he narrating the match or lecturing on philosophy?" At that moment, Angelina Johnson glided past like a night steed through moonlight. Katie Bell plummeted from 30 feet, ready to receive, and together they tore a gap in the Slytherin defense. Behold this exquisite triangular passing. Fortunately, Slytherin's keeper, Blatch, executed a successful save. Indeed, success is not as easily grasped as a dandelion atop a peak. They now face Slytherin's counterattack. Defense is also a form of offense, and now Slytherin is poised to retaliate. The Slytherins have seized the ball. Flint darted into midfield with lightning speed. Sparks erupted from Cain's wand. It was now Slytherin's turn to dominate the skies. Elias Pinnett attempted an interception. Cain's wand traced a silver arc through the air, yet Flint's swiftness was undeniable. Flint now confronted Wood. He passed to Marcus, and Slytherin scored. The Slytherins erupted in jubilation. The score has now evened. Will the ambitious serpent maintain its glory, or will the brave lion transcend its past failures? Let's await the outcome. Cain's commentary enveloped the wizards in palpable tension. They were eager to behold the ultimate victor. However, amidst the excitement, no one noticed the peculiar quiver of Harry's broomstick. The broom began to convulse violently, elevating Harry farther from the ground. Draco, too, noticed the position of his rival, mistakenly believing Harry had spotted the golden snitch, and followed his trajectory. Meanwhile, Hermione on the stands peered through the telescope that Hagrid had just handed her. Harry appeared to be losing control of his broom. Yet, based on my understanding of Harry, Chapter 83, Slytherin Triumphs. The crowd in the Quidditch pitch had now realized that Harry was losing control of his broom. Especially for Draco, who was nearer, the sensation was more acute. Harry clutched the handle of his broom tightly. It was entirely beyond his command, intent on throwing him off. Soon, however, the trembling sensation began to diminish, yet Harry remained unable to regain control. Draco, initially believing that Harry had discovered the golden snitch, felt a surge of delight upon realizing it was merely a loss of control. Harry, you're still a novice when it comes to dueling with me. Potter, hold on, Draco shouted, a hint of urgency lacing his voice. Moments ago, Harry's broomstick inexplicably reversed, leaving him suspended upside down in the high sky. At this juncture, Draco, too preoccupied with the unfolding match, swiftly approached on his Nimbus 2000. Upon hearing Draco's shout, a flicker of hope ignited within Harry. Hold on tight to your broom, Draco urged as he neared Harry, attempting to pull him onto his broom. Yet, each time he drew close, the enchanted broom soared higher. Below, the Weasley twins had also taken note of this, circling beneath Harry, clearly intent on catching him should he fall. Meanwhile, Cain continued his commentary. We can see that Gryffindor's seeker, Harry, is encountering a bit of trouble, while Slytherin's seeker, Draco, has momentarily set aside their rivalry to rescue Harry. This act of rescue echoed the unity of Hogwarts' four founders from years past, who tackled challenges together to establish our beloved school. Now, these two boys demonstrated that the bonds of friendship endure. At that moment, the Slytherin head was oblivious to this unfolding drama, his gaze fixated on Harry. After all, the boy's life now hung in the balance. Little did he know that he was being targeted by a young witch from Gryffindor. The Gryffindor players below were also anxiously watching Harry, prepared to catch him if he should plummet. Marcus, already in possession of the snitch, resisted the urge to score upon hearing Cain's commentary. On the field, Hermione had noticed that Harry's broom was malfunctioning in a most unusual manner. She keenly observed Severus Snape perched in the stands, his eyes locked on Harry, lips moving incessantly. Snape is casting an ill spell on Harry's broom, Hermione exclaimed. Before Neville and Hagrid could react, she disappeared into the crowd, determined to reach Snape's location. Navigating through the throng, she hastily advanced, even colliding with Professor Quirrell, sending him tumbling to the ground. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, she crouched down and withdrew her wand. A flicker of flame erupted from her wand, igniting Snape's robe. Moments later, a nearby spectator alerted Snape, who finally realized his attire was ablaze. Meanwhile, Harry, who had nearly fallen, was being grasped by Draco with one hand, while the other clung to the broom. Draco's exertion reddened his face as he felt Harry's broom regain its stability. Draco, my broom seems to be all right now, Harry said. You really ought to lose a bit of weight. Cain continued his commentary as the two teams resumed their match. Marcus, having devised a strategy for the next play upon acquiring the snitch, swiftly executed a score as the opposing team attempted to regain possession. Fortunately, the Weasley twins successfully intercepted the ball and passed it to Aaliyah. Soon, the situation on the field became quite clear. Slytherin was in the lead. At this moment, Harry had already spotted the golden snitch. He understood that in order to secure victory, he must seize the snitch before Draco. Draco, too, was relentless in his pursuit, fervently searching for the elusive snitch. He was confident that, under the influence of the Felix Felicis, he would find it quicker. There, Hermione, seated in the stands, had spotted the glimmering snitch through Hagrid's binoculars and sought to alert Harry. At this juncture, both seekers had discerned the flickering speck. Ladies and gentlemen, both seekers have identified the golden snitch, leading to a fateful confrontation that would determine the outcome. Draco's eyes were now fixed intently on the snitch. The memory of the potions sent filling him with the exhilaration of impending victory. Potter, watch closely, he exclaimed as he suddenly plunged downwards at a sharp angle, clearly intending to close in on the snitch with haste. Harry, unwilling to be outdone, also dove, but due to timing, he found himself trailing Draco. At last, Draco's fingertips were within reach of the golden orb. Cain was correct. As Draco grasped the snitch, he began to decelerate rapidly, but the ground was still perilously close. Malfoy never misses what he desires. This was a thought that lingered in Draco's mind before his fainting spell. He knew he had not disappointed his brother. Draco caught the golden snitch. Slytherin emerged victorious. Cain's wand traced a serpentine path through the air. Yet remember, the true champion is not merely indicated by the numbers on the scoreboard, but by the courage to defend honor with one's life. A true warrior always faces their failures head-on, rising anew like a phoenix from the ashes, awakening like an ice dragon in the cold. Cain's conclusion instilled a renewed sense of courage in the defeated Gryffindors, who looked forward to another chance to battle. Meanwhile, the Slytherins reveled in their triumph, firmly believing that even if there were another match, victory would still be theirs. Following Cain's commentary, he made his way toward the infirmary, having already seen Snape carrying Draco away. Chapter 84. Clarifying for Harry. In the infirmary, Madame Pomfrey was decidedly displeased. She had repeatedly stated that safety measures should be added to the flying brooms, as several students sustained injuries during Quidditch every year. At this moment, Hermione cast a glance at Snape nearby before pulling Harry aside in the infirmary. "What is wrong, Hermione?" Harry inquired, puzzled. "Do you know why your broom went out of control?" Hermione's expression was grave. "Why?" "Because Snape cast a jinx on your broom." Hermione, once harboring a hint of doubt about Snape, had altered her perspective that morning. "No wonder. He must have intended to throw me off, ensuring Slytherin's direct victory." But Draco was still thinking of saving me. Harry nodded, a fleeting glimmer of melancholy flickering in his eyes. Although his relationship with Cain and Draco was quite amicable, he found himself at a loss regarding how to navigate the current situation. This only served to underscore that the matter at hand was solely related to Snape, rather than involving Cain and Draco. Just as their conversation was gaining momentum, a chilling voice interrupted from behind them. "Oh, what is occurring here?" The icy tones sent shivers down their spines. "Nothing, Professor," Harry replied, uncertain whether Snape had truly overheard their exchange. "Yet I distinctly heard the two of you discussing my name. Are you aware that such behavior is disrespectful to a teacher?" 5 points deducted from Gryffindor. In truth, Snape had not caught the specifics of their conversation. Regardless of what disparaging remarks were made about him, he remained indifferent. After all, point deductions were a familiar occurrence for him. "Professor, Harry, Hermione, you are all here," Cain said, arriving somewhat late. On his way, Madame Hooch had invited him to join the Quidditch team and praised both Draco and Harry's skills. Professor McGonagall, concerned about Lee Jordan's unreliability, was contemplating inviting Cain to continue as the commentator. Cain had assured that whenever feasible, he would take on the role, with Lee Jordan remaining in charge during the rest of the time. Observing the gathering of friends, Cain felt a surge of curiosity about what had transpired earlier. Why did Hermione and Harry appear as if they'd been bullied? "Well then, Professor, Cain, we shall take our leave," Harry said, initially wishing to inquire whether Cain was aware of anything, hoping to discern Cain's stance. However, with Snape present, he hesitated to press further. "Draco is fine. I shall take my leave," Snape remarked before turning on his heel and departing. This gave Harry the opportunity to remain behind, his urgency to leave dissipating. "Cain, have you been encountering any difficulties recently?" Cain's eyes widened in surprise. "How did you know?" Upon hearing Cain's response, Harry mused that it was indeed true. Cain must be grappling with issues that forced him to submit to Voldemort. "Cain, we are friends. Please feel free to share any troubles with us. We will do our utmost to assist you, and if necessary, we can always turn to the professors or the headmaster," Harry earnestly urged, determined not to let his friend stray down a dark path. Harry's words ignited a spark of hope within him. "Yes, Cain, if you are willing to approach Professor Dumbledore, sincerely apologize, and clarify the situation, the headmaster will undoubtedly forgive you and offer his assistance." Cain was momentarily taken aback. "What? Apologize? Clarify? Forgive me? Help me? Is it not merely an issue with alchemy and the modification of Wolfsbane potion? Why does it feel as though I am being treated like a criminal?" "Harry, have you misunderstood something?" Harry continued. "Cain, I know your family must be placing pressure on you, but do not be concerned. Above all, you are still yourself, and I firmly believe that you are a good person." Upon hearing Harry's self-proclamation of being a good person, Cain resolved to halt any further discourse from him. "Harry, what are you saying? I'm merely encountering a minor obstacle in my studies." The once exuberant Harry was suddenly taken aback. "Huh? Have I been playing a futile game all this time?" Meanwhile, Hermione, upon hearing about the academic difficulties, immediately raised her hand high. Ask me. However, she quickly lowered it again, realizing that this setting might not be suitable for such discussions. Moreover, Cain probably wouldn't take the initiative either. "Cain, did you see that? Harry's broom went out of control. That was Snape casting a curse on it." Observing Harry's discomfort, Hermione promptly articulated her intent. Cain nodded. Hermione, you are correct. Professor Snape indeed cast a spell, but it was to protect Harry. Upon hearing Cain's words, both of their eyes widened in disbelief. How could Snape possibly protect Harry? Cain, are you jesting? Harry clearly held skepticism. How could the very Snape who constantly targeted him be protecting him? It seemed implausible. Noting their disbelief, Cain continued to elucidate. The true culprit behind Harry's troubles is someone else. If you can identify who has been consistently acting suspiciously, you'll uncover the truth. Cain, however, had no intention of revealing this information, as doing so would directly undermine Dumbledore's plans. He had no desire to assume the role of a troublemaker. Hermione, feeling somewhat indignant, stepped forward. I witnessed it firsthand. I burned the opponent's robe, and Harry's broom was fine afterward. Doesn't that indicate Snape's involvement? Oh, are you certain you didn't inadvertently encounter someone else during that process? Wouldn't that have nullified the curse on Harry? Cain retorted. At this, Hermione's complexion shifted, and her speech became hesitant. Well, it seems like I may have brushed against someone. She was uncertain. If her memory served her correctly, she indeed had encountered more than one person along the way. Yet, if it wasn't Snape, who could it possibly be? Seeing Hermione falter, Harry too began to inquire. Well, that's for you to discover. Why was Snape bitten by the three-headed dog? I even saw you applying ointment to his wound. And how did you know the dog's name was Fluffy? Harry, determined to get to the bottom of things, recalled that Cain had previously mentioned Fluffy's name. The professor was bitten to prevent anyone from infiltrating amidst the chaos, and he got injured as a result. As for how I knew the dog's name, that is quite simple, Professor Alden told me. Chapter 85, Healing Draco. Upon hearing Cain's explanation, Harry and Hermione found their minds even more befuddled. How was it that another professor had entered the narrative? Cain continued, Professor Alden is also a member of the Guardians. Hence, I gleaned certain information from him. Upon receiving such crucial information from Cain, the duo still yearned to inquire further. Cain, what exactly are the Guardians safeguarding? Cain immediately halted the two wizards. I share this with you not to cast suspicion upon Professor Snape. As for what the guard is, I trust you have already inquired with Hagrid. Has he not informed you? He believed they would eventually uncover the truth. With that, Cain rushed into the infirmary. Outside, Harry and Hermione exchanged glances, puzzled. They had all discovered the three-headed dog together. Why did it seem that Cain possessed all the answers while they remained in the dark? Yet, it appeared that Cain was unwilling to divulge any further information. At that moment, Cain pushed open the infirmary door, and a sharp scent of antiseptic enveloped him. Draco lay on a bed by the window, his right arm swathed in bandages soaked in a fragrant potion. At that moment, he felt an unexpected sense of relief. Finally, the infernal backdoor label had been torn away. Yet, the thought of his mother worrying about his injury weighed on him. He imagined Lucius and Cain would be proud of him. Foolish Lonsky's faint. Cain approached Draco's bedside. You again? Draco muttered with irritation at the sight of him. Ignoring the comment, Cain scrutinized Draco, saying, was it worth 3 seconds of applause at the cost of your neck? Don't be reckless like a troll, all right? Draco's pale cheeks flushed with embarrassment. I thought I could escape it. He felt a twinge of guilt. Initially, he had only intended to use Lonsky's feint to evade Harry. Yet, he never expected to be the one who fell. At that moment, Cain picked up his wand and tugged at Draco's bandage. What are you up to? Draco asked, a hint of apprehension in his voice. Cain applied a bit of ointment to the injured area. What is this? It feels wonderful. The bandage shifted slightly as Draco inquired. Then, Cain ripped open Draco's collar and poured a bottle of deep green potion onto the bruise of his collarbone. It was a mixture of the fragrant potion and the venom of an acromantula. The effect was significant, albeit painful. If it hurts, bite something. Don't howl like a troll cub, Cain advised. Draco quickly complied, focusing intently on the bandages on his arm as the sharp pain intensified. Your lackluster dive needs some work. If it were Harry, he wouldn't have gotten hurt, Cain remarked, lost in his pain. Draco barely registered the comment, but caught the last part. However, this time, you did well. Hearing Cain's praise, Draco felt a surge of joy, and the agony he had just endured seemed to fade into insignificance. Snape had informed Cain that Draco was fine, but fine merely meant he would not die. He would need to remain in bed for at least 2 weeks, if not longer. Just as Cain finished tidying up, the door swung open once more. The antiseptic scent of the infirmary was overwhelmed by Pansy Parkinson's perfume. As Draco struggled to sit up, he was met with the sight of 6 silver and green Quidditch uniforms blocking his bedside. After greeting Cain, the others turned their attention to the injured boy on the bed. Our little hero appears to be just fine. Captain Flint slammed the snake-patterned broom model onto the bedside table, causing the bottle of medicinal ointment to leap from its place. However, do remember to inform me in advance before you attempt to perform the headstand trick. so I can have Dorian lay down some cushioning below. Dorian, clutching a smoking silver vial, announced, Malfoy, this is my specially concocted stimulant. His gravelly voice resonated like the footsteps of a giant, infused with 2 drops of the ice dragon's saliva from the Slytherin chamber. Draco instantly sat up, alert. The last time you claimed to have a special love potion, Goyle ended up sprouting scales. After receiving treatment from Cain, Draco felt considerably better. He truly had no need for such concoctions anymore. The chaser, Derek, squeezed into the room, cradling a transformed quaffle. Here, as a gift for you. The quaffle suddenly morphed into a chocolate frog, leaping onto Draco's face. Obstacles abound. The spell from Baroni suspended the chocolate frog in midair. Eat it, and you will be as ferocious as I was last year when I struck wood with the quaffle. She then ushered everyone out, including Cain. Now you all must leave. Let our injured comrade rest properly. Once the others departed, she once again examined Draco's injuries. His recovery was surprisingly swift. What a peculiar physique, Madame Pomfrey mused. Draco remained silent, for he knew that his rapid healing was entirely due to Cain's efforts. Within a week, Draco was discharged. Madame Pomfrey expressed her desire to study him further at the hospital. Harry, too, felt a sense of longing for such an experience. Although they had suffered defeat in the Quidditch match, no one blamed Harry. Everyone admired his ability to stay atop that wildly careening broomstick. Nevertheless, some Gryffindors later suggested to Professor McGonagall that the broom should be inspected. Ultimately, the examination revealed no issues, and the matter faded into obscurity. They could only hope to triumph over the other houses in future matches. Meanwhile, Ron rejoined Harry and Hermione, living in the same dormitory. Harry's actions were impossible to conceal from Ron. Thus, Ron attached himself to Harry once more, even bringing Neville along. For Harry, Ron's presence always sparked lively conversation, as he continuously shared curious tales. Now, they were all acquainted with the 3-headed dog, Fluffy, and Ron was aware of Hagrid's dragon. Chapter 86, Christmas Eve. The Weasley couple was heading to Romania to visit Charlie. Harry was familiar with Charlie. Wood had mentioned that if Charlie hadn't chosen to raise dragons, he would have been part of the national team. As a result of various happenings, Harry and Ron reconciled once more. Hermione, feeling a sense of déjà vu, insisted she had encountered that name in the library books. Don't rely solely on me to find it, she admonished Harry and Ron. The two raised their hands in surrender, having searched every nook and cranny they could access. They truly cannot find it. Ever since they had heard about that individual, they had been on the lookout. However, they truly could not find solution. Why not ask Cain? Doesn't he know everything? Ron said, his voice tinged with resignation. Harry shot Ron a glance, thinking that if Cain were willing to share, they wouldn't be in this predicament. The Cain they mentioned had been exceedingly busy these days. Under the grand dome of the Great Hall, Cain and Professor McGonagall waved their wands. The colors of their hair sparkled under the refracted light of the ice crystals. They were simultaneously transforming snowflakes into chandeliers, shaped like delicate needles. Upon finishing their task, Professor McGonagall praised precision to the millimeter in transfiguration. Slytherin gains 10 points. In the center of the hall, the icy blue flames from their wands intertwined with Professor Flitwick's silver bell charms. Professor Flitwick, I believe a true Christmas tree should look like this. Cain's voice intertwined with the sound of cracking ice. A 20-meter-tall Norway spruce suddenly soared, its branches adorned with glistening ice chandeliers. Observing this, Professor Flitwick caused a row of golden bells to hover gracefully among the ice formations. Whenever someone walked beneath, the sound of jingling bells resonated joyfully. Professor Sprout donned her red Christmas hat, while Cain was tasked with adorning the aggressive Whomping Willow with ornaments. Outside, the wind howled and snow swirled fiercely. Cain, with a serious expression, faced the thrashing Whomping Willow. The branches of this ancient tree lashed out wildly, scattering the ornaments that Professor Sprout had previously hung. If that were all, Cain would not have been overly vexed. However, now the ornaments he held had also been reduced to shards. He removed his dragon hide gloves, allowing the snowflakes to melt into warm droplets in his palm. Suddenly, he stepped into the attack radius of the Whomping Willow. As the first thorny branch rushed toward him with a whooshing sound, Cain did not retreat. Instead, he advanced, pressing his glowing palm against the gnarled branch. The Whomping Willow felt the force emanating from his touch and became alarmed. When had it ever encountered such a young wizard, boldly standing before it and gripping its branch? Fortunately, the young wizard soon released his hold. The once palm-sized magical glow began to radiate a warm amber aura. Then it split, expanded, and spread, resembling countless ignited jack-o'-lanterns swaying beneath the bark. Soon, the entire Whomping Willow was enveloped in this magical luminescence. At that moment, the trunk emitted a sound reminiscent of ancient wood scraping. The branches poised to attack. Cain hovered just 3 inches from the nape of his neck, the tips dripping with icy water. All branches of the whomping willow crystallized into icy tendrils. Either wear this for a month, or I shall freeze you now, Cain threatened, causing the somewhat sentient whomping willow to remain utterly still, paralyzed by fear. Of course, it could not move, as it was immobilized by ice. Cain then released the freezing spell and restored the ornaments that had been destroyed by the whomping willow. As he stepped back, those once fearsome branches, capable of shattering carriage wheels, bent gracefully into an arch. The willow branches gracefully curled around the golden orbs prepared by Sprout, meticulously hanging them on the tips of each thorn. At this moment, the once formidable and perilous tree had transformed into the most enchanting and unique landscape within the Hogwarts campus. Inside the potion's master's laboratory, Snape's black cloak swept past the frosted copper distiller, while 10 cauldrons simmered in the shadows, exuding varying shades of emerald mist. With a flick of his wand, he cast the venom of the African tree snake into a cauldron, causing the dark green liquid to intensify the richness of the emerald vapors. His movements were devoid of hesitation as he filtered the mistletoe juice 3 times. Turning his back to Cain, Snape hissed, his left hand unconsciously stroking the dried lily petals tucked away in a drawer, as the boy dripped moonstone juice into the seductive slime. The boiling potion suddenly refracted an amber glow, reminiscent of the incident in 1971 when Lily mistakenly added a sprig of paratweed. The boy abruptly crouched down, extracting a tome soaked in dragon's blood from the bottom shelf of the storage cabinet titled Advanced Potion Making. The inside cover was adorned with a delicate red ink drawing of a lily, concealing the initials LE within its petals. Professor, this page on moonstone grinding has been altered. What is this LE, and what potion does it refer to? The boy inquired, lifting the page, a corner still clinging to remnants of bubblegum that Lily had affixed years ago. Cain admitted his intentionality in the matter, yet he wondered what significance it held. Suddenly, the cauldrons trembled violently, and the steam within crystallized into ice, coalescing upon the Christmas tree in the laboratory. Snape's pupils dilated to pinpricks as the piece of gum was a jest from Lily during Slughorn's Christmas party. In the air, he traced the outline of Lily's figure. 25 years prior, she had knocked over his moonstone, fortuitously revealing a new method of grinding. He continued processing the remaining potions. Yet the splintered fragments morphed into the specter of 18-year-old Lily, smiling at the potion ingredients cabinet of 1975. Severus, look, my potion glows. The green smoke above the cauldron began to form into his childhood self. Lily, wait. The boy in the mist chased after the apparition, exclaiming, I can explain the mud-blood, matter memories buried deep began to play scenes of her. By the Gryffindor Tower's hearth, she was tending to Snape's arm, which bore a scratch from James. Severus, why do you always wear black? Her fingertips brushed against Snape's cloak. It makes you seem so lonely. Snape recognized he was ensnared by an illusion. Yet as the green haze dissipated, he beheld Cain, who was now wearing a mask. The curious gaze mirrored the way Lily had once raised an eyebrow at him, brandishing the swapped wolfsbane potion. Damn! This kid added an extra ingredient, the poisonous tentacle flower's stamen. It was evident that the boy had no good intentions in his unsolicited assistance with potion brewing. Professor, what did you see? Chapter 87, Home. Cain approached with a puzzled expression. Even in his naivety, Snape could discern the intentionality behind the boy's actions. Get out. At this moment, Snape's typically cold countenance was exceptionally furious, wishing fervently for a spell to strike Cain. Observing this, Cain chose to depart, confident that during the next potion brewing session, his adversary would undoubtedly attempt to sabotage him. This time, it seemed as though he had inadvertently avenged himself for the troubles he faced with potion making. The agony of unrequited love is the most difficult to alleviate. The professors at Hogwarts sang Cain's praises, and even Hagrid, who was not particularly fond of the Malfoy family, found his opinion of Cain substantially altered. As the weather grew increasingly frigid, Cain requested Draco to relocate their training venue indoors. Cain, are you bringing me to find a troll specimen? Draco queried, though he recalled this place was merely the laundry room for house elves. Cain led Draco to the 8th floor corridor, silently contemplating the need for a space to practice spells. Draco initially intended to retort, but under Cain's imposing presence, he complied obediently. Suddenly, a fissure appeared in the stone wall, causing Draco to instinctively take a step back. It was indeed a wondrous place. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Cain had already entered the room. Merlin, Draco exclaimed in astonishment, following suit. The room boasted a ceiling so high it seemed to vanish into the void, with floating candelabras illuminating the space like the lights of the Quidditch World Cup. Hundreds of morphing targets hovered in the air, some even changing shape. Cain, this. Draco was left speechless with amazement. Cain elucidated, this is the room of requirement, which provides you with a space tailored to your thoughts. From now on, we shall train here. With a flick of his wand, Cain transformed a distant target into a likeness of Ron, the very figure Draco despised, his vibrant red hair glaringly conspicuous. Try your petrification spell, Cain suggested with a smirk, treating it as a preliminary practice. However, when Draco's spell struck the foe Ron, the target exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Embarrassment crept up Draco's neck, prompting a frantic barrage of spells that merely shattered a few candelabras. With a sigh, Cain reassembled the broken candelabras in midair. If it were Hermione, she would have succeeded. Cain remarked softly, Draco, the choice between being powerful or mediocre lies in your hands. Remember, do not disappoint your family. Subsequently, Cain guided Draco through some spellcasting techniques. Next time, bring along your little followers and take the initiative. By the way, what is the situation with you and Pansy? You have been studying spells for quite some time now. Draco's face flushed instantly. We are merely friends. She visited me after I was injured a few days ago, he stammered. Cain nodded with a smile, understanding the unspoken bond between brothers. What kind of good friend visits daily while hospitalized? What kind of close friend clusters together during classes? What kind of good friend shares meals and rests together after classes? Under Cain's scrutinizing gaze, Draco ultimately retreated in embarrassment. Cain noticed Harry and his friends borrowing books in the library daily, an observation that did not escape his attention. Dumbledore, indeed, fell short in his responsibilities. Rather than imparting knowledge to Harry, he would have been better served by nurturing Harry's spellcasting abilities. Throughout his journey, aside from the Patronus charm, Harry's prowess was predominantly showcased through the disarming charm. Meanwhile, Hermione was diligently researching this matter, even approaching him to inquire about the intricacies of the Niffler. However, Cain refrained from divulging any information, wishing to avoid offending the candy-loving old man. Clad in a black robe, with a few snowflakes resting on his shoulders, he stood before the grand entrance of Hogwarts. Every year, both Cain and Draco received an abundance of gifts. Their father, Lucius, would take him along to adorn the Christmas tree at the estate, while their mother, Narcissa, would watch with a loving gaze, her eyes brimming with affection. Soon, as the whistle of the Hogwarts Express echoed, Cain and Draco had already changed into their attire. As Cain's dragonhide boots touched the platform, a figure in children's clothing rushed towards him. Dobby's large eyes shimmered with tears in the morning mist, his pointed ears quivering with excitement. Master Cain, Dobby has awaited your return for so long. Draco, lagging behind with his suitcase, frowned upon seeing the house elf. Why has father sent you here? Before he could finish, Dobby had magically levitated their luggage, the heavy trunks waltzing gracefully in the air. Dobby had mastered the spells taught by Master Cain. The little elf proudly showcased his attire, and he had even modified the iron, ensuring it no longer burned holes in Lucius's ties. With a snap of his fingers, the air crackled with a crisp sound, and when Cain and Draco opened their eyes again, they found themselves standing in the magnificent marble foyer of Malfoy Manor. 12 crystal chandeliers illuminated simultaneously, casting a radiant glow upon the gilded decorations. As they stepped into the grand hall, a wave of warmth enveloped them. A colossal Christmas tree stood majestically in the center, adorned with sparkling jewels, golden bells, and twinkling magical lights. Beneath the tree lay a plethora of beautifully wrapped gifts, emanating an enticing glow. My children, Narcissa's voice resonated from the top of the spiral staircase. She descended the steps swiftly, her silk gown cascading behind her like waves. She embraced her 2 children tightly, as if to encapsulate all the longing of the past days within that embrace. Their father, Lucius, emerged from the study, still clad in his opulent robe, his demeanor exuding a hint of authority. Chapter 88. Lucius's reaction. The family gathered around the long table, laden with a sumptuous feast featuring aromatic roasted turkey, steaming pumpkin soup, exquisite desserts, and more. Although Narcissa often sent delectable treats, Cain and Draco never seemed to tire of them. Meanwhile, Dobby busied himself serving everyone. The adults began to express their concern. With little need for Cain to elaborate, Draco had already commenced recounting the legendary tales of his past 2 months. His voice elongated with flair, you simply cannot imagine. Much like Lucius's demeanor during his speech at the Ministry of Magic. I have concocted a flawless potion for scabies in potions class. Professor Snape remarked, intentionally pausing to observe Narcissa as she set her teacup down, noting that this was the closest the studentess work had come to perfection in nearly 50 years. He also cast a sidelong glance at Cain, for this potion had been brewed in collaboration with him. Moreover, I led Slytherin to victory against Gryffindor in Quidditch. It is worth mentioning that Gryffindor Seeker is none other than Harry Potter, the very savior. Upon hearing Draco's words, the two were momentarily taken aback. If Draco had something to say, it undoubtedly pertained to the Nimbus 2000. While the earlier claims may have been dubious, this one seemed entirely plausible. They glanced at Cain, who nodded affirmatively. Now Lucius elongated his tone, reminiscent of a witness interrogation in the Wisingamot. Do tell, Draco, how did you join the Quidditch team? Lucius recalled that first-year students were not permitted to join Quidditch. Draco straightened his posture, his platinum locks shimmering in the flickering firelight. It was a clear afternoon. He paused deliberately, gauging his father's pleased expression, recalling the flawless maneuvers he executed on the Quidditch pitch. Cain interjected at the opportune moment. Indeed, Draco's performance astonished everyone that day. He cleverly sidestepped the fact that it was merely he and Marcus present. The others were equally stunned to hear Draco's words. Could their child possess such talent? At that moment, Lucius began to entertain the notion of allowing Draco to pursue further development in Quidditch. Draco continued, of course, I had Cain's assistance. Cain approached our head of house and donated 7 Nimbus 2000s to the house. He even helped the professor with potions. Without Cain, Draco's voice trailed off. I might have given up long ago. Hearing this, Lucius realized that it was indeed Cain who had lent a helping hand, alleviating his concerns. He had genuinely believed Draco could join the Quidditch team as a first-year student all on his own. With Cain's assistance, it was hardly surprising. As for the Nimbus 2000s, that was insignificant. They could simply be purchased. Draco had trained diligently, and he had also been the first to seize the golden snitch. Thus, one of those brooms belonged to him. Cain also chimed in, stating that previously, Draco had wished to acquire a Nimbus 2000. But Lucius had refused on the grounds that brooms were not permitted at school. Now that they had triumphed in the Quidditch match, a reward was indeed warranted. Lucius nodded in agreement. And how are you faring in your studies? Lucius continued to inquire about Draco, feeling no need to pose the question to Cain. Upon hearing this, Draco's expression faltered. He was uncertain of his academic standing, as he had not yet undergone any assessments. Thus, he found himself at a loss for words. Draco, showcase the spells you've recently learned, Cain suggested to him. Draco had yet to comprehend the situation, gazing at Cain as he inquired. What are we to demonstrate? Whatever we learn in class, of course. Cain replied with some irritation. Subsequently, Draco showcased his mastery of the levitation charm, the Lumos charm, the mending charm, and the leglocker curse, along with other spells he had not formally learned but had been compelled by Cain to practice. Observing this, Lucius and Narcissa nodded in satisfaction. With Cain looking after you, we can rest easy, Lucius remarked with a smile. By the way, you mentioned that Harry Potter is a Gryffindor student? Lucius suddenly asked, his interest piqued by this particular student. After all, it was this very student who had vanquished his former master. Potter, the seeker for Gryffindor, had initially befriended the Weasley boy, but after the latter falsely accused Cain's friend, Harry had severed ties with him. Yet, inexplicably, they seemed to be conversing again. Had he known that he shouldn't have saved Harry when his broom had gone haywire? Draco felt angered by Harry's renewed friendship with the Weasley. For days, he had ignored Harry's greetings, which left Harry feeling somewhat awkward, as he believed Draco might have overheard his doubts about Cain. He had longed to apologize to Draco, yet the latter had not afforded him the opportunity. Upon hearing Draco's words, Lucius narrowed his eyes. This indicated that Harry was not the individual they had been anticipating. Draco recounted the events of the Quidditch match, and Lucius nodded, deep in thought. He was familiar with the Nimbus 2000. It was certainly not prone to losing control easily. This suggested that someone had placed a curse on the broom, coupled with the recent stirring of the dark mark, albeit subtly. It seemed increasingly likely that Voldemort was indeed alive. Moreover, he could very well be at Hogwarts. The very thought of Voldemort's terror and his own actions following the latter's downfall sent a chill down Lucius's spine. He had believed Voldemort to be dead and had swiftly cut ties, but now it seemed the Dark Lord had returned. What was he to do? Moreover, it appeared Draco had saved him. Did that not directly undermine Voldemort's plans? Contemplating these matters, Lucius's demeanor turned grave. He was no longer merely notifying, but issuing commands. Draco, though perplexed by Lucius's response, dared not contradict him and simply nodded in silence. Cain, observing their interactions, shook his head inwardly, realizing he needed to discuss matters with his father at the earliest opportunity. After all, Lucius's deep-seated fear of Voldemort had taken root. If this mindset was not eradicated, his future actions would surely be misunderstood if not outright obstructed. He could not allow Voldemort's previous threats to manifest into reality. Chapter 89. The Sacrifices of Professor Auld. At the moment, Cain basked in familial warmth. In a dilapidated ancient castle on the edge of the Forbidden Forest, Grindelwald stood before a shattered stained-glass window. The moonlight elongated and distorted his silhouette. His heterochromatic eyes gazed into the distance, as he idly toyed with a golden pocket watch adorned with the symbol of the Deathly Hallows. Before him stood 12 black-robed wizards, statuesque in their demeanor, the air thick with palpable tension. Cain Malfoy, Grindelwald's voice resonated, deep and magnetic. This boy merits a most extraordinary Christmas gift. His fingers gently tapped the watch, and the hands on the dial abruptly reversed, casting a translucent silhouette of a phoenix. The 12 black-robed apostles simultaneously rose to their feet. Yet, the woman cloaked in the skin of a night steed mustered the courage to inquire. Might this gift prove too perilous for him? Vandal Rosiel, belonging to one of the sacred 28 families, was also Grindelwald's most devoted lieutenant. She had not anticipated that the despondent Grindelwald would emerge once more for the sake of a mere young wizard. Grindelwald slowly turned, his heterochromatic gaze locking onto Vandal. His stare was akin to a sharp blade, as if it could cleave her very soul. Vandal, he spoke softly, yet with an oppressive weight. The future will reveal the answer. This boy is not merely the heir of the Malfoy lineage. Vandal Rosiel paused in surprise, then bowed her head respectfully, replying, "Yes, master." Soon, the 12 apostles utilized apparition to materialize at the summit of Iceland's Age of Geological volcano. This locale was known as the site of the last phoenix's rebirth. The air was tinged with a faint scent of sulfur, a sharp odor that provoked involuntary grimaces. The ground around them was strewn with blackened rocks. The apostles swiftly set to work, extracting dragon's blood and moonstone powder from their satchels to begin inscribing a tracking array. The pungent aroma of dragon's blood mingled with the sulfur, permeating the atmosphere. During the process, one apostle softly recited incantations, his wand gracefully guiding the flow of dragon's blood and moonstone powder. In no time, a vast circular tracking array manifested on the volcano's surface, its intricate patterns pulsating with a dim luminescence. Vivian, Grindelwald's apparition, materialized amidst the sulphurous haze. Employ the ancient runes you deciphered to sustain the array. Fifienchmont tip glowed, causing silver runes to materialize at the crater's edge. Master, this requires a wizard's. His. Grindelwald gestured toward the trembling wizard on the ground, the one who had been foolish in Nocturne Alley. The Malfoy Christmas gift is worth any price. His voice was cold and remorseless, as if proclaiming a trivial decree. In that instant, the terrified wizard, who had been observing his surroundings in horror, breathed his last. As the array continued to operate, when the full moon reached its zenith, the tracking array erupted in a blinding azure light. The brilliance shot skyward, illuminating the entire crater as bright as day. Northeast, 3 miles away, Vivian exclaimed with excitement. The gazes of all present swiftly turned to the northeast, where a colossal phoenix appeared in the sky. Its feathers shimmered with a rare silver-blue hue. As the hunters stealthily closed in, the phoenix suddenly raised its head, sensing danger, and let out a cry. In an instant, several binding spells were cast, yet they were all repelled by the flames surrounding the phoenix. Observing the lackluster efficiency of his subordinates, Grindelwald's face bore a hint of discontent. "You are all getting old," he remarked, stepping forward with a brand-new wand in hand. "Allow me to take matters into my own hands." His voice was deep yet brimming with confidence, as if nothing in the world could thwart him. He raised his wand, directing it at the phoenix, reciting incantations. A beam of black light shot forth from the wand, hurtling toward the phoenix. Cain stood before the gilded gates of Malfoy Manor, the morning light enhancing the brilliance of his golden hair. He turned to regard his family behind him. Lucius wielded the serpent-headed staff, Narcissa draped in a silver fox fur shawl, while Draco nervously fiddled with his newly acquired dragon-hide gloves. The house elf Dobby was loading the last suitcase onto the thestral-drawn carriage, the gems embedded in the case glinting in the sunlight. "Are we truly going to do this?" Lucius inquired in a hushed tone, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. They then boarded the thestral carriage, pulled by 12 purebred thestrals, with the interior adorned with a carpet woven from unicorn hair and windows lined with silver netting to ward off dementors. 2 aurors from the Ministry of Magic, riding on broomsticks, provided escort, their robes embroidered with the Malfoy family crest. Both were wizards trained by Lucius himself and personally placed in the auror position. At that moment, the carriage soared above the North Sea, where Cain used his wand to sketch a star map on the window attempting to divine his fortune. Narcissa elegantly sipped the hot cocoa prepared by the house elf, though the thought of her impending task made her somewhat anxious. Meanwhile, Draco was busy penning a letter, his joyful expression revealing that he had undoubtedly fallen into the throes of love. On a desolate rock amidst the vast sea, a black tower pierced the clouds. Dementors circled like vultures overhead. The waves crashed against the rocks, emitting an unsettling roar. Two young guards stood at the dock's edge, their heavy black cloaks rustling in the sea breeze. Gripping their wands tightly, they occasionally cast furtive glances at the dark shape gradually materializing in the distance. Who could it be that warrants the warden's personal reception? One guard murmured, his tone betraying a mix of curiosity and unease. His fingers unconsciously traced the patterns on his wand, as if seeking a semblance of security. Staying here, even for a week, they felt their bodies might falter. I don't know, the other guard shook his head, his gaze still fixed on the distant silhouette. Even when Fudge came last time, the warden merely waited in his office. It's quite unusual for him to personally greet someone at the dock. As the dark figure drew closer, it became clear that it was a thestral carriage, adorned with the Malfoy family crest, a serpent coiled, its eyes set with emeralds, seemingly gazing coldly ahead. Is that the Malfoy carriage? The first guard exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Not merely that, the second guard swallowed hard, his voice trembling slightly. Look, that person is Lucius Malfoy. Chapter 90, Azkaban. The carriage descended slowly, and a procession of figures emerged. Lucius Malfoy, wielding his serpent-headed wand, had his golden locks fluttering gently in the wind, as if the imposing fortress of Azkaban was but an ordinary structure within his estate. Strictly speaking, that was indeed the case, for the wages of the guards were dispensed by him. Following closely was Narcissa Malfoy, draped in a silver fox fur shawl, exuding an elegance that set her apart from her surroundings. Draco Malfoy trailed behind, his complexion pale, evidently unsettled by the environment. His hands clutched tightly around his dragon-hide gloves, and his gaze darted away from the circling Dementors. Leading the group was a blond youth, his stride steady and his gaze resolute, seemingly unaffected by the ominous atmosphere. Is that Cain Malfoy? The first guard whispered in astonishment, having heard that all business dealings of the Malfoy family now required his consent. It was evident that while the brothers bore a striking resemblance, Before he could finish, his companion silenced him. How can you say such things? Do you not wish to keep your position? The warden approached briskly, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile. Honored Mr. Malfoy, welcome to Azkaban. His tone was laced with palpable flattery. And young Master Cain, your presence here brings a certain radiance to this place. Cain nodded slightly, yet his gaze transcended the warden, fixating on the Black Tower. We wish to see Sirius Black, his voice calm, yet unyielding. Now, the warden's smile faltered momentarily, but quickly returned to its usual facade. Of course, please follow me. He stepped aside, gesturing for them to proceed. Merlin's beard, the first guard murmured. That Cain Malfoy appears even more formidable than the rumors suggest. Formidable? The second guard replied with a wry smile. Did you not observe the warden's demeanor? That is hardly the attitude reserved for an ordinary student. What exactly is Cain's background? The sea breeze howled, infusing the air with a briny scent. Inside Azkaban's visitation chamber, the frigid atmosphere seemed capable of freezing one's breath. Cain stood at the center of the room, his eyes surveying the tarnished silver tapestries adorning the walls, intended as a protective measure against Dementors, yet evidently in disrepair. Father, mother. Cain turned, his voice calm yet imbued with undeniable conviction. Have Bella come over shortly. You two must converse. For the future of our family, we need to maintain an avenue of retreat. Lucius's brows knitted slightly, the sound of his serpent-headed wand striking the ground abruptly halting. Are you certain you wish to proceed with this? A hint of displeasure colored his tone. Bellatrix is a madwoman. Her loyalty lies solely with the Dark Lord. I had to extricate myself from that identity. They will despise me for it. Narcissa gently placed her hand over her husband's, her gaze tender yet resolute as she looked at Cain. Dearest, we shall engage in discourse, but do exercise caution. Her voice carried the weight of a mother's concern, yet also revealed an unwavering trust in her son. At that moment, Draco was utterly oblivious to the events unfolding around him. Draco, you shall remain here, Cain stated before departing, allowing the guards to escort him to another location. Shortly after Cain's exit, Bellatrix Lestrange was ushered into the room, her disheveled black hair resembling withered straw, yet her eyes sparkled with a frenzied light. Heavy shackles adorned her wrists, but she held herself with the poise of a queen. Lucius Narcissa, her voice was hoarse and sharp. What an unexpected visit. What brings the Malfoy family to see their unfortunate relative? Lucius regarded her with a cold stare, his serpent-headed wand twisting in his grasp. Bella, we are not here for pleasantries. Bellatrix let out a piercing laugh. What pleasantries remain? You have betrayed the Dark Lord. Lucius struggled to maintain his composure. Bella, my actions were to prevent our total annihilation. Yet his explanation was met with disbelief. She incessantly shouted, You have betrayed us. I refuse to converse with a traitor. Lucius's voice carried a note of warning. We must discuss matters regarding the Dark Lord. Bellatrix fell silent, and after a moment, her voice brimmed with hope. I knew it. He is still alive. Tell me, where's my master? Lucius replied, I have heard. Cain stood before the deepest cell in Azkaban. The heavy iron door rusted and scarred, as if etched with the despair of countless prisoners. The air was thick with dampness and decay. The chilling presence of dementors seeping through the walls, sending shivers down one's spine. 2 guards stood behind Cain, their wands trembling slightly, clearly unsettled by the atmosphere. Open the door. Cain's voice was calm, yet unyielding. It is perilous here, are you certain? The guards hesitated as they regarded the young wizard. Just open it, Cain insisted, his icy gaze compelling them to comply. Reluctantly, they unlocked the cell door. The iron door creaked ominously as it slowly swung open. Inside, the cell was dim and cramped, the only source of light filtering through a small, high window, casting a feeble glow. The walls were marred with black mold, and a pile of moldy straw lay in one corner. Sirius Black sat huddled in the shadows, his unkempt black hair obscuring much of his face. But the despair in his eyes spoke of a life devoid of hope. Cain gazed upon this man, Harry's godfather, his own cousin, and felt a profound sense of desolation. Despite possessing a vast fortune, he was suffering in Azkaban, all in the name of atonement. He could have nurtured Harry, but chose to remain absent for 12 long years. Simply mentioning that Pettigrew had betrayed them to Hagrid could have absolved him of being labeled a traitor. He could have offered a defense upon capture. Yet Cain felt his cousin's mind was clouded. This was a malady in need of remedy. The child of the Malfoy family? Sirius Black's voice was hoarse and laced with derision. So, your father sent you to mock me, a prisoner in chains? The light dispelled the darkness of the cell, illuminating Black's weary visage. I am here to propose a deal. Cain's voice was calm and resolute. In the corner, a shadow stirred, revealing a pair of sharp gray eyes beneath disheveled black hair. Sirius Black raised his head, the corners of his mouth curling into a sardonic smile. Indeed, it is the young scion of the Malfoy family. His voice was raspy and dripping with scorn. In your eyes, there exists only calculation, devoid of any sentiment. Cain furrowed his brow, his tone slightly more forceful. If my dear uncle holds our bond in such disdain, one must assume he is indifferent to how his protege, Harry Potter, has fared over the years. He then cast a tentative glance at his counterpart. Sirius's body tensed momentarily before he regained his composure. The sardonic smile lingered, yet his gaze sharpened. Harry? His voice carried a hint of confidence. He must be quite renowned, quite exceptional. After all, Harry had vanquished Voldemort. The entirety of the wizarding world would regard Harry as a hero. Cain stepped forward, his voice low. Harry was abandoned at number 4 Privet Drive, living with his muggle relatives. Do you know how they treated him? He paused, his eyes fixed intently on Sirius's shifting expression. At that moment, Sirius clearly began to feel the tension rise. He had always harbored a suspicion that those muggles were not benevolent. He sleeps in a cupboard under the stairs, like a caged animal. No birthday gifts, no friends, not even a decent meal. Just to taste a spoonful of pudding. He was whipped with a belt and left unable to sit for 3 days. Cain's voice carried a chilling mockery. Oh, and they told him his parents were drunkards who died in a car crash. His breath quickened, the light in his eyes flickering uncertainly. Had Harry endured such abject misery all these years? Why had Dumbledore orchestrated such a fate? At that moment, Sirius found himself questioning Dumbledore. Had it not been for this great wizard, he would have raised the child himself. Cain continued. At school, he is bullied by his cousin Dudley and his friends. They chase him, mock his tattered clothing, and even lock him in a cupboard for an entire day. There was a trace of barely concealed pity in his voice. Did you know? He has no clothes that fit. He can only wear Dudley's hand-me-downs, which are as baggy as a sack. A low growl emanated from Sirius's throat, akin to a trapped beast. Anger and anguish burned in his eyes, yet he struggled to maintain his composure. However, it wasn't long before he sensed something amiss. How could Harry's parents, both wizards, be reduced to mere muggles? A tiresome charade. No matter how wretched Harry's circumstances may be, once he arrives at Hogwarts, he will not face bullying. Later, he ventured to Hogwarts, a hint of sarcasm lacing Cain's voice. Did you think he thrived there? No. Everyone regarded him as the boy who lived, the savior. In truth, he was merely an orphan elevated to the pedestal of divinity. His gaze sharpened. No one genuinely cared for him. They were solely concerned with what he could deliver. Sirius's body trembled slightly, the light in his eyes gradually dimming. His fingers dug deeply into his palm, blood trickling through the crevices. Furthermore, it should be noted that Harry's father had a godfather who seemed to have once provoked a potion's genius, a figure now wielding considerable power at Hogwarts. Cain silently apologized to Snape in his heart, yet continued speaking. In his classroom, Harry could do nothing right. Even his breath seemed erroneous. The apparition of Harry suddenly clutched his right hand, his fingertips blistering horrifically. Sirius emitted a low growl from his throat, abruptly turning to collide with the iron bars. Fortunately, at Cain's behest, the guards were unable to hear the commotion from this side. During last week's shrinking potion class, Cain's speech had quickened unexpectedly, each word hammering into Sirius's eardrums like nails. Harry had been punished for omitting a single drop of armadillo bile, confined in a cabinet filled with weasel eggs for 3 hours. Those larvae clung to his hair and hatched, leaving festering scars on the back of his neck. Silence. Sirius's roar shattered the cobwebs in the corner, and he staggered towards the iron bars, his emaciated fingers nearly poking Cain's nose. Who is that potions professor? What is his name? Cain took a half step back. Severus Snape. A name you should be familiar with, I presume? Sirius's expression froze instantly. Memories surged through him like venom coursing through veins. Bullying Snape during their school days, the pranks in the shrieking shack, Lily's tearful fury. His nails dug deeply into his palm. Blood dripping down the iron bars, blooming dark red flowers on the stone floor. Can you guess how Professor Snape punishes Harry each time? Cain's voice suddenly dropped to a whisper. In his pitch-black eyes, did he truly see Harry, or merely the shadow of his father? The chill of the Dementors seeped through the cracks in the door, yet it could not freeze the tumultuous regret in Sirius's eyes. He slowly slid down the iron bars to the ground, his ragged breaths mingling with fragmented self-talk. It's all my fault, James Lily. Why do you tell me this? Because you need to know, Mr. Black. Harry Potter needs you, not a prisoner wallowing in self-pity within his cell. Sirius's body jolted, the light in his eyes reigniting. His voice, deep and hoarse, inquired, "What do you want?" He had not forgotten that the other party had come to negotiate, not merely to offer assistance. "I need something from the Black family." Cain spoke slowly, to be precise, number 12 Grimmauld Place. Sirius's body shuddered violently, the light in his eyes flickering uncertainly. Number 12 Grimmauld Place? His voice bore a hint of vigilance. That was the ancestral home of the Black family, and my mother still resided there. Chapter 92, Collaboration. Azkaban's prisoners are utterly isolated from the outside world, unable to receive any information or correspondence. The presence of Dementors immerses the inmates in despair and tormenting memories, rendering them oblivious to the changes occurring beyond their confines. Thus, during Sirius's 12 years in Azkaban, he had almost no opportunity to learn about the outside world, including the death of his mother. My dear great-grandmother had passed away 6 years ago, and in her will, you were named the sole heir. Upon hearing this news, Sirius's body shuddered violently. Walburga is dead? The voice of Black was hoarse and low, as if it were being squeezed from the depths of his throat. He seemed to envision the dark door of number 12 Grimmauld Place and heard his mother's sharp curses. "Scoundrel! Traitor! You have sullied the honor of the Black family." Contemplating this, he swiftly processed the sudden revelation, as if it were not his mother who had died. How did she pass? Natural causes, came the calm and indifferent voice of Cain. She explicitly stated in her will that number 12 Grimmauld Place belongs to you, provided, of course, that you are still alive. Black's body trembled slightly, the light in his eyes flickering uncertainly. His voice was deep and hoarse. Did she truly write that? She despised me, hated my betrayal of the family, loathed my choice of freedom, yet she bequeathed the ancestral home to me? What is this? A final mockery? There was a hint of sarcasm in Black's tone, but no, not at all. At that moment, upon hearing the news of his mother's death, Sirius felt no sorrow, even a sense of liberation. "Fine, I can relinquish that house to you, but what can you offer me in return?" At this juncture, Black laughed. Tormented by the Dementors for years, his mind was somewhat unhinged. He could hardly believe he was negotiating with an 11-year-old wizard. Cain retrieved a photograph from the inner pocket of his robe. The image depicted a plump rat, missing a toe, curled up in the pocket of a red-haired boy. "Do you recognize him?" Cain's voice carried a chilling mirth. Soon, he restrained himself, increasingly feeling like a villain. Black's gaze lingered on the photograph for merely a second before his pupils constricted sharply. How could he possibly not recognize that wretch? It was this very individual who betrayed the Potter family, causing Lily Potter's tragic demise. It was this rat that condemned him to this place for 11 years. 11 years. Do you know how I spent those 11 years? Peter. His voice was filled with rage. That traitor is still alive? His reaction was more intense than when he first learned of Harry's dire circumstances. Cain continued. He is now hiding in the Weasley household in the form of a rat, going by the name Scabbers. No one suspects him. Indeed, no one even remembers him. His voice dripped with irony. He lives quite well while you rot here. The voice of the cowardly Sirius was rife with fury and anguish. He had caused the demise of James and Lily, shattering my existence. His breath quickened, and the light in his eyes flickered uncertainly. How could you possibly know these things? Sirius seemed to recall something, suddenly rushing towards Cain. This matter was known only to Voldemort and Peter Pettigrew. No one else was privy to it. I possess the Marauder's map, Cain responded calmly. A living hero, unwilling to emerge and bask in honor, must surely be fearful of something. Upon hearing Cain's explanation, Sirius grasped the gravity of the situation, for he had been involved in the creation of the map. I must go out. I want to go out now. Black's voice was resolute and brooked no dissent. I shall personally tear that traitor apart. Cain remained steadfast, his gaze serene, yet imbued with an oppressive force. Therefore, I have another stipulation. You must heed my commands. You expect me to listen to a mere whelp? Surely you jest if you think you can act with impunity. At that moment, Black attempted to charge at Cain to subdue him, hoping to coerce him into retreat. However, years of confinement had rendered his body frail. Cain deftly sidestepped his advance, swiftly grasping Black's wrist and twisting it forcefully. Black winced in pain, instinctively bending over. Cain exploited the moment, driving his knee into Black's back and forcing him to the ground. What is this? Has Black become as rabid as a mad dog? Have you forgotten the noble etiquette of the Black family? Bound by Cain's strength, Black bristled with indignation, especially at the mention of his family. Do not invoke the name of my family, sensing that Sirius was still spirited despite being subdued. Cain increased his grip. Sirius felt as though the bones in his shoulder might shatter. You? Black. His voice carried a note of astonishment. He had never imagined that this young wizard possessed such strength. I can be of assistance to you. Cain's voice emerged from behind Sirius. But only if you comply with my directives. I will act according to your plan, Black insisted, a hint of feigned sincerity in his tone. But you must ensure that I am the one to kill Peter. Cain gradually loosened his grip, stepping back while maintaining a piercing gaze on Black. Remember your promise. Should you act impulsively, you will not only jeopardize my plans, but also allow Peter to escape once more. Black slowly rose from the ground, rubbing his sore shoulder, forcing a strained smile. I understand. I shall await your signal. At that moment, Black cursed Cain's ancestors in his thoughts, resolutely deciding that once Cain departed, he would transform and flee this wretched place. Those foolish dementors would never detect him. Cain stood at the threshold of the cell, his hand resting on the iron door handle. Just as he was about to leave, he paused, slightly turning his head, a hint of mirth in his voice. Rest assured, I shall not allow you to escape like a fleeing dog. Black's body trembled violently. How could you possibly know? His voice was laced with disbelief. Mr. Black, do you truly believe I am merely an ordinary 11-year-old child? Chapter 93. Counsel to Lucius. Cain waved his wand, the tip tracing a silver rune in the air. The rune slowly merged into the wall, vanishing from sight. This spell has been specifically crafted for you, he said, a hint of mockery in his tone. After all, I cannot allow you to jeopardize my plans. Cain continued, moreover, I have reached an agreement with the warden. Effective immediately, 2 additional guards will be assigned to monitor your cell. His gaze swept over Black's face, capturing every subtle shift of emotion. Black gradually sank to the ground, the light in his eyes dimming. He had begun to grasp the terrifying nature of the boy before him. What is it that you truly desire? His voice carried a note of desperation. I want you to live, Cain replied, his tone calm, yet imbued with strength. Live until I have orchestrated everything. Then, I shall allow you to bring an end to Peter yourself. Black's body trembled slightly, the light in his eyes rekindled. His voice was low and hoarse. Can you truly achieve that? Cain nodded. I have my ways, but you must abide by my commands. As Cain exited the cell, Black's voice echoed from behind. Could you please look after Harry for me? The iron door creaked shut, and the boy had already departed. In that moment, a glimmer of hope ignited in Black's eyes. He resolved to survive, to seek vengeance, and to care for Harry in place of James and Lily. Cain stepped through the gates of Azkaban, the chilling sea breeze enveloping him, laden with the cold aura of the Dementors. His parents and Draco stood nearby, their faces as pale as parchment, evidently having just endured an unpleasant encounter. Draco lingered at the side, his complexion ashen, his eyes betraying an unmistakable fear. The Death Eaters he had once admired were, in truth, so deranged, especially after hearing the account of the torment inflicted upon that family prior to her capture. "What is the situation?" Cain approached, his voice calm, yet tinged with concern. Lucius scoffed, the rhythmic tapping of his serpent-headed wand abruptly ceasing. "Bellatrix remains as mad as ever," he said with palpable displeasure. "She wishes for us to assist her in escaping this place, but I have declined." Narcissa gently pressed her hand against her husband's, her gaze soft yet resolute as she looked at Cain. "We informed her that we would find a way, but not at this moment." Her voice was tinged with maternal anxiety. "Cain, do you truly believe this course of action is viable?" Her eyes are those of a madwoman. Her laughter was sharp and grating, compounded by the looming threat of the Dementors overhead, sending chills down one's spine. "She kept asking me if I have ever taken a life." Draco's voice quivered with unease. "She claims that only those with blood on their hands are worthy to follow the Dark Lord." Cain's gaze swept over his family as he gently ruffled Draco's hair. "We need not genuinely assist them," he remarked, a hint of cold amusement lacing his voice. "We simply must convince them that we will. In Bellatrix's possession lay something of Voldemort's, precisely what I required." Cain's eyes fixated intently on Lucius, whose body trembled slightly, nearly causing the serpent-headed wand to slip from his grasp. Memories of the diary Voldemort had left him surged forth. "How could you possibly know?" he exclaimed, incredulity tinging his tone. "Father, blind loyalty is the most unworthy trait," came the calm yet oppressive voice of his son, echoing the dread he had once felt in the presence of the Dark Lord, now mirrored in his own child. She moved with a lightness that suggested she had just emerged from a grand banquet. "Bellatrix," a hoarse voice called from the adjacent cell. It was Antonin Dolohov, a hint of curiosity and expectation on his face. "What's transpired? You seem quite elated." "Oh, Antonin, you cannot fathom," she replied, excitement threading through her voice. "I have just encountered my sister Narcissa and her family." Dolohov leaned forward slightly, interest flickering in his eyes. "Lucius?" he inquired skeptically. "What brings them here?" In a shadowed corner of the cell sat Rodolphus, Bellatrix's husband, his demeanor grim and detached. Accustomed to his wife's fervor, he nonetheless exhibited a flicker of unease this time. "Bella," he intoned, his voice low and gravelly, "you ought not to harbor excessive hopes. The Malfoy family has always been fickle." Bellatrix whirled around, her eyes alight with a mad glimmer. The Dementors, like sharks sensing blood, converged from all directions. Their hollow eye sockets glimmered with a ravenous light, tattered cloaks drifting silently through the air. Bellatrix's exuberance was akin to a lavish feast for them. Her laughter rang out once more, sharp and piercing, as if mocking the very fabric of the world. The Dementors surrounded her, their lipless mouths parting as they began to greedily siphon her joy. Seemingly unperturbed by their proximity, Bellatrix opened her arms wide, as if to welcome their arrival. As the Dementors ravenously consumed her happiness, the emotions of the other prisoners were ruthlessly stripped away. Their faces contorted in anguish and despair, as though the last vestiges of their vitality had been siphoned off. One prisoner curled in a corner, clutching his head tightly, pleading, "Please stop." Another's body slowly crumpled to the ground, his eyes devoid of the final spark of life. His breath dwindled, suggesting it could cease at any moment. "I cannot endure this," he murmured, his voice low and barely audible. Rodolphus Lestrange sat in the corner, his gaze vacant and hollow. "Bella," he croaked, "what on earth are you doing?" Chapter 94. Christmas Gifts, Part 1. Before the morning sun had even graced the horizon, Cain Malfoy was abruptly awakened by a series of urgent knocks at his window. Rubbing his eyes, he approached the window, and upon drawing back the curtains, he was astounded by the sight before him. Several owls were flapping their wings, hovering just outside. Even Fawkes was stationed outside, clutching an assortment of packages and letters in their talons. "By Merlin's beard," Cain murmured, hastily opening the window. The owl streamed in, filling his desk and the foot of his bed with gifts and letters. Some of the owls playfully pecked at his fingers, seemingly urging him to hasten the unwrapping of his presents. The first gift he beheld was from his parents. After all, the family owl was rather extravagant. This elicited a hint of discontent from Fawkes, who called out at the owl delivering the package. As he unwrapped it, he discovered a serpent-shaped brooch adorned with emeralds, inscribed with ancient runes. Another parcel contained a scarf woven from unicorn hair, pleasantly warm to the touch. From his drawer, Cain retrieved a pure gold watch intended for Lucius, along with a silver hairpin embedded with moonstone etched with Narcissa's favorite lily pattern. Handing the items to the owl, he prepared to delve into the next gifts. His gaze then fell upon a small owl that had brought him a limited edition Quidditch set, a gift from Draco. Noticing that the previous two owls had departed, Fawkes swooped in, signaling Cain to attend to his gift next. From Professor Dumbledore arrived a finely wrapped parcel accompanied by a letter penned in deep purple ink. Upon receiving the package, Cain discovered a box of Honeydew sweets. He opened the letter to read Dumbledore's familiar italic script. Dear Cain, wishing you a Merry Christmas. May your holiday be filled with warmth and surprise. Albus Dumbledore. Upon finishing the letter, a slight smile graced Cain's lips. Gently caressing the candy box, he murmured to himself, "Of course it will be delightful, considering the price." He retrieved a few packets of Nuda Hong Pao tea from his desk drawer to give to Fawkes, instructing him to tell the headmaster that this was the last pack for the year and to savor it. Fawkes blinked, seemingly comprehending Cain's words. Before taking flight out the window, Cain then unwrapped Professor McGonagall's gift, a hefty tome. The cover bore a gilded title, Advanced Transfiguration, a comprehensive guide. As he flipped through the pages, he was met with densely packed notes in the margins. The meticulous handwriting clearly belonged to Professor McGonagall herself. What a thoughtful gift. Cain mused softly, a smile creeping onto his face. He recalled the gift he had given her, a silver owl statue that could transform. Not only was it exquisite, but it also had the ability to take on Professor McGonagall's feline form, a gift he was sure she would appreciate. Professor Flitwick had sent a delicate model of Hogwarts, while Cain's present to him was a magical music box containing several of the professor's favorite enchanting melodies. Professor Sprout's gift was a thick guide to plant care, with a note tucked between the pages expressing gratitude for the plant protection shell that Cain had gifted her. Cain smiled, reflecting on the professor's evident fondness for her plants. To his surprise, Professor Snape's gift was a whole bottle of homemade Felix Felicis, accompanied by a detailed recipe. As Cain picked up the bottle and gently shook it, the golden liquid swirled within, shimmering enticingly. He couldn't help but chuckle softly. Poor Draco still believed he had consumed the genuine Felix Felicis. It seemed the time had come for him to experience the true essence of the potion. He envisioned Snape's reaction upon receiving shampoo, and laughter bubbled up once more. Cain's gaze fell upon a hard rock cake, but he reassured himself, murmuring that there were still two legendary wizards at the school, Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall, making it unlikely for Voldemort to cause any trouble. Besides, Dumbledore would surely not allow things to spiral out of control. Madame Hooch also sent Cain a pair of broom care tools, complete with her instructions. As he scanned the pile of gifts, he suddenly noticed a modestly wrapped package devoid of a name, adorned with a tiny purple ribbon. Frowning, he lightly touched the package, sensing a faint magical aura emanating from it. Who could this be from? Cain mused, a flicker of caution rising within him. Carefully unwrapping the package, he discovered an ancient notebook on dark magic. The cover bore a hasty inscription, "To Cain Malfoy, may you journey further along the path of magic." Flipping through the pages, Cain found numerous intricate dark magic spells and theories, even some rare methods for creating dark magical artifacts. The last page held a letter, its handwriting shaky and disordered. Dear Cain, I believe you, like me, possess a profound quest for the essence of magic. These notes are the culmination of my years of research, and I hope they prove beneficial to you. If you're interested, we could discuss this further. For true power often lies hidden within forbidden knowledge. Cain surmised that this letter was likely penned by Voldemort. It seemed the adversary had nearly recovered from the injuries sustained during the destruction of his Horcrux. Why was he fixated on harassing him instead of devising a way to deal with Harry? From a drawer, he retrieved an exquisite box, its elegant lettering proclaiming, Malfoy Family Special Anti-Hair Loss Potion Set. Dear Professor Quirrell, thank you for your gift. This notebook is indeed impressive. I hope to have the opportunity to seek your counsel on defensive magic in the future. I understand that, as a professor, you face considerable pressure, which can often lead to, well, certain minor issues. I trust these anti-hair loss potions and hair care spells will provide you with some assistance, enhancing your confidence at the lectern. Wishing you a Merry Christmas. May you possess a mane as lustrous and dark as that of Professor Snape. Cain Malfoy. As the owl soared through the sky carrying gifts, Voldemort, do you think this will win me over? Cain murmured to himself, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. This game has only just begun. He continued to unwrap his presents. Harry had gifted him a Christmas card adorned with a golden snitch, surrounded by verdant holly leaves. It was evident that a great deal of care had been taken in its design. Previously, Cain had sent Harry a photograph of Lily that he had procured from Snape. He increasingly felt like a benevolent wizard, convinced that Snape would surely be grateful for his gesture. Hermione had bestowed upon Cain a tome regarding ancient magical runes, with her notes adorning the edges of the pages. Tucked within the book was a note. I hope this book proves helpful to you. Merry Christmas, Hermione Granger. In truth, Cain had anticipated that Hermione would gift him a book. Thus, he had prepared a silver phoenix feather bookmark for her, inscribed with the words wisdom and knowledge. The remaining gifts were a collection of exquisite trinkets sent by the young Slytherins, which Cain carefully arranged in his bedroom. His gaze fell upon the final present, its wrapping emblazoned with the name of Weasley S. Wizardweezes. He raised an eyebrow, a wry smile curling at the corners of his lips. I dare not open this one carelessly. He resolved to wait until he next encountered Fred and George to unveil this gift in their presence, unwilling to be caught off guard by their prankish surprises. Once he had neatly arranged the last present, he stood by the window, gazing out at the snowy landscape. The flames in the fireplace flickered with a warm glow, yet a complex light ignited in his eyes. He spoke softly to himself, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. Just as Cain prepared to descend the stairs for a Christmas breakfast with his family, he suddenly heard a commotion outside the manor. He approached the window and peered through the heavy curtains. He spotted several robed wizards standing at the manor's entrance. Behind them loomed a massive chest adorned with silver patterns. Their faces were shrouded beneath hoods, and their robes bore no discernible family crest or insignia, lending an air of mystery. Lucius and Narcissa had evidently sensed something amiss. Lucius clutched his serpent-headed wand, his gaze steely as it bore down on the entrance. Narcissa stood beside him, gripping his arm, a flicker of concern evident in her eyes. Cain made his way downstairs. Dobby, he called softly. The house elf instantly appeared at his side, his large ears perked up in alertness. Dobby, go see who is outside. Dobby nodded and vanished in an instant. A few moments later, he reappeared, a look of confusion on his face. Master, they refused to reveal their identity, only stating that they have a gift for Master Cain. Lucius furrowed his brow, his voice low and frigid. Refusing to disclose your identity? At this juncture? His fingers lightly tapped the serpent-headed wand, evidently filled with skepticism towards the uninvited guests. Narcissa gently placed a hand on her husband's arm, whispering, perhaps they are envoys from a certain family or representatives of the Ministry of Magic, seeking to obtain something. Lucius scoffed quietly, but did not dispute her words. He gestured with his serpent-headed wand, signaling Dobby to open the estate's grand entrance. Let them enter, yet keep a watchful eye on them. Dobby opened the estate's door and stood beside Cain. With his large ears perked up, he fixated his gaze on the group of wizards, unblinking. His fingers were raised, evidently prepared to cast protective magic for Cain. Dobby will protect the young master, the house elf declared softly, a note of determination in his voice. Dobby will not allow anyone to harm the young master. Cain gently patted Dobby on the shoulder and murmured, thank you, Dobby. However, let us first ascertain their intentions. Several wizards stepped into the grand hall, their faces still concealed beneath hoods, eliciting a chilling sensation. Leading them was a tall male wizard, dragging a massive chest behind him. Mr. Malfoy, Mrs. Malfoy. He inclined his head slightly, his tone respectful. We are here on the orders of a certain lord to deliver a Christmas gift to Mr. Cain Malfoy. Lucius's gaze swept coldly over them, a hint of derision in his voice. A certain lord? One who does not even dare to reveal his name, yet has the audacity to come to Malfoy Manor? The other party, seemingly devoid of emotion, continued, the identity of this lord cannot be disclosed at this time, but he wishes for the Malfoy family to feel his goodwill. The male wizard gently patted the chest, the silver patterns upon it suddenly glowing, before it slowly opened. A dazzling golden light burst forth from within, accompanied by a melodious chirp. A magnificent phoenix soared out of the chest, its feathers displaying a rare silver blue hue. The phoenix circled in the air before alighting on Cain's shoulder, emitting a sweet, harmonious call. Cain stood rooted in place, feeling the warmth and strength radiating from the phoenix, as if a bond connected them. He had not anticipated that this gift would be a phoenix. Cain seemed to have an inkling of the gift giver's identity. Chapter 96, A Gift from Snape. Moreover, Cain recalled that the individual had once mentioned presenting him with a pet. At this moment, Cain remained relatively composed. After all, he was accustomed to seeing Dumbledore-esque Fawkes, and often coaxed the latter into shedding a few tears. However, those beside him were far less composed. Lucius's pupils dilated sharply, nearly losing grip on his serpent-headed wand. Is this a phoenix? His voice was laced with disbelief. Merlin, this is astonishing. Narcissa clutched Lucius's arm tightly. Dobby stood by Cain's side, his large ears trembling violently, his eyes wide with astonishment, as if they might pop from their sockets. His fingers unconsciously tugged at his tea towel, his voice high-pitched and trembling. "Is this a phoenix, young master? I've never seen such a beautiful creature." He cautiously took a step forward, seemingly wishing to approach the phoenix, yet hesitating to make a move. "May I touch it, master?" His voice held a hint of anticipation and reverence. At this moment, Cain could also sense the phoenix's inner joy. Cain nodded. "Of course, Dobby. It will not harm you." Dobby trembled as he extended his hand, gently brushing against the phoenix's tail feathers. The phoenix turned its head, gazing at Dobby with its profound eyes, then emitted a soft call, as if to convey friendliness. Dobby's eyes instantly welled with tears, and he excitedly jumped up, his voice tinged with emotion. "Master." He likes Dobby. Dobby has never been this happy. Draco was roused by the commotion in the hall, rubbing his eyes as he descended the stairs. His hair was disheveled, and he still wore his pajamas, clearly having just risen from bed. "What is happening? Why is it so noisy?" His tone held a touch of dissatisfaction. However, upon seeing the phoenix perched on Cain's shoulder, all traces of sleep vanished. "By Merlin's beard." Draco's voice suddenly rose, his eyes wide with astonishment. "Cain, is this really a phoenix?" His voice quivered, as if unable to believe his own eyes. He hurried to Cain's side, his gaze fixed on the phoenix, sparkling with envy and shock. "How did you manage this? Why did it choose you?" Draco's eyes were captivated by the little creature, completely oblivious to the presence of several robed figures in his home. Cain shrugged, his tone casual. "Perhaps it find me more amusing." Draco reached out, seemingly wishing to touch the phoenix. Yet, the phoenix lightly flapped its wings and flew to Cain's other shoulder, evidently showing little interest in Draco. Draco's expression fell instantly, his voice laced with a hint of disappointment. "It doesn't like me?" Cain couldn't help but chuckle, patting his brother's shoulder. "Don't be disheartened, Draco. It will surely come to accept you in time." Observing the scene before them, the robed figures exchanged glances, clearly satisfied with the reactions of the two brothers. It was known that they had exerted considerable effort for this phoenix. The leading wizard stepped forward, slightly bowing, his tone respectful. "Young Master Cain, now that the gift has been delivered, we shall take our leave." Cain's gaze swept over the robed figures, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. He turned and walked to the cabinet in the hall, retrieving an exquisite wooden box. Inside were several packets of tea leaves wrapped in silk. The fragrance of the tea instantly permeated the air, carrying a subtle sweetness. Cain took out a packet and approached the leading wizard. "This is the rare de Hong Pao tea from the East," he said with a teasing tone as he handed it over. "Please convey to that esteemed gentleman that this is the last packet. I hope he will drink it sparingly." The leading warlock accepted the tea leaves, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. He gently inhaled the fragrant aroma of the leaves, his voice tinged with admiration. "This is indeed a rare treasure. Young Master Cain, you are excessively courteous." The other robed figures also bowed slightly, their tone respectful. "We shall convey your gift and sentiments faithfully." Cain nodded, his gaze imbued with profound significance. "I appreciate your assistance. Furthermore, please convey to that esteemed individual that I eagerly anticipate our next meeting." After the robed figures departed the estate with the tea leaves, Lucius approached Cain, his gaze lingering on the phoenix. He then inquired, "Cain, who might that esteemed individual be?" "I do not know, but it is evident that there will be no ill intent. There is no need for concern." Meanwhile, at Hogwarts, Harry Potter sat at the edge of his bed, surrounded by an array of Christmas gifts. Ron sat beside him, eagerly watching as he unwrapped the presents. "Hey, Harry, this package looks rather special," Ron remarked, pointing to a small box wrapped in deep green ribbon. Harry picked up the box and noticed a card attached, the writing elegant and strong. "To Harry, I hope this gift helps you understand your mother better. Cain Malfoy." Upon realizing that this was Cain's gift, Harry's anticipation soared. Moreover, the letter mentioned his mother. He carefully unwrapped the package to reveal a yellowed, old photograph. The backdrop depicted the shores of Hogwarts Lake, sunlight dancing upon the water surface. Two figures stood by the lakeside. One was a young woman, and the other a tall, slender boy with dark hair. The woman was none other than Harry's mother, Lily Evans. In her hands, she held a book, seemingly calling out to the boy in the distance. The boy's back was turned, revealing only his somewhat greasy black hair, obscuring his features. "Is this my mother?" Harry murmured, a wave of complex emotions surging within him. He had never seen her so young in the photograph. She appeared so joyful and carefree. Ron leaned in to take a look, softly commenting, "Your mother is beautiful, Harry." Harry nodded, his fingers gently caressing the edge of the photograph, as if he could feel his mother's warmth through it. Then he noticed that the signature on one of the boxes was astonishingly Snape's. "It's Snape. Why would he send you a gift?" Ron exclaimed in disbelief. Harry paused for a moment before retrieving an old copy of Basic Potion Improvement Notes from the box. The notebook's cover was somewhat worn, yet it was evident that it had been meticulously cared for. He flipped through the pages, which contained recorded improvement formulas, experimental insights, and unique perspectives on potion theory. My goodness, Snape must be out of his mind, Ron declared incredulously, his tone laced with mockery. He actually sent you a notebook? This is more unbelievable than seeing Hermione abandon her studies. Harry then set the notebook aside. He certainly did not believe that the troublesome Professor Snape would ever exhibit such kindness. Shortly thereafter, Harry and Ron beheld an invisibility cloak delivered anonymously. Just as Ron's hand grazed the turkey leg, the hall's dome erupted with a thunderous bang. Thousands of magical crystal butterflies cascaded from the ceiling's crevices, their wings shedding golden dust that suffused the air with a honeyed hue. Merlin, this was far more exhilarating than the Christmas crackers at the Burrow. Wizarding firecrackers sparkled above the dining tables, nearly toppling the 12-layered pumpkin pie that was autonomously slicing itself, while cutlery performed a tap dance, distributing food onto the plates of young witches and wizards. Silence. The headmaster is about to deliver a speech. He was orchestrating a procession of walking candles that were laying down a starry carpet for the teacher's table. Unfortunately, the candles seemed far more inclined to dance, with one of them having drawn a cheeky face on the tablecloth with its wax drippings. Ha ha! Fred and George peeked out from behind the Christmas tree. Dear Prefect. One of George's heads suddenly popped up in front of Percy, singing a tuneless rendition of the Cauldron-esque march, while Fred's body remained in place, tapping along with mechanical legs. Hey, Harry, look over there. Ron suddenly pointed at a corner of the hall, laughing uncontrollably. Following Ron's gaze, Harry discovered a Hufflepuff boy attempting to magically levitate his Christmas hat. Instead of soaring, the hat flailed about the hall like a frenzied bird, ultimately landing directly atop Professor McGonagall's head. She paused momentarily, then shook her head in resignation, removing the hat and returning it to the blushing young wizard, who wished he could vanish into the ground. At that moment, Fred and George Weasley had ceased their dancing, clutching several bottles of bubbling, colorful beverages. Hey, Harry, Ron, come try our latest invention, Christmas Cheer Fizz, Fred exclaimed with a grin, handing each of them a bottle. After drinking this, you'll feel as if you're flying on Santa's sleigh, George added, his eyes gleaming with mischief. Harry hesitated, but seeing Ron accept the bottle, he mustered the courage to take a sip. In the next instant, his dark hair transformed into a sparkling green, and a stream of colorful bubbles erupted from his ears. Fred! George! Harry shouted in exasperation, but the twins were already doubled over with laughter, swiftly vanishing into the crowd. Meanwhile, in a corner of the hall, Professor Snape quietly observed the entire spectacle. His gaze lingered on Harry for a moment before he turned and exited the hall, his black cloak billowing gently behind him. In the afternoon at Hogwarts, sunlight danced upon the snow, resembling a scattering of golden galleons. Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall stood in the clearing before the castle, their robes rustling in the chilly breeze. Albus, I wager my transfiguration skills could conjure chocolate flowers from this snow, Professor McGonagall declared, waving her wand, the tip sparkling with golden light. Oh, Dumbledore blinked, his crescent-shaped spectacles glimmering with a mischievous light. Then I shall make these flowers sing Christmas carols. As the first incantation fell, chocolate-colored buds emerged from the snowy ground. However, just as Dumbledore raised his wand, the buds suddenly burst open, transforming into a flurry of flying gingerbread men, showering the air with icing in the shape of hearts. Alder, undeterred, waved his wand again, and the gingerbread men donned ice skates, performing ballet upon the frozen lake surface. The spells exchanged back and forth, and what floated through the air was not snow, but a radiant rain of candy. Vines adorned the castle's outer walls, dancing while each leaf chimed like bells. Even the whomping willow swayed, its own bells jingling in harmony. Professor, Harry's voice echoed from a distance, as he and the Weasley children engaged in a snowball fight. Care to join us? The two professors exchanged glances, both revealing a childlike grin. With a wave of his wand, Dumbledore transformed all the snowballs into fluffy rabbits, hopping joyfully after the students. Grindelwald was not to be outdone, granting the rabbits tiny wings, sending them soaring directly at the young wizards' faces. That's not fair, Fred and George shouted. These professors are using magic in a snowball fight. Take that. Alder suddenly hurled a snowball at Dumbledore, which mid-flight morphed into a white peacock, landing gracefully on Dumbledore's shoulder. A throne of ice sculptures sprouted beneath Alder, lifting him high. The students were spellbound, and even Snape leaned out of the castle window, only to be struck on the nose by a wayward flying rabbit. As the setting sun painted the horizon crimson, everyone lay exhausted in the snow. Dumbledore conjured a flying rocking chair, floating alongside Alder, showering the students below with luminous candies. Albus, Alder mused, gazing at the frolicking students, I believe I now understand why you choose to remain here. Dumbledore nodded with a smile, producing a packet of buzzing bee candies from his sleeve. Would you care for one? I assure you, this time it's genuine candy, not a singing frog. Soon, the sun had completed its descent, and a biting chill enveloped the air. Yet, two questions lingered in Dumbledore's mind. Why had Professor Snape gifted him a present? And who had given him the invisibility cloak? In the headmaster's lounge, two silver-haired heads nearly collided. Albus, I have something splendid here. You simply must try it. Professor Alder, with an air of mystery, retrieved a small pouch tied with a golden ribbon from his robe pocket, pride etched on his face. Dumbledore adjusted his crescent spectacles, a glint of mischief in his blue eyes. Oh, how fortuitous, for I too possess something delightful, which I intended for you to sample. With that, he produced an almost identical small pouch from his sleeve, the ribbon merely replaced with silver.